Chapter 2402, Ultimate Soul Refining? Not good. Enter my sealing bell. Xuanhuan was shocked. What kind of demon spirits were these? Why did they suddenly come so close? There was no place to hide. As soon as the sealing bell appeared, it narrowly covered Xuanhuan, Wu Bufan, and Li Chen. Cao Mengde, Munan, and Luo Defei weren't covered. Luo Defei roared and condensed a barrier with his soul. A soul fire exploded in front of him and he tried to resist it. However, he was instantly affected, vomiting blood and passing out. Cao Mengde tried to resist this soul power with the Nine Heavens seal, and Munan used the Great Tao of Water to protect himself. However, Han Fei knew that the demon spirit's methods were not limited to this. Once they were contaminated, they would be parasitized. At that time, he might not be able to tell if they were parasitized or not. He could only use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to purify them one by one. However, rather than wasting the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to purify them, he might as well help them block the demon spirits now. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei descended 3 clones with the void descending art. Together with the 2 clones, he punched out, and with a spring of flesh and blood, he forcibly blasted apart these soul shocks. However, the situation was not optimistic, because Han Fei perceived and found that there were 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits among this group of demon spirits. His 2 clones couldn't stop the demon spirits in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Luo Defei and the other 2 had just been rescued when Han Fei shouted, "Luo Defei, protect my body." Luo Defei was refreshed. He rushed to Han Fei and struggled to set up a soul barrier with his heavily injured body. Then he shouted, "Xuanhuan, cover me and Brother Fei." This was not the time to show off. If there were too many demon spirits, they wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. Xuanhuan hurriedly covered Luo Defei and Han Fei's clones with his sealing bell. Luo Defei hurriedly vomited a mouthful of blood, took out a bottle of pills from his origin star, and swallowed them. After that, he said in shock, "So strong. There is more than 1 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirit among these demon spirits." Hardly had Luo Defei finished when he saw that Han Fei's yang soul was shining with golden light. He was fighting 12 enemies at the same time, and his shining fist marks illuminated all directions. "Shit," Luo Defei exclaimed. "How can the yang soul fight like this?" As far as Luo Defei knew, whether it was the Luo family or the Ghost Strait, they might be able to condense a yang soul. However, that was only when they used the yang soul together with a soul technique to attack. How could it be like Han Fei, whose yang soul had left his body and his fist mark was suppressing all directions? This was not a physical battle, but a soul battle. Cao Mengde's eyes were glowing. "Even you don't know. How can we know?" However, Brother Fei used this trick when he was fighting Yi Qianxing on the Dragon Fighting Street. Brother Fei even ate Yi Qianxing's Dharmakaya. Xuanhuan sighed. "It's not easy to explain. Maybe it's some kind of divine technique. What other explanation can there be?" In fact, although Han Fei had cultivated a young soul, the 2 demon spirits were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The power of Han Fei's yang soul was shaking. This was not like a physical combat technique that could be avoided. Soul attacks were almost unavoidable. They could almost ignore space and descend directly. Fortunately, Han Fei's yang soul was not an ordinary yang soul, so after a round of crazy fist marks, he directly swept through 5 demon spirits. All laws forbidden in this space. Han Fei's Great Tao revolved crazily, creating something out of nothing. It worked again. For a moment, Xuanhuan and the others were dumbfounded. They saw that Han Fei withstood the endless soul storm and the destructive soul impact and killed all the souls below the late-stage star transformation realm. The remaining 2 demon spirits were about to run. They had never seen such a terrifying opponent. It was simply baffling. They couldn't use their soul techniques at all. In this situation, Xuanhuan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. There were only 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits left in the team of 12 demon spirits. Why didn't they run? Were they waiting to be killed? However, Han Fei grinned. Time freeze. The Great Tao of time was rare. How could the demon spirits deal with it? All Han Fei needed to do was to freeze them for a moment. Then, Han Fei appeared in front of one of the demon spirits. With a punch that was like a stream of light, he directly blasted the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirit into nothingness, leaving only the ownerless soul power and world origin to gather in his body. The remaining demon spirit seemed to realize that it couldn't escape and was ready to take a chance. It used all its strength, trying to pierce Han Fei's eyes. However, the piercing power was actually held by Han Fei's yang soul. At that time, Han Fei didn't know how traumatized the demon spirit was. It probably couldn't figure out why the soul could fight like this. Outside the demon domain, there was a burly middle-aged man who sighed slightly. He cultivates both the body and the soul. This kid has really comprehended a monarch-level soul technique. Xuanhuan and the others were shocked to see that 12 demon spirits were slaughtered by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. It would have been fine if they hadn't tried to kill the demon spirits. However, they had personally fought them. To be honest, they found it difficult to fight demon spirit even one-on-one, let alone 1-on-12. It was fucking impossible for someone to fight 12 alone. Luo Defei swallowed. I think the Luo family's soul technique is simply rubbish compared to Brother Fei's Yang soul fist mark. Puff, huff, holding the big pipe in his mouth, Wu Bufan took a long puff. I have to take a puff of the pipe to calm down. Is this really a divine technique? Is Brother Fei's divine technique so powerful? 1 against 12, including 2 demon spirits in the peak level late stage star transformation realm. Gulp. Cao Mengde also swallowed and said, I have a bold idea. Do you think Brother Fei, is he an ultimate soul refiner? His physical combat skills are just a cover-up. Huh, hiss! Even Zhou Run couldn't help but glance at Cao Mengde. This guess was not unreasonable. A battle of souls would only be more difficult than normal battles. Although Han Fei could also fight 10 late-stage Star Transformation Realm experts and 2 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm 1s in normal battles, it didn't make sense for him to win so quickly. Munan was horrified. To be honest, he was also tempted when Qin Sun and Wang Shang ran away. However, he felt that it didn't make sense for Han Fei to be killed by the 1,000 demonic beast so easily. Now he felt that he was too smart. How could such a person be killed? In the future, if he hadn't personally seen Han Fei being killed by a monarch or what, he wouldn't have believed that Han Fei would die. He felt that no one in the sky-opening realm could kill Han Fei, whose soul was abnormally strong. As for Han Fei, he felt that his soul had grown much stronger and surpassed his physical strength. And the absorption of world origin made him feel that his origin star not only had some more vitality, but also seemed to have increased the transformation ratio between his soul and strength. Phew, it's actually worth several world origin fruits. Demon spirits are really good things. Buzz. When Han Fei's young soul returned, he found that everybody was looking at him in shock. He raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Luo Dafei perked up. Brother Fei, I definitely won't tell anyone. Han Fei was puzzled. Tell what? Luo Dafei said. Of course it's about your ultimate soul refining. Ultimate soul refining? Han Fei thought to himself. When did I become an ultimate soul refiner? I didn't even know it myself. Han Fei rolled his eyes. If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. This is not the ultimate soul refining. Forget it. I'll tell you this secret when you reach the perfected star transformation realm. Of course, you have to reach the perfected star transformation realm first. Hiss. Everybody was shocked. Shtut. Was Han Fei going to teach them such a divine technique? Han Fei thought to himself, this is just a monarch-level soul and body dual cultivation technique. What's the big deal about it? Han Fei had no time to talk nonsense with them now. After killing this batch of demon spirits, there should be no other demon spirits nearby. He stretched out his hand and summoned the infinity water. The moment the infinity water appeared, the surrounding infinite water essence chi immediately gathered turbulently. The speed at which it gathered was like the water vapor of the entire waterfall rushing into the infinity water. Huh, suddenly Munan said, Brother Fei, is this the chaotic original water? The moment Munan spoke, Han Fei suddenly raised his head. This was the first person he had met here who knew the chaotic original water. Earlier, in the Raging Sea, only those who had explored the Monarch Palace knew the chaotic original water. Later, the chaotic original water fell into the heavenly desolate city, Ashless World. But in the Sea Realm, Han Fei had never met anyone who named the origin of the Infinity Water. Earlier on the Dragon Fighting Street, although Han Fei used the Infinity Water was not in this form back then. At that time, the Infinity Water was bathed in divine light, forming a sea wave, so it was difficult to distinguish it. Han Fei asked, Do you know the chaotic original water? Chapter 200403, Water Essence Dragon Spirit Munan nodded slightly. This is a great treasure of the Water Dao. It's said that the chaotic original water is a strange water picked from the chaos in the Sea of Stars, just like a strange fire. There are both strange fires and strange waters in the world. Huh? For the first time, Han Fei knew where the chaotic original water came from. It seemed that there were really many talents in the Avengers. Sure enough, although the children of the big clans were not good at fighting, they were indeed knowledgeable. Han Fei couldn't help but say, well, tell me in detail. Munan said, Brother Fei, we've always heard that there are countless spiritual fires between the heavens and earth. That's because the fire gathers and is produced because of the ground veins or some special environment. However, strange water is different. The water is unpredictable and hard to gather. It's difficult to have an environment that forms strange water. For example, here, there are waterfalls tens of thousands of miles high and an extremely cold place underground. The water here gradually freezes in mid-air. It's both connected to the ground veins and extreme coldness underground, so spiritual runes are produced. Therefore, the water essence gathers into a sword. And even if such a place is man-made, it will take tens of thousands of years to form such dense water essence chi. Munan analyzed it logically and then said, that's why you want to upgrade chaotic original water here. But if there's only water essence chi here, it will take a long time to upgrade chaotic original water. It may even take hundreds or thousands of years for the incomplete chaotic original water in your hand to upgrade. Incomplete? Han Fei paused and looked at Munan. Seeing Han Fei was a little surprised. Mulan thought to himself, it seems that Han Fei doesn't know that his chaotic original water is incomplete. Munan said, Brother Fei, the chaotic original water is a kind of chaotic spiritual treasure. It has been at the level of a godly weapon since its birth. If the chaotic original water swallows the unmutated chaotic original water, it can directly increase the level of the chaotic original water again, but I don't know how much it has to swallow. This is because the chaotic original water is a very rare treasure. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It's rare, but we can still get some, right? It's said that in the Sea of Chaos, there is often some water vapor condensing. They may have wandered in the chaos for millions of years, but because they are too scattered and small, they are extremely difficult to discover. However, there are also strong masters of the Great Tao of Water specially looking for them. An ancestor of the Mu family used to be a god of the Great Tao of Water, so it's relatively easy for us to walk on this path. As for the water god, he once left 13 drops of chaotic original water. However, after generations of rewards and consumption, 10 of them have already been lost. There are still 3 drops. One is in the hands of our family head, one hasn't mutated and is still in the family treasure house, and the other is in the demon realm. Zhou Run's eyes lit up. You mean it's in Mu Khan's hands? Munan nodded. Mu Khan is the strongest of the younger generation of the Mu family. He had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation and reached the peak level late stage star transformation realm at the age of 7200. Therefore, he was rewarded with a drop of chaotic original water. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Is he your enemy? Munan nodded and then shook his head slightly. I'm afraid he has never regarded me as an enemy. He probably won't take me seriously. However, Mu Khan is a cautious person. He won't leave any future trouble for himself, so at least 8 of the Mu family disciples have died at his hands. Puff, huff, hu, Wu Bufan took a puff of his big pipe and said, I know Mu Khan. He is a ruthless, gloomy, and low-key man. Wu Daofeng once suffered under his hands and recuperated for 100 years just to heal his wounds. Cao Mengde asked in surprise, was Wu Daofeng injured by him? Wu Bufan nodded. You can't believe it, can you? Which of these guys who can be the heirs are not ruthless? Which one of them hasn't experienced a lot of trials? Wu Daofeng was injured by him and didn't make a sound. Only a small number of people know, almost no outsiders know. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He sounds quite powerful. I'd like to spar with him after I meet him. At this moment, the infinity water had turned into a ball of light wrapped in water. As Han Fei and the others swam down for more than 30,000 kilometers, they finally perceived a cold pool. Hiss! It's so cold! Everyone couldn't help but shiver. In this terrain, surrounded by the ruins of water, it was difficult for them not to guess that a treasure had appeared. When they hunted demonic sources and explored demonic sources' territories, they could dig out things like mystic yellow soil, but that was only mystic yellow soil after all. Now it seemed that mystic yellow soil was only a mid-quality treasure among higher-level resources. Perhaps in the eyes of monarchs, yellow earth was simply worthless. As for spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, their level exceeded the mystic yellow soil. Although Han Fei and the others hadn't completely dove down, they could already sense that there was a certain power under the cold pool, which was very likely a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Han Fei was also delighted. It seemed that there was indeed an opportunity today. He had been regretting that the infinity water couldn't be upgraded to the level of a godly weapon, but today he finally saw hope. Han Fei said, I'll go down by myself. Han Fei took the initiative to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, he dove into the cold pool with a thud. Not to mention this cold pool, Han Fei had even been to the sea ice of the chaotic wasteland. He could still hold out for a few seconds. How could Han Fei be afraid of this cold pool? Gulp. A huge bubble appeared, and then Han Fei and the bubble turned into a lump of ice. Bang. The ice block exploded from the inside as soon as it was formed. Han Fei's body was ignited with immortal qi, which was extremely dazzling in the cold pool. Outside, Li Chen said in surprise, Brother Fei is really reckless. Hey Munan, Brother Fei comes from the western desert. How can there be chaotic original water there? Munan shrugged. How would I know? Maybe every place has special opportunities. In the history of the Divine Capital Dynasty, the chaotic original water has been auctioned 3 times. It's said that in the Central Sea Divine Realm, there is news of the chaotic original water almost every 10,000 years. Therefore, I think it's normal that Brother Fei can obtain a drop of chaotic original water, but unfortunately it should be incomplete. If it can be upgraded this time, it can't be underestimated. The depths of this cold pool was a little similar to the sea world in the chaotic wasteland, but it wasn't that cold. Of course, perception couldn't be released here. The cold power in the cold pool would freeze perception. If one forcefully probed out, their soul might be damaged. Han Fei dove as deep as 1,000 kilometers. It was dark and creepy. Suddenly, Han Fei had an ominous feeling. He felt that the water vapor in front of him condensed and suddenly hit him. Bang! It was not that Han Fei couldn't withstand this blow, but that he was instantly turned into ice by this blow and didn't have time to counterattack. Crack. Boom. After shattering the ice, Han Fei felt that his blood was stagnant. Some kind of Tao runes were trying to freeze his essence blood. Han Fei frowned slightly. It couldn't be that he couldn't even see what attacked him. That would be too embarrassing. At this moment, Han Fei could sense danger all the time. Suddenly, he reached behind him. However, as he grabbed with one hand, he only pierced through a pillar of water vapor, and a power burst out behind him, freezing him into ice. Bang! The ice block exploded again. Han Fei shook his body and activated the Twin Divine technique. When his white mist body was attacked again, his black mist body finally saw what was attacking him. In his eyes, information emerged. Unname a water essence dragon spirit introduction. A strange creature that lives in a place where water veins gather and water essence chi is thick and dense. The water essence dragon spirit has no real body. By swallowing water essence chi and the Tao runes of the heavens and earth, it constantly evolves and grows. The water essence dragon spirit is a mass of water vapor and only has instinctive consciousness, but it has extremely strong learning ability. Once it escapes out, it's easy to become a real water creature. It's born with the ability to control all water, which is extremely rare. TAS. H28- quality mysterious realm. Sky opening. A battle technique. Water binding, absolute freezing, soul freezing, ultimate water pressure collectible, water god pearl, invisible water vein, absorbable AR marks. A non-corporeal creature whose soul can be broken. Hiss. When Han Fei saw the mysterious quality, he gasped. There might be many mysterious creatures in this world, but he had seen very few. This time, Han Fei was excited to meet a mysterious creature again. This was because this water essence dragon spirit was clearly trapped in the demon domain. If this thing was born in the sea realm, it would probably have become an overlord. Bang! When Han Fei broke through the ice cube for the fourth time and the water origin dragon spirit appeared, time suddenly stopped. Steal his consciousness. Unfortunately, at the moment when time stopped, Han Fei clearly felt that the dragon spirit formed by the water vapor turned into water vapor again, turning into countless water droplets. His consciousness stealing failed. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Why do I always run into these guys who can disperse their bodies, and this guy even disperse his soul? But at this moment, time was frozen in this area. Han Fei was about to play a big game, when the great Tao of time bloomed in front of him, and he actually forcibly intercepted this period of time. Han Fei's mother had once intercepted time. This would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao Dharma I might even appear. But what was this place? This was the demon domain. This place had been invaded by the ominous. Could the great Tao here control him? Besides, he had only intercepted a short period of time. After intercepting this period of time, Han Fei immediately used the pi chaotic time he created. In this cold pool, the water essence dragon spirit was forced to stay in this short time river. When the water essence dragon spirit was reproduced by the time reversal, countless void line danced and buckled in the sky. But in an instant, a terrifying water pressure appeared, which was much more terrifying than 10,000 times the gravity. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Steal the energy in this place. Steal the water vapor here. Steal his consciousness." Han Fei activated triple stealing, feeling that his body was laden with magnificent energy. Fortunately, his physique was extremely strong, or he might have exploded. This time, Han Fei finally saw a visible column of water vapor. When all the ownerless souls were attached to it, Han Fei knew that this matter had been settled. Chapter 2404, Infinity Water Upgraded. There were advantages to having many great Taos. It was definitely impossible to intercept time fragments in normal places, but the demon realm was not normal, so Han Fei was given this opportunity. In addition, although this water essence dragon spirit was invisible, he had a soul. His soul was scattered in the surrounding water vapor. However, when the water essence dragon spirit attacked, his soul would instantly assemble. As long as he caught this assembly state, the water essence dragon spirit wouldn't be able to escape. However, the soul strength of a mysterious creature in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm might not be low, but it shouldn't be much higher than his. Sure enough, after a long stalemate, the soul of the water essence dragon spirit was finally suppressed by Han Fei, and through the void lines, Han Fei slowly obliterated the soul of the water essence dragon spirit. In the end, when the water essence dragon spirit was dying, Han Fei didn't take out its water god pearl or invisible water veins, but directly killed the water essence dragon spirit under the cold pool. This was because the water essence dragon spirit's level was higher than his. As a living creature, it couldn't be brought into his origin star. Outside the cold pool, Xuanhuan and the others were still waiting when they suddenly saw the infinity water that was crazily absorbing the water essence suddenly rush to the bottom of the pool. Xuanhuan frowned slightly and looked at Munan. "Should we go down and take a look?" Munan said. "It should be fine. With Brother Fei's current state and the godly weapons in his hand, he actually doesn't need this incomplete chaotic original water. Since he has summoned the chaotic original water over, there should be a possibility of upgrading it. At this time, I think we'd better not disturb him." As soon as he entered his origin star, Han Fei immediately summoned the demon purification pot. Han Fei threw the water essence dragon spirit in the form of a mass of water into the demon purification pot and then the infinity water. He couldn't hope that all the mysterious creatures would belong to him. Instead of capturing this creature to synthesize, he might as well use it to upgrade the infinity water and attach its soul into the infinity water. Immediately, a large amount of resources from Han Fei's origin sea flew into the demon purification pot. He didn't care about that. He had plenty of resources now, and it wouldn't take much to refine a godly weapon. In particular, he had thrown the entire water essence dragon spirit into it, half a day later. The demon purification pot finally stopped, and a drop of water identical to before slowly flew out of the demon purification pot. The next moment, the water droplet turned into a little finger-long dragon and swam to Han Fei happily. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged in Nami Infinity Water. Introduction. This is a godly weapon level, strange water made of the chaotic original water and the water essence dragon spirit. Its nature is equivalent to a chaotic spiritual treasure. The upgraded Infinity Water can control all waters or even some soft fluids. The Infinity Water can swallow water veins and water essence chi and assimilate other strange waters to upgrade itself. This water has intelligence, and if it's nurtured every day, it can be as smart as an intelligent creature. Quality. Mid-quality godly weapon and enchantment. Water essence dragon spirit and effect. Manipulate water, swallow water veins, and assimilate strange water. Recastable, any refined, any note. The compatible soul upgrades the Infinity Water. That should be a low-quality godly weapon. Han Fei didn't expect to gain so much on this trip. He had thought that the Infinity Water could only be upgraded into a low-quality godly weapon at best. He didn't expect it to be directly upgraded into a mid-quality godly weapon and become a growth-type strange water. If the Infinity Water was also a growth-type strange water in the past, it had an upper limit because the Infinity Water itself was chaotic original water and the upper limit had already been set. But now, the Infinity Water could assimilate other strange water and achieve self-improvement. This was not something ordinary chaotic original water could compare to. At this moment, watching the Infinity Water surround him intimately, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The sea realm is indeed not something a small world can compare to. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei left his origin star and returned to the demon domain, the Infinity Water immediately exerted a suction force 10 times stronger than before. Han Fei clearly saw that under the cold pool, water vapor was steaming, and in the surging waves he saw that a large vein was extracted and wrapped towards the Infinity Water. Oh, Han Fei only felt it for a moment and then understood. After all, the Infinity Water was now a mid-quality godly weapon, and it could control all waters and swallow water veins. This was its ability in the first place. However, he didn't know how many water veins the Infinity Water had to swallow to upgrade again. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the Infinity Water to continue to upgrade today, or it would be too much. However, didn't Mu Nan say that Mu Kan also had a drop of chaotic original water? Logically speaking, if his Infinity Water was incomplete before, then Mu Kan's should be intact. Since it was intact, it should also be a godly weapon. Therefore, if the Infinity Water swallowed the drop of Mu Kan, it was very likely to directly upgrade to a high-quality godly weapon. Han Fei didn't expect it to upgrade to an ultra-quality godly weapon. It was difficult to refine an ultra-quality godly weapon with just 1 or 2 drops of chaotic original water. It might be possible if it swallowed a few complete-state strange waters. When Han Fei came out of the cold pool, the ground veins of the cold pool had already collapsed. This commotion obviously couldn't be hidden from Zhou Run and the others. However, Zhou Run and the others didn't know what Han Fei had experienced under the cold pool, but seeing the smile on Han Fei's face, it seemed that things went very smoothly. Mu Nan asked carefully, "Brother Fei, did you make it?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Not bad. I managed to obtain a water vein and a bead with some strange water under the cold pool. Let's go. There's no more opportunity here. Next, let's accelerate our actions. The world origin is definitely not just from the demon spirits. Therefore, fighting is secondary. Our goal is to find the true world origin." Yes, Brother Fei, everyone was refreshed. With Han Fei's ability to deal with the demon spirits, at least in terms of safety, they felt that it shouldn't be a problem. After all, Han Fei could even kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Besides, a demon spirit was a demon spirit after all. How could it have their means and intelligence? 7 days later, when 3 of a group of 5 demon spirits were controlled by Han Fei, Zhou Run and the others pounced forward and bombarded these demon spirits with soul attacks. In just a moment, the 5 demon spirits turned into world origin and ownerless souls. "This feels great," Cao Mengde laughed out loud. This was already the 237th demon spirit they had killed. Among them, not all of them had been killed and swallowed by Han Fei. In the following period of time, Han Fei only targeted the demon spirits in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. During this period, he even encountered a demon spirit in the perfected star transformation realm once. The world origin and ownerless soul power released by this demon spirit after its death was probably comparable to dozens of ordinary late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits. The reason why Han Fei released most of the demon spirits for Zhou Run, Cao Mengde, and the others to absorb was that he felt that Cao Mengde and the others were too weak. Most of their resources had actually been secretly transferred out. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, they didn't dare to become too strong, or they would immediately be targeted by others in their clans. Therefore, in the Divine Capital Dynasty, they could only keep a low profile and didn't dare to improve their strength too much. Even if they had trump cards, they would carefully hide them. But now, it was already so obvious that they had betrayed their families. Since it was inevitable for them to leave the Divine Capital Dynasty this time, it was time for them to frantically increase their strength. Munan, this underground water vein is too long and has too many branches. We can't be sure where we are now. We can only count on you to point in the right direction, Brother Fei. Han Fei cast his fishing hook and took out the vast ocean navigator. He pointed at one of the tributaries at the end of the river and said, "This way." After entering the tributary, Han Fei and the others could release their perceptions a little bit, and now they could probably extend their perceptions hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. However, after only one day, they came to a vast wilderness that looked like primeval land. In a certain direction in the wilderness, a dark barrier appeared. Yes, there was no transition. It was like a room, half bright and half dark. This place had thin energy, and the reason was unknown. With the arrival of Han Fei and the others, countless perceptions swept over, and Han Fei and the others immediately felt a lot of hostility. Li Chen said, "Li Chengyi is here. He has a few strong masters with him." Cao Mengde gnashed his teeth. "I saw Cao Bumi. This son of a Bache is also here." There's also Wu Daofeng from the Wu family, Zhou Mi from the Zhou family, Zhu Chao from the Zhu family, and Mu Kan. On the other side, Han Fei also felt many gazes on him. Among them, the most indifferent but murderous one was his opponent in the last round, Zhao Qinglong. In addition to Zhao Qinglong, the young disciples of the big clans that Cao Mengde mentioned were also deeply hostile to him. Of course, there were also some people from the heavenly race, including Yi Kai, the perfected star transformation realm expert from the heavenly race Han Fei had seen, and Yi Jiajia, Yi Xianling, Yi Shuilu, and Yi Qianlong, who had once been nailed to the bow of the ship by Han Fei. Also, Yi Chen, whose memories had been tampered with by Han Fei and who was sold for 2 million kilometers of resources, was staring at him. On the heavenly race side, there were many unfamiliar faces, but their strength was definitely not weak. In addition to these people, there were also many itinerant cultivators, and Han Fei actually knew one of them. Wasn't that Qi Tonghai, the 6th place in the City of Scavengers? Han Fei? Suddenly, someone jumped up and greeted him. Yes, in addition to Zhao Qinglong and the others, Feng Xinglu and Feng Yu were also here, as well as Wang Baichen and Wu Shuang. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Almost everyone is here. Chapter 2405, A Wave of Enemies. Of course, Feng Xinglu could do whatever he wanted. With Feng Xinglu could do whatever he wanted. With Feng Yu here, no one would care about him. Under such circumstances, it was not a wise move to make an enemy of the #1 expert on the heaven roll. Feng Xinglu jumped over, laughed, and patted Han Fei with one hand. "What took you so long? I thought you couldn't find this place." Then, Feng Xinglu looked at Wu Bufan and the others and grinned. "Okay, I was wondering if you would come to me. It turns out that you're all staying with Han Fei. Look, if you followed me, you would have been here a year ago." Zhou Run and the others were speechless. "It's not that we didn't come early, but that we have been receiving devil training. After 2 years of training, our combat power has increased by a lot. If we follow you, apart from bragging and smoking, what else can we do?" In the eyes of Zhou Run and the others, Feng Xinglu was a real idiot, the kind who was even naiver than Luo Dafei. However, Feng Xinglu had a high status in the Phoenix Divine race. With his personality, it was impossible for him to attack people from the collateral branches. Therefore, it was really comfortable to be born in a collateral branch of the Phoenix Divine race. Perhaps he could even be friends with Feng Xinglu. Wu Bufan smiled and said, "Do you think we don't want to find you? God knows where you were teleported to. We were very far away from you, but very close to Brother Fei. Of course, we would all go to him." Cao Mengde nodded. "Yes, Brother Fei and I met less than a month after we entered the demon domain." Feng Xinglu was lost for words. "Ah, were you close? No wonder I was teleported to a swamp and didn't come out until a long time later. I must have been teleported too far away." Feng Yu walked over slowly and said indifferently, "Oh, it seems that you guys have a lot of enemies. As soon as you came, this place was immediately filled with killing intent." On the other side, Wu Shuang was waving at Han Fei, and Wang Baichen nodded at Han Fei. However, they seemed to be in a group with another group of people. The others seemed to be quite vigilant of Han Fei and the others, so they didn't come over. Han Fei thought it was normal that Wang Baichen didn't come over, but considering Wu Shuang's personality, she would definitely come to greet them in person. She didn't come because she didn't want to get involved. After all, as soon as Han Fei and the others came, the killing intent became intense here, and it seemed that everyone here was Han Fei's enemy. Perhaps they felt that if it weren't for the good relationship between Feng Xinglu and Han Fei, Feng Yu wouldn't have approached them either. Han Fei responded to them with a smile and then spoke to Feng Yu with a polite smile. No one could tell from these details if Feng Fei and Han Fei were related. Han Fei didn't speak telepathically but said with a smile, "I'm paid to help them. Unfortunately, some people just don't understand this. I'm so easy to bribe." If they had come to me earlier, their plan might have succeeded. These words were naturally meant for the direct descendants of the big clans to hear. This was because Cao Mengde and the others were all here, which meant the people they had sent out to hunt them might have all died. They didn't expect Han Fei to really take action. He had offended so many big clans at once. Was he fearless? Thinking of Han Fei's power that could kill a perfected star transformation realm expert, these people's hearts sank. If Cao Mengde and the other cowards kept clinging to Han Fei, they probably wouldn't be able to kill them easily. If Han Fei and Feng Yu teamed up, it would be even harder to defeat them. Cao Bumi of the Cao family snorted coldly. A Western barbarian wants to challenge half of the divine capital dynasty? I really don't know what medicine he has taken. He must be crazy. On the heavenly races side, Yi Jiajia shouted, Han Fei, I met you again. Let's see where you can run to this time. Han Fei grinned and said, well, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the little girl with a small bag on the back? Do you want to be skewered on a stick again? Yi Jiajia pointed at Han Fei angrily. Humph, don't you know how many people you have offended? When the power of darkness subsides, I'll see if you dare to fight us. Yi Chen said, Han Fei, I'll take my time to settle the score with you. Han Fei shrugged and glanced at him contemptuously. Do you forget how you were defeated by me? Yi Chenxing was skinned and crumbled by me. Why, do you want to have a try? Yi Chen frowned and was about to say something, but Yi Chai stopped him. The latter looked at Han Fei and smiled faintly. We have a long time ahead of us. Let's settle our score slowly. Han Fei chuckled. Beauty, I'm waiting for you. Yi Kai was disgusted by Han Fei, but the latter looked at Feng Xingliu and Feng Yu unconcernedly. Why is there no fighting here? Is fighting forbidden here? Feng Yu said. No. Do you see this black barrier? Feng Yu pointed at the unreasonable black barrier and grinned. This black barrier will absorb the energy escaping from the battle, so if you attack rashly, your energy won't be able to return. However, this black barrier is slowly fading, and 90% of it has already disappeared. Now, when the last 10% disappears, I'm afraid this place will instantly become a battlefield. Instantly, everyone including Han Fei, including Zhou Run, changed their expression. What kind of joke was this? There were 50 or 60 enemies around them, including theirs and Han Fei's. There were also some other strong masters they didn't know, and it was unknown if there were still enemies among them. Anyway, Han Fei didn't think he could resist all of them. In fact, if Zhao Qinglong chose to attack him immediately, Han Fei didn't think he could resist him. Although his strength had soared, it had grown only by less than 50% in the past 2 years. However, in terms of speed, he hadn't grown much. His speed was still far inferior to Zhao Qinglong. The only fortunate thing was that his strength could grow rapidly, but Zhao Qinglong was already in the perfected star transformation realm. His growth speed would far exceed his. Of course, the premise was that he couldn't obtain the world origin of the demon domain. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu, who thought for a moment and said, I don't have so many enemies. Han Fei glanced at the pairs of eyes staring at him. Now you have. Chapter 2406, Break into the Ominous. Try going in? Little junior brother, are you crazy? Feng Yu said, actually, the situation might not be as bad as we think. I entered with my clone and can sense that when the ominous aura dissipates, a channel should appear that leads to the world origin of the world. But it's not yet the right time to enter it. We have to wait for the world origin to purify enough ominous power. Can the world origin purify the ominous? Feng Yu said. I was in a place before where the world origin and the ominous power were fighting. The two are restraining each other. Here, although you don't feel it, this ominous power is dissipating, indicating that it's being suppressed by the world origin. Perhaps too many demonic sources have been killed outside, so the ominous power trying to erode the world origin seems to be at a disadvantage. This should also be the reason why the ominous power is dissipating. Han Fei asked, are the two really fighting? Yes, but the ominous power shouldn't be the ominous in the battle of the gods. Secondly, the world origin does have the power of purification. This time, Great Monarch East Marshal won't use the demon domain as a reward just for nothing. I guess he's letting people adapt to this strange and ominous power in advance. This indirectly shows that the crisis of the past is coming. Well, do you know what I'm talking about? Han Fei nodded slightly. I know a little bit. I think it's already difficult to deal with, but this still isn't the real ominous. Then how strong is the real ominous? Feng Yu said. Little junior brother, are you stupid? Great Monarch East Marshal can easily annihilate the ominous at this level. However, the ominous of the past is something that even the gods can't do anything about. How can they be of the same level? Han Fei's heart sank. Senior sister, now that you mention it, I have to go in and take a look. Don't worry, I also have the power to purify it. By the way, how long will it take for this ominous power to dissipate? Feng Yu glanced at Han Fei. Can little junior brother purify the ominous? However, although she was his senior sister, some things still depended on Han Fei's own will. One of the principles of the Void Temple was that everyone had their own way of growth. All their actions were meant to tap into their greatest potential, and no one should interfere with others' path of growth. Seeing that Han Fei had made up his mind, Feng Yu said, according to my estimation, this last bit of ominous power will dissipate in at most 3 months, or maybe 2 months. Then you can go take a look with your clone. Han Fei thought for a moment. I'll use your original body. Original body? Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise, thinking that once something happened to his original body, he would be in danger. Feng Yu hurriedly said, in a year I sent 7 clones in, but only 3 came back. Are you sure you will go with your original body? Han Fei and Feng Yu seemed to be communicating for a long time, but in fact it was just an exchange of thoughts, and it only took a moment. Noticing the anomaly, Feng Xingliu said gloomily, is it really appropriate for you to do this in front of me? Feng Yu rolled her eyes. Shut up and be prepared to enter my origin star at any time. Then she looked at Cao Mengde and the others, thinking that Han Fei was really a troublemaker. She had come to the Divine Capital Dynasty in the name of the Phoenix Divine Race. If she saved Cao Mengde and the others, she would definitely offend many people. But little junior brother must have a purpose to save these guys. If she didn't save them, wouldn't it ruin little junior brother's plan? This time, Han Fei looked at Feng Xinglu, Zhou Run, and the others and said, I'm going to enter the ominous barrier with my original body and find a path. I'm afraid you're not strong enough to enter. Then wait outside for a suitable opportunity to enter. Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you crazy? You want to go in with your original body? Do you want to die? I lost 3 clones in the barrier, Han Fei said. You are you, and I am me. Feng Xingliu, how strong do you think you are? Besides, once you go in, many of these people will definitely go in too. Feng Yu nodded. That's true. I believe many people aren't afraid of death. If you really enter, they will really go in to send you off. Han Fei grinned and said, That's great. I was worried about how to kill so many enemies. Then, Han Fei suddenly said to these people, Hey, are any of you going to explore this dark world? Everyone? Mun? For a moment, many people were confused. We have explored this place many times. Wait, Han Fei is going in? For a moment, the people of the heavenly race and the strong masters of the big clans were tempted, but then they were relieved, thinking that Han Fei definitely wouldn't barge in with his original body, and it would be meaningless to kill his clones. Immediately, someone sneered. We've been there many times. Why don't you go there yourself? Seeing this, Han Fei grinned. Okay, then I'll go in. Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Why did you inform them of this? Feng Yu said. Feng Xingliu, give Han Fei your flame emblem. Feng Xingliu, Feng Yu said, cut the crap, just give it to me. When Feng Xingliu took out the flame emblem with a stunned look, Han Fei recognized that it was the thing that Feng Qingcheng used to chat with Feng Yu from afar. However, Feng Xingliu was inexplicably proud and never used this to chat with Feng Yu. Seeing the flame emblem, Han Fei nodded slightly. He had thought that Feng Yu would stop him, but she gave him this. It seemed that she was very confident in him. In fact, Han Fei wasn't sure himself, but he knew that he would be doomed if he didn't go in. Therefore, entering this ominous barrier was the only way to survive. Of course, Han Fei could retreat, but that would mean giving up the world origin. Then he could only watch helplessly as the world origin was snatched away by others. But obviously, Han Fei wouldn't choose this way. Even Feng Yu didn't choose this way. She must be waiting for the right time too. At this moment, those covetous guys watched Han Fei casually say a few words to Zhou Run and the others, and then step to the edge of the ominous barrier. At that moment, Zhao Qinglong suddenly opened his eyes. In his heart, the Black Dragon's voice sounded. Don't worry, although this brat has many means, it's not enough to stop the long-term corrosion of the ominous power. This time, Great Monarch East Marshal deliberately let you experience the ominous power and give you some benefits, but he won't give so many benefits to one person. At least, this brat definitely won't be able to eat it alone. Zhao Qinglong nodded almost imperceptibly but unnaturally. His original body went in. The Black Dragon said, so these guys are excited. Behind Zhao Qinglong, the strong masters from the big clans and the heavenly race all stood up. Someone shouted, this guy's original body went in. Does he have something to protect him? Someone guessed, that's not right. He jumped in as soon as he came. Did Feng Xinglu not tell him what was in the dark world? Wu Daofeng from the Wu family took a deep look at Wu Bufan and then said indifferently, Han Fei probably has many trump cards. Many people we sent out to deal with those guys are probably dead now. His strength can't be underestimated. Zhou Mi, so what? Even Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong are outside, but Han Fei walked in without caring. I'm afraid he might really have a secret treasure to resist the ominous. I suggest that we charge in with our original bodies and see what's going on first before thinking of a solution. We can't let him snatch the world origin. Mu can, if he can grab the world origin, why didn't Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong take action? Zhou Secret said, it's understandable that Feng Fei didn't take action. Considering Han Fei's relationship with Feng Xinglu, if he really gets the world origin, he will definitely give them a share. Zhao Qinglong probably wants to kill him. However, we shouldn't be the ones who are most anxious. Look. Over there, Yi Kai, Yi Chen, Yi Tianlong, a few peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm experts, and 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm experts all came out. One of them said, everyone, don't blame us for not reminding you. Han Fei is a scheming person. Some of you should know what's inside. Since he dares to barge in, he must be confident. Don't let him snatch the world origin. Yi Kai also said, if we want to go in, let's go together. If we go in with our original bodies, we can easily kill the demon spirits. It's better than waiting blindly outside without knowing anything. As they spoke, the people of heavenly race had already flown over and rushed into the ominous barrier. As for the big clans, Saobumi suddenly stood up. Let's go in and take a look. Even if Han Fei can resist the ominous power, how long can he last? It's easy for him to enter, but don't even think about coming out. Someone's eyes lit up. As long as we guard the entrance in turns, it will be difficult for Han Fei to come back. As for the other factions, Wang Beichen frowned. Wu Shuang was a little puzzled. What was wrong with Han Fei? Didn't he know that almost everyone here was his enemy? At this moment one of them said, "Why? It seems that you two are on good terms with Han Fei." After that, the man got up and said, "I'll go in and take a look. If necessary, I'll help them kill Han Fei." Wu Shuang asked, "Chen Qinmo, why are you so hostile to Han Fei?" Chen Qinmo said, "Because Han Fei once attacked our ghost straight. Do you think I shouldn't be hostile to him?" Wu Shuang smiled faintly. "Then you have to be careful. Don't die." Chen Qinmo's face was slightly cold, and he ignored Wu Shuang's words. At this moment, Wang Beichen, who had been cold, said indifferently, "I advise you to drop this idea. Otherwise, I think you will die." Chen Qinmo's pupils were constricted slightly. He knew that Han Fei killed Yi Qinxing, but why was Wang Beichen so sure that he would die? Beside him, a burly man with a large string of beads around his neck and a diamond bracelet on his wrist suddenly interrupted. "I heard that many people thought that Han Fei was from our Fistlight Mountain at first?" Wang Beichen thought for a moment and then nodded. "I still think that he might be related to your Fistlight Mountain." Wu Shuang nodded. "I agree. I'm afraid you will feel the same when you fight him." The burly man nodded slightly, but then chuckled. "I don't want to fight him for the time being. However, I'm wondering how he can safely escape from these enemies." These people all felt silent. Not to mention that Han Fei's strength was definitely not in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even if he was in the perfected star transformation realm, they didn't think Han Fei could escape. Inside and outside the ominous barrier were two completely different worlds. Entering the ominous barrier, Han Fei couldn't sense the outside world. Han Fei immediately tried to release a little perception, but as soon as he released his perception, it was immediately contaminated by an ominous force. It felt as if seeds were sprouting in his body after being parasitized by the 1,000 demonic beast. At this moment, the god's prayer bead burst out with light. The holy beads could block all evil and were trying to suppress this ominous power. As an ultra-quality godly weapon, although the god's prayer bead wasn't a weapon of mass destruction, they were definitely an excellent auxiliary tool. The divine beast probably gave him the god's prayer bead because it didn't want to give him an ultra-quality killing weapon. One of the reasons why Han Fei dared to enter the ominous barrier with his original body was that he had the god's prayer beads to protect him. However, just in case, Han Fei still put a mass of liquid divine brilliance in his mouth. When the liquid divine brilliance entered his body, Han Fei didn't activate its power, but scattered it throughout his flesh and blood, covering his body with a layer of faint divine brilliance, which worked with the god's prayer bead to dispel the ominous power. Besides, Han Fei began to calculate how long the liquid divine brilliance made of 100 years of vitality could last in the ominous barrier. At this moment, Han Fei looked around. Inside this ominous barrier was indeed a brand new world, or rather it was the underground world of the demon domain, which had been infested by the ominous. In the depths of this darkness, Han Fei felt strong energy fluctuations. Perhaps that was why the energy from the outside world would flow there. Han Fei didn't hesitate. He was in good shape now. He wanted to rush towards the place of energy fluctuations at full speed, but as soon as he flew 1,000,000 kilometers away, he felt the gazes of 3 demon spirits sweeping over. Oh, so many demon spirits? Han Fei and the others had only encountered less than 300 demon spirits along the way, but after only a few seconds he entered here, he had encountered 3 demon spirits. Realizing that Han Fei was an intruder, the demon spirits didn't hesitate to attack him. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to separate his young soul from his body. After all, this place was full of ominous power. The god's prayer bead and the liquid divine light protected the body but not the young soul. Fortunately, Han Fei cultivated both the body and the soul. His body was as strong as his soul. Steel, steel, steel. 10,000 fistmarks blasted out, and the 3 wooden stake-like demon spirits were shattered by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Han Fei also felt some world origin and ownerless soul power surging into his body, not contaminated by the ominous power here. They were just 3 demon spirits. They weren't demonic sources or water origin dragon spirits. Demon spirits were independent and couldn't disperse their bodies. Therefore, Han Fei killed them in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly looked back, only to see several figures appear in his vision. Huh? The heavenly race. They really dare to come in? Chapter 2407, Circulation Killing Array. This was because Feng Yu had said that they entered this ominous place with their clones. This way, even if they encountered danger or their clones died, their losses wouldn't be huge. Therefore, when Han Fei saw someone coming from behind, his first thought was that they were all clones. Therefore, instead of advancing, Han Fei simply waited for Ye Kai and the others on the road. However, soon, Han Fei discovered that something was wrong. The other party came too fast. Ye Kai, Yi Chen, and another perfected star transformation realm cultivator almost chased him at a speed faster than 9 times the speed of light. In just an instant, they were almost catching up to him. Fuck, not clones? Han Fei, who was about to fight, immediately ran away. 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were already scary enough. There was still a group of people behind them. They were obviously risking their lives to rush in and kill him. Is there such a big grudge between us? Han Fei broke into a run. Wasn't this place dangerous? How could it be dangerous when so many people had broken in? At the same time, Han Fei sensed a message appear on the flame emblem. It was a message from Feng Yu. Be careful. The heavenly race and the big clans have gone in to hunt you down. Huh, they really think too highly of me. Han Fei's speed was naturally not as fast as these people, but with a backhand grab, Yi Chen's body suddenly exploded. Some strange runes appeared between Yi Chai's eyebrows. The other person stepped back. The door behind him opened, and he entered the door world in a deep sleep. Han Fei temporarily stopped the 3 of them, but to his surprise, Yi Chen suddenly flew out from another direction. Yi Chai blocked the void-stealing technique with the runes between her eyebrows. The last one came out of the door, sober. It seemed that all 3 of them had a way to deal with the void-stealing technique. After all, they had suffered losses because of the void-stealing technique time and time again. If they still hadn't worked out a solution, they would just be his punching bags. However, although they had a way to deal with the void-stealing technique, Han Fei's move still blocked them for some time. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Han Fei had already run far away. Of course, it was only a matter of time before they were caught up, because the super experts of the big clans had arrived. Once these people and the people of the heavenly race caught up to Han Fei, it would be useless even if he had the void-stealing technique. Yet, after running for 3 million kilometers, Han Fei met 2 more demon spirits. He was relieved. Fortunately, there were only 2, or he might have been stopped. Almost instantly, Han Fei passed by the 2 demon spirits, and they fell into a state of confusion. After Han Fei passed them, he immediately abandoned the consciousness that he had deprived. As soon as the 2 demon spirits woke up, they saw a group of people trying to pass by them, and some people took the initiative to attack them. Immediately, the soul power of the 2 demon spirits poured out. Puh! 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 As 2 saber beams slashed over, there was a dazzling brilliance on the saber beams. After touching the 2 demon spirits, they immediately cut them into burning balls of light. As Yi Kai and the others had expected, when a group of people rushed in with their original bodies, the demon spirits couldn't pose a threat at all. Although Han Fei's speed was also astonishing, and the demon spirits in front of him couldn't resist his single blow, and he would even use these demon spirits to cause trouble for Yi Kai and the others, it didn't help at all. Yi Kai and dozens of perfected star transformation realm cultivators had already caught up with him. Even if Han Fei could block 2 or 3 of them, how could he block so many? Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Han Fei suddenly took out hundreds of God-sealing spears. At that moment, the people behind him all slowed down. Since Han Fei used the God-sealing spear array, the heavenly race had long known how terrifying this spear array was. If they rushed in, they would probably be suppressed by Han Fei. Yi Kai shouted, "Drive him to the place where the energy is surging. There are many demon spirits there. Let's see where he can run to when he's surrounded by them." The simpler the plan, the more efficient it would be. However, within this ominous barrier, there were many demon spirits. In just less than 50 seconds, Han Fei encountered a wave of more than 30 demon spirits rushing towards him. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why were there so many demon spirits? His first reaction was surprise, but Han Fei's expression immediately changed. He deliberately slowed down, stopped hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the group of demon spirits, turned around, and ran towards Yi Kai and the others. Everybody was overjoyed. Yi Chen shouted, "Go to hell!" Wu Daofeng sneered, "If you don't dare to face so many demon spirits, do you dare to face us alone?" Many people thought Han Fei was crazy, but a few people found that something was wrong. Suddenly, Cao Bomi shouted, "There's something wrong with the time here." Time? Yi Kai and the others came back to themselves and wanted to retreat, but time suddenly stopped here. The time stagnation caused by Han Fei alone couldn't last long. This was because the opponents were all in the perfected star transformation realm. These people broke free from the shackles of time one after another, and the power of time freeze instantly shattered. Han Fei spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, which turned into a circular rune carving and instantly melted into this space. In the next moment, someone pierced Han Fei with a spear, and someone's soul power bombarded Han Fei's mind. Someone activated his great Tao and teleported Han Fei hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, making it appear in front of them. Stop it. It's fake. Before they realized where Han Fei was, more than 30 demon spirits had already rushed over. Half of these demon spirits were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and there were even 2 who were in the perfected star transformation realm. However, on the side of the heavenly race and the big clans, there were a total of 57 people who had come in. On average, 2 people could deal with 1 demon spirit. How could they be defeated? However, just as someone pierced through a demon spirit, a spear beam from the void suddenly pierced through a late-stage star transformation expert. After this person was nailed through with 1 blow, his soul was instantly penetrated by a demon spirit. In the next moment, 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators attacked at the same time, piercing through a dark place in the void. A blue halo circulated, and the three of them looked at the river of time at the same time and found that Han Fei was stepping on the river of time and waving at them. One after another, the God-sealing spears were thrust out by Han Fei from the river of time. Han Fei was in the river of time, setting up the God-sealing spears from different times. Swish, swish, swish! In the field, God-sealing spears poured down like a curtain of rain, and there were thousands of them. On the spot, 4 people were locked by the sealing divine spears. Because their combat power was suddenly suppressed, they were immediately possessed by the demon spirits or corrupted by them. Everyone, attack Han Fei if you don't want to die. Almost everyone turned their eyes to the river of time. Immediately, countless attacks poured out. Han Fei cursed and quickly returned to reality. Even so, he was still hit 7 or 8 times in a row. His body cracked, and blood spurted out of his mouth. However, Han Fei grinned, revealing his golden blood-stained teeth, and shouted, "Time cycle." As one of the 3 temples, the Time Temple certainly had its terrifying aspects. It could control time and play all kinds of time tricks, even if there were many people, so what? Han Fei transformed their attacks into his own time attack with the God-sealing spears. For those who didn't know about the Great Tao of Time, it was simply a disaster. Immediately, Yi Kai and the others were shocked, thinking that they had fallen for some trap. But in the next moment, nothing happened. Instead, Han Fei unleashed all Great Taos in one sword and punched dozens of times in a row into the array. They certainly disdained Han Fei's attack. No matter how strong Han Fei's power was, how could he shake so many of them? Only 3 people were dealing with Han Fei's attack, and the others were bombarding the God-sealing spear array crazily. After all, it was only a temporary spear array, and almost 20 or 30 spear pillars were shattered. This spear array couldn't even last for 50 seconds. The less the God-sealing spears, the faster they recovered their strength. In at most 30 seconds, this God-sealing spear array would be broken. Han Fei put a mass of liquid divine brilliance into his mouth and then suddenly attacked those who were only in the late star transformation stage. There were not many people in the late star transformation stage here, only 8. Because the people who could arrive here so quickly were all real strong masters, these 8 people might have been brought in by strong masters, so they were easy to deal with. Han Fei was not in a hurry to escape. With a thought, 3 of them fell into a deep sleep. In the next moment, demon spirits rushed up. One of them was killed, and the other 2 were rescued by their companions. But Han Fei didn't care, he just focused on stealing. Han Fei grinned and said, "Now that the grudge has been established, let's have fun." Suddenly, a fist light appeared out of thin air and pierced through a person. In the next moment, all Great Taos in one sword appeared out of thin air and fell on a person in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. That person was fighting with a demon spirit in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm at this moment, but his fighting rhythm was disrupted by this sudden sword. Taking advantage of that moment, the demon spirit entered the person's body. Fuck, I didn't know this. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen a demon spirit parasitizing a human. Someone shouted, "There's something wrong with this space." Han Fei's annihilated attacks will appear out of thin air. As he said, time is circulating here. The key is to destroy this array. Seeing that they had discovered it, Han Fei stopped setting up the God-sealing spear array to suppress them. This was because he knew that it wouldn't work anymore. In just a moment, the number of demon spirits had decreased by 1/3. Most people turned to bombard the God-sealing spear array. 30 or more spears were broken every second. Han Fei's gaze scanned the people from the big clans and lingered on a guy who could control water as a sword. Mukan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked out of the array and found that Han Fei was looking at him. At that moment, he felt a chill down his spine. "There are so many people here. Why are you only looking at me? I'm very low-key." Chapter 2408, Obtain the Chaotic Original Water. Han Fei was tempted the moment he saw Mukan. If Munan hadn't told him about the chaotic original water, Han Fei might not have cared, feeling that the growth of the infinity water required conditions. However, now that he knew, how could Han Fei let go of the opportunity right in front of him? At this moment, there were at least 25 seconds before the God-sealing spear array was penetrated. The reason why Han Fei didn't use all the God-sealing spears was that the ominous power could also corrode the spear array. Besides, there were too many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators among these people. Even if he used all of them, the array would eventually be broken. Therefore, Han Fei didn't intend to waste his God-sealing spears. After all, they were refined with countless resources. Outside the God-sealing spear array, Han Fei looked at Mukan with killing intent in his eyes. He held a God-sealing spear in his hand and smashed it at Mukan. At that moment, Mukan's expression changed drastically. A water spiral condensed in front of him, and then a huge water giant appeared. The giant stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A wave turned into a barrier, protecting Mukan. Bang! The spear was so powerful that the water spiral and the spiritual barrier both cracked. But Han Fei simply ignored it and launched another attack at Mukan. For a moment, many people looked at Mukan, thinking, this guy usually keeps a low profile. Why is he being targeted by Han Fei? Han Fei didn't even target people like Yi Kai and Yi Chen, but specifically targeted Mu Kan. When the second spear light burst out, Mu Kan blocked it again. After all, he was also a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. It was unlikely that he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Han Fei. But when he blocked this blow, almost instantly, the spear light that he had blocked just now appeared again. Shocked, Mukan summoned his water Dharmakaya to block the spear that appeared out of nowhere. Mukan shouted, "Hurry up and break the array. I'm holding up here." However, in the next moment, Han Fei launched Heaven Gate knocking again. Once, twice, 3 times. When he used the technique 6 times, Mukan was shocked to find that the spear light was endless and circulated one after another. Yi Kai shouted, "It's the power of the time cycle. The time in the array has been cycled. Han Fei's attack can cycle infinitely. Hold up for 10 seconds more." Mukan cursed in his heart, "Damn it. Can't you give me a hand?" At this moment, the other disciples of the big clans were attacking the God-sealing spear array as if they were working hard to save Mu Kan. However, he knew very well that although these people usually hung out with each other, they actually couldn't wait for him to be beaten to death. If it were him, he also hoped that Cao Bumi and the others would be killed. In this way, the Cao family could only be inherited by others. The new opponent might not be as difficult to deal with as Cao Bumi. Very few big clans would work together, even if they were related by marriage. Therefore, Mukan knew that he had to rely on himself. Only by holding out for 10 seconds could he survive. He didn't doubt Han Fei's strength. Since Han Fei killed Yi Qianjing and his identity had been exposed, no one had doubted his strength. At this moment, for the first time, Mu Kan and many people realized the horror of the great Tao of time. Han Fei continued to attack. He didn't believe that Mu Kan wouldn't use the chaotic original water. Sure enough, when Han Fei launched the 7th attack, Mu Kan grabbed a water sword. When Han Fei saw the sword, golden light flashed in his eyes. Steel. In the next moment, the chaotic original water that Mu Kan was about to unleash suddenly disappeared from his palm. A circle of mini god-sealing spears appeared in Han Fei's hand, suppressing the small sword. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Nama Title Sword, Chaotic Original Water. Introduction. A strange water born after the chaotic original water fuses with its host. Its nature is equivalent to a chaotic spiritual treasure. The title sword can turn waves into swords. As long as the waves don't die out, the momentum of the swords won't stop. It can swallow water veins and assimilate other strange waters to upgrade itself. This water has intelligence, and if it's nurtured every day, it can be as smart as an intelligent creature. Quality. Mid-quality, godly weapon enchantments. Water god turtle, E-effect manipulate all waters, swallow water veins, and assimilate strange waters. 2. Recastable SSSS, SSSSSSS. SSSS were find in Node. This chaotic original water has awakened. Its awakening ability is average. Upon seeing this information, Han Fei thought to himself, the effect is similar to my infinity water. It's only a mid-quality godly weapon too, so its value is not very high. However, since the chaotic original water could devour each other, that was good. However, it seemed that Han Fei's wish for an ultra-quality godly weapon was dashed. A mid-quality godly weapon and a mid-quality godly weapon could only be fused into a high-quality godly weapon at best, and it would be impossible to refine them into an ultra-quality one unless he could get more chaotic original water. Bang! The tide sword that he trapped suddenly exploded, almost destroying all his 12 god-sealing spears. Han Fei hurriedly replenished 20 god-sealing spears, grabbed the tide sword, and ran. Anyway, he had already killed a dozen people here. It was a pity that he couldn't get their corpses. Otherwise, he could get a lot of resources from their origin stars. Howl? Mu Kan was instantly enraged. At this moment, he finally knew what Han Fei wanted. This guy just wanted to snatch his title sword, but he didn't understand why Han Fei wanted to snatch this. Damn it, the title sword is only a mid-quality godly weapon. The people around me have not only mid-quality godly weapons, but also ultra-quality ones. Why don't you rob them? Are you out of your mind? However, this mid-quality godly weapon happened to be a symbol of the Mu family. Its symbolic significance was much more important than its function. If he lost the title sword this time, wouldn't he be scolded badly when he went back? Munan, it must be Munan. After a while, the god-sealing spear array was broken through, and everyone looked extremely awful. However, many people looked at Mu Kan sympathetically. There was no telling what went wrong in Han Fei's head. After fighting for a long time, it turned out that he was not fighting to kill Mu Kan, but for the drop of water. However, everyone present was shocked that Han Fei could steal other people's weapons. That was too much. They had to be more careful if they fought Han Fei in the future. Otherwise, if their weapons were gone, who could they cry to? It would be fine if it was an ordinary weapon, but if it was a high-quality godly weapon or an ultra-quality one, that would be a big loss. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too long. Han Fei ran for 10 seconds, and it would take more than 10 seconds to catch up. At this moment, everyone was chasing Han Fei, using their vitality to resist the corrosion of the ominous. Unfortunately, not only was he not killed, but they were also tricked by him. Li Qingyi said, "We fought too fiercely just now, and our vitality is being consumed crazily. We have almost lost 10,000 years of vitality. We can't go on like this. Let's go back first and make a better plan. Taobumi, what if he snatches the world origin? Zomi, this place is full of ominous power. It's definitely not easy to snatch the world origin. This trip to the demon domain might be for this place. I don't think he can get it directly." Ikai said, "Although the energy fluctuations and flow are obvious, if he really wants to get there, I'm afraid he'll encounter countless demon spirits along the way. Even if Han Fei doesn't care about the consumption of vitality, we can wait outside. It's still early for this round to end." In this battle, a total of 11 people died, including 8 late-stage Star Transformation Realm experts, and there were 3 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators among them. They were all killed by demon spirits and even attacked their own people in the end. Ye Kai said, "It will be at least 2 months before the ominous power dissipates. In these 2 months, let's take turns guarding the entrance and not give him a chance to return. If Han Fei can't find a way to resist the ominous power, he will eventually be exhausted to death. After all, in this place, he can't be connected to his origin star." Fuck, in such a short time, 3,000 years of my vitality was consumed? Han Fei's face was all dark. How long had it been since the battle started? It had only been less than 100 seconds, and he had lost 3,000 years of vitality. While obliterating Mu Can's control of the Tide Sword, Han Fei flew towards the place where the energy was surging. In less than 200 seconds, Han Fei encountered 33 demon spirits. This number startled Han Fei, but at the same time gave him a pleasant surprise. More and more demon spirits would definitely hinder Han Fei's speed. However, Han Fei discovered that when demon spirits didn't appear at the same time, the void-stealing technique was simply the perfect nemesis of demon spirits. Although he had encountered a lot of demon spirits before, he hadn't dealt with many of them because he wanted to hone Zhou Run and the others. Although he had used the void-stealing technique, he still had to rely on his young soul when he was surrounded by the demon spirits. But now, this kind of intermittent appearing demon spirits only made Han Fei wonder if the people from the Void Temple had created the void-stealing technique to specially deal with the ominous power. Han Fei was excited, but the title sword in his hand exploded again. "Huh, you're quite stubborn. Since you're so stubborn, I'll refine you first. Let's see if you're still stubborn." Han Fei stopped moving forward. The strange water had intelligence. If he didn't refine it, it would still run away even if its connection with Mu Can was obliterated. 2 hours later, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique as a shield and finally refined the title sword. After refining, it was time to swallow the infinity water, which lasted 6 hours. Then, new information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Infinity Water. Introduction. This is a godly weapon-level strange water made of 2 drops of chaotic original water, the water essence dragon spirit, and water god turtle. It is equivalent to a chaotic spiritual treasure. The upgraded Infinity Water can control all kinds of waters and even some soft fluids. The Infinity Water can swallow water veins and assimilate other strange waters to upgrade itself. This water has intelligence, and if it's nurtured every day, its intelligence is no less than that of an intelligent creature. Quality, high-quality, godly weapon and enchantment. Water Essence Dragon Spirit. Effect. Manipulate waters, swallow water veins, assimilate strange water, natural barriers, and natural killing arrays. Recastable Fossa Refinity Arrays. A recastable infinity. Water has the dual effects of a barrier and a killing array. Chapter 209, Plants vs. Ominous. In order to fuse the Infinity Water, Han Fei had consumed more than 7,000 years of vitality. He couldn't delay any longer. Fortunately, although his vitality was consumed quickly, the returns he obtained from killing the demon spirits were not small. On average, a dozen demon spirits were equivalent to a world origin fruit. If he hunted hundreds of them, it would be equivalent to exchanging vitality for cultivation. Han Fei felt that it was worth it. Anyway, it was not difficult for him to replenish vitality. After stuffing another mass of liquid divine light into his mouth, Han Fei rushed out. 2 hours. 10 hours. In the outside world, the fact that Han Fei had been in this place for such a long time had already caused discussion. The people who went to chase Han Fei out had all returned, but Han Fei hadn't. Even Feng Xingliu looked at the ominous barrier from time to time and frowned. "There's no information on the flame emblem. I'll ask him again." After a while, Feng Yu received a response from Han Fei. "Don't worry, I'm still exploring." Feng Yu was puzzled. Could it be that little junior brother really has a way to resist the ominous? Feng Xingliu, what's wrong? What did he say? Why hasn't he come out yet? Feng Yu, he should have a way to temporarily resist the ominous. Let's wait and see. Zhou Run and the others were nervous because they knew too little about Han Fei. The reason why Zhou Run dared to make Han Fei their leader was that he had investigated all the information about Han Fei since he challenged the heavenly race and learned that Han Fei had been to the prophecy house. With comprehensive judgment, he felt that Han Fei might not be a good person, but who would really be a good person in the sky-opening realm? He only knew that Han Fei was a loner through and through, but it was impossible for a loner to challenge the heavenly race, which showed that Han Fei had the confidence to deal with the heavenly race alone. In conclusion, there were still big secrets behind Han Fei. From what he knew of Han Fei, he knew that Han Fei especially liked resources. This indirectly showed that Han Fei was obtaining resources himself, which meant that he wouldn't use the power behind him unless it was absolutely necessary. Such a person might be released by a hidden faction to gain experience. But at Han Fei's level, what did he need to gain experience for? He was probably here for the rewards. Therefore, they didn't need to make enemies with such a person. As long as they could make friends with him, it would only be beneficial to them, and they had good potential, so Han Fei probably wouldn't refuse them. After all, Han Fei's current investment on them might bring unimaginable returns in the future. However, in the end, they didn't know much about Han Fei. Even Zhao Qinglong had to wait outside for the ominous barrier to disappear, but Han Fei had entered it with his original body and had stayed inside for such a long time. Although they were very confident in Han Fei, with Zhao Qinglong and Feng Yu outside, as time passed, their confidence plummeted. On the other side, even Zhao Qinglong couldn't help but frown. He seemed to be wondering if Han Fei had a way to suppress the ominous power. Otherwise, would he be willing to spend countless vitality to stay inside? Even the heavenly race and the big clans were a little stunned. It had been so long, but he still hadn't come out. Could it be that this fellow was willing to sacrifice his life for the world origin? Only Feng Yu had absolute confidence in Han Fei. Although she didn't know what other trump cards Han Fei had, those who could join the Void Temple couldn't be simple. Since Han Fei dared to enter, he must be confident. Even if he was in danger, he could still ask the eldest senior brother for help, so she didn't panic at all, inside the ominous barrier. Han Fei had already traveled a long distance and killed 180 demon spirits along the way. Many times, 7 or 8 demon spirits attacked at the same time. However, under the perfect suppression of the void stealing technique, with the help of the god's prayer bead and the heaven enlightenment divine technique, the demon spirits couldn't touch Han Fei at all, let alone parasitize him. Even if they touched Han Fei, they would be destroyed by the demon purification pot immediately. When Han Fei entered this place and found so many demon spirits here, he knew that this was his battlefield. Others felt that this place was dangerous, but he only felt that these demon spirits were his resources. When Han Fei killed more than 200 demon spirit, he estimated that it might equal to nearly 20 world origin fruits. But Han Fei was very curious about one thing. There were peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm, demon spirits only in a group of 30-odd demon spirits he encountered. This was why he moved so fast and killed so effectively. Otherwise, his speed couldn't have been so fast. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. Relying on the fact that he seemed to be able to completely suppress the ominous power, Han Fei kept charging at the place where the energy surged. He even decided to explore it even if it cost him tens of thousands of years of vitality. Here, he still had a chance to turn the table. But once he got out, he might never have a chance to compete for the world origin here again. At that time, not only would the big clans not allow it, but the heavenly race would definitely target him. He might be able to block one perfected star transformation realm cultivator, but how could he block 2 or 3 in a row? Among those people, there were a lot of people who were hostile to him, except for Zhao Qinglong. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to fight anymore, but the difference in combat power was too great. Therefore, his chance was now, at this moment, an hour later. In Han Fei's origin star, although the vitality in the River of Life didn't increase, the power of World Origin was getting stronger and stronger. World Origin contained the truths of the Great Tao, the rules of the Heavenly Tao, and the vitality of all things. If ordinary people took this thing, they could soar to the sky in a single step, obtain at least a level 9 spiritual heritage, and have a certain chance of obtaining a heavenly heritage. After taking this thing, their origin stars would be fused with the natural laws of the Heavenly Tao, greatly increasing their potential. Han Fei intuitively felt that when he was fighting, too many thoughts appeared in his mind. The way he attacked, the speed and footwork, and the grasp of his fist technique, the use of these powers and techniques made him feel enlightened. In the beginning, World Origin was just digging out potential. At that time, Han Fei felt that his potential was constantly improving. But now, when the absorption of World Origin exceeded a certain amount, Han Fei felt that something beyond potential was being born. It seemed to be the understanding of everything in the world, the understanding of self and the Great Tao. Unfortunately, when Han Fei was about to move forward and let more and more demon spirits come at him, he suddenly woke up from this special state. His first reaction was that he had unknowingly consumed nearly 15,000 years of vitality. Then, he saw a bright lake in the darkness. This lake spanned more than 100 kilometers, and the lake water inside rippled. Around the lake, some normal spiritual plants grew. Those spiritual plants were not contaminated by the ominous. For example, within the circle of the lake, the most dazzling thing was a sunflower spiritual plant. Wherever the sunflower faced, dazzling light would burst out at any time. Wherever this light shone, an ominous power would be purified. Also, a sapphire blue fruit spewed out blue light like a fan-shaped scanning machine. When the light swept past, any darkness that was illuminated would evaporate. Also, there was a weird translucent fruit tree on which a bubble would grow every once in a while. Yes, that thing didn't grow fruit, but bubbles. Once those bubbles formed, they would automatically fly out. Once the bubble entered an ominous area, a large amount of ominous power would be absorbed, imprisoned in the bubble, and then purified. Similarly, there were a large number of demon spirits there. Han Fei casually glanced around and found that there were tens of thousands of demon spirits here. In the darkness, they attacked the demon plants from time to time. This was a pure offensive and defensive battle. The demon spirits condensed their souls and surrounded the lake, constantly attacking. Perhaps it was fine if one or two demon spirits attacked, but when the number of demon spirits increased to tens of thousands when they attacked together, the scene was simply unbelievable. Han Fei looked at the sunflower in shock. This sunflower withstood at least 60% of the ominous power and demonic source attacks alone. How strong was this sunflower? Also, the sunflower wasn't just for defense. Occasionally, a golden light would burst out, which was caused by the explosion of its sunflower seeds. A single sunflower seed would take away a large number of demon spirits, at least dozens of them. Han Fei was dumbfounded. As for the demon spirits around, Han Fei saw that most of them were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and some were even in the perfected star transformation realm. Furthermore, from other directions, occasionally new demon spirits were rushing over. Shta! Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. No wonder he hadn't met many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits before. It turned out that they were all gathered here. At this moment, some demon spirits finally noticed Han Fei, this uninvited guest who got involved in their war. For a moment, as many as 20 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits looked at Han Fei. It seemed that they were going to surround Han Fei. I'm just watching. Why don't you continue? Chapter 2410. Dao Domain Sunflower Head. Han Fei had just come in to find an opportunity. Who the hell knew that he would encounter this? It was like a battle between immortals and demons, or a Super Plants vs. Zombies game. He was dumbfounded. Of thousands of demon spirits, most of which were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or the perfected star transformation realm. Who could resist them? To be honest, Han Fei's normal combat power was to fight 4 of these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits. If he were tougher, 5 was acceptable. Anyway, 3 of them would be suppressed by the void-stealing technique. However, more than 20 of them had come at once. Then, what was the point of fighting? He couldn't beat them at all. Buzz. Han Fei was about to run, but after running for a few seconds, he found that his way back was blocked. More than a dozen peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits came from multiple directions, directly blocking Han Fei's way. Furthermore, Han Fei saw demon spirits coming from the rear one after another. Even ordinary demon spirits numbered in the hundreds. He couldn't defeat them with the void-stealing technique alone. Shoot, Han Fei didn't know what to say. He had foreseen the danger here, but he didn't see it to be so dangerous. It was fine when I came, but now I can't go back. These demon spirits seemed to have known that he was coming, so they didn't stop him from seeing the scene of the battle of 10,000 demons just now. However, when Han Fei wanted to escape, his escape route was immediately blocked. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that this ominous power must have deliberately let him in and deliberately didn't mobilize a large wave of demon spirits to target him. But when he arrived, they cut off his way back, catching the rat in the hole. What a well-thought plan. Han Fei's face was gloomy. He was tricked by the darkness? The answer was definitely not. And the strength of the demon spirits was limited. It was impossible for a single demon spirit to trick him. Therefore, there could only be one answer. In this darkness, there was a strong master hiding in the depths. From the moment he came in, he had already planned how to deal with him. Han Fei's mind was racing. He stomped and reversed time. However, as soon as he stepped into the river of time, he saw a demon spirit in the perfected star transformation realm follow in, and this demon spirit seemed to be different from other demon spirits. Entering the river of time, the demon spirit actually said, "Since you're here, you don't have to leave. No matter how powerful you are, you can't get out." In the river of time, the demon spirit was about to attack him. With a thought, Han Fei stole the consciousness of the demon spirit. As soon as this consciousness was stolen, Han Fei thought that he could at least make this demon spirit sleep in the river of time until it was washed away by time. However, in the next second, Han Fei felt that his head exploded and blood oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The consciousness stolen by the void-stealing technique failed in the blink of an eye. Cough. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out, but fortunately, Han Fei had completed the time reversal. With this reversal, Han Fei returned to the lake where the battle of 10,000 demons just happened. The moment he walked out of time, Han Fei was horrified. There was a monarch. The demon spirit in the perfected star transformation realm just now had the consciousness of a monarch. For a moment, Han Fei didn't know what to do. If a monarch wanted to kill him, he definitely couldn't go back. The only way out was the lake. Since the lake could resist the ominous power and the monarch, it had a way to protect him. Dashing out of the river of time, Han Fei immediately activated the Great Tao of Time and rushed towards the lake at full speed. While charging, Han Fei shouted at the lake, "Hello, World Origin, I'm your ally. I'm here to help you suppress the ominous." In the blink of an eye, the countless demon spirits surrounding the lake looked at him. Han Fei thought that if they had been given a second, he would have been completely crushed. In fact, it was true. At the moment of his sprint, Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. His entire body was shining with holy light and divine splendor. In the first moment, he was indeed very dazzling, making many demon spirits tremble, thinking that this was another powerful guy like the sunflower. However, in the next second, many demon spirits thought of something and tried to pierce through Han Fei with their soul power at the same time. The divine brilliance that took Han Fei at least 1,000 years of vitality to emit suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei's body exploded. Han Fei was actually very close to the lake. It would only take him 1 second to come out of the river of time and go to the lake. After all, in the domain enveloped by this ominous power, the range of perception was limited. Only Han Fei's soul power could perceive hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, in terms of speed, it only took an instant for Han Fei to escape from death. At that moment, Han Fei's body exploded. The moment his twin bodies were separated, Han Fei's black mist body was discovered. Immediately, countless soul spikes swept at Han Fei. Buzz! This pillar of light instantly enveloped Han Fei, and the countless soul spikes that shot over were all blocked by the pillar of light. Huh? Shocked, Han Fei turned around and saw a few lotus flowers in the lake. One of the lotus flowers was missing a lotus seed. The lotus seed seemed to erupt with a pillar of purification like a laser cannon, enveloping Han Fei and blocking all the soul spikes for him. However, in the next moment, a seemingly very powerful demon spirit wrapped in ominous power cut off the pillar of light with a single blow, unleashing a terrifying soul-killing technique. Ahaha! Sure enough, Han Fei failed to rush into the World Origin Lake, even though the spiritual plants in the lake had indeed helped him. Alas, a soft sigh sounded. It was unknown whose sigh it was. However, after this sigh, a dazzling golden light emerged from Han Fei's body. In the next moment, all the power imprinted on Han Fei was ineffective. Efk. Which buck-starred monarch attacked your grandpa Han Fei? Steal. The demon spirit that blocked Han Fei fell into a deep sleep. Relying on the invincible golden light, Han Fei punched out thousands of times until the demon spirit exploded. At the same time, no matter how many soul spikes hit Han Fei, they were useless. Plop. After Han Fei killed the perfect star transformation realm demon spirit, he dove into the lake. Unexpectedly, in order to prevent Han Fei from splashing the lake water out, a lotus leaf blocked in front of him. Bang! Han Fei rolled on the lotus leaf several times and then jumped up quickly. Phew, fortunately I have the great Tao of life borrowing, otherwise I would be dead meat. Yes, just now, at the last moment, Han Fei used the great Tao of life borrowing. At the moment the borrowed life was pierced through, Han Fei was in an invincible state for 3 seconds. Both his body and soul were immune to all attacks, so even the monarch couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Han Fei was shocked. Hiss, this is all world origins? When Han Fei plunged his head into the lake, he was shocked. Yes, this huge lake was full of world origin. It could only be described as terrifying. Back in the number 3 revived place, Chaotic Wasteland, he had seen the world origin pond. It was only a few meters wide, but already contained infinite vitality. And now, it was 100 kilometers wide and filled with intense vitality. There were also so many terrifyingly strong spiritual plants growing beside it. The two were on completely different levels. Human, you came too early. Han Fei heard a pleasant and gentle female voice echoing in his mind. Who is it? Han Fei jumped out of the World Origin Lake. Although he knew that it was all world origin in the lake, he also knew that this lake was fighting against the countless demon spirits and the monarch-level powerhouse in the darkness. Who said that there were no monarchs in the demon domain? If that monarch had the guts to stand in front of him now, he would point at his nose and scold him. Han Fei looked around and finally found the source of the voice transmission, which was the sunflower. In his eyes, information emerged. Nama A Dao Domain Sunflower Head Dying. Introduction. The Dao Domain Sunflower Head is the leader of a domain, a simulated body of world origin. When a world is strong enough, its world origin will give birth to an autonomous will and high-level intelligence. The Dao Domain Sunflower Head is the incarnation of the world origin of this world. It has unparalleled power of purification, life, healing, and will. Its sunflower seeds have various abilities such as Dao Enlightenment, Soul Recovery, Potential Arousing, and Purification of Darkness. Level 1118, Quality A Quality, Chaotic Spiritual Plant A Realm, Monarch, Longevity. Abytal Technique, Annihilation Sunflower Seeds, Light of Purification, Light of Life, Light of Healing, Light of Soul, a collectible. Dao Enlightenment, Sunflower Seeds, Absorbable E Remarxes, the leader of a domain, and the simulated body of the world origin. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. A monarch? A monarch? A monarch-level demonic plant? As for the word longevity behind monarch, Han Fei didn't know what it meant, but it was probably the same as the various stages of the sky-opening realm. He estimated that monarch should have a realm called longevity. Also, this Dao Domain Sunflower Head was so powerful. Look at its combat skills, Light of Purification, Light of Life, and Light of Healing. It's simply an omnipotent support, an indestructible demonic plant. Senior, are you calling me? The Dao Domain Sunflower Head's voice sounded again. Yes, you came too early. The demonic sources in the outside world haven't been completely eliminated. The demon spirits formed by the dispersing ominous power from the destruction of demonic sources haven't been wiped out in large numbers. You should come in 3 months. At this point, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior, to be honest, I had to come. Many people in the outside world are my enemies. They can't do anything but cause trouble. In the 3 years I've been here, I've killed 49 demonic sources, countless demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, and more than 700 demon spirits. They were jealous of me and wanted to kill me. Anyway, there was no one else here, so Han Fei could brag as much as he wanted. But his battle results were real. Hearing Han Fei's bragging, Dao Domain Sunflower Head didn't say anything. Instead, she said calmly, Human, since you're here, just wait here. In 3 months, the ominous power will weaken to a peak. Only then will we have a chance to counterattack. Han Fei couldn't go back, but how could he just wait here for nothing? Waiting here was different from waiting outside. Han Fei immediately said righteously, Senior, how can I let you fight alone? I've already sensed that a monarch-level powerhouse is hiding in this ominous power. He ambushed me just now. However, I'm not afraid at all. Not only am I not afraid, but I can also counterbalance him. Han Fei didn't know how the monarch would react after hearing his bragging. Han Fei continued, Senior, I request to fight. It's just 10,000 demon spirits. I'll cooperate with you to kill them. Chapter 2411, The Limit of Void, Stealing Technique. At this moment, Han Fei said righteously, Snatch the world origin? The world origin of this world was alive and was definitely a super existence in the late stage of the monarch realm. It was the leader of an entire domain. Could he, a mere sky opener, fucking snatch it with his strength? As long as his brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't think of snatching the world origin again. However, in addition to snatching the world origin in the lake, there was another way to snatch it. It was more direct and natural, and it was purely passive, and this method was to hunt the demon spirits. However, the demon spirits here were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even the Dao Domain Sunflower Head didn't know how Han Fei could help her. She didn't know Han Fei's means yet, because most places in this world had been occupied by the ominous. At this moment of war, she had to focus all her attention on the last pure land in this world. Therefore, Dao Domain Sunflower Head didn't know that Han Fei had a strange ability like the void-stealing technique. Dao Domain Sunflower Head said, You're still too weak. Even if you can use the divine light of the great Dao, you won't be able to resist these demon spirits. However, Han Fei shouted, Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. I, Han Fei, am a dignified man, the human emperor, a once-in-a-thousand-year peerless talent. How can I compromise with the ominous? With that, Han Fei pointed at the air. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Dao Domain Sunflower Head, who might haven't cared about him, thought to herself, where did this little fool come from? But in the next moment, the 3 demon spirits that Han Fei pointed to suddenly lost their combat power and fell from the sky. At that moment, a needle leaf grass closest to the 3 demon spirits suddenly trembled. 3 needle leaves were instantly released and pierced into the bodies of the 3 demon spirits. Bang! Brilliant brilliance burst out of the bodies of the 3 demon spirits. The light green and milky white light purified the 3 demon spirits in an instant. At that time, Han Fei saw that some world origin had returned to the lake. But there were residual ownerless souls, not knowing where to go. Han Fei immediately rushed over, reached out, and absorbed the ownerless soul power into his body. This thing was very strange. It was very condensed, as if it would belong to him if he absorbed it. And it was very solid, unlike ownerless souls. If he absorbed a large number of ownerless souls now, his foundation would be unstable, and it would take him decades or even hundreds of years to solidify them. Unfortunately, the 3 masses of world origin were directly absorbed by the lake, and he didn't even get a single bit. However, Han Fei had already said that he would help. He couldn't not help just because he didn't get the world origin. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Dao Domain Sunflower Head said softly, Human, have you mastered a Monarch Divine Technique? Monarch Divine Technique? Han Fei's heart stirred. He knew that the void-stealing technique was a monarch-level technique, but he wasn't sure if it was a divine technique because the 9th level of void fishing couldn't be as powerful as its previous levels. It had been demoted from divine quality to monarch-level, ultra-quality technique, which explained a lot. When he went out, he would have to ask eldest senior brother about it. Han Fei responded, Senior, I don't know if it's a monarch divine technique, but my ability can only be used on 3 creatures at the same time. If the opponent is at the monarch level, I can only delay him for a moment before he breaks free. At this time, Han Fei felt that many flowers and plants around twisted slightly, as if they were looking at Han Fei. Can you even affect a monarch? Dao Domain Sunflower Head, try using it again. Han Fei pointed at 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirits again. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The 3 demon spirits had already retreated when Han Fei pointed at them, but it was useless. Han Fei's finger-pointing was just an auxiliary gesture. In fact, it was his thoughts taking effect. Therefore, the 3 demon spirits ended up the same as the previous 3. They were all purified by the needle-leaf grass. However, their world origin was still sucked into the lake, and Han Fei didn't get any. Han Fei seemed to be excited and pointed at another 3 demon spirits. Sleep, sleep, puff. Han Fei's body suddenly stiffened. Blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and he fell straight back. Yes, just now, he stole the consciousness of the monarch again. It seemed that the hidden monarch deliberately focused his consciousness on a demon spirit that Han Fei pointed at. As a result, the monarch's consciousness backfired and caused Han Fei to crash. Fortunately, in Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot extended its tentacles and pulled the evil, ominous power into the calabash. Attacking together with the demon purification pot was the Dao domain sunflower head. Her healing brilliance fell directly on Han Fei. Han Fei immediately sobered up and pointed at the void, cursing, "Son of a Bosch, demonic monarch, come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Little piece of trash, you have no morals," launching a sneak attack from behind. Han Fei didn't expect that guy to have such a trick. Then how could he deal with him? The void-stealing technique was said to be able to steal a monarch's consciousness. However, that should be relative. He could indeed steal the monarch's consciousness, but the monarch could cause him to suffer a backlash. Han Fei didn't want to experience this feeling frequently. Just as Han Fei thought that he couldn't deal with these demon spirits, he heard the Dao domain sunflower head say, "It's okay. The demonic monarch is restrained by me and can't attack you frequently. I'll use my origin to protect your soul. You can use this divine technique without worry. However, let's see how many times you can use this divine technique." Han Fei thought to himself, "I can use this technique infinitely." However, this thought only flashed in his mind. Han Fei really didn't know how many times he could use the void-stealing technique. Perhaps his previous battles weren't enough for him to feel the upper limit of the void-stealing technique. However, with the enhancement of a monarch, he could give it a try. The world origin in this lake formed a big cocoon and wrapped Han Fei in it. With the help of the big shot, Han Fei pointed his fingers continuously. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Han Fei pointed out more than 200 times in a row, only feeling inexplicably tired. Suddenly, Han Fei staggered, felt dizzy, and sat down in the world origin water ball. At this time, Han Fei only felt that he was dizzy and couldn't get up. His vision was blurred. But soon, a cool power was injected into his body, making the dizziness much alleviated. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he found he was lying on a lotus leaf. In the world origin lake, there was a red carp sticking its head out of the lotus leaf and looking at him. Han Fei and the carp looked at each other, and the little guy splashed and dove into the water. Han Fei was stunned. So, the void-stealing technique did have an upper limit. Suddenly, the Dao domain sunflower head said, "Your divine technique is born with the power of the heavenly Dao. If you use it too frequently, it will definitely be limited by the rules of the heavenly Dao, so you suffered a backlash from the heavenly Dao just now. I suggest that with your current strength, it's best if you use this divine technique no more than 200 times a day. In this way, you won't suffer a backlash." Han Fei thought to himself, "I don't know how many times I've used it. Today, I've killed 400 or 500 demon spirits and used it nearly 200 times. And just now, he used it almost another 200 times. Good Lord, he used it almost 400 times in a day. No wonder he suffered a backlash." But on second thought, who could use the void-stealing technique hundreds of times in a row? If it weren't for the special situation today, he wouldn't have used it so frequently. But suddenly, Han Fei thought that the void-stealing technique originated from void fishing technique. Was void fishing originally meant to deal with the ominous? After all, the existence of the 3 temples seemed to be to deal with that thing, right? However, it didn't matter. Didn't this Dao domain sunflower head say that with his current strength, it was best to use it less than 200 times a day? But in fact, he could use it 400 times a day. Han Fei asked, "Senior, what should I do now?" Dao domain sunflower head said, "Take a rest." Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm already rested." However, if he kept participating in the battle, he didn't seem to gain much other than soul power. He couldn't help but look at his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 107, Sky Opening Extreme Dao, Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10,116th Evolving, 614 16,064 years, Immortal Chi, 3080,000 Soul, 9.83 Origins, 9,830.98 points Perception Range, 10 million kilometers Strength, 9.79 Star Powers, 9,791,069 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 101, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 101, Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality. The soul power has caught up? During this period of time, Han Fei's Golden Jade Marrow had been being produced, but this process had stagnated because he couldn't get enough vitality. However, even though it had stagnated, his physique had grown a lot. His strength was about to break through 10 million waves. The gap between his strength and his soul power had already widened, but after killing so many demon spirits, his soul power had actually surpassed his strength. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He wondered if he could complete the physique breakthrough here. As long as he had enough vitality, once the golden jade marrow filled his entire body, his void body refining technique would be completely cultivated. At that time, it was only natural that his strength surpassed his soul. However, there were so many powerful demon spirits here. Wouldn't they happen to make up for the difference between his soul and strength? Chapter 2412, Senior, can I discuss something with you? As soon as this idea popped up, Han Fei felt that if he discussed it with this Dao Domain Sunflower Head, there should be a chance. This Dao Domain Sunflower spoke like the Guanyin, especially gently, with a faint echo. It was aloof but not lacking in gentleness. Now, the Dao Domain Sunflower Head and the ominous monarch were restraining each other and couldn't be distracted. But he could sacrifice his life and blood to kill 100 demon spirits in a day, and then he would be able to kill 10,000 in 100 days, as long as the demon spirits didn't run. 3 months later, when Feng Yu and the others came in, he would probably kill 1/3 of the demon spirits here. Oh no, if the daily upper limit of the void-stealing technique was doubled, wouldn't 2/3 of the demon spirits be killed by him in 3 months? Thinking of this, Han Fei smiled. He secretly activated the flame badge between his eyebrows. Senior sister, are you there? Outside the ominous barrier, Feng Yu was a little anxious. It had been almost a day, but why hadn't little junior brother come out yet? She had entered this ominous barrier and fought for a while inside, losing nearly 5,000 years of vitality. There were too many demon spirits there. After killing more than 60 demon spirits, she had to retreat. As for Zhao Qinglong, even though he was on the god roll, his situation was not much better than hers. Could Zhao Qinglong kill twice as many of the demon spirits she killed with the same vitality? Feng Yu didn't think so. If there was an exception, it must be that the black dragon in his body was powerful. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't choose to enter at this time. Clearly, he felt that he couldn't deal with the ominous. Suddenly, she looked at the flame emblem and was overjoyed. Oh, little junior brother, are you okay? Han Fei was overjoyed too. The flame emblem worked well. The signal was still full even in such a situation. Han Fei immediately said, Senior sister, I've entered an ominous area and am fighting alongside the world origin here. Blah blah blah. Senior sister, I'm safe here for the time being. Take care of my people. Also, contact me before the ominous barrier is about to disappear. Don't enter until it disappears. Huh? When Feng Yu received Han Fei's message, she was shocked. Fight side by side with the world origin? Why did little junior brother go in? Wasn't the world origin supposed to be snatched? What did he mean by fighting side by side with the world origin? Also, who is little junior brother fighting? Demon spirits? However, how did little junior brother manage to fight the demon spirits for nearly 3 months in the ominous barrier? Also, why did he ask her to enter before the ominous barrier disappeared? Was there some secret behind it? For a moment, Feng Yu was full of doubts, but at the same time, her heart tightened. She had a very bad feeling. Before Han Fei came, Feng Fei was the weakest in the Void Temple. When he recruited Han Fei, there was a huge gap between them. She thought that no matter what, she wouldn't be the weakest in the Void Temple after little junior brother came in. However, how many years had it been? More than 400 years? Little junior brother was already able to kill a perfected star transformation realm expert. He had even done something that even she and Zhao Qinglong couldn't do. Feng Yu felt that her status as a senior sister was in danger. No, this time she had to prove her Dao. She couldn't let little junior brother surpass her, otherwise she would lose face. Beside him, Feng Xinglu, Cao Mengde, and the others were all anxious. Feng Xinglu, hey, who are you talking to? Is it Han Fei? Did he ask for help? Han Fei is stupid. Why did he have to go in with his original body? He's not as smart as me. Of course, only Feng Xinglu dared to say so, because in terms of relationship, Feng Xinglu and Han Fei were good friends. However, although Cao Mengde and the others were in the Avengers, since Han Fei was their leader, their statuses had to be one level lower. Smack. Feng Yu slapped Feng Xinglu's head. Shut up. Everyone has their own opportunities. After that, Feng Yu said to Feng Xinglu and Zhou Run, Han Fei asked me to take care of you first. And he probably won't come out of this dark barrier. Zhou Run hurriedly asked, what does he mean by that? Feng Xingliu's eyes widened too. Huh? You mean Han Fei is dead? Feng Yu rolled her eyes and looked at him. Why did you curse your brother? Since he hasn't come out, it means that he has probably found a way to protect himself. Now, don't worry about him. Be prepared. Note the time when the dark barrier completely dissipates. We might have to wait for an appropriate opportunity to explore the ominous barrier again. So, Zhou Run and the others, enter my origin sea when the time comes. I will enter this dark barrier in advance. Feng Yu was speechless. Han Fei was her junior brother. She had no choice but to take these people with her, in the world origin lake. After communicating with Feng Yu, Han Fei glanced at the Dao Domain Sunflower Head several times, wondering if she had discovered that he communicated with Feng Yu. But this big shot didn't seem to have any reaction, so Han Fei was relieved. Well, Han Fei felt energetic at this moment. Well, Senior, can I discuss something with you? Speak, Hanfei said weakly. Senior, I'm only short of a little vitality to make a breakthrough. This breakthrough may result in a qualitative leap in my strength. At that time, I'm confident that I can use the Monarch technique at least 300 times a day without being backfired. Well, can I borrow some vitality from you? In fact, Hanfei dared to ask because the demonic plants around the World Origin Lake were all extremely powerful, and demonic plants were one of the creatures that could survive the longest. Hanfei was indeed lacking vitality now. He estimated that he was only short of more than 400 drops of golden jade marrow to perfect the void body refining technique. At that time, when his body was perfected, his strength would definitely soar. Then he should be able to fully carry the operation of the Great Tao. But Hanfei wasn't sure. Although his upper limit was increasing, his basic physique was also becoming stronger. If his body could fully bear the operation of the Great Tao, his strength might reach the terrifying level of 50 million waves. At that time, Hanfei was confident that he could compete with Zhao Qinglong. The Tao Domain Sunflower Head's reaction was calmer than Hanfei thought. She just said casually, "Okay." Hanfei thought to himself, "Is this big shot so easy to talk to? I just asked, and she immediately agreed to my suggestion." In the next moment, the red carp that had just dove into the water suddenly stuck its head out with a lotus seed in its mouth. When Hanfei saw the lotus seed, information popped up in his eyes. Name: Golden Lotus of Life. Introduction. A spiritual treasure born in the place of world origin. It contains infinite vitality and can help a person who has opened the sky live for another 100,000 years. Level: Spiritual Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Quality: Ultra Quality. Ultra Quality contained chaotic energy, all AT 2,254 points, AE 2,054 points, E effect. The Golden Lotus of Life can provide tremendous vitality and heal wounds. Gulp. Seeing the effect of the Golden Lotus of Life, Hanfei immediately swallowed. Holy shat, this thing was worth a lot. The chaotic green lotus that Senior Sister Green Lotus gave him was a chaotic spiritual treasure that could extend the life of a sky opener by 300,000 years. Although this Golden Lotus of Life was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth and was a level lower than the chaotic green lotus, it could still allow a sky realm expert to live for another 100,000 years. Thank you, Senior. With a thought, Hanfei stored the Golden Lotus of Life into his origin star and sent it directly to the star core. Immediately, the lotus seed vaporized, and Hanfei put on a smile. The new round of star core compression had begun. However, less than 7 days later, Hanfei helped the Tao Domain Sunflower Head kill more than 1,000 demon spirits, and the vitality on Hanfei's origin star was empty again. In fact, it had long since emptied, but Hanfei didn't dare to speak too early, so he delayed for 7 days. That lotus seed only helped him refine about 70 drops of golden jade marrow. Hanfei estimated that he might need another 5 or 6. Therefore, Hanfei finally spoke again. Senior, well, I have something to tell you. Hanfei said a little embarrassedly. Senior, my vitality has been gone. Buzz. Immediately the sunflower turned its head over. It seemed that the Tao Domain Sunflower Head was stunned too. What was gone? That was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth that could extend the life of a dying sky opener by 100,000 years. Its vitality could last 1,000,000 years or even longer. Why was it consumed by you in only 7 days? Tao Domain Sunflower Head asked leisurely. How much vitality do you need? Hanfei thought for a moment. How many should he say? If he said 5 or 6, what if they weren't enough? 7 or 8 would definitely be enough, but after he finished refining his body, there probably wouldn't be much vitality left on his origin star. Therefore, Hanfei said timidly, well, maybe 8 or 9 such lotus seeds. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, Hanfei saw that the 5 or 6 lotus flowers close to him immediately moved far away from him and escaped to the edge of the lake. Even the lotus leaves under Hanfei's butt were pulled away. Hanfei? Chapter 24113, Blossoming Spiritual Plants 1. At that time, Hanfei's request shocked the spiritual plants around the World Origin Lake. It was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Do you think it's a random cabbage falling from the sky? Seeing the reaction of these spiritual plants, Hanfei felt a little guilty because he also felt that his need for vitality seemed a little too high. At this moment, the vitality he had consumed was probably equivalent to all the vitality in the origin stars of dozens of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm experts. This was still a conservative estimate. In fact, along the way, he had used countless like source crystals obtained from killing demonic creatures. But even so, he hadn't produced enough golden jade marrow. It could be imagined that it was still very difficult to completely cultivate the void body refining technique. He was already a capable cultivator. If it were an ordinary itinerant cultivator, who knew how long it would take them to obtain such a huge amount of vitality to refine the golden jade marrow. Tao Domain Sunflower Head was obviously silent for a moment. At this critical moment, under the deadlock, a tremendous amount of vitality is consumed at every moment. Therefore, even if there is so much vitality, it can't be given to you alone. However, if this demonic monarch dies, there should be enough vitality in him. Hanfei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The demonic monarch. He hadn't even shown his face yet. How could he be killed? Even if this ominous barrier was finally purified by the world origin lake, it didn't mean that the demonic monarch would die. Besides, what Dao Domain Sunflower had said shocked Han Fei. Yes, these spiritual plants kept attacking here without stopping for a moment. Why? Apart from this Dao Domain Sunflower Head, there was no second monarch spiritual plant here. And could a perfected star transformation realm cultivator continuously attack? The answer was obviously no. If it was just a simple attack, anyone could do it, but the enemy they faced was demon spirits, and most of them were in the perfected star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to fight continuously. However, these spiritual plants did it. Han Fei suddenly realized that they had been overdrawing and burning their vitality, which was why they could persist until now. Otherwise, if this was a world of demonic plants and this was the place of world origin, it was impossible for this place to lack vitality. Han Fei realized that they were burning their lives to protect the last pure land of the origin ground. It did seem a bit outrageous for him to take their lives. Although Han Fei was greedy, he could still distinguish between black and white. Han Fei said proudly, "Senior, I apologize for my rudeness. It's only a matter of time before I make a breakthrough. There's no rush. But no matter what, I will help you destroy these demonic creatures." Steal, 80 days later. The power of Han Fei's soul had already exceeded his physical strength by a lot. This was because in the short span of 2 months, Han Fei had assisted the Dao Domain Sunflower Head to kill more than 10,000 demon spirits. The specific number should have reached more than 15,000. Logically speaking, if the demonic monarch had consciousness, he definitely wouldn't have sent these demon spirits to their deaths. However, there seemed to be an extreme balance between the demonic monarch and the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. Han Fei guessed that once these demon spirits retreated, they would give Dao Domain Sunflower Head a chance to take a breather and concentrate on attacking the demonic monarch. Therefore, the demon spirits' attacks couldn't stop. Once they stopped, the demonic monarch would be in danger. And Dao Territory Sunflower Head couldn't stop either. If she slacked off at this moment, all her efforts would be wasted if the world origin was snatched by the demonic monarch. Even all the consumption of the demonic monarch might be made up for by this victory. Another 2 days passed. Han Fei woke up from his recovery and was about to cooperate with the Dao Domain Sunflower Head to hunt the demon spirits again. However, Dao Domain Sunflower Head suddenly said, "All spiritual plants don't conserve your vitality anymore. It's time to burn your lives." Han Fei was shocked. "What do you mean? Haven't you already been burning your lives?" But immediately he saw countless demon spirits suddenly appear from all directions. Shoot. What's going on? Han Fei suddenly stood up. This was too much. Although there were demon spirits coming here every day, the number was definitely not that large. Thanks to the tireless efforts of him and the spiritual plants, the number of demon spirits killed in the past 2 months was close to 30,000. However, because of the continuous replenishment of demon spirits, the number of demon spirits had always been about 20,000. But now, there were suddenly multiple times more demon spirits surrounding him. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He was shocked. "Senior, where did these demon spirits come from? Why are they endless?" Even at this moment, Dao Domain Sunflower Head still replied to Han Fei patiently, "The demon spirits controlling the ground veins here, plus the destroyed but not dead demonic sources in the outside world, are all controlled by the demonic monarch and transformed into demon spirits. They're gathering along the ground veins." Say, are they transformed from demonic sources? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. If they were transformed from demonic sources, how many demonic sources were there outside the demon domain? From the beginning, Han Fei had guessed that there were probably more than 100,000 demonic sources outside. In addition, Dao Domain Sunflower Head had said that there were demon spirits controlling the ground veins. This meant that in addition to the demonic sources, there were also a large number of demon spirits hidden in the ground veins of the demon domain. This made it difficult for Han Fei to tell how many demon spirits there were. In the past 2 months, together with the spiritual plants that were burning their vitality crazily, he had only killed more than 30,000 demon spirits. How many demon spirits had died here when he was not here? As for the competition between Dao Domain Sunflower Head and the demonic monarch over the years, the number of casualties on both sides was probably astronomical. The fierce battle at this moment might have happened before. Han Fei looked at the tall spiritual plants, each of which was full of vitality. Obviously, they were prepared to continue fighting. Han Fei asked, "Senior, how many demon spirits have come?" The Dao Domain Sunflower Head said, "More than 30,000 came. This battle is dangerous. I can't protect you." Han Fei's heart stirred. From what the Dao Domain Sunflower Head said, this battle seemed to be quite dangerous. It seemed to be a life and death battle. Han Fei immediately took a breath. "Senior, how can mere demonic creatures make me retreat? It's really great to be able to kill the enemy side by side with you today." In the blink of an eye, a large group of demon spirits had already surrounded him. As usual, Han Fei cooperated with Dao Domain Sunflower Head and used the void-stealing technique. Buzz. It was as if the darkness of this world was all concentrated here at this moment. The darkness was like a tide, and light and darkness collided, producing sizzling sounds. Puff Hanfei saw that the purifying light of the dozens of spiritual plants relatively close to the periphery was forcibly blasted away. At the moment when the ominous enveloped them, Hanfei saw that these spiritual plants chose to bloom with the last brilliance of their lives. Chapter 24 Hornteen, Blossoming Spiritual Plants 2 outside the ominous barrier. The number of demon spirits here had changed from 300 to 3,000. It was mainly because the demonic sources on the surface of the demon domain had been cleared over and over again, so there weren't many left. The real strong masters had already begun to chase the demon spirits and found the entrance to the place of world origin. Many places that had been cleared had withered because the demonic sources had been transformed into demon spirits. If someone looked down from above, he would definitely discover that the number of demonic sources was 80% less than at the beginning of the fourth round of qualifiers. Most people didn't have the ability to hunt the demon spirits. There were more than 100,000 people in total, and most of them had already formed teams of various sizes to hunt the last 20% of the demonic sources. How could a mere 20% of the demonic sources stop so many people from hunting? After all, being able to stay in the demon realm for more than 2 years without dying, they must have already obtained a lot of benefits. Of course, they thought they had obtained a lot, but it was only because they had never hunted a demon spirit. Otherwise, they would know how soul attacks could be on this day. When the demonic monarch launched an all-out attack, the ominous barrier in the outside world dissipated to less than 1% of its original state. Furthermore, the ominous barrier was no longer so purely black. This day was the 83rd day since Feng Yu received Hanfei's message. Feng Yu's heart trembled. Although Hanfei didn't send a message again, she knew that the time was up. There was no need to wait for the demonic sources to disappear. She didn't want to wait anymore. It was just a waste of tens of thousands of years of vitality. Anyway, she was about to prove her Tao, so it wasn't a problem. She sent a message to Hanfei, but Hanfei didn't reply after a long time. However, Feng Yu didn't know that Hanfei didn't notice the message at all. The spiritual plants that died from time to time seriously stimulated his spirit. Feng Yu frowned. There was suddenly a problem with the ominous barrier, and little junior brother didn't reply to her message. Something must have happened inside. At this moment, the others were also discussing if the ominous barrier was about to disappear. Some people even mocked Hanfei for leaving too early. Someone said, Hanfei is too conceited. He just couldn't wait for 3 months. Great, now he hasn't come out for 3 months. He must have been corroded by the darkness and might have become a puppet. Someone nodded slightly. In more than 2 years in the demon domain, unsure of one thing, that is, only this darkness is untouchable. The people from the big clans looked at Zhou Run and the others and sneered in their hearts, thinking that when the ominous barrier disappeared, he would die. Some people even wanted to keep Feng Yu and Feng Xingliu here forever. This was a competition. Even if the people of the Phoenix Divine race died, they could only blame their bad luck. But at this moment, Feng Yu sent a message via voice transmission. Zhou Run, Feng Xingliu, all of you, enter my origin star. Feng Yu had already told them about this. So, when many people looked at Feng Yu, they found that in the blink of an eye, she was alone. What happened? Did they enter her origin star? Even Zhao Qinglong looked at Feng Yu. However, Feng Yu was very fast, and half of her body had already stepped into the ominous barrier. Bow under. Everyone's surprised and puzzled gazes. While no one was paying attention, Feng Yu had already disappeared into the ominous barrier. Huh? Although Zhao Qinglong didn't understand why he had been to this ominous barrier, there were so many demon spirits inside that it was difficult for him to move forward. Zhao Qinglong firmly believed that although Feng Yu wasn't weak, she couldn't be stronger than him. If he couldn't pass the ominous barrier, how could Feng Yu? Why did Feng Yu want to enter now? No matter why Feng Fei wanted to enter, Zhao Qinglong felt that he had to enter too. The overall strength of the demon domain had exceeded his imagination. Zhao Qinglong thought that even if the origin grounds that Divine Capital Dynasty gave to the top 3 as rewards would definitely not be as large as the demon domain. If it weren't for the fact that the great Tao in the demon domain was ominously polluted, it might be a good choice to prove his Tao here. Even if it was impossible to prove Tao here, the storage of the world origin in such an origin ground that could produce countless experts was probably an astronomical figure. Therefore, no matter what the purpose of Feng Yu entering the ominous barrier was, he had to enter it too. Zhao Qinglong's heart sank. He said to the black dragon in his body, even if this ominous power is very powerful, you should be able to hold on for a while. In short, we can't let Feng Fei get the opportunity. Then, Zhao Qinglong rose and stepped into the ominous barrier. At this moment, many people lost their cool and even began to doubt themselves. Someone was surprised. Why? Feng Yu, who ranks first on the heaven roll, and Zhao Qinglong, who is on the god roll, have both entered the barrier. Is there some secret we don't know? Although some of them had reached the perfected star transformation realm, they were not as talented as the two. They were dumbfounded by the reactions of Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong. Wu Shuang, Wang Baichen, and the top experts of the superpowers in the East Sea Divine Realm were all on the heaven roll, but they were only sure that most of the power of darkness had withdrawn. But there were still remnants, weren't there? It would take a few days for the barrier to disappear, so why did Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong both hurriedly enter it? At this moment, most people were no longer calm. Zhou Mi of the Zhou family suddenly stood up and said, "Everyone, I believe everyone here knows the identities of Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong. Their sudden action is definitely not for nothing. If the dark power in the dark barrier is greatly weakened at this moment and they take the initiative to snatch the world origin, we will have waited for so long for nothing. I suggest that everyone enter together. No matter what happens, at least there will be strength in numbers and we can take care of each other." What Zhou Mi said about taking care of each other was a lie. If they started to scramble for world origin inside, wouldn't they want others to die sooner? However, at this moment, everyone automatically ignored the problem in Zhou Mi's words. What they needed now was a reason to rush in. They might be a little nervous if they entered alone, but if so many people were together and it became a collective action, everyone felt that they might have a chance to take advantage of the situation. Okay, I think this suggestion is good. They're on the heaven roll and the god roll and have entered. This barrier only consumes a few years of life. Even if there are many demon spirits inside, there are more than 3,000 of us. What demon spirits can compete with us? That's right. Let's charge in together. If the world origin is taken by those two, how can we have a share? Even on Wushuang's side, because Chen Qinmo was a super expert from the Ghost Strait, he had already cultivated his young soul and was extremely strong. Ordinary demon spirits were no match for him at all. He was confident that he could even deal with 1 or 2 demon spirits in the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, Chen Qinmo suddenly stood up. "Everyone, we can't let the people of the South Sea Divine Realm snatch the things of our East Sea Divine Realm. We are all from the top forces of the East Sea Divine Realm. If we don't fight now, when will we?" After that, Chen Qinmo looked at the brawny man from the Fist Light Mountain. "Brother Deng, do you still want to wait?" The people from the Fist Light Mountain had always been violent and unrestrained. Deng Xingtian, who was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the Fist Light Mountain, had no choice but to compete. His eyes flashed. "No, I'd like to compete." Wu Shuang and Wang Baichen were also tempted, but they didn't understand why Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong entered. Feng Yu didn't know that because of her sudden entry, more than 3,000 people outside followed her in. She had thought that it would take at most 50,000 years of vitality this time. If she really couldn't withstand it in the end, she had to think of a way to temporarily escape this ominous world. Swishta. As soon as Feng Yu entered the ominous barrier, she suddenly found that it seemed to be different from the last time she came in. This time, she didn't sense any demon spirits here. Secondly, although there was still an ominous power spreading, the power of infiltration had been greatly reduced. She was overjoyed. It seemed that the ominous power was rapidly weakening. As for where she was going, she could tell by sensing the energy flow in this ominous space. Therefore, after Feng Yu came in, she immediately rushed to the World Origin Lake without stopping, at 10 times the speed of light. After Zhao Qinglong entered, a puzzled voice appeared in his body. "There seems to be a problem with this space. There seems to be a fierce battle at the end of the place the energy flowed towards. All the ominous power is gathering there, causing the ominous power to shrink rapidly elsewhere. If I've guessed right, there are at most 3 to 5 days before the ominous power completely dissipates." 3 to 5 days? So, Feng Yu is consuming tens of thousands of years of vitality to compete for the world origin? Zhao Qinglong's eyes turned cold. If Feng Yu proved her Dao and her bloodline was awakened again, her potential might be tapped or she might have an epiphany. In the monarch realm, she might not be weaker than him. With this in mind, Zhao Qinglong burst out more than 10 times the speed of light and flew quickly towards the World Origin Lake. Han Fei didn't know that Feng Yu and the others had entered. He didn't have the time to care about that now. The guarding spiritual plants were blooming crazily, and there were already more than 200 spiritual plants that had released the last blow. Although these spiritual plants were not monarchs, they had relied on the world origin to stimulate all their vitality to resist these demon spirits. But even so, it was still not enough. Han Fei even saw that many spiritual plants were showing signs of withering. Han Fei couldn't help but feel sad for them. He had eaten a golden lotus of life of theirs. Their own vitality probably wasn't enough. At this moment, because the needle-leaf grass had died, Han Fei had only killed less than 70 demon spirit today. Han Fei wanted to cooperate with other creatures, so he immediately found an explosive fruit tree. Han Fei rushed over and immediately shouted, "Brother Tree, let me cooperate with you. Wherever I point, you hit." However, Han Fei had just stolen the consciousness of 3 demon spirits when 3 red fruits burst out of the explosive fruit tree. As a result, more than 600 demon spirits formed a sharp knife squad and rushed towards Han Fei. It seemed that the demonic monarch really hated Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei attacked, he poked a hole in the ground. Chapter 24:15, No Grudge Even in Death. Fuck, demonic monarch, you son of a BTS. If you have the guts, don't use human wave tactics. Let's fight one-on-one. More than 600 demon spirits charged fearlessly, piercing through 5 spiritual plants along the way. Under the 3 consecutive shots of the lotus flower on the lake, they still wrapped the fruit tree. Bang. In the end, the fruit tree chose to detonate itself, unleash a purification light, and forcibly purified dozens of demon spirits without leaving a single seed. Damn it, Han Fei's eyes were all red. For the first time, he saw the horror of ominous creatures. For them, lives were not lives. Han Fei suddenly understood this world. Whether it was the demonic creatures under the Sea Establishment realm, or the super-powerful demonic creatures like the Thousand Demonic Beast, they were all puppets parasitized by monarch-level demonic creatures. Yes, they were all puppets, and had already been parasitized. Therefore, the demonic sources transformed into demon spirits and frantically tried to eat the Dao Domain Sunflower Head and the world origin of this world in one go. For a time, not only was Han Fei's place broken through by the Demon Spirit Sharp Knife Battalion, but there were at least 30 Demon Spirit Battalions in different directions, each with an average of 500 demon spirits, launching a suicide charge against the world origin. Han Fei was at a loss at this moment. How could he resist these things? This was the power of a monarch, but wasn't this too terrifying? A monarch had enslaved hundreds of thousands of sky openers. How strong was he? Faced with this situation, Han Fei could only use the void-stealing technique 3 times at a time, which was useless. He could only watch these demon spirits charge. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly saw that the Dao Domain Sunflower Head suddenly shook her body, and the sunflower seeds scattered in different directions. With this swing, she shook off at least 100 sunflower seeds. Han Fei clearly noticed that the Dao Domain Sunflower Head only had 350 sunflower seeds in total. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Han Fei was almost blinded. The infinite light of purification permeated this place for nearly 30 seconds before it slowly stopped. When Han Fei could see the battlefield clearly again, he found that none of the more than 30 battalions were left. And the 50,000 demon spirits outside seemed to have been reduced by 1/3. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. Wow, with just a light swing, so many demon spirits were destroyed? Han Fei didn't know what to say. This was too exaggerated. He had fought with the needle-leaf grass for more than 2 months, but it was probably not as powerful as the swing of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. Of course, killing so many demon spirits in one go couldn't be so easy even for the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. After all, it had lost 100 sunflower seeds. In other words, she could launch another 2 such attacks at most. However, the war between demon spirits and spiritual plants was independent of the war between Dao Domain Sunflower Head and the demonic monarch. At this moment, the demonic monarch was clearly forcing the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. If Dao Domain Sunflower Head really dared to cast her sunflower seeds again, she would probably lose the battle against the demonic monarch. After all, killing demon spirits had never been her goal. Demon spirits were equivalent to cannon fodder, and the demonic monarch was the one who should be killed. Sure enough, even though so many demon spirit were killed at once, the second wave of demon spirit charge immediately began to brew. Alas, Han Fei heard a sigh from Dao Domain Sunflower Head. It seemed that she knew that her actions couldn't really turn the situation around. Dao Domain Sunflower Head suddenly said, "This ownerless soul power is yours. In the past few months you have absorbed too much ownerless soul power. Although they are extremely condensed, they are still external things and have to be neutralized with the world origin. If you can't defeat them in this battle, you can leave." The Dao Domain Sunflower Head attracted the massive ownerless soul power from the demon spirits that she had destroyed just now and poured it into Han Fei's body. At the same time, countless world origin power was poured in too. This was an opportunity. If someone else came here, as long as he didn't court death or join forces with the demonic monarch, he would most likely obtain this opportunity too. That was the ownerless soul power of more than 15,000 demon spirits. When the golden jade marrow was sharply increasing, Han Fei's strength far exceeded the power of his soul. However, ever since he fought side by side with Dao Domain Sunflower Head and killed the demon spirits, his soul power had surpassed his strength. To this day, it had surpassed his strength by a lot. Now, he had such a large wave of ownerless soul power infusion, and Dao Domain Sunflower Head didn't hesitate to use the world origin to help Han Fei consolidate his soul. This was an opportunity that others couldn't encounter in their entire lives, but this opportunity was obtained by risking his life. Besides, even if Han Fei got it, it didn't mean that he could leave alive. At that moment, Han Fei's soul power began to soar crazily. The first time Han Fei felt this was when he obtained the sea-quelling painting. He felt that the power of his soul exceeded his imagination and was several levels higher than his physical strength. Now, with such a large wave of soul power pouring in, Han Fei fell into a special state of crazy absorption. 10 seconds, 100 seconds, 20 minutes, 2 hours, Han Fei fell into chaos. The spiritual plants around him bloomed the last moments of their lives from time to time. And because Han Fei had obtained a huge amount of world origin, his body and his origin star were undergoing earth-shaking changes. At that moment, many things that Han Fei couldn't understand before seemed to be understood all of a sudden. From combat skills to physical training to soul training to speed training, even to the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei seemed to have a new understanding. For example, when it came to the cultivation of the body, Han Fei suddenly thought of what the heavenly Dao Jade marrow he had once obtained was. It was a drop of essence. Perhaps it was the future direction of cultivation of the golden jade marrow. It must be the path of body refinement for monarchs or even gods. For example, the cultivation of the soul and the appearance of the yang soul depended on the degree of comprehension of the laws of the world and the power to bear the laws of the heavens and earth. It turned out that the so-called visualization was just the visualization of laws. For example, Han Fei thought of speed. When he controlled the great Tao of space and activated it with void gravity, Han Fei felt the void distortion. Then he thought of the void ejection and the superposition of void power. The great Tao was that great Tao, but there were thousands of ways to use it. There was no great Tao that couldn't be used, but only people who didn't know how to use it, and all they needed to do was to take a long time to comprehend. However, the injection of the world origin seemed to be an enhancement by the Tao runes between the heavens and earth, making Han Fei understand many things that he couldn't figure out before. There was no reason. Han Fei even thought that this might be why Feng Yu said that when one tried to prove his Tao with the power of the heavenly Tao in an origin ground, the success rate of Tao proving could be increased by more than 30%. Eventually, Han Fei thought of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Why did he think of the Green Jade Stone Bridge? It was because he didn't understand his original Great Tao at all. Although he saw an extremely tall door now, that path was still extremely difficult. He didn't think about how he could get to the door. Instead, he thought, if I go to the door, where do I come from? In the past, Han Fei had always walked on the Green Jade Stone Bridge, then off the bridge, and walked forward. So Han Fei's impression was that the Green Jade Stone Bridge was where he came from. But in fact, it was not the case. He had always returned to reality with a thought, but he had never tried it reversely. He had thought that going the other way meant going out and returning to reality, because there was a white light that belonged to reality. But now, he doubted it. Han Fei's brain was working at full capacity at this moment. He thought too much. After thinking about the Green Jade Stone Bridge, Han Fei thought of arrays, refining, and many other things. It was not unreasonable for everyone to want to obtain world origin. Perhaps a large amount of world origin could tap into one's potential, but obtaining a huge amount of world origin might be an act of directly obtaining the heavenly Tao. Many things that should exist could be learned directly from here. When Han Fei woke up again, more than 4 hours had passed. The first thing Han Fei did was not think about what he had harvested, but looked at the spiritual plants around him. But at a glance, he was dumbfounded. There were only less than 300 left of the thousands of spiritual plants, and there were less than 200 sunflower seeds left for the Tao Domain sunflower head. The exact number was 168. Han Fei looked at the surrounding demon spirits. There were still less than 20,000 of them. In other words, in less than half a day, the number of dead demon spirits was comparable to the total number of dead demon spirits in the past 2 months. Tao Domain Sunflower Head and the demonic monarch fought really fiercely. Even at this moment, when Tao Domain Sunflower Head saw Han Fei wake up, she said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you can't bear the infusion of all the ownerless soul and world origin for the time being. Too much is as bad as not enough. If you can escape in the end, escape. I hope you remember that any race or creature will eventually embark on the path of fighting against the ominous. Although I die, I have no grudge." Chapter 2416, All-Out Attack. Even if you die, you have no grudge? Han Fei's heart was heavily stirred. The Tao Domain Sunflower Head used no grudge, not no regrets. It was because for her there might be nothing to regret. It was because the ominous was something all creatures would have to face sooner or later. She just faced it sooner. At this moment, Han Fei didn't care about vitality or what. This qualifier, no, this shouldn't be considered a qualifier anymore. This was just a trial facing the ominous. Han Fei felt that he had already gained too much in this trial. One couldn't be greedy. He had already obtained so many benefits. His only hope now was that the Tao Domain Sunflower Head could survive. It could be felt that Tao Domain Sunflower Head was a gentle and easygoing monarch. When people talked about Earth Mother, Han Fei only felt it was a metaphor. But now, Han Fei felt that Tao Domain Sunflower Head was the mother of the land of the demon domain, the mother of all living beings, the great monarch who gave birth to all living beings. Han Fei said solemnly, "Senior, it's my lifelong wish to kill the ominous. As long as I'm alive, I won't forget this mission." Without giving Tao Domain Sunflower Head a chance to speak, Han Fei immediately said, "Senior, there are still some strong masters outside this barrier. Although there aren't many, there are still hundreds of them. There might be more at this moment. If you can open a channel for these people to come in, we might be able to turn the table." However, Tao Domain Sunflower Head said, "They're almost here." Almost here? Han Fei's heart stirred. This was a good thing. At least, Han Fei didn't have to worry that these people would attack him. In this state, if these people attacked him, the Tao Domain Sunflower Head could easily kill them and he didn't need to do anything. It was actually simple for them to obtain opportunities as long as they helped the Tao Domain Sunflower Head. After all, he had already obtained a huge opportunity. He glanced around and discovered that his soul power had reached 12,860,000 points. Han Fei was shocked. He knew that his soul power should have made a qualitative leap, but this leap was too much. It had increased by 3 million, and it had been consolidated by world origin. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and felt a little confused. When he came to the sea realm, he had already opened the sky, but his soul power at that time added up was not as much as the increase this time. From this, it could be seen how big the opportunity this time was. Even so, he didn't seem to have absorbed the soul power completely. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a serious imbalance between his soul and his physique. Of course, the disadvantage of a super strong soul was immediately revealed. Han Fei's soul power and physique were already very close to balance, so he could borrow 50% of the power of the heavenly Tao. But now, he couldn't borrow even 10% because the difference between the two was too great. He had no choice. He could only wait until the golden jade marrow was completely condensed. When he finished cultivating the void body refining technique, it was time for his body to make a qualitative leap too. Boom, boom. The attacks of the demon spirits were still fierce because there were only less than 20,000 of them left. If all the remaining spiritual plants in the world origin lake bloomed, plus dozens of sunflower seeds, these 20,000 demon spirits would probably be wiped out. More importantly, the demonic monarch clearly knew that a large group of people had already rushed in. At this moment, Han Fei saw more than 300 demon spirits turn into a sharp knife and charge, but this time, their target was Dao Domain's sunflower head. Han Fei looked around. There were still a few lotus flowers on the lake. In total, there were about 13 lotus seeds in all the lotus pods. It seemed that the lotus flowers had almost all died in the previous battle. Among them, 3 lotus flowers had withered, which was a sign of lack of vitality. The 3 lotus flowers erupted with lotus seed purification beams and stood in front of Dao Domain's sunflower head. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 consecutive attacks purified more than 100 demon spirits. When the lotus seeds were used up, it was time for the lotus flowers to bloom with their last bit of life. Han Fei saw the 3 lotus flowers bloom one after another. Within thousands of kilometers, the ominous power disappeared and then was filled up. This process repeated 3 times in a row. Suddenly, Han Fei saw the little red carp float out of the world origin lake, staring blankly at the 3 lotus flowers. Han Fei was sure that there was only this small carp in this world origin lake, and there was no second fish creature. Alasi. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the little carp's head. He was so frightened that he immediately hid in the water. Han Fei sighed. The lotus flowers that had accompanied him for years were gone just like that. This little guy probably didn't feel good either, right? Han Fei now understood why there were still nearly 20,000 demon spirits, but hadn't been able to conquer this place. This was because the demonic monarch also knew that as long as the Dao Domain sunflower head didn't die, it was useless even if he destroyed all the spiritual plants here. The reason why he attacked crazily previously was that there were still too many spiritual plants at that time. It was too difficult to cross so many spiritual plants to attack the Dao Domain sunflower head. Now, there were fewer and fewer spiritual plants, so the demonic monarch attacked the Dao Domain sunflower head with demon spirits again and again. He didn't expect the demon spirits to kill the monarch, he just wanted these demon spirits to consume the sunflower seeds of the Dao Domain sunflower head. Perhaps because the army of participants was about to arrive, Han Fei saw more than 1,000 demon spirits suddenly retreat. He didn't know what they were doing, but he guessed that they were going to stop Feng Fei and the others. Originally, when the participants broke into the ominous space, they were risking their lives. Now, with 1,000 demon spirits rushing over, Han Fei felt that it was fucking dangerous. If the people who came were not strong enough, they might not be able to resist this wave of demon spirits. When Han Fei left, there were only about 300 people outside the ominous barrier, but now, more than 3,000 people had rushed in. Of these 3,000 people, 90% were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Those who hadn't reached this realm basically couldn't reach this place. Or, after encountering a demon spirit, they felt how terrifying it was and didn't dare to come over to attack. Therefore, these 3,000 people were the elites of the elites, the strongest of the strong. In a team battle, 1,000 demon spirits were really no match for them. In fact, they couldn't even hurt many of them. However, Han Fei didn't know that. At this moment, Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong were at the forefront of the charge. The two of them had already killed more than 200 demon spirits. Because they were fast, there were naturally demon spirits coming to stop them. However, although their speed was fast, they had been sniped continuously and couldn't increase their speed. Gradually, they were caught up by the people behind. The people chasing behind found that the ominous power wasn't as dangerous as they imagined. They followed Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong and also killed some demon spirits. At this moment, Zhao Qinglong asked Feng Yu telepathically, "I don't understand. Considering the speed at which the ominous power is dissipating, we should be able to rush into this place without consuming any vitality. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you really afraid that these people will attack you?" Zhao Qinglong knew that there were 2 forces fighting in the depths of this place, but wasn't this great? As the saying went, when a sandpiper and a clam fight, a third party reaps the benefits. After they finished fighting, he would just sit back and reap the benefits. Why should Feng Yu waste her vitality to barge in? But Feng Yu definitely wouldn't be afraid of the attacks of these people. He didn't know the difference between the first place on the heaven roll and the 10th place on the god roll. All he knew was that Feng Yu was very strong. Feng Yu didn't respond. She didn't want to talk to Zhao Qinglong. She thought to herself, I didn't ask you to follow me in. At this moment, information appeared on the flame emblem in Feng Yu's mind. Senior sister, 1,000 demon spirits will be intercepting you. Please end this battle quickly. I really need your help. If you come early, everyone will get an opportunity, but if you're late, everything will be gone. Little junior brother, we'll be there in a moment. Zhao Qinglong didn't get Feng Yu's answer, but she suddenly shouted, Everyone, do you want resources? If you do, leave quickly. If you don't accelerate, it will be too late. Too late? Everyone perked up when they heard that. Sure enough, Feng Yu knew something. Although many people wondered why Feng Yu would kindly remind them, the acceleration of Feng Yu forced them to accelerate too. However, after only half an hour, they found that 1,000 demon spirits were rushing at them. Stott, what happened? Where did all these demon spirits come from? Everybody looked surprised. Even Zhao Qinglong frowned. He suddenly realized that someone didn't want them to get close in the darkness. Feng Yu shouted, Everyone, you'd better attack with all your strength. These demon spirits are trying to stop us and entangle us. The one behind the scenes is trying to stop us, which shows that he is in fear. Once we're stopped, all our efforts will be in vain. We will break into the dark domain for nothing. Everyone didn't know who the one behind the scenes was referring to, but now 1,000 demon spirits had suddenly appeared. They were clearly commanded by someone. Since Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong were determined to charge in even at the expense of their vitality, they must have sensed something. Although they didn't, it must be because they weren't strong enough. In fact, Zhao Qinglong was also full of doubts. He didn't know either. Not to mention him, even the Black Dragon didn't know. The Black Dragon only had a rough guess. He said, I thought that the girl must have been summoned by someone. Zhao Qinglong frowned. Summoned? By whom? Why only Feng Yu? The Black Dragon said, I don't know, but I can now confirm that there should be 2 monarchs fighting in the ominous. I really can't figure out what the use of a group of sky openers going to the Battle of Monarchs is. Therefore, we might as well follow her. No matter what kind of opportunity it is, we have to compete for it with others in the end. No matter which monarch takes a fancy to this little girl, it's not impossible to rob her. Chapter 2417, 3,000 Reinforcements. The army of participants had to fight for a while against 1,000 demon spirits. However, Feng Yu's words excited everyone, making them mistakenly think that there must be a big secret behind the interception of the demon spirits. For these more than 3,000 participants, they could survive after more than 2 years in the demon domain and successfully come to hunt the demon spirits, which meant that they had completed the first 3 missions. Being able to complete the first 3 missions meant that none of them were weak. Sure enough, driven by interests, these people attacked with all their strength. Many of them even had godly weapons. Before the 2 sides collided, the soul battle had already begun. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of indiscriminate soul attacks, the situation was completely one-sided. Feng Fei deliberately didn't fight and directly used some kind of fire technique to sweep hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, directly passing these demon spirits. Seeing this, many people's hearts stirred. Feng Fei was tricking them, making them block these demon spirits, but she shook off everyone and rushed forward without saying a word. Naturally, Zhao Qinglong wouldn't let her go on her own, so he followed her closely. Who would be willing to let her go ahead of them? But many people couldn't forcefully pass through the barrier where the demon spirits were like Feng Yu. Therefore, someone shouted, Everyone, stop hiding. At this critical moment, we can't delay any longer. We must not be shaken off by Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the sky was full of brilliance, and all kinds of killing techniques were launched. Nearly half of the 1,000 demon spirits were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Then, more and more people shook off the demon spirits and chased after Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong. Those who were still entangled by the demon spirits were anxious and regretted not using their killer moves immediately. How could they let so many people go ahead of them? Then, another round of super powerful attacks was launched. In less than 10 seconds, none of the demon spirits survived, and only a total of 3 of the participants died. Above the world origin lake, the demonic monarch seemed to be getting more and more anxious. Every 10 seconds or so, more than 1,000 demon spirits would rush over. Correspondingly, about a dozen spiritual plants bloomed at the world origin lake every 10 seconds or so, erupting with the last brilliance of life. Dao Domain Sunflower Head said to the void, Demonic Monarch, you should know that although this is no longer my world, it's definitely not yours. The myriad races have arrived. You won't win this war in the end. While Dao Domain Sunflower Head spoke, Han Fei had already seen someone quickly flying over in the distance. Who else could it be if not Feng Fei? However, behind Feng Fei was Zhao Qinglong. They were extremely fast but immediately slowed down crazily. They were dumbfounded. 15,000 demon spirits surrounded a lake. Although the 2 of them were strong, how could they resist so many demon spirits? However, Zhao Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes. He saw that Han Fei was standing on the lake unscathed, which gave him a bad feeling. He believed that no one could have walked such a long distance under the weird ominous power just now. How did Han Fei do it? At this moment, the demonic monarch seemed to realize that it couldn't stop the arrival of these participants in the end, so he was anxious, and half of the demon spirits tried to launch the last charge. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the demonic monarch seemed to underestimate the determination of the spiritual plants by the lake. In an instant, nearly 100 spiritual plants bloomed one after another. Even if they died, they didn't want the Dao Domain sunflower head to waste another sunflower seed. Behind Feng Yu and Zhao Qinglong, people arrived one after another, but when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. What kind of power was fighting? Zhao Qinglong looked solemn. Inside his body, the black dragon said, "Sure enough, this is the world origin fighting against the ominous. Now both sides are restrained by each other, so they can only let the demon spirits and those spiritual plants fight in order to find a breakthrough. We came at the right time." The right time? The black dragon said. At this critical moment, one of the big sunflower and the ominous must be seriously injured or even die. However, the other one can't be any better. Look at the big sunflower. More than half of its sunflower seeds have been used, and it has been fighting and being suppressed all year round, so its vitality is very weak and its strength is shrinking all the time. Although it is still a very strong monarch in terms of realm, even if it wins, I'm confident that I can heavily injure it again. In this way, the entire world origin will fall into our hands, but what? The black dragon said leisurely. But all of this seems a little strange. This is very likely to be someone's chess game. If I rashly take action, Zhao Qinglong's heart did a flip. What will happen? The black dragon said. It shouldn't be a problem for me to lend you a hand, but I don't think I can show up. The attack of the demon spirits hadn't ended yet, but the people behind had already arrived one after another. At this moment, when they saw Hanfei on the world origin lake, they all exclaimed. Wu Shuang's beautiful eyes lit up. I knew it. He is not dead yet. Wang Beichen nodded slightly. Brother Han has many means, but now is not the time to worry about him. At that moment, many people were shocked that Hanfei was still alive. However, a voice sounded in the void. It was the voice of Dao Domain's sunflower head, ethereal and gentle. I'm the world origin of this world. This world has been ominously contaminated. I'm entangled with it and can't be distracted. Please help me kill these demon spirits. I'll give you some world origin as a reward. Hiss. A living world origin? Is it alive? Look, it's that sunflower. Heavens, is that lake the world origin? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. However, some people were excited and some were very vigilant, because at this moment, the demon spirits were charging crazily, trying to rush into the world origin lake. Seeing many people hesitate, above the lake, Hanfei roared, "Do you want ownerless soul power? Do you want world origin? Once this place is conquered, you won't get anything. If you don't want anything, then just stand there and watch." When Hanfei shouted this, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that there were too many people coming. He had thought that at most 1,000 people would come, but suddenly 3,000 came. Tweet. Before Hanfei had time to think, a phoenix suddenly soared into the sky, letting out a crisp tweet, and terrifying flames swept across the world. Feng Yu didn't speak, but her actions proved that she was going to take action. The moment before Feng Yu attacked, she released Feng Xinglu and the others. In this kind of battle between good and evil, one more helper meant one more power. Besides, there were obviously great opportunities here. Feng Xinglu needed these opportunities. As for Zhou Run and the others, she released them, by the way. As soon as Feng Xinglu and the others came out, they were stunned to see the battle between the immortals and demons. Their minds were filled with questions like who they were, where they were, and what they were doing, but they still quickly found where Hanfei was. "Hanfei, Brother Fei," Hanfei roared, "kill the demon spirits." Then Hanfei said to them via voice transmission, "Something is wrong, come to me while you fight." He was shouting at Feng Xinglu. Seeing that Feng Yu had already taken action, Feng Xinglu roared and summoned his fire phoenix. No matter where he was now, he would just fight first. Seeing the situation around him, Zhou Run immediately said to Cao Mengde and the others via voice transmission, "Get closer to Brother Fei while fighting. Once anyone attacks us, charge at Brother Fei with all your strength." Clanketus Sky Survey. Longsword attacked. The sword chi was like a tidal wave, fusing the great Tao, the soul, and many kinds of luck. This was a sword move Wang Beichen had comprehended from Hanfei's all great Taos in one sword. It could both hurt the body and break the soul. After Feng Yu, Wang Beichen also took action. Although they felt that there were still 7,000 or 8,000 demon spirits, there were still more than 3,000 of them. On average, as long as each of the participants could resist 2.5 demon spirits, it would be enough. Furthermore, killing the demon spirits could indeed obtain a lot of ownerless soul power. Everyone knew at a glance what to do. They had come to the demon domain to eliminate these demonic creatures. Now, the ominous that the big sunflower said was clearly these demon spirits and this darkness itself. This was something they should eliminate. The opportunity was right before their eyes. Without any hesitation, they immediately attacked. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. More than 3,000 people attacked at the same time, and the remaining demon spirits were almost all entangled. Although the spiritual plants here were still blooming, Hanfei knew that the calamity of the demon spirit had passed. Hanfei said to Dao Domain's sunflower head via voice transmission, "Senior, if possible, try to save some strength. This is because that person, the one in black with a black gold long saber who fought very fiercely, has a secret. I'm afraid he's not a good person." Han Fei didn't know if Zhao Qinglong could make use of the power of the Black Dragon, but it was better to be prepared. Dao Domain's Sunflower Head didn't respond, but someone shouted at Han Fei while fighting. Han Fei, we're fighting. Are you watching the show? Han Fei simply cursed. I've been fighting here for 3 months, exhausted every day and killing tens of thousands of demon spirits. Before you came, I had already fought several rounds. If you don't know what's going on, shut up. After that, Han Fei seemed to be a bit exhausted. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't fight. He still planned to save his strength to escape. Chapter 2418, Greedy. When Feng Yu and the others arrived, Han Fei knew that the calamity of the demon spirit had passed. However, the demon spirit was never the key. The key was the demonic monarch behind the scenes. Where was he? What did he look like? What abilities did he have? Han Fei didn't know at all. He only knew that Dao Domain's Sunflower Head was fighting the demonic monarch. There were only about 100 spiritual plants left, and Feng Yu and the others were on a killing spree. However, Feng Yu and the others had only killed more than 1,000 demon spirits. The remaining 5,000 to 6,000 demon spirits suddenly charged at the Dao Domain Sunflower Head at the same time. Yes, the demonic monarch knew that it was impossible for the demon spirits to block the army of these participants, so they all turned their spears and launched one last charge. Bang! 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 Han Fei saw that half of the remaining 100 or so spiritual plants chose to bloom at the same time. On the World Origin Lake, the remaining 6 lotus seeds all bloomed. The participants who were fighting hard didn't expect these demon spirits to choose to avoid fighting them at the last moment and launch the last suicide charge against the World Origin Lake. Han Fei saw that even the Dao Domain Sunflower Head threw out 13 sunflower seeds to help these spiritual plants. She had to do it herself because almost all the spiritual plants had perished. And she didn't want all these spiritual plants to perish because she felt that among these participants there was indeed a threat, a very strong threat. The monarch was not an idiot. When Han Fei reminded her, she had already noticed it. When the demonic monarch chose to let these remaining demon spirits launch a suicide charge against her, she somewhat understood the demonic monarch's intentions. And Han Fei also instantly understood the demonic monarch's intentions. The light of purification could purify the demon spirits, but it couldn't purify these contestants. And these participants were here for opportunities. No one could guarantee whether they were good or bad. Then, at the last moment, the demonic monarch chose to use all his demon spirits in an attempt to kill all the guardian spiritual plants and waste a portion of Dao Domain Sunflower Head's combat power. His purpose was quite obvious. Dao Domain Sunflower Head was being restrained by the demonic monarch, and she was actually at the end of her rope. She mainly relied on these guardian spiritual plants to fight. However, once all the guardian spiritual plants perished, what if these participants snatched the World Origin? It would definitely cause the strength of Dao Domain Sunflower Head to quickly decline. At that time, these so-called reinforcements might become the demonic monarch's accomplices. Fuck, what a sinister demonic monarch. Han Fei had thought that although there might be many enemies among the participants, they were reinforcements for Dao Domain Sunflower Head. But at this moment, Han Fei wasn't sure. The demon spirits charged suicidally, and the guardian spiritual plants bloomed and withered. The only monarch here, Dao Domain Sunflower Head, was restrained by the demonic monarch, so there was no longer any defense that could stop the group of people in front of him from snatching the World Origin. At this moment, even Han Fei was horrified. He had just specifically informed Feng Fei to come faster, but the fact was that the faster Feng Yu came, the faster Dao Domain Sunflower Head would lose. Fortunately, Dao Domain Sunflower Head protected 48 guardian spiritual plants at the expense of her sunflower seeds. Yes, there were only 48 guardian spiritual plants left in total. Han Fei said, "Senior, we were tricked by the demonic monarch, Dao Domain Sunflower Head," and Han Fei guessed the demonic monarch's plan almost at the same time. At the same time, a voice came from the world. "The strength of this monarch sunflower has been restrained and can't be distracted. You can take the World Origin at will. Kill these guardian spiritual plants and all the World Origin will belong to you." Han Fei didn't know where the sound came from, but it echoed in the world. The participants who had lost their target found that the demon spirits and the guardian spiritual plants were fighting each other. Both sides died at a visible speed. In front of them was a whole lake of World Origin. Above the lake, there was still a huge amount of ownerless soul power. It would be a lie to say that these people weren't tempted. Han Fei shouted, "Don't be bewitched by the demonic monarch. If the World Origin of the world is taken away, the World Origin's consciousness will be suppressed by the demonic monarch. You didn't hear wrong. There is a monarch hiding in the dark. Once the World Origin of the world is taken away, this place will return to darkness and the ominous will expand again. Everyone will die here." "Hiss," many people gasped. What was going on? A demonic monarch? There was actually a monarch hiding in the darkness, and the big sunflower could contend with the demonic monarch? Didn't it mean that it was also a monarch? Neither of the two monarchs attacked anyone at this moment. Both sides were restraining each other and couldn't attack. If what Han Fei said was true, then the world origin in front of them was not an opportunity, but a crisis. But just as Han Fei said so, the demonic monarch's voice sounded again. Ha ha ha, if you snatch the world origin now, it will belong to you. But if you don't take action now, once this big sunflower dies, all the world origin here will belong to me, and you won't get anything. If the big sunflower doesn't die, why would it give you the world origin, which is her life? Therefore, if you don't take action now, no one will obtain this opportunity. Han Fei shouted, Hey, demonic monarch, you bastard, stop lying. If you win, everyone here will die. Do you think we are all fools? The demonic monarch said, You are not from this world. I don't want to provoke the people behind you, so I won't attack you. Otherwise, do you think you can get here alive? All the opportunities you have obtained up to now are given to you by me. If I really want to kill you, how can you, mere sky openers, survive? This is a monarch-level battle. I can give you the world origin lake, but I can also let you get nothing. Oh. This brat inside, you have already obtained too much world origin, so you don't want others to obtain opportunities, right? Immediately, the demonic monarch turned on Han Fei. At this time, in fact, all the contestants had understood one thing. That was, this demonic monarch did exist, and he was indeed not a good person. He also wanted to snatch the world origin, but he was restrained by the big sunflower. They also understood that the big sunflower should be the world origin of this world and should represent the side of justice. However, as the demonic monarch had said, regardless of whether the big sunflower was dead or alive, it was difficult for them to obtain an opportunity. Many people knew that this was instigation. However, the demonic monarch had made it clear that they were real seeded contestants. If they died, the divine capital dynasty wouldn't let him off. Therefore, they thought that even if the big sunflower died, they might not die. At this moment, Zhao Qinglong suddenly said, Senior Sunflower, give us half of the world origin and we won't participate in this battle. Hearing Zhao Qinglong's words, most people were shocked. Yes, there was a compromise. Since the big sunflower and the demonic monarch were restraining each other, it meant that the two sides were evenly matched. World origin was a resource. Even if she gave away half of it, there was no reason for the big sunflower, as a monarch, to be defeated immediately. After they took the world origin, it would be none of their business what would happen between the big sunflower and the demonic monarch. Anyway, in a few months, the fourth round of qualifiers would end. Furthermore, in their hearts, the demon domain was just an origin ground. No matter how big the origin ground was, it was still an origin ground. They didn't care about the death of the big sunflower. Han Fei knew that it was too late to say anything at this moment. This was because ordinary people would think of this compromise. They didn't care about the life and death of the Dao domain sunflower head. At this moment, a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly attacked. It was a member of the Zhou family who tried to attack Zhou Run. Han Fei pointed his finger at the void and snatched the person's spearlight. Then, Han Fei shouted, Come in, catch Han Fei's accomplice. This guy has taken all the opportunities, but he still wants to prevent us from obtaining opportunities. He deserves to be killed. Let's force him to hand over all his godly weapons and treasures. On the heavenly race's side, someone targeted Han Fei. Neither Han Fei nor Feng Yu expected this outcome. But fortunately, at this time, Feng Yu and the others had already been very close to the world origin lake. Therefore, when those people were about to attack, Zhou Run, Feng Yu, and the others, who were certainly not stupid, rushed towards the world origin lake in unison. At this moment, Zhao Qinglong snorted coldly. As a saber beam slashed across, the endless void shattered. He wanted to stop them forcibly. Feng Yu was also one of his enemies. Others might be afraid of her, but he, Zhao Qinglong, was a super powerhouse on the god roll. Even if Feng Yu was from the Phoenix divine race, he didn't mind killing her. Tweeta, a phoenix cry echoed in the sky, and Feng Yu grabbed back. The power almost at the monarch level swept across the saber, bursting out with dazzling flames in the void. Feng Yu could block Zhao Qinglong's attack, but Zhou Run and the others couldn't block the attacks of the perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Feng Yu had planned to give Feng Xingliu and Zhou Run some benefits at this moment, but she didn't expect that they would be sent to their deaths. She was already furious. Zhao Qinglong, if you dare to stop me, I'll chase you to hell. Feng Yi blocked a blow for Feng Xingliu with a flame Xingliu with a flame Xingliu, was stunned because his head almost exploded when he was slapped in the back of his head just now. For a moment he didn't know who hit him. At this critical moment, a sunflower seed suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yu and the others. The sunflower seed bloomed, forming a barrier that blocked the terrifying attacks of hundreds of people and saved Zhou Run and the others. Seeing Feng Yu and the others fall into the world origin lake, Han Fei was relieved. However, he was still in a disadvantageous position. The wave of suicide charges by the demon spirits just now consumed a large number of sunflower seeds. Han Fei counted again, and there were only 88 sunflower seeds left, and the remaining guardian spiritual plants couldn't withstand the attacks of 3,000 people. Once they rushed in and snatched the world origin forcibly, everything would be over. Han Fei's expression was extremely ugly. It turns out that the human heart is the demonic monarch's trump card. Chapter 2419, One Against 1,000 Brother Fei, Han Fei. At this moment, Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others felt that they had just narrowly escaped death. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei with a dumbfounded look. He still didn't understand what was going on here. Didn't they agree to fight the demon spirits? Why was he suddenly beaten? Feng Yu frowned and was very angry, because she didn't expect these people to be so greedy as to want to make a deal with the demonic monarch. Han Fei, on the other hand, was full of worry. Although the guardian spiritual plants could suppress the demon spirits, their light of purification was useless against these participants. Perhaps when dealing with the demon spirits, these spiritual plants could fight 10 alone. But when facing participants like Han Fei, not to mention fighting 10 alone, they might not even be able to fight one. On the opposite side, there were 3,000 participants. This was no longer a matter of how to fight. They were not 3,000 cabbages. If they really fought, a few guardian spiritual plants would be no different from mantises trying to stop a car. At this time, Han Fei felt a chill in his heart and said fiercely, "Zhao Qinglong and the others, listen up. Senior Sunflower just doesn't want to attack you. As you can see, even if she is contending with the demonic monarch, she can still use her sunflower seeds. How can you resist her? If she really wants to kill you, which of you can resist a monarch?" However, Yi Chen sneered. "Demonic monarch, if you want to win and if you want us to attack, prove to us that you can restrain this big sunflower." Cao Bumi took a deep look in the direction of Han Fei and the others. "Demonic monarch, we don't mind cooperating with you, but you have to prove your value," Feng Yu said. "You're asking a tiger for its skin. Be careful not to mess it up." As she spoke, she said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Little junior brother, prepare to run. Even if the top 10 experts on the God roll come, they won't be able to stop these guys today." At this moment, Zhou Run suddenly said, "This is the 4th round of qualifiers. The fate of this world has long been decided. Whether the demonic monarch struggles or not, whether he wins or not, it will be meaningless. But why does he want to win? Shouldn't he try to run?" Because Zhou Run was only speaking to them via voice transmission, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but glance at him. Before the demonic monarch responded to Cao Bumi, Zhou Run analyzed, "As an origin ground for trials and rewards, the ominous here will eventually be extinguished. There's no chance of survival for the demonic monarch. If he wants to live, there's only one way." Han Fei couldn't help but turn to look at Zhou Run again. He actually saw Luo Xiaobai's shadow in this guy. Ignoring Han Fei's gaze, Zhou Run said firmly, "This path is to parasitize the participants, lose the competition, and leave safely." Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, after the qualifiers, everyone should be subject to inspection." "How can he avoid inspection?" Zhou Run said, "Even if someone inspects the participants, it's impossible for them to pry into their origin stars. There should be a great technique or power that can directly discover the ominous. Therefore, if this demonic monarch doesn't want to die, he can't go out with an identity of the ominous." What he said was a little confusing. The ominous couldn't go out with an identity of the ominous. Then what should he do? Han Fei's heart stirred. How much hatred did the demonic monarch have for the Dao Domain Sunflower Head to risk his life to defeat Domain Sunflower? He knew that there must be stronger experts targeting this place. According to the normal method, he couldn't escape, so he could only give up his ominous identity. Han Fei immediately took a breath, and Feng Yu suddenly raised her head. They seemed to have guessed something. Damn it! The demonic monarch wanted to parasitize the world origin and change his identity. Then he could parasitize the contestants with another identity. If the demonic monarch succeeded and successfully parasitized the Dao Domain Sunflower Head, and these contestants snatched the world origin, that would be fun. At that time, these people would probably all be parasitized. Furthermore, they had no idea that they were parasitized. Han Fei and Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and others weren't stupid and figured out about it too. "Hiss," Feng Xingliu wanted to exclaim, but Feng Yu glared at him and he could only shut up. Not only did Han Fei and Feng Yu hear what Zhou Run said as a monarch, it was impossible for the Dao Domain Sunflower Head not to hear it. Dao Domain Sunflower Head immediately said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "I'll leave my world seed to you. If I'm defeated, I'll completely annihilate all the world origin before I'm parasitized." World seed? Suddenly, Feng Yu and the others were wrapped by the lake water, including Han Fei. However, Feng Yu and the others were wrapped because the Dao Domain Sunflower Head wanted to give them an opportunity. The purpose of giving them the opportunity was to take the opportunity to give the world seed to Han Fei. In Han Fei's eyes, he saw a small red carp. Although this red carp had been with Han Fei for a few months, it still looked at Han Fei timidly. Then, Dao Domain Sunflower Head's voice sounded, "The world seed can help your origin star speed up the birth of its own world origin. Later, you'll need to find a chance to escape. I might not have the strength to send you off." Dao Domain Sunflower Head was clearly giving up on herself. However, Han Fei frowned deeply. "Senior, didn't anyone protect you? There should have been monarchs in this world who killed ominous monarchs. Senior, did you not have any contact with them?" Han Fei didn't believe it. The mission on the qualification token was to hunt demon spirits. If the person who set up the 4th round of qualifiers had known that there were demon spirits here, why didn't he study what happened to the world origin here? Dao Domain Sunflower Head said, "No one came to contact me. Perhaps they thought I had been contaminated. After all, the ominous has enveloped this place for too long." Han Fei gritted his teeth. Didn't Great Monarch East Marshal know that there was a good monarch here? Did he not know that this world could still be saved? At this moment, the red carp was hidden in Han Fei's body. He couldn't bear to see the little carp being parasitized by the ominous or taken away by others. Buzz. When the world origin that enveloped Han Fei disappeared, someone yelled at Han Fei and the others, "Ashhole, you crazily absorbed the world origin, but didn't let us obtain a trace of it. Han Fei, you bastard, you deserve to die." The heavenly race took the lead to cause trouble for Han Fei, but Zhao Qinglong, who spoke first, was silent now. It seemed that it was not good for his image as a powerhouse on the god roll if he talked too much. These 3,000 people were already furious. They thought to themselves, "I'll only take a portion of the huge lake. Then this big sunflower can still contend with the demonic monarch, but we've already finished the trial." Han Fei saw that some of these people began to rush to the world origin lake. However, in the next second, a sunflower seed bloomed, and more than 30 people who rushed over turned into dust under the blooming of this sunflower seed. Their souls dissipated, and nothing was left. His Uriwan was terrified. "Can the demonic monarch do something? Didn't you say you could restrain the big sunflower? Then how can you explain this?" More than 30 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm experts had been wiped out by a sunflower seed, who still dared to rush up. However, someone suddenly pointed at the petals of the big sunflower. Look, half of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head's petals were withering. In the next moment, the demonic monarch said, "I've already attacked. It's difficult for her to attack you again." However, the demonic monarch didn't take any action just now, resulting in the death of more than 30 people. At this moment, many people were already frightened. Who was willing to stand out? At this moment, Zhao Qinglong sneered. With a flash, he burst out with ultra-light speed. A sunflower seed of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head was about to burst out, but after flying for only 100 meters, the sunflower seed was gradually enveloped by darkness in midair. On the sunflower seed, the light of darkness and the light of purification were fighting. Soon, the sunflower seed turned into nothingness and was forcibly corroded by the ominous. Not everyone could enter the world origin lake. As soon as Zhao Qinglong flew over, the guardian spiritual plants set up barriers, blocking him away from the lake. Clangy crack. The combat power of a powerhouse on the god roll was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The guardian spiritual plants might be able to purify the ominous, but they could only resist Zhao Qinglong with their own strength. However, how could Zhao Qinglong be compared to ordinary people? He punched through a level of the barriers. After sensing the strength of the barrier, he drew a black gold long saber. This saber was so sharp that it was at least an ultra-quality godly weapon. Puh! 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 There were only 48 guardian spiritual plants in total. They could only set up a limited number of guardian barriers, but 3 layers were broken all at once. At this moment, the others discovered that Dao Domain Sunflower Head really couldn't attack anymore, so they swarmed over. Of course, many people didn't attack. This was because from the moment they tried to forcibly snatch the world origin, they had already become enemies with this big sunflower. On the lake, Feng Yu and the others who were wrapped in the world origin also came back to their senses. The world origin around them had all retreated. Alas, Dao Domain Sunflower Head said, "You can go now." Bang, 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 bang. Han Fei watched as the guardian spiritual plants turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. He hated these people to his guts. Han Fei's blood was boiling and his voice was furious. A bunch of traitors. If you don't have the ability to get the opportunity, you have to admit it. Now you even cooperate with the ominous? You deserve to be executed. Buzz. Han Fei activated the Great Dao, increasing his combat power by 5 times. Puh, puh, puh. For a moment, a large number of cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. This was because Han Fei hadn't mastered the void body refining technique yet. He could only forcibly carry 5 times the power. At this moment, Han Fei's strength exceeded 50 million waves, and his every movement carried infinite force. He took a step forward, and his Dharma idol appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing this, Feng Yu thought to herself, "Little junior brother is too impulsive." Just the few of us, however, her body was already on fire. She shouted at Feng Yu, Zhou Run, and the others, "Everyone, enter my origin star. Don't resist." This was a war of 2 disciples of the Void Temple. This was a war of justice. This war, whether it was worth fighting or not, had to be fought. Since when could all races fight side by side with the ominous? They were traitors. Chapter 2420, Monarch Strike. Feng Xingliu still wanted to speak, but there was no place for him to speak here. Han Fei's strength had grown rapidly, especially after the Dao Domain Sunflower Head had injected the ownerless soul power and the world origin into him. He had comprehended a lot, but he didn't have the time to practice them one by one. Now, Han Fei stomped. The Great Dao of Space was clearly different from before. Even without the enhancement of the Great Dao of Time, his speed reached 8 times the speed of light. Han Fei felt that he might be faster if he were given some time to study it. Bang! There were many people rushing at Han Fei. On the Heavenly Race's side, there were 6 or 7 people targeting Han Fei at once. They didn't believe that in such a situation, if Han Fei didn't run, what could he do with the mere 3 stealing chances? The 3,000 strong masters here could easily kill you if each of us gave you a single punch. However, while they were fighting head-on, 3 of them lost consciousness instantly. Under Han Fei's punch, not only the 3 of them, but another person was directly blasted into pieces. Killing 4 enemies with 1 punch? This scene shocked many people. Was Han Fei so fierce? They knew that he was strong, but he couldn't be so strong. Many people here had fought Han Fei head-on in the 3rd round of qualifiers. At that time, they didn't think Han Fei was so strong. But now, even peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single punch from Han Fei. Of course, when Han Fei threw a punch, as many as 100 techniques and dozens of soul attack techniques fell on him. But Han Fei didn't care. Although his physique wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something these people could shake. As for his soul, with the demon purification pot guarding his soul and his yang soul, he was not afraid of soul attacks either. Han Fei no longer hid his path of invincibility. Even if Zhao Qinglong discovered it, it was fine. This was because Han Fei was no longer the Han Fei in the 3rd round of qualifiers. Taking the path of invincibility, one was fearless, invincible, and dared to face all kinds of great doubts. Golden fist shadows filled the sky. Someone was too slow and was punched through by Han Fei. Because Han Fei's attacks hit both the body and the soul, they died and could no longer be revived. Bang, bang, bang. Although Han Fei was facing countless attacks, someone died under his fists every second. Han Fei roared, "If anyone dares to take a step into the World Origin Lake today, I'll kill them." In the distance, some people didn't attack, but there were actually many big shots among these people who didn't attack. For example, Wu Shuang, Wang Baichen, and Chen Qinmo from the Ghost Strait. Although he claimed to be Han Fei's enemy, he didn't step forward to fight. In fact, his eyelids twitched as he watched the scene. Is Han Fei fucking crazy? 2 against 3,000? And he can actually fight? When Deng Xingtian from the Fist Light Mountain saw Han Fei's fist marks, his eyes flickered and fighting intent erupted from his body. He could tell that Han Fei's fist techniques were all fist-killing techniques that he had fought through countless battles. Perhaps this kind of fist technique didn't have many skills, but it was one of the most terrifying fist techniques. Especially since Han Fei had demonstrated his path of invincibility. Even he didn't want to fight Han Fei at this moment. People taking the path of invincibility were least afraid of head-on clashes. When Han Fei activated the path of invincibility, Zhao Qinglong was shocked. Han Fei walked the path of invincibility? He didn't sense it before? People taking the path of invincibility had always been mortal enemies to each other. However, there was no chance for them to collide at this moment, because in front of him was Feng Yu, the publicly acknowledged strongest person on the heaven roll in the Central Sea Divine Realm. The two fought more than 300 times in an instant. In terms of strength, speed, soul, and divine techniques, Feng Yu was not at a disadvantage at all. Under the Sword of Flames, Zhao Qinglong took out his second black gold long knife. With 2 ultra-quality godly weapons, Zhao Qinglong's heritage couldn't be underestimated. He shouted, "Feng Yu, I don't have time to fight you today. Let's fight after I take a portion of the world origin." Feng Yu shouted, "Listed on the god roll, you're actually in cahoots with the ominous? Are you worthy of being on the god roll?" As she spoke, a red dot appeared in front of Feng Yu. It was only the size of a thumb, but it pointed at Zhao Qinglong's ultra-quality godly weapon, Black Crystal Long Saber. Boom Huma. At that moment, the void collapsed. If the World Origin Lake wasn't the territory of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head, the hundreds of thousands of kilometers here would have collapsed in an instant. As the void collapsed, a scorching energy explosion instantly impacted all the combat areas here. Even Han Fei, who was fighting thousands of people head-on and didn't have any complete space around him, was sent flying by this terrifying energy explosion. How was this an energy explosion? Han Fei felt like a star had exploded. Was this the power unleashed by a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator? Had he underestimated perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, or were those he encountered before just a bunch of rookies? However, Han Fei forgot that his fighting habit was usually not much different from Feng Yu's. When he encountered an evenly matched opponent, he would unleash a killer move at the very beginning. Even Zhao Qinglong was sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers by Feng Yu's attack. He was covered in blood, burnt, and the fire poison in his body was surging. The Black Dragon said, "It seems that it's a little unfair for this woman to be ranked first on the heaven roll. She will destroy stars and refine a fire pearl. I heard that a phoenix would hold the star bead in its mouth and hold a star in its claw. It seems that it's true. Just like dragons playing with pearls, the phoenix can also play dead stars as balls." Zhao Qinglong's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Was it human to play with dead stars like a ball? But Zhao Qinglong was tough enough. Just like Han Fei, his body was shining with golden light, and the path of invincibility appeared. He shattered the battlesuit on his body wantonly, and the shattered flesh and blood were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. An invincible will enveloped his 2 sabers. In an instant, both he and the sabers turned into a blade tornado faster than the speed of light, slashing at Feng Yu. No one on the heaven roll was weak. Feng Fei was fighting Zhao Qinglong fiercely, but she couldn't come over to help Han Fei. As for Han Fei, after he fully activated his great Tao, his strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. When he first came to the Divine Capital Dynasty, he could already kill Yi Qingjing. At that time, with his strength and equipment, his strength did not exceed 30 million waves, but now it had doubled. No one under the perfected star transformation realm could resist him even with the enhancement of their great Taos. There were two people taking the path of invincibility here, which made many people watching the battle turn solemn. The strong masters of the big clans who had planned to deal with Han Fei all gave up on this idea. Why did they bother to provoke him? People taking the path of invincibility would only fight each other to the death. In this world, only one person could take this path. They were more willing to believe it would be Zhao Qinglong. After all, he was on the god roll. Besides, in the third round, Han Fei was obviously no match for Zhao Qinglong. This was information that everyone could easily get. However, this didn't mean that anyone would underestimate Han Fei. In fact, a person who took the path of invincibility and could withstand the attacks of thousands of people couldn't be weak. A flood dragon phantom attacked horizontally. Han Fei reached out and grabbed it, tearing apart the associated spirit alive with both hands. Then he killed it with the cultivator behind it with Heaven Gate knocking. A turtle lay on the ground and tried to block it, but Han Fei punched out and the turtle exploded, killing both the turtle and its master. Someone set up a void illusion, but the god's prayer bead glowed, and Han Fei cut the guy into pieces with the yin-yang reincarnation knife. Every time Han Fei killed someone, he didn't forget to stuff their soul fire, remnant bodies, flesh, and blood into his origin star. These were all his vitality and resources. If they were of no use to him, he could sacrifice them to the god of war. It would be a waste if he didn't put them away. As for whether anyone would cause trouble for him or ask him for the corpses after he went out, he would just say he didn't know at all and that they had all become dust. In just dozens of seconds, Han Fei had killed 46 enemies. His body was splitting, and he was bathed in blood. His Dharma idol was directly blown up. If it weren't for the dozens of balls of liquid divine light stuffed into his mouth, he would have activated his trump card, the great Tao of life borrowing. However, as a cultivator taking the path of invincibility, he fought the enemies head-on and didn't retreat at all. The Tao domain Sunflower Head and the demonic monarch were also fighting desperately. The sunflower seeds withered one by one, and the ominous aura here became weaker and weaker. There were only less than 10 sunflower seeds left. Several of Han Fei's bones were broken, not because they were broken, but because he hadn't mastered the void body refining technique yet, so his body couldn't carry his power. At this time, Han Fei had killed 78 enemies. However, at this moment, the last guardian spiritual plant finally withered. There were too many strong masters for them to resist. At this moment, countless people rushed out as fast as they could, unwilling to fight Han Fei anymore. They just wanted to get the world origin. Zhao Qinglong had just been blocked by Feng Yu, and the two of them didn't give in to each other. They fought until their bodies were cracked, but they still didn't take a step back. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he was alone. He could stop 1 or 2 people, but how could he stop 100 or 1,000? But at this moment, the sunflower seeds on the Tao domain sunflower's head withered faster. This was because in the darkness, a figure finally appeared. Those people who were crazily snatching the world origin didn't care about this. They were sure that the big sunflower could still withstand the demonic monarch's attacks. They, who were crazily absorbing the world origin, didn't see that there was only one sunflower seed left. Her leaves began to wither, her roots began to age, her vines turned yellow, and in the end, the last shining sunflower seed burst out. "Giggle, you're finally going to lose," the figure in the darkness said softly. It seemed unhurried, but in fact he had already taken action. A dark bead almost imprinted on the sunflower seed. "Ice strike, freeze!" At that moment, Han Fei threw out a blue pearl. At that time, Salbumi, who was absorbing the world origin, suddenly widened his eyes and let out an angry roar from his throat. Extreme Cold Pearl? This was the ultra-quality godly weapon, the Extreme Cold Pearl, that Han Fei had snatched from Salbuki, which could launch a monarch-level blow once. Han Fei was so angry that the moment he threw out this Extreme Cold Pearl, he was prepared to unleash the monarch-level blow. If it didn't work, he would blow up the ultra-quality divine weapon. He didn't believe that the demonic monarch would be any better if the Tao domain sunflower head was so seriously injured. Chapter 2421, White Monarch. This was the first time Han Fei had used the power of the Extreme Cold Pearl. Before this, he had no concept of the power of a monarch. Perhaps it was more violent than the star explosion-like scene caused by Feng Yu just now? However, the truth was beyond his expectations. The Extreme Cold Pearl emitted a blue halo in the void. Because it had a target, the blue halo enveloped the shadow in the darkness. The speed of the black shadow was getting slower and slower because the hundreds of thousands of kilometers of void seemed to be frozen. One could even see ice flower patterns appearing in the void, which were the Tao pattern of heaven and earth blooming with the great Tao of ice in the void. Not only was this blow not violent, but it was also somewhat beautiful. However, the aftermath of this blow was that it became extremely cold. Almost everyone present shivered from the cold. Even the fiery phoenix flames on Feng Yu were frozen. Feng Yu was speechless. Little junior brother, are you messing with me? Can't you see I'm fighting? Even Hanfei felt that he was about to freeze into a block of ice. Almost everyone present couldn't help but use the power of their souls to protect their souls. The ominous power in the void quickly dissipated, and the surrounding black fog became thinner and thinner. Although Hanfei didn't sense how powerful this blow was, he seemed to have guessed something. The power of this extreme cold pearl was an area of effect attack, not a single attack. Therefore, its strength was definitely not as strong as an ordinary monarch's strike. However, if it was an area of effect battle, such as the fight between him and these 3,000 people just now, the extreme cold pearl probably could help him kill 100 of them in an instant. Salbumi's eyes almost spewed fire. Salbuki was his biological younger brother. His father hesitated for a long time before he gave this extreme cold pearl to Salbuki. Since he gave Salbuki the extreme cold pearl, what he gave Salbumi couldn't be worse than this, because Salbumi was going to take over the power of the Sao family and become the young master of the Sao family someday. But now, the ultra-quality godly weapon had fallen into Hanfei's hands, which meant that Salbuki was dead. How could he not be angry? Unfortunately, Hanfei didn't want to care about them at this moment. He looked at the void nervously, because all the Dao patterns began to tremble at the same time. It doesn't work, ka. As soon as Hanfei had this thought, he saw that the endless Dao patterns in the void began to shatter. The black shadow broke through the monarch-level strike in less than a second. As Hanfei expected, the monarch's blow of the extreme cold pearl was not strong enough. It was impossible to suppress a real monarch with an area of effect attack in the monarch realm. Fortunately, this demonic monarch state wasn't much better than Dao Domain's Sunflower Head's. Dao Domain's Sunflower Head was in a dying state, but what about him? His clones in the Demon Domain had basically been wiped out by the participants. If he could still be fine under this circumstance, the Dao Domain Sunflower Head would have long been destroyed by him, and he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Bang! The endless void that was frozen by ice suddenly shattered. Hanfei was powerless against a monarch. He didn't expect to use the void-stealing technique on this demonic monarch anymore. It had been proven that the void-stealing technique had little effect on a monarch. At that moment, it was too late for Hanfei to retreat. The demonic monarch seemed to be moving slowly, moving forward step by step. However, the void shattered and the demonic monarch extended his hand. It would only take him an instant if he wanted to attack Hanfei. Fortunately, the last sunflower seed blocked in front of Hanfei. Oh, no, to be precise, it passed Hanfei and rushed towards the demonic monarch, trying to use up the last blow. Just when Hanfei thought that she was about to bloom with her last bit of life, suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the world, enveloping the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the beam of light, there was a figure with his hands behind his back. Before anyone saw the person's face clearly, they heard an old voice say leisurely, "You finally appeared." At that moment, the darkness receded like a tide, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it was sucked into the Black Shadow's body. The demonic monarch had long known that someone was watching and waiting for him to appear. This was the last chance. As long as the last sunflower seed bloomed, he might have a chance to live. Otherwise, he might be able to escape for a while, but he wouldn't be able to escape for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, the power of ice blocked him for half a second, which made him furious. Because if it weren't for this half a second, he might have killed the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. All the ominous power gathered on the dark figure at this moment, forming countless long black cones on him. Like dark needles, they shot out like pear blossoms in a storm. However, the old man with his hands behind his back sneered coldly, and a pillar that rose to the sky bloomed around him. 1 pillar, 2 pillars, 3 pillars. In an instant, 6 pillars of light flashed at the same time, expanding and expanding crazily. Light of the great Tao, buzz. At that moment, everyone was blinded by this power and couldn't even release their perception. They could only hear angry voices roaring. I'm only 1 step away. The ominous will come sooner or later. It will swallow all the stars and destroy billions of races. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the crazy laughter, the light gradually disappeared, and no one knew that when the pillars of light shone, nearly 100 people who were crazily snatching the world origin felt heat appear in their bodies, as if something had been purified. The light lasted for more than 30 seconds. When they saw the white-robed elder, they didn't know him. Only a small number of people looked surprised. A girl was surprised and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Master White Monarch. Cao Buyi, Wu Daofeng, Li Qingyi, Zhou Mi, and the other disciples of the big clans were shocked to hear this. It was said that the White Monarch, master of the 8th palace of the 12 palaces of the divine capital, hadn't appeared for 30,000 years. They didn't expect to meet him here today. Swish, the white-robed elder waved his hand casually, and everyone who fell on the world origin lake was instantly thrown out of the lake. At this moment, the lake water was about 1/5 less than before. Fortunately, the world origin lake was part of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. As long as the Dao Domain Sunflower Head wasn't dead, it was impossible for them to put the world origin lake water into their origin seas. They could only absorb as much as they could. Otherwise, the lake water would have dried up long ago. The old man in white snorted and walked to the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. When he passed by Hanfei, he paused and said lightly, "You're not bad." With that, the white-clothed elder stopped paying attention to Hanfei and said casually to Dao Domain Sunflower Head, "I didn't see you before to save you, do you understand?" Dao Domain Sunflower Head didn't speak, and Han Fei was also dumbfounded. So was everyone else. The elder continued, there are two ways to destroy this demon. The first is to destroy this world, and the second is to destroy this demon. If I destroy this world, you will definitely die. If I want to destroy this demon, I have to destroy its true body. I think you should understand this. Dao Domain Sunflower Head finally responded, now, do you believe he has completely died? The White Monarch smiled faintly. You are very strong, so Great Monarch East Marshal doesn't want you to die, nor do I. I have guarded this place for 30,000 years just for this moment. I will help you recover your vitality, refine your true body, and refine this domain into a domain bead. Even if this demon is not completely dead, as long as you revive and take control of this world, it won't be able to escape destruction. Then, he looked back at Han Fei. Boy, give the world seed back if you want her to revive. Han Fei's heart stirred. Does this old man know that Dao Domain Sunflower Head gave the little red carp to me? Although he knew that the little red carp was a good thing that could accelerate the birth of his own world origin, Han Fei wouldn't hesitate at all if it could let the Dao Domain Sunflower Head survive. Therefore, under the gaze of countless people, a small red carp appeared on Han Fei's body. The little carp sensed its surroundings and then suddenly swam happily to the world origin lake. The last sunflower seed flew back and floated above the world origin lake. Han Fei said, Senior, I can have thousands of opportunities, but you have only one life, so, as a strong monarch, it's better for you to live. Dao Domain Sunflower Head said leisurely, all right. I won't stand on ceremony with you. This time, Han Fei really didn't want anything in return, because he had obtained enough opportunities and had to digest them. As for the White Monarch, after dealing with this matter, his expression immediately turned cold. His cold eyes swept across the 3,000 people, and he said indifferently, you can't distinguish right from wrong. It's fine if some people don't know, but you children of big clans, disciples of the heavenly race, and even experts on the god roll, don't you know what the ominous is? Today, I'll tell you, as a member of the myriad races, you can do anything. It doesn't matter how fierce or evil you are. The only thing you can't do is to cooperate with the ominous. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed, forcibly grabbing out the world origin that had just been absorbed into these people's bodies. Not only that, some people had indeed absorbed a lot. The White Monarch didn't let them off easily. He issued a thought and these people all vomited blood and were seriously injured. The White Monarch said indifferently, this trial is just to tell you that the ominous is always there and is extremely difficult to deal with. We can't coexist with the ominous. From today on, everyone present will withdraw from this round of tests. Chapter 2422, Master the Void Body Refining Technique. Han Fei and the others were teleported back together. When they all appeared in front of the tower, many people looked at Han Fei as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this time, Feng Yu released Feng Xingliu and the others. Han Fei didn't care at all. He added to everyone, if you hadn't chosen to join forces with the ominous, you might have really gotten a great opportunity. Unfortunately, you gave up this opportunity for nothing. After all, the final outburst of Dao Domain Sunflower Head was related to these people snatching the world origin. Otherwise, Dao Domain Sunflower Head wouldn't have had to be in a hurry to fight the demonic monarch to the death. If it was just a slow depletion, it was unknown who would win. However, these people almost led Dao Domain Sunflower Head to defeat out of selfish motives. If it weren't for the White Monarch, Dao Domain Sunflower Head would have been defeated. However, Han Fei finally understood that the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty knew everything. They were very patient and waited until the last moment when the demonic monarch had to use all his strength to fight the Dao Domain Sunflower Head before the White Monarch came out. At this time, Feng Yu released Feng Xingliu and the others. As soon as Feng Xingliu came out, he asked in surprise, where is this? Zhou said in surprise, we're back? Didn't they say that the fourth round would take 3 years? Salmungda exclaimed. Ha ha ha, I'm still alive? Wu Bufan asked. Huh? Why are these people looking at me like that? At this moment, they saw thousands of pairs of angry, speechless, solemn, and complicated eyes. They looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seemed that Han Fei was more of a troublemaker than they had imagined. They had thought that Han Fei would at most offend these big clans. However, who the hell knew that Han Fei had offended all the main strong masters of this 100,000-year competition? In the crowd, Cao Bumi stood up and looked at Han Fei coldly. Han Fei, you killed my brother and snatched his godly weapon. The Cao family will definitely not let you off. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Get lost, you. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, Cao Bumi couldn't fight Han Fei. As for cursing, although the big clans were a bunch of people with bad morals, their rules and upbringing told them that no matter how angry they were, they couldn't curse. Humph, let's see how arrogant you can be. The crowd dispersed. Feng Xingliu asked, Han Fei, what happened in the end? Why did we come out? Why did so many people come out together? What happened to the big sunflower? And what happened to the demonic monarch or something? They were all staring at Han Fei curiously. Of course, they were most curious about how Han Fei and Feng Yu escaped from death. They must have run away. However, Han Fei was too lazy to talk to them now. He simply said, I need to go back and cultivate in seclusion. I've got too many opportunities this time. I have a feeling that my star core is about to be born, or I'm going to embark on the star path. You've also got some opportunities. Hurry up and cultivate in seclusion. Hiss? Feng Xinglu was shocked. What? Wait, didn't you just enter the star transformation realm? Why are you suddenly going to embark on the star path? Even Feng Yu was a little dumbfounded. How many fucking years has it been? So you finished the entire star transformation realm only in a few years. But then they remembered that Han Fei had stayed in the World Origin Lake for more than 2 months. It seemed that Han Fei had obtained a terrifying opportunity. That was too much. He had completed something that others had to spend thousands or tens of thousands of years to complete in just 2 months? Han Fei didn't explain. He did need to cultivate in seclusion. Han Fei said, I'll leave a thought in the outside world. Come to me if there's anything urgent. At this time, there was still half a year before the end of the 4th round of qualifiers. There should still be some demonic sources left on the surface of the demon domain. However, the demonic monarch himself had been defeated, and with the help of the white monarch, those demonic sources probably couldn't cause any trouble. And once Dao Domain's Sunflower Head lived another life or walked out of her dying state, the demon domain would be revived again. At that time, it would be easy to suppress the remaining ominous power on his origin star. Han Fei had killed 33 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 53 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm ones this time. In the previous battle, he had unleashed his strongest state. When his Great Dao was fully activated, peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were no longer a match for him. Of course, it was mainly because of the void stealing technique coupled with his strongest outburst that it had such an effect. Before he lacked vitality. But now that Han Fei had so many origin stars to plunder vitality, he should be able to master the void body refining technique. 3 days later, when Han Fei extracted the vitality in the 6 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators' origin stars and threw it into his origin star, a new round of star core compression officially began. Just 4 months later, under Han Fei's 1,000-time compression, the diameter of Han Fei's star core still reached 3,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei had 1892 drops of golden jade marrow. The amount of golden jade marrow exceeded Han Fei's expectations, but this amount was his limit. When he refined so much golden jade marrow, Han Fei clearly felt that his body had undergone some changes. He felt that his flesh and blood seemed to resonate with his bones and golden jade marrow. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt that part of the golden jade marrow was overflowing. Then, he felt that his flesh, bones, marrow, and even his skin were undergoing slight changes. Gradually, they were in the same state of resonance. Then, Han Fei felt that his strength began to expand. However, this expansion was slow. It took a full 3 months before the power expansion slowly disappeared. At this time, Han Fei looked at his information and the data changed. Owner, Han Fei level, 107, Sky Opening Extreme Dao, bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10,116th Evolving, 727,064 years, Immortal Chi, 360,000 Soul, 128.7 Origins, 128.7,695 points, Perception Range, 10 million kilometers, Strength, 12.76 Star Powers, 176,106 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 101, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 102, Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality. Oh, it's catching up. When Han Fei glanced at the information, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had been afraid that the power of his soul would exceed his strength by too much, but now it seemed that the growth brought about by the void body refining technique was terrifying. The growth it brought about was also more than 3 million waves. This was not surprising. His mastery of the void body refining technique should have pushed his physique to a small peak. Han Fei wasn't sure if this power was strong, but he was sure that he had just entered the late stage of the Star Transformation Realm, which was the so-called Extreme Dao Realm. Han Fei had fought Zhao Qinglong before. At that time, when he was in his peak state, his strength was still no match for Zhao Qinglong. At that time, he calculated that Zhao Qinglong's strength should be above 30 million waves, but definitely below 40 million waves. Or to be more precise, it should not exceed 36 million waves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to touch Zhao Qinglong at all back then. The power that Zhao Qinglong unleashed should also be enhanced by the power of the Heavenly Dao. As for how much, it was not clear, but it was reasonable for someone of Zhao Qinglong's level to obtain 30 to 40% of the power of the Heavenly Dao, or even more. Without hesitation, Han Fei went straight to Feng Yu. In A2 residence, Feng Yu was also in seclusion. Han Fei summoned her through the flame emblem. Little junior brother, didn't you say you were going to cultivate in seclusion? Han Fei went straight to the point. Senior sister, I have some questions about my cultivation. Please help me answer them. Feng Yu's eyelids twitched. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Han Fei chuckled. Senior sister, what's your basic soul power and strength? The bad feeling in Feng Yu's heart grew stronger. Asking this question, Han Fei had obviously made a breakthrough, but since Han Fei asked, she couldn't not answer. She said, little junior brother, if you want to make a comparison, I think you should compare it with Feng Jingliu. My current soul power is more than 21 million points, and my strength is more than 23 million waves. However, there's still a big gap between the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and the perfected star transformation realm. Reaching the perfected star transformation realm is a big breakthrough. At that time, you will understand the heavenly Tao, and your soul and strength will take a qualitative leap. Besides, this is only the basic power. I can still borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Han Fei's eyes flashed. How much can you borrow? Feng Yu said in a low voice. Double the amount. In fact, if you try your best to borrow, you can borrow more. But your body can't withstand such a powerful force. Huh? Double? Han Fei instantly remembered the power that Zhao Qinglong once showed. Did he not use his full strength? Yes, Han Fei was sure that if Feng Fei said that she could double her strength, Zhao Qinglong definitely didn't use his full strength back then. But Han Fei was still surprised. Senior sister, can your body bear the burden of double your strength? Feng Yu said with a smile. Your physique will be stronger after you complete the star path. And once you reach the perfected star transformation realm and comprehend the heavenly Tao, your Tao bones will be born and there will be a qualitative leap in your strength, so you can still bear it. On the other hand, little junior brother, what realm have you reached with the void body refining technique you cultivate? I can tell that your physique is actually not weaker than mine. Have you mastered the void body refining technique? Han Fei grinned. Haha. More or less. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched. Then, what about your current soul power and strength? Han Fei thought to himself. According to the ratio, mine should have surpassed 10 million. Therefore, Han Fei said carefully, both just exceeded 10 million. Huh? More than 10 million already? Han Fei was stunned. Is there anything wrong? Feng Yu's eyes widened and she said innocently, do you know how big a leap will be between the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei felt that he seemed to have missed something. Should he have checked with Feng Jingliu first? Feng Yu said leisurely, double. Cough, cough. Han Fei almost fell over. He staggered and looked at Feng Yu in shock. Double? Feng Yu narrowed her eyes. You haven't reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm yet. When you reach the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, your soul power and strength will double. Hiss, so, little junior brother, you actually had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation, right? Huh? What? No, how is that possible? Haha, Feng Yu said aggrievedly. I had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation. Why? Are you going to tell me that you had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation? Han Fei was stunned. You're not? Feng Yu said. I'm not. I found it strange when you said that you had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. This is because I've never heard that any disciple of the Void Temple had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. Although I don't know the specific situation of the other senior brothers and sisters, the few I know all had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation. So, little junior brother, you lied to me. You actually lied to me. Han Fei, E. Chapter 2423, Supreme Inheritance, Star Devouring Technique 1. I lied to you? Wait, senior sister. Are you saying that all the senior brothers and senior sisters of the Void Temple had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation? Then you said, at that time, Han Fei looked at Feng Yu in a different way. Feng Yu snorted. Weren't I acting with you? Do you think a random person can get the first place on the heaven roll or the god roll? Gulp. Han Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that a lot of people had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation, such as all the disciples of the Void Temple. Hearing what Feng Yu said, Han Fei was intrigued. If so, what about the powerhouses on the god roll like Zhao Qinglong? Han Fei couldn't help but say, then those on the god roll, Feng Yu, basically all. Hissa, Han Fei took a deep breath. So many? Feng Yu said. Who would tell others that he had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation? It's just a guess. None of the people on the god roll will say that he had a 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation. But there are actually some exceptions. Those who had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation may not necessarily be weak. However, very few people have their soul power and strength exceed 10 million points just after their star core is born. Do you know what this means? Han Fei asked. What does this mean? Feng Yu said. After you complete the star path and reach the peak level late stage star transformation realm, your overall strength will probably increase by 50%. Once you reach the perfected star transformation realm, you'll be on the verge of Tao proving, and your strength will double. Your current strength has exceeded 10 million, which means that when you reach the perfected star transformation realm and produce Tao bones, you will probably have a huge force of 30 million waves. If you borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, 60 million waves. With such a terrifying strength, if you tell others that you had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation, no one will believe it. Han Fei, I was too careless. Feng Yu's eyes flashed and she leaned close to Han Fei. Little junior brother, I have a lot of questions for you too. What's that great S-stealing technique you used? Han Fei asked in surprise. Senior sister, you don't know that technique, Feng Yu said in surprise. Should I know? Shouldn't you? Feng Yu recalled the discussion between Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus and immediately said, could it be a divine technique of our void temple? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Well, it's void fishing. When I practiced this technique, weren't you surprised why I chose this? What? Feng Yu's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves and her eyes widened as she said in shock, it's actually this technique? Alas, no wonder Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus used to play with it. In fact, Han Fei didn't quite understand. Void fishing was very powerful. He didn't know why Feng Yu didn't practice it. Feng Yu heaved a long sigh. What a pity. Cultivation techniques have to be practiced from a young age. What I practice is the cultivation technique of the Phoenix Divine race. It's definitely impossible for me to change my path halfway. Because of my bloodline, only the cultivation technique of the Phoenix Divine race is most suitable for me. After that, Feng Yu asked, what about your physique? Although the void body refining technique is very strong, it's not enough for you to withstand so many people's attacks, right? Han Fei said. Senior sister, I've been practicing body tempering since I was young. Along the way, every body tempering technique was extremely difficult. Therefore, it should be the combination of many body tempering techniques. Feng Yu snorted. Alright, this reason is not bad. The opportunity you got this time is not small, right? Don't you need to consolidate it? You came to me just to ask about my strength and make a comparison, Han Fei said. I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion. I'm leaving. After Han Fei left, Feng Fei was still muttering and counting with her fingers. After a long time, she said, doesn't this mean that little junior brother will be much stronger than me when he reaches the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei returned to his origin star. After learning the basic strength data of Feng Yu, Han Fei had some understanding of the following realms. In other words, logically speaking, when he reached the perfected star transformation realm, his overall strength might reach about 36 million waves, and his soul power should be about the same. Now, what Han Fei worried about was that it seemed that the increase in soul power would be overtaken by the increase in strength in the future. However, he better take it one step at a time. For now, he should talk to the God of War, above the Sea of Stars. After the 33 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were sacrificed by Han Fei, the God of War sent a series of exclamation marks. God of War? Where did you get so many of them? You didn't even take away the star cores or vitality. Han Fei responded, didn't I tell you that I participated in a competition? Some people attacked me here but were killed by me. Senior, I'm very generous this time, aren't I? The God of War hurriedly responded, yes, of course you're very generous this time. It seems that you've made a fortune, Han Fei said. I don't know if I made a fortune or not, but Senior God of War, my golden jade marrow, has already filled my entire body and I've already mastered the body tempering technique. Now, I should have reached the stage of the star path. Senior, what did you mean by skipping the star path, and what's the supreme divine technique you mentioned? Can you tell me now? The God of War was surprised. It's only been 2 years and you've already mastered the body tempering technique? Han Fei nodded. Yes, God of War, how old is your origin star? Han Fei said. According to the compression rate you said, it's already 3,000 kilometers now. God of War, has your strength exceeded 8 million? Let me tell you, 8 million waves is the prerequisite. Well, mine just passed 10 million. It seems that this prerequisite should have been fulfilled. God of War, in the distant sea of stars, someone was speechless. Didn't he just embark on the star path? Why did his strength suddenly pass 10 million? Was this bastard so strong? Well, it seems to be the case. This brat can kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator before producing a star core. It seems that he is indeed a genius. Then the God of War replied, since you've come to this point, I won't hide it anymore. As I told you before, digging out other people's origin stars and condensing them into pearls, you can take them back to set up your own origin star. One is to protect your origin star, and the other is to connect these stars with your own origin star, forming a closed cycle that you can borrow force from. In this way, logically speaking, as long as you get enough stars or dead stars, your strength will grow rapidly. However, these are essentially not your own origin star. No matter how you modify them, they won't be yours. Therefore, the growth of your strength needs more and more external conditions. The God of War had sent him a long message, and Han Fei had already figured it out. In fact, this was why he only sacrificed late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, but still kept a bunch of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. If the God of War's supreme divine technique wasn't suitable for him, he could still walk the star path. And with so many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in his hand, as long as he learned the way to condense star beads, he could get all their origin stars and complete his star path. Han Fei said, Senior, I know this. The further one goes, the more dead stars he will have to condense. There might be dozens, hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. I've seen this scene from a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's origin star, God of War. Well, if someone can reach the limit of monarch or even become a god on this path, he may need billions of stars. This means that he will have to kill many people or seize countless dead stars. This path seems simple at first, but it will become more and more difficult in the future unless monarchs fight and devour each other. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, he had thought about it. If he created a solar system, what would he do next? Make this solar system bigger and bigger and eventually create a Milky Way. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine just thinking about it. However, if this was a necessary path, he wouldn't be afraid. God knew how many enemies he would have. Han Fei asked, "So, Senior God of War, what is your supreme technique? God of War, Star Devouring." Star Devouring? Hearing this name, he felt that it was not simple. Literally speaking, it meant swallowing other people's stars. But now it was difficult for him to even swallow a single star core. How could he swallow other people's stars? Han Fei hurriedly asked. "Senior God of War, are you sure I won't explode?" Besides, if a normal path requires many stars, doesn't this require many stars too? God of War, yes. I never said that it didn't need origin stars. However, the star-devouring path is not something ordinary paths can compare to. This technique was obtained from the endless deductions of the gods. Of course, I was the first to take this path. Unfortunately, the gods were swallowed by the ominous and might have died long ago. Otherwise, if they could continue to deduce it, this path might have become a legendary path. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, a path deduced by the gods? But the God of War didn't seem to be a god. Even the South Monarch only said that the God of War had the power to fight a god, but he wasn't a god. He seemed to be stuck on the path to godhood. Han Fei asked, "Senior God of War, are you the only one who takes this path?" God of War, no. When you have time, go to the West Sea Divine Realm and you will know that there are still some people who take this path. Of course, not many. Ordinary people are not qualified to take this path at all because their physique is not strong enough. With the same body tempering technique, some people can reach their limits and some can't. There's no reason. If everyone is so strong, then everyone can become a monarch. Han Fei asked, "Senior, do you think this path can make me a god?" The God of War immediately replied, "Of course, but you still have to explore it. Boy, no matter what news you hear or what the outside world thinks of me, let me tell you, if you can walk this path, even if you don't become a god, you can still have the power to fight a god. Besides, you should understand that there is no path in this world that you can't walk down. It's just that you haven't found a way to continue walking down this path." Han Fei asked, "Senior, did you say that this star-devouring technique was deduced by the gods?" God of War, yes, they deduced it for a long time. In order to deal with the ominous, they had deduced many paths. All these paths have different people taking them. I was the first to take this path, but unfortunately, when I got here, they were all gone. I was left alone to deduce it for endless years and lonely tried to find the way to take this path. Once I find it, I can instantly obtain the position of a mere god. Chapter 2424, Supreme Inheritance, Star-Devouring Technique 23. The God of War bragged happily, but he didn't hide the flaws of the star-devouring technique. So far, this technique couldn't help him become a god. The God of War didn't seem to care about this. Perhaps he felt that there must be a way to make the star-devouring technique work. Han Fei asked, "Senior, since this star-devouring technique can skip the star path, what's its purpose? How is it stronger than ordinary star paths?" The God of War didn't keep it a secret. Perhaps because Han Fei was too outstanding, he really wanted to teach him this technique. The God of War responded, "Let me ask you, is it difficult to compress the star core?" Han Fei thought for a moment. How could it not be difficult? It was like refining a fist-sized piece of divine iron into a nail-sized piece of super-divine iron. More importantly, the weight of the two was equivalent. Because it was pure energy, Han Fei had to reduce its density. Just like water, if 1,000 cubic meters of water was pressed to 1 cubic meter, could water still be called water? Once compressed to a certain extent, the elements that constituted water would collapse and decompose. Assuming that it was compressed forcefully, it would produce super high temperatures, nuclear fusion, or something like that. Therefore, when Han Fei crazily compressed his star core, firstly, it was because the energy could be compressed and its density was too high. Secondly, Han Fei didn't know why the energy could be compressed so crazily. However, even if the energy could be compressed like this, the further he went, the more terrifying the compression difficulty would be. Han Fei responded, "Very difficult." God of War, what's the difficulty? Han Fei said, "I can't give enough pressure. Besides, if the star core is compressed uncontrollably, I feel that it will explode or cause some unknown change. God of War, star-devouring technique can give you a lot of pressure. You can use the power of other people's origin stars to compress the energy of the star core. As for the unknown changes, a star core seed can be born after the star devouring. With its existence, you can keep compressing your star core. The star core seed? Why? Han Fei was shocked. My Tao seed had been swallowed by my star core, and I still don't know why. God of War, you can regard the star core seed as a Tao. It's a Tao, a rule, a heavenly Tao, an irreversible and indestructible thing. It has an extremely powerful stabilizing effect. Han Fei hurriedly responded, "Isn't this just a Tao seed? Then if someone has a Tao seed, can he just throw his own Tao seed into it?" Han Fei didn't say that his Tao seed had been absorbed, but the God of War replied, "It's a Tao seed, but you forcibly gave birth to this Tao seed. Have you heard of anyone who can forcibly give birth to a Tao seed? No, right? A Tao seed is either born, inherited, or born from Tao enlightenment. But forcibly giving birth to a Tao seed is unheard of. But essentially, produced Tao seeds and born Tao seeds have no difference. At least, I haven't found any difference yet. As for putting in the original Tao seed, this isn't a big problem. A person, a seed. No matter how many Taos you have walked, you will only be able to give birth to one Tao seed in the end. Therefore, if you have a Tao seed, it should be able to fuse with the star core. This won't affect the cultivation of the star-devouring technique. Han Fei was slightly relieved, but then he was relieved again. In this case, didn't it mean that he had embarked on the path of the star-devouring technique? Han Fei hurriedly asked. Senior God of War, have I embarked on the path of star-devouring? God of War, not yet. You're only qualified to practice the star-devouring technique. Han Fei asked. What if I take the path of star-devouring path and the normal star path together? God of War, I've tried the method you mentioned, but the situation will be a little special. When you reach the monarch realm, you can try walking like this. What I told you at the beginning is meant to save you the trouble of taking the star path, which will waste your time. Han Fei snorted in his heart. You deliberately didn't tell me that the normal star path was to be taken at any time, not to be completed in one stage. Your purpose is just to let me practice the star-devouring technique. Do you think I don't know it? Han Fei asked. In that case, Senior God of War, when can I prove my Tao if I practice the star-devouring technique? God of War, it's not certain. In the Sea Realm, it should be easy for you to know the comprehensive strength of perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. When you can easily crush them, you're equivalent to a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator. If there has to be a sign, when your Tao seed swallows enough Star Core seeds and starts to spin slightly, you can be considered already in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Directly to the perfected Star Transformation Realm? No peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm? God of War said, what are you talking about? Can peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators beat you now? If you have to reach the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, well, when you compress your star core by 10 times more, you can be considered already reaching this realm. But at that time, you will be much stronger than normal peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Han Fei almost rolled his eyes. 10 times more? How much terrifying power would it take to compress it? Wait, wasn't the main function of the star-devouring technique devouring stars and giving birth to a Tao seed? He would find out when he tried it. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In any case, he should get the star-devouring technique first. When he got it, he would immediately ask eldest senior brother about it. Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, so if I practice the star-devouring technique, I can almost crush my peers in the same realm? God of War, of course. No disadvantages? God of War, the disadvantage is not big. It's just that the cultivation speed of your physique will surpass the cultivation speed of your soul. The further you cultivate, the more obvious it will be. Of course, this doesn't mean that your soul power will be weak. In fact, the star-devouring technique includes soul cultivation methods. You can rest assured. Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, I have one last question. Among the great Tao that gods deduced, is the star-devouring technique the strongest? The God of War patiently explained. Han Fei, do you know why I'm willing to teach you this technique? Han Fei was puzzled. No. The God of War said, because you are a human. Among the myriad races in the infinite ocean, the human race has existed since the chaotic world and the primeval era and has continued to this day. Even though the human race has had ethnic changes in history, most of the races derived from the human race are humanoids. In this world, there are countless humanoids, but they don't know that their true ancestors are pure human beings. As for the pure-blooded humans, there are actually fewer and fewer of them, and they are getting weaker and weaker. They might be scattered in the countless origin grounds in the endless sea of stars. But one thing remains unchanged. That is, the potential of the human race is infinite. This is a perfect race with almost infinite potential, and this star-devouring technique was deduced by an orthodox human god in the past. Buzz, Han Fei suddenly perked up. An orthodox human god? Did human beings once have a god? God of War? Yes, the history of the human race is much longer than you think. The origin of the star-devouring technique is unknown, but it has been passed down to this day. After the deduction of countless gods through endless years, it can almost be regarded as the strongest cultivation technique in the history of the human race. It can be said to be a supreme divine technique. Furthermore, only humans and humanoids can cultivate it. If living beings of any other race cultivate it, their bodies will explode and they will die because human blood has never flowed in their bodies. Gulp. Oh my god, it seems that the star-devouring technique is even more terrifying than I imagined, Han Fei said. Senior God of War, please teach me the technique. I'm the human emperor. My bloodline is the purest. Who else can practice the star-devouring technique other than me? No matter what, he would just get the star-devouring technique first. The God of War nodded in satisfaction. From the fire curtain, a flame reflected in Han Fei's mind. After throwing out the star-devouring technique in the distant sea of stars, the God of War smacked his lips. Alas, I wonder if Han Fei, an orthodox human, can make it. I've already given out more than 30,000 copies, but it's a pity that less than 1/10 of them can prove Tao. When will someone come to me? Han Fei didn't know the little tricks of the God of War, but he didn't need to know. After the altar of the God of War disappeared, he quickly browsed the star-devouring technique and immediately went to find eldest senior brother. However, when he saw the introduction of the star-devouring technique, his heart skipped a beat. Good lord, it was really a supreme divine technique. Star-devouring technique, supreme divine technique. Introduction. The star-devouring technique is an ultimate cultivation technique handed down by an orthodox human god after generations of repeated deductions. It was created as the top cultivation technique among the human race's myriad techniques. However, because the level of this cultivation technique is too high, no one can become a god with this technique except for its original creator. The star-devouring technique borrows the power of others, the power of the heavenly Tao, the land of all things, and myriad techniques to help one cultivate. Once one cultivates this technique to prove Tao, he can't give it up. Either he keeps becoming stronger, or his body and soul can't withstand the growing power of the star-devouring technique and explode. This technique ranked first among the human race techniques, and ranks 7th among the techniques of the myriad races in the infinite ocean. Deduction cannot be deduced for now effect. Once you prove Tao, you can cultivate automatically at all times. Disadvantage 1. Except for the creator, no one has ever become a god with this technique. Disadvantage 2. Once a cultivator has proven Tao, they have to try their best to improve their soul power. Disadvantage 3. If your Tao heart doesn't reach the realm of gods, you'll die sooner or later. Note 1. If you cultivate this technique, you'll either become a god or die. The rest of the time, you'll have to think about how to improve the power of your soul all the time. Note 2. Taking the extreme Tao can prevent you from dying because your soul hasn't improved enough and exceeds the upper limit of your soul. Chapter 2425, Heavenly Tao. When Han Fei saw all the disadvantages and notes of the star-devouring technique at the bottom, he was shocked. This was indeed a supreme divine technique, and it was even the best technique in human cultivation history. However, this technique could only be ranked on the monarch roll in the infinite ocean. However, Han Fei felt that it was normal because the path to godhood had almost been severed. The God of War hadn't been found yet, so the star-devouring technique couldn't be ranked on the god roll. Also, the God of War said that the star-devouring technique contained a soul cultivation method. But in fact, when Han Fei learned more about it, he found that the so-called soul cultivation method was actually to snatch the soul imprinted on others' origin stars. Therefore, once he practiced the star-devouring technique, his physique would become stronger and stronger as he progressed. As for the power of his soul, because he didn't cultivate his soul fast enough, the distance between his soul and his physique would increase. However, Han Fei found it strange. If it were him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was because with the demon purification pot, his soul and physique could mutually transform. This time, in the demon domain, after Tao Domain Sunflower Head injected a large amount of world origin into him, Han Fei instinctively felt that the number of this transformation had undergone a drastic change. He would find out after he experimented with it, but before that, he had to go to his eldest senior brother. Activating the void mark, Han Fei asked, "Eldest senior brother, I encountered some questions on my way of cultivation. I wonder if you have time to give me some pointers." The eldest senior brother's response was no slower than the God of War's. As soon as Han Fei sent the message, the eldest senior brother replied, "Come to the Void Temple." This was a one-on-one meeting. Han Fei was overjoyed. The Void Temple had such a huge resource. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use it? Didn't the Time Temple tempt him before, saying that the Time Temple was the one with the most knowledge and the fastest growth in the Monarch realm? Han Fei didn't believe that the Void Temple was inferior to the Time Temple. When Han Fei pushed open the bronze door and entered the Void Divine Mountain, eldest senior brother was already sitting here as if he had never left. Han Fei said, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." The eldest senior brother nodded slightly, his tone gentle but distant. "What doubts do you have, little junior brother?" Seeing that the eldest senior brother was getting straight to the point, Han Fei didn't want to hide anything. The eldest senior brother knew that he was from the human race. With his strength, he probably couldn't hide anything from his eyes. Han Fei said, "Eldest senior brother, I just have some questions. Someone told me that I can skip the star path. Is it really possible?" The eldest senior brother replied straightforwardly, "Yes, and there are many ways." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Will skipping the star path really not affect my combat power and future potential?" The eldest senior brother said, "It depends on the cultivation method. As long as the cultivation method is correct or compatible, it won't. Starsea giant beasts don't need to undergo star transformation or embark on the star path." Han Fei realized that it did make sense, so he asked more directly, "Senior brother, have you ever heard of the star-devouring technique?" This time, the eldest senior brother paused and then said, "It's the strongest cultivation technique of the orthodox human race. The strongest person who cultivates this technique is the God of War of the wild ancient race. He's a dual-blooded descendant of the orthodox human race and the wild ancient race. He's very strong, but I haven't seen him for nearly 100,000 years." Han Fei's heart trembled. It seemed that what the God of War told him about the star-devouring technique was true. The God of War probably knew that this divine technique had limitations. He wasn't afraid of other races knowing it because it belonged exclusively to humans and humanoids. Besides, the more orthodox the human bloodline was, the higher the success rate of practicing this technique. Han Fei asked, "Senior brother, is there a difference between the star-devouring technique and the orthodox star path?" The eldest senior brother said, "It's not the technique that matters, but the person. However, little junior brother, as an orthodox human, you'll have more advantages if you cultivate this technique. Your growth will be much faster than taking a normal star path," Han Fei said. "However, this technique seems to have many shortcomings. It seems to be a shortcoming in the soul. Senior brother, I've already mastered the void body refining technique." "Does our void temple have any advanced soul cultivation and body tempering techniques?" Eldest senior brother said. "If you cultivate the star-devouring divine technique, you don't need any body refining techniques of the void temple. The star-devouring divine technique is essentially a body-refining divine technique. As for soul cultivation techniques, there are." Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, once he successfully mastered the star-devouring technique, the shortcomings in his soul could be made up. Of course, he didn't know how much he could make up for. But if he proved Tao, even if the growth of his soul power couldn't keep up with the growth of his physique, there should be many ways to make up for it. At least, he still had the demon purification pot. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, between you and the God of War, who is stronger?" Han Fei thought to himself, didn't they say that although the God of War hadn't become a god, he had the power to contend with gods? What about the eldest senior brother? It was said that there were no gods in this world, but there had to be a reason for the Void Temple with only a dozen or so people to be ranked as one of the 3 temples, right? However, this time, eldest senior brother didn't answer but said leisurely, "Little junior brother, you will find out in the future." Since the eldest senior brother didn't want to tell him, Han Fei didn't ask again. He just thought that eldest senior brother's strength should be about the same as that of the God of War. Void Temple. If eldest senior brother wasn't as powerful as the God of War, then what was the difference between the Void Temple and an Overlord level power in the Sea Realm? But how could an Overlord of the Sea Realm compare to the Void Temple? Han Fei thought that it definitely couldn't. Otherwise, why would the 3 temples be called the 3 temples? After getting the answer he wanted from the eldest senior brother, Han Fei had actually made up his mind. One thought that he and the God of War shared was that there was no completely broken road in this world. However, no one had ever walked this road, or rather, someone had once walked it, but no traces were left behind. This meant that he needed to explore this path himself. Perhaps if he practiced the star-devouring technique, he might face the same trouble as the God of War in the future. However, this star-devouring technique was indeed the most suitable path for him. Even the eldest senior brother had admitted that this was the strongest cultivation method of the human race. This meant that there was no other path in this world that was more suitable for the orthodox human race to cultivate than the star-devouring technique. In the end, Han Fei said, "Thank you for clearing my doubts, eldest senior brother. Can I choose a soul cultivation technique?" the eldest senior brother asked. "Have you decided to cultivate the star-devouring technique? Although this technique is good, you may end up in the same trouble as the God of War." Han Fei smiled and said, "The ominous is coming. If our predecessors all have the ability to resist the ominous, it's fine for me to take other paths. I might not become a god, and even if I become a god, I might not be able to resist the ominous. In that case, why don't I take an unknown path that is most suitable for me?" The eldest senior brother nodded slightly. "That's good. As for the soul cultivation technique, look back." Upon hearing this, Han Fei immediately looked back, only to see countless spots of light appearing on the opposite mountain where the 5th senior brother used to stand. The eldest senior brother said leisurely, "Everyone has their own opportunities and techniques that suit them. There are infinite great Taoists in the world. Little junior brother, focus and choose the most dazzling one." Han Fei knew that the opportunities the eldest senior brother gave him couldn't be bad. Han Fei focused. In his eyes, those light spots began to shine. In a daze, Han Fei seemed to be in a starry sky, looking at the stars. Some stars were emitting dazzling light. Buzz, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, the light of many stars began to shine. Han Fei even felt that they had the urge to fly towards him. However, there were infinite great Taoists in the world, but he only wanted one. Therefore, even though Han Fei felt that he could catch any one of them, he held himself back. Slowly, as the stars trembled, finally, a shining spot of light stood out. As time passed, it seemed to turn into a bright moon, outshining the other stars. "This is it." Han Fei waved his hand, and the moon seemed to be blown into countless spots of light by the breeze, crossing the void and surging into Han Fei's body. A moment later, Han Fei's heart did a flip, and information popped up. Heavenly Tao, Monarch Level, Divine Quality. Introduction, turn oneself into the Heavenly Tao to envelop the world, watch the birth and death of all living beings, and comprehend the Tao of all living beings. This technique ranks 3rd on the Monarch roll. Deduced art, not available effect, one can use everything to cultivate the soul. Shortcomings, to cultivate the Heavenly Tao, one needs to create a world or find a domain to replace its Heavenly Tao. Note, all things have spirits. The Heavenly Tao is the Tao of all living beings. Third place on the Monarch roll? Han Fei subconsciously grinned. This was very strong. It seemed that for a long time this was completely enough for him. Now his next step was clear, and he had found a new soul cultivation method. It could be said that Han Fei could keep going down the sky-opening realm, and there might not be any obstacles until he reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. As for how to surpass the perfected star transformation realm, it was about the Dao Bones. He could ask the God of War later about how to refine the Dao Bones. After all, the star devouring technique was about body refinement. Chapter 2426, World Devouring. After bidding farewell to the eldest senior brother, Han Fei returned, but didn't come out of seclusion. Since he had decided, there was no need to hesitate. There was still half a year to go until the real end of the 4th round of qualifiers. He still had a lot of time to cultivate the star devouring technique. According to the star devouring technique, Han Fei first went to the origin star of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. This person's origin star, vitality, and star core had all been extracted by Han Fei. Star devouring technique was to directly refine the star core of the other party's origin star into a star core seed, which was equivalent to the other party's Dao seed, forming infinite compression power on his star core. However, refining the star core wasn't easy. How could the origin star of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator be refined so easily? It contained one or even multiple great Daos. If he accidentally refined it wrong, the star core would explode. Then, how terrifying the energy would be. Han Fei felt that he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Han Fei still used the old method to put the other party's star core into his origin star. However, this time, Han Fei didn't return to his origin sea immediately. This was because there were other stars near the origin star of this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Han Fei could see that among them, there were several dead stars and neighboring modified stars. Because the core of the main star had been dug away by Han Fei could feel that these stars had lost the traction of energy. Perhaps soon, they would leave this main star, leave here, and wander elsewhere in the sea of stars. Seeing this scene, Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Dad, now, these two little guys were not in the form of fish, but in the form of little people. Han Fei picked up Little White and laughed. Girl, look what gift I found for you. Han Fei pointed at the ordinary dead stars and the modified stars and said, Son, can't you activate World Devouring? I haven't seen what World Devouring is like. Try it? Because Little Black and Little White had just made a breakthrough, they hadn't used World Devouring, but during this period of time, they had swallowed a lot of Han Fei's resources. There was no telling if it was because their appetite had increased after they made the breakthrough, but Little Black snorted and glanced at Little White. Come help me. Humph. Stupid brother. Little White reluctantly jumped off Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei's heart stirred and he couldn't help but rub his chin. Oh, so Little Black is the elder brother. Then it seems that Little White is the younger sister. But weren't the two of them born at the same time? Little Black and Little White jumped into the sea of stars and came to one of the modified stars in the blink of an eye. World Devouring. When this move was launched, Han Fei saw that the modified star was actually enveloped by a white light. Even Han Fei's vision was blocked, and he could only see that the huge star was covered in white. Then, Han Fei saw a black shadow begin to cover the modified star from the corner. Oh, a lunar eclipse? Yes, what Han Fei saw now was like a lunar eclipse. This originally shining star was slowly enveloped by darkness. Or rather, it was not enveloping, because Han Fei could clearly see that wherever was covered by darkness, it had become nothingness. There was nothing left but the endless void. Fuck, they swallowed the star just like that? Although he had grown up listening to the legend of the heavenly dog eating the sun, this was fucking ridiculous. A star was swallowed just like that? The whole process of world devouring lasted for half an hour. This modified star was eaten clean, as if this star had never appeared. Han Fei was fascinated. When he saw Little Black and Little White turning into two little people and reappearing, the two little guys still felt unsatisfied. Little Black said coolly, I can eat another star like this. Really? Han Fei was horrified. Although it was just a modified star of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, this modified star also contained huge energy. This was equivalent to an origin star of a 250,000 kilometer star transformation. Little Black and Little White had just entered the star transformation realm, but they had already devoured an origin star of a 250,000 kilometer star transformation. Seriously? However, Little Black said that he could eat another one. Han Fei was shocked by his appetite. Little White said, Daddy, eat another one and we can level up. Little Black added, we can continue eating after we level up. Ah, well, Han Fei thought to himself, in the past, the Emperor Sparrow had been growing crazily and making breakthroughs every now and then. But now, the Emperor Sparrow's growth speed was no longer fast. However, the growth speed of Little Black and Little White had accelerated rapidly. Didn't this mean that the growth speed of Little Black and Little White in the sky-opening realm would be the same as the Emperor Sparrow back then? Han Fei certainly wouldn't be stingy with this modified star. Anyway, he still had dozens of origin stars of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. While he practiced the star devouring technique, he could let Little Black and Little White swallow stars to evolve, killing two birds with one stone. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that in addition to the mutual killing of people walking the same great Tao, the strong might also consume the weak's origin stars. After another modified star was swallowed by Little Black and Little White said to Han Fei tiredly, "Dad, I'm going to sleep. I may sleep for 10 years. Okay, sleep. Don't return to the Soul Sea. Just sleep on Daddy's origin star." Han Fei had already made up his mind. According to the time, it would be 28 years before the end of the 4th round of qualifiers. Such a long time was enough for Little Black and Little White to sleep for a few decades. Now, Little Black and Little White wanted to sleep because they had swallowed enough energy. That was how they cultivated and evolved. Returning to his origin star, Han Fei activated the star devouring technique to extract the energy of the star core he had just taken out. While letting his star core absorb the energy, he used the star devouring technique to refine the star cores. In this way, even if the refining wasn't done well, he would have his own star core and wouldn't be afraid of energy riots. The cultivation that he didn't know how long would last officially began. As Little White said, after sleeping for 13 years, they woke up and advanced to level 102. This time, Han Fei directly fed the two little guys the origin star of that peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator except for the star core. However, the two little guys were not full yet. Therefore, they ate all the 11 dead stars nearby. Then they began their second slumber. However, Han Fei still found that something was wrong because the amounts of energy devoured in the two times were quite different. This time, Little Black and Little White only swallowed 2 modified stars. What they swallowed the second time was an origin star. Even without a star core, that origin star was comparable to 4 or 5 modified stars. However, these two little guys had swallowed more than a dozen dead stars. Their appetite had more than doubled. This had increased by 3 or 4 times. After only 19 years of slumber, the two little guys had completed their advancement again and reached level 103. Han Fei was shocked. This was too damn fast. In the past, Little Black and Little White had stayed in his origin sea for thousands of years, but it was difficult for them to improve by 1 level. But this time, in just more than 30 years, they had improved by 2 levels in a row. However, when Han Fei learned that they had their own inheritance path, he didn't stop them. For the 3rd time, Little Black and Little White studied the origin star of a peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm cultivator whose star core hadn't been taken away by Han Fei. This time, they gave up because they couldn't eat anymore. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that they couldn't eat anymore. If they could still eat, he would doubt how big their appetite would be in the end. But even so, the two little guys had cleaned up the modified stars and dead stars around the origin stars of 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. In total, they had swallowed 9 modified stars and 41 dead stars. However, this time, they slept much longer than the last 2 times. The two little guys slept for 67 years before waking up again. And after they woke up, Han Fei didn't let them continue to swallow, and the two little guys didn't ask to swallow again, because they needed some time to digest themselves. This digestion time was a consolidation process of strength, which might take hundreds of years. Han Fei quite understood that. How could there be such a thing as unreasonable crazy breakthroughs, eating all the time even without the need to consolidate the strength? Only Le Renquang could do that. Han Fei chuckled. Thinking of the fatty Le Renquang, he wondered if he, Luo Xiaobai, and Zhang Xuanyu had come to this 100,000-year competition. When he taught them the heavenly fusion technique, even if they came, they would definitely pretend to be humanoids. It wasn't the official arena competition yet, and he didn't take the initiative to find them from the vast sea of people. It was normal that he didn't find them. Han Fei thought that it was impossible for them not to come to this kind of competition that happened once every 100,000 years. Unless there was a greater opportunity than this, he would definitely be able to find them in the following arena matches. Chapter 2427, That Handsome Man. Han Fei's cultivation came to an end for the time being. Han Fei thought that the 100 years of cultivation on his origin star would be another trump card of his. When Han Fei came out of seclusion, there was still a month before the end of the 10,000-year competition. This was because not everyone ended the qualifiers in advance like them. As soon as Han Fei came out of seclusion, he immediately felt the synchronization of information. It turned out that the Sea Establishment Realm Arena competition had already begun, and the second round had already begun. Han Fei's heart stirred, but he still chose to go to Fengxinglu first. He found that the courtyard of Fengxinglu was very lively. People were smoking their pipes, tickling themselves, drinking and rolling the dice. It was really a joyous occasion. Of course, as soon as Han Fei arrived, everyone immediately perked up. Wu Bufan exclaimed, "Brother Fei, have you finished your cultivation in seclusion?" Luo Defei said, "Congratulations, Brother Fei. Your strength has improved again." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "How can you tell?" Luo Defei grinned. "Brother Fei, everybody knows that you fought 1,000 strong masters alone. Even Zhao Qinglong couldn't have done that." Han Fei curled his lips. Zhao Qinglong couldn't do it? If this guy made up his mind, he could even kill 1,000 strong masters alone. Of course, the premise was that he had to use the power of the black dragon in his body. Li Chen said, "Hi, Brother Fei." Zhou Run looked at Han Fei with a smile and nodded slightly. Then he said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Brother Fei, we can only stay here now. Although all private fights are forbidden in the Divine Capital Dynasty, there are also exceptions to this rule, such as on the Dragon Fighting Street and in the big clans. Now that we came out of the 4th round of qualifiers alive, it's impossible for the big clans not to know, so there's no turning back for us. Han Fei understood what they meant. Since they had already betrayed their families, they would be walking into a trap if they went back. Because they had nowhere to go, they were all gathered in Feng Xingliu's residence. Han Fei asked, "Where is Feng Xingliu?" Cao Mengde said. "Well, Brother Xingliu went to watch the game." "Game? What game?" Han Fei pretended to be dumbfounded. Feng Xingliu went to watch Sea Establishers competitions? It must be Qingcheng competing. Cao Mengde hurriedly said, "It's the Sea Establishment Realm competition. Their 4th round is not as long as ours, so their 10,000-year competition has started now. Sister Qingcheng happened to have a competition today, so he went to watch it." Zhou Run said, "It's not good for so many of us to go, so Brother Xingliu went alone." Han Fei's heart stirred. "Oh, the 10,000-year competition for Sea Establishers has begun so quickly?" Zhou Run nodded. "There are a lot of Sea Establisher participants this time. Even after 4 rounds of qualifiers, there are still nearly 2 million people left in the arena competition. In the arena competition, it's all about strength. This first round took a full 3 months to eliminate half of the people. Now it's the end of the 2nd round. After this round, there will only be about 500,000 participants left." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "This progress was quite fast," Han Fei said. "Okay, I'll go take a look. Also, what's wrong with you guys? Since you've betrayed your families, cultivate harder and slowly change your old habits." "What are you doing? I had thought that I was in a chess and cards room." Yes, Brother Fei, we will definitely change." Han Fei didn't say anything more. In fact, he knew that although these guys were playing just now, they were actually cultivating. Perhaps they had been cultivating like this for a long time. If others didn't know better, they would definitely think they were just playing. But in fact, there was a very slight energy fluctuation in Wu Bufan's big pipe, so was in the back scratcher and the dice. It could be imagined that these guys must have gathered together like this in the past. They seemed to be playing, but were actually cultivating. This opened up a new way of thinking for entertainment and cultivation. The Sea Establishment Realm Arena competition was not where the qualifiers were held. The Divine Capital Dynasty had a dedicated arena. It was an independent space established on the 108th island of the Divine Capital Dynasty. If a participant in the sky-opening realm came to watch a Sea Establishment Realm competition, no one would stop him, although it was unnecessary. In fact, there were many sky-opening realm participants watching the Sea Establishment Realm competition. Those sky-opening realm participants who had long been eliminated came to the 100,000-year competition just to watch the competition. Since the sky-opening realm competition hadn't started yet, they naturally wanted to watch the Sea Establishment Realm competition. They couldn't look down on the Sea Establishers. Perhaps when they were in the Sea Establishment Realm, they were far inferior to these Sea Establishers. However, Han Fei was too famous. When Han Fei showed his #1 qualification token, to be honest, the people in charge of guarding the teleportation array were dumbfounded. This was the #1 qualification token. At this moment, it meant that he was the #1 among the participants in the sky-opening realm. How could such a person come to watch the Sea-Establishing Realm competition? In fact, Han Fei didn't notice until this moment that the number on his qualification token became 1. When he was cultivating on his origin star, the number hadn't changed. "My lord, please come in. There are special spectator seats for sky-opening realm cultivators. You'll know when you enter the arena." Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array. When he suddenly saw light, he immediately saw a super arena that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers. As he scanned it with his perception, Han Fei discovered that there were as many as 100 arenas taking place at the same time. Each group of contestants occupied a space of 100,000 kilometers. They were surrounded by tens of millions of audience members. Of course, Han Fei saw at a glance that there were about 200,000 sky-opening realm cultivators on a floating spectator platform. Feng Xingliu was sitting in the front of the floating platform. He was sitting on a chair with its legs crossed, holding a golden pipe in his mouth and holding 2 walnuts in his other hand. There was no one around Feng Xingliu. Although Feng Xingliu was not as famous as Han Fei, in the eyes of others, he was also a ruthless person who had swept through the Dragon Fighting Street. More importantly, Feng Xingliu was too close to Han Fei, and Han Fei had too many enemies now. Under such circumstances, who would dare to sit with Feng Xingliu? Buzz. When Han Fei appeared in the stands, everyone looked at him. Histha, why is he here? Is this guy also here to watch the Sea Establishment Realm competition? Stay away from them. We can't afford to offend them. Feng Xingliu also looked at Han Fei in surprise. Why are you here? When did you come out of seclusion? Han Fei said. I just came out of seclusion. I was going to find you, but I found that the Sea Establishment competition had already begun, so I came over to take a look. Feng Xingliu, then you missed it. Qingcheng has already finished her battles. She didn't watch the battle with me because she made a few new friends. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, then why are you still sitting here? I'm watching the game. I find that these people seem to be fighting quite well. They have a lot of skills and many strange moves. Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder. Although Feng Xingliu was strong, he didn't have much combat experience. Even though he had experienced a lot of battles in recent years as led by him, he still lacked combat experience. That was why he found it interesting to see these sea establishers attacking. Therefore, Han Fei sat down and casually crossed his legs. He took out a large pipe, put it to his mouth, and quietly watched the battle. However, as soon as Han Fei's perception scanned the arena, information synchronized in his mind. However, Neza was paying attention to Feng Qingcheng at the moment. Han Fei glanced around, and there were indeed a few more friends around Feng Qingcheng. Wait, suddenly Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. He found that among Feng Qingcheng's new friends, there was a very handsome young man who was saying corny words of love to her. Qingcheng, you are like the morning sun in my life. Your appearance illuminated the darkness in my life. The moment I saw you, time froze. Can you really bear to watch me fall into darkness without extending a helping hand? Feng Qingcheng blushed. She had never seen such a scene since she was a child. Feng Qingcheng was at a loss when she suddenly heard an indifferent voice. Hey, Yixian asked me to bring you a message. Do you want to kneel on a sea urchin, a thornfish, or a thorn grass? Buzz! The handsome man suddenly turned around. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Alas, brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand your words? After that, Zhang Xuanyu turned around with a smile and said to Feng Qingcheng, Qingcheng, it's fate that we met. We're destined to be together. Now let me tend to something first. Bah, jerk. Feng Qingcheng was smart. Although Neza said it vaguely, how could she not guess it? Zhang Xuanyu couldn't have felt more awful. He would have won this girl's heart soon. Why did Han Fei have to show up at this moment? Zhang Xuanyu put a hand on Neza's shoulder and led him into the distance, saying via voice transmission, Fuck, Fei-Fei, where did you pop out from? I haven't seen you for 400 years. Is it appropriate for you to scare me like this, okay? Although Neza was not using Han Fei's face, Zhang Xuanyu recognized Han Fei immediately. Han Fei asked, Where are Xiaobai and Kuang Kuang? Zhang Xuanyu said, This is not the place to talk. Let's go out and talk. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly looked up at the floating platform where Han Fei and the other sky openers were sitting. He felt Han Fei's gaze. When he saw Han Fei's original body sitting there peacefully, the corners of his mouth twitched. As early as when Zhang Xuanyu heard that Han Fei had defeated the Dragon Fighting Street, he was sure that this Han Fei must be his good buddy Han Fei. However, what made him speechless was that Han Fei could already kill a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator head-on. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Was his cultivation too slow? Han Fei was surprised to see that Zhang Xuanyu was stronger than he had imagined. His strength was no weaker than Neza's. Chapter 2428, Meeting Again. The acquaintance of Neza and Zhang Xuanyu wouldn't attract the special attention of some people. At most, people in the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin would pay attention. However, everyone had wandered in the wilderness for decades, so it was normal for them to make a few friends. In the dark, next to Zhang Daqian, Li Shenhao secretly exclaimed, How does Neza know such a strong master? Zhang Xunyu is one of the top 10,000 strong masters on our sea establishment roll. Pen Ying said, So what? He is only a peak-level sea establisher. How strong can he be? It's hard to say which ranking he can get in the end. Bai Ranran said, Don't underestimate this person. I once met him in the wilderness. This person's spear technique is astonishing. He might even be stronger than Neza. Slap. Li Shenhao immediately slapped his thigh. No wonder. They're both spear Dao geniuses. It's not surprising that they know each other, but I think it's best not to provoke him. It's said that Zhang Xuanyu kills people like flies, and on the battlefield of the Sea Establishment realm, deaths are allowed. So, it's best not to provoke him. The two left the field in advance, so they didn't attract much attention. This arena would continue for a long time. The second round was not over yet. There would be a third round, a fourth round, and even a 10th round. Although there were fewer and fewer participants left, the people fighting the arena were getting stronger and stronger, so the fighting time would be uncertain. In a certain restaurant, Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu sat opposite each other and randomly ordered some local spiritual fruits. Han Fei said, Why are you so flamboyant even in the sea realm? What do you want? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. That's not my purpose. I approached Feng Qingcheng because I wanted to find you. Han Fei sneered. Really? Since the competition is not over yet, isn't it only a matter of time before we meet again? Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. You're very famous now. Once you're hunted down, you might not be able to escape in time. Hey, not that I want to say this, but you're too audacious. You're in an unfamiliar place and don't even know anyone here. How dare you make so many enemies? Han Fei chuckled. Okay, I have my reasons. I haven't finished my business yet. After this 100,000-year competition, I will disappear for a long time. Zhang Xuanyu's heart stirred. Are you going back to the chaotic wasteland? Han Fei said. Yes, the human race must be saved, and the people of the raging sea must enter the sea realm. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. To be honest, the sea realm is very dangerous. When we came out together, 7 or 8 of us had already died before we were separated. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, What happened after you left? Where are the 2 of them? Han Fei was not interested in others. He only cared about Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Loren Kuang. Now that he had met Zhang Xuanyu again, he naturally wanted to ask about Luo Xiaobai and Loren Kuang. Zhang Xuanyu said, after we left the chaotic wasteland according to the sea chart, we realized that this world was extremely vast. Later, 3 years after we left the chaotic wasteland, a few emperors led us. But our paths were different, so later, we separated. You know, I would definitely be with Lu Rengquang and Luo Xiaobai. The three of us spent 100 years wandering in the wilderness and finally reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. Later, we separated because we were each looking for our own path to open the sky. Han Fei frowned slightly. You just separated? You don't know where they are? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. How long did it take you to open the sky? Didn't you secretly leave for hundreds of years? Han Fei thought that it made sense, but then he said, that's not right. At that time, we were in the raging sea. All the insights there could only be found by myself, so I spent more than 200 years comprehending the Tao. But since you have come to the sea realm, you might be able to obtain a lot of knowledge from any random wilderness camp, right? You reached the peak of sea establishment 100 years ago. Why are you still at the peak of the sea establishment realm now? Zhang Xuanyu nodded and said, there are indeed too many shortcuts here, and there are too many insights into the sky-opening realm. However, Luo Xiaobai said that we improved too quickly before and told us not to be in a hurry to open the sky. Otherwise, we can only become ordinary geniuses in the sea realm. Therefore, unless we have no choice, or our bodies can't bear the limits of our strength, we shouldn't rush to open the sky. Therefore, until now, I have been squeezing out my potential. As for the Tao of sky opening, I have long comprehended it. Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's words, Han Fei realized that only they had walked out of the raging sea. They were all ambitious, or they wouldn't have been able to come out of the raging sea. Naturally, they wouldn't be willing to be reduced to an ordinary heavenly talent in the sea realm. Therefore, Zhang Xuanyu had been stuck at the peak of the sea establishment realm for more than 300 years, and his current strength was probably extraordinary. Han Fei asked, then you never contacted each other again? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes. We agreed that if we didn't meet in 1,000 years, we would go to the Sky Crater world. The Sky Crater world? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. That's the world battlefield where there are battles every day. Why did you agree to meet there? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. We have to become stronger. We can't promise to meet in the Divine Capital Dynasty 1,000 years from now, right? If someone comes late and someone comes early, wouldn't the time be wasted? But the Sky Crater world is different. Have you forgotten what we are best at? Fighting. We've already started fighting as early as when we are on the Scattered Stars Island. Whoever arrives first will fight first. When the others arrive, there might already be someone that has conquered a big territory. At that time, we'll have connections to use. 1,000 years was neither long nor short. With the strength of Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai, they probably couldn't suppress their strength for long. If nothing unexpected happened, with Zhang Xuanyu's current physique and soul strength, he would probably be about to open the sky as soon as the competition ended. Of course, in the past 400 years, they must have had a lot of hardship. The accumulation of resources alone couldn't have nurtured Zhang Xuanyu's ferocity so well. Han Fei said, perhaps they are also hiding among the participants. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. I guess not. First of all, they definitely won't participate in the Sky Opening Realm competition because they can't grow so fast. And in the Sea Establishment Realm competition, I have experienced 4 rounds of qualifiers and 2 arena matches outside. I specially revealed the Instant Mystic Spear, but I didn't get any responses, so I guess they aren't here. With that said, Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, hey, how did you see through me at a glance? Are my disguises useless in front of sky openers? Han Fei smiled and said, is it difficult to see through you? Why do you have to put on such a flashy face? Also, your glib tricks and the special features of using a spear, plus the fact that you're in contact with Feng Qingcheng, it would be hard for me not to notice you. What? Haha, is it so obvious? Zhang Xuanyu laughed. What about you? I heard that not only did you become an enemy of the heavenly race, but you also fought Zhao Qinglong head-on. Did you lose? In Zhang Xuanyu's heart, Han Fei had always been a freak who was monstrously strong. He was not surprised at all that Han Fei had beaten the entire dragon fighting street. Zhang Xuanyu didn't think it strange that Han Fei made an enemy of the heavenly race. When Han Fei challenged the Thousand-Star City back then, he didn't flinch at all. However, Zhang Xuanyu was still very surprised that Han Fei challenged Zhao Qinglong. They had lived in the wilderness for so long and had heard a lot of news. They had heard about the experts on the God Roll. 300 years ago, the news that Zhao Qinglong got listed on the God Roll spread throughout the 4 divine realms. Hearing that Han Fei challenged Zhao Qinglong, even Zhang Xuanyu was worried that Han Fei had made too many enemies. Han Fei chuckled and said, when there are too many debts, one stops worrying about them. Now I've killed a large number of descendants of the big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty, so I can't meet you with my original body. The corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Can you leave after the competition ends? Han Fei grinned and said, don't worry, since I dare to fight, I'm confident that I can leave. Crunch. The two chatted about their experiences in the wilderness while eating spiritual fruits. Zhang Xuanyu had broken into some primitive graveyards with some people in the wilderness, but there weren't many of them, so Zhang Xuanyu only obtained 3 world origin fruits. However, this guy had tapped a lot of his potential. This time, he hoped to obtain a large number of world origin fruits and prove Tao. It was a pity that the world origin fruit couldn't be preserved. Otherwise, Han Fei could give some to Zhang Xuanyu. After sitting for a while, Zhang Xuanyu said, "When will you prove Tao?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Do you think it's easy to prove Tao? You make it sound so easy," Zhang Xuanyu said. "Who knows about you? Since you can kill a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm now, I'm afraid that few people below the monarch realm are your match, right? But I'm still far from the monarch level." Zhang Xuanyu nodded slightly. Although Han Fei was very strong now, what he wanted to do was not simple at all. Anyway, he could open the sky after this 10,000-year competition, but it was hard to say when Han Fei could conquer the chaotic wasteland. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Okay, we can't help you now. When the 1,000-year period is up, we'll go to the Sky Crater world to improve our strength first. We'll come to you when we reach the Star Transformation realm." Han Fei shook his head. "No, reaching the Star Transformation realm is not enough. My suggestion is that you find a way to enter one of the major factions in the Eastern Sea Divine Realm in this competition. In addition, I think with Xiaobai's personality, if she knows that there will be a 10,000-year competition, she shouldn't be absent unless she is tied down. As for Lurenquang, it's hard to say. His Tao seems to make no difference whether he participates in the 10,000-year competition or not." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Haha, you're right about that. Since we entered the Sea Realm, Lurenquang has been the fastest to cultivate among the three of us. He reached the peak of the Sea Establishment realm almost 50 years earlier than us. No, I have a headache when he's mentioned. It's too much that he can become stronger by eating. I have to go back to watch the battle. I have to say that there are too many strong masters. There are too many things I can learn from watching the battles." Chapter 2429, Rules of the Great Competition. Now that he had found Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei was relieved. The two of them went back to watch the game side by side. After watching the Sea Establishment realm matches for a while, Han Fei's original body was about to leave, but after more than 20 matches, it was Zhang Daqian's turn. Therefore, Han Fei continued to sit patiently for a while. Zhang Daqian had unparalleled potential and talent. After such a long period of cultivation, this avatar was already comparable to Neza. What he needed now was an opponent who could kill him on the spot. Zhang Daqian walked the Great Tao of Nirvana, and the first difficulty of the Great Tao of Nirvana was resources, which Han Fei had plenty of. The second difficulty was to reach the peak of his current realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have a nirvana. Although Zhang Daqian's strength had increased, it wasn't enough to reach the peak. He needed enough world origin. After this competition, he should be able to reach the peak. The third difficulty was to arouse the enemy's anger to kill him. This was very important. It seemed that he had to absorb that kind of anger, which was one of the important resources of nirvana. Zhang Daqian was still too weak, so if he was too arrogant, Han Fei felt that he might be beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself. After a while, Zhang Daqian finally entered the arena. Perhaps because Zhang Daqian had shown some strength in the previous rounds of qualifiers, when Zhang Daqian entered the arena, many people paid attention to him. There was no telling if Zhang Daqian was too lucky or if there were too many people from the Ghost Strait in the competition. He happened to meet an expert from the Ghost Strait. Han Fei could hear many people exclaiming. Someone said, "That's Chen Yin, a heavenly talent from the Ghost Strait." It said that his soul power is extremely powerful, comparable to a sky opener. It said that he once created an illusion space to stop 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses and caused them to kill each other. Someone remarked, "I'm told that Zhang Daqian is quite strong too." It said that few people can survive one attack from him in close combat. Someone said, "It's said that that guy's physique is extremely strong, comparable to a sky-opening realm cultivator." Someone clicked his tongue in wonder. "That's interesting. One of them has a strong physique and the other has a strong soul. If the two of them meet, no matter who gets the upper hand, the consequences will be unpredictable." However, Han Fei, who had been waiting for a long time, lost all interest when he saw this opponent. As soon as Zhang Daqian was born, he could already devour the mental attacks of all creatures within level 10 above him and transform them into his own soul attacks. In other words, he was invincible in his realm. However, as he became stronger and reached the Sea Establishment realm, his information had changed. The soul power could no longer be measured by the realm. Therefore, now, he could swallow the mental attacks of all creatures whose soul power was less than twice his own and transform them into his mental attacks. What did it mean? It basically meant that he was invincible in the same realm in terms of the soul power. Even if someone who walked the extreme soul-refining Tao appeared, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Zhang Daqian. Therefore, in this battle, after Han Fei saw a person from the Ghost Strait enter the arena, he already knew the outcome. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, "I'm leaving. Take your time." Feng Xingliu asked, "You don't want to watch it anymore?" This Zhang Daqian is said to be very powerful with the Tao of Saber. Swords and knives are the same. "Don't you also use knives? Aren't you going to take a look?" Han Fei said, "I don't have time for that. Have fun. Clang, clang." Han Fei hadn't walked out of the arena yet. In the 42nd arena behind him, many people didn't even see how Zhang Daqian attacked. After the referee called the game on, the two of them looked at each other and then Zhang Daqian drew a small half of the long saber in his hand before retracting it. However, with such a simple movement, the person from the ghost strait was directly cut in half. Boomy exclamations erupted from around. Wow, so fast. What happened in the number 42 arena? The saber wasn't even unsheathed, right? How did the heavenly talent from the ghost strait lose? He must have unsheathed his saber. We just didn't see it. Oh my god, didn't they say that the soul power of the guy from the ghost strait is extremely powerful? Why is his soul power not as fast as his opponent's knife? Heh, I think his reputation is probably undeserved. The soul power is invisible and untouchable. How can we tell if his soul power is strong or not? Someone remarked. But Zhang Daqian is really strong. It seems that he killed his opponent with a single /2 in the last round. And it said that hundreds of them were killed by him in the fourth round. Few people have ever seen him draw his knife. Han Fei only paused for a moment. Hearing these discussions, he left the arena without looking back. Although he didn't look back, he had the telepathy with Zhang Daqian, so he knew very well that Zhang Daqian was just using the draw technique. However, before Zhang Daqian drew his saber and the two of them looked at each other, the strong masters of the Ghost Strait had already erupted with spiritual illusions and soul spikes. It was conceivable that the result was that these mental attacks seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and couldn't even cause a ripple. 1 month later, Han Fei fed Little Black and Little White a few more modified stars, but they didn't eat too much this time. When he walked out of the Origin Star, he felt that a waiter had been waiting outside his yard for a while. Han Fei's heart stirred. Come in. Upon hearing this, the waiter entered the courtyard and cupped his hands. Master Han Fei, the fourth round of the qualifiers officially ended 6 hours ago. In 3 days, on the One and Worst Island, the settlement of merits and rewards for the fourth round of the qualifiers will be made. Rewards? Han Fei was stunned. There are rewards and merits for the fourth round of qualifiers. Why didn't I know this? However, Han Fei nodded and said, okay, I see, I'll go there by myself later. More than 2 hours later, Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and the others came to Han Fei's small courtyard in groups. They were here to accompany Han Fei. Brother Fei, have you finally come out of seclusion? I heard that the rewards this time are especially generous. Brother Fei, you've won first place in the fourth round. You will definitely get a lot of rewards. Cao Mengde began to congratulate Han Fei loudly. Wu Bufan said with a smile, Brother Fei, we've overshadowed Zhao Qinglong this time. Besides, we've learned a particularly important thing. Zhao Qinglong won't make things difficult for you later. Oh? Han Fei was a little surprised. What did you find out? Wu Bufan chuckled. Brother Fei, we have learned the rules of the arena match in 7 days. Because of the huge difference in strength between us participants, in the arena competition, our realms will all be lowered to the early star transformation realm, including Zhao Qinglong. So the arena competition will become a competition of the same realm. Feng Xinglu laughed. Han Fei, I think I'm already invincible now. How many people in the same realm can be my match? I can't wait. I can't wait to show the tricks I've learned recently. However, Han Fei looked at these people as if looking at fools. He said helplessly, what are you all so happy for? Just because his realm has been suppressed to the early star transformation realm doesn't mean that his strength is in the early star transformation realm. Can you change his physique or his soul? If you can't even change these two, the so-called suppression is just the basic suppression on the Great Tao. For people like Zhao Qinglong, even if he is in the early star transformation realm, he can still unleash the combat power of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, so don't take it too seriously. At this moment, Zhao Run said, I've already told you that the realm suppression is only for ordinary people. It won't ban your physique, soul, divine techniques, and godly weapons. It just prevents you from breaking through the limits of your realm. However, it was obvious that they didn't listen to what Zhou Run and Han Fei said. Li Chen said, I am also very strong, and I have a godly weapon. If I really unleash my full strength, I will surprise those people. Feng Xingliu also said, yes. I was already very strong when I was still in the early star transformation realm. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Okay, enough bragging. Let's go. On the 101st Island, when Han Fei and the others arrived, they immediately attracted countless gazes. Among them, many gazes were filled with resentment and anger. If it weren't for the fact that private fights were forbidden in the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei and the others would have been torn to pieces by these people. Even Zhao Qinglong, who no one dared to approach in the crowd, stared ferociously at Han Fei at this moment. He had missed the opportunity in the demon domain, which made him reflect for a long time. The Black Dragon said, there must be a reason that this person can stay in the ominous mist for so long. As long as you find a chance to kill him, I can easily snatch his memories and snatch his soul. At that time, all he has had will become yours. Chapter 2430, The Parasitized. When Han Fei, Feng Xinglu, and the others arrived, Feng Yu rolled her eyes at them, followed by a contemptuous look. In the eyes of outsiders, this was very obvious. Although Feng Yu would stand on the same side as Han Fei and the others, that was because Feng Xinglu and Han Fei were good friends. However, Feng Yu actually despised Han Fei and Feng Xinglu, so she didn't want to hang around with these two people. At least, no one would have thought that Feng Yu and Han Fei were much closer than they thought. Boom, huff. This time, Han Fei was more ostentatious. He took out his big pipe and took a puff. Then he looked around arrogantly and said leisurely, hello little trash of the heavenly race and the trash of the big clans. The 4th round of qualifiers has passed. You better hope that I don't encounter you. Otherwise, hee. Han Fei put on a creepy smile. There was no need to hide his hostility. In the last moment of the 4th round, Dao Domain Sunflower Head almost couldn't hold on anymore. These people had collectively defected and joined forces with the ominous, ganging up on the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. He would never forget this. If the White Monarch hadn't taken action at the last moment, one of him and Feng Yu would have called their eldest senior brother over to help. Han Fei felt that he had to take revenge. However, this matter was essentially a trick of the demonic monarch. At that time, he deliberately only sent 1,000 demon spirits to intercept the army of 3,000 participants. In the end, in front of everyone, he sacrificed all the demon spirits and destroyed all the guardian spiritual plants of Dao Domain Sunflower Head. This was to make an illusion for everyone so that everyone would think that both he and Dao Domain Sunflower Head were exhausted. Through the hands of the participants, he could break through the world origin and take down Dao Domain Sunflower Head in one fell swoop. In fact, at the last moment, his plan had basically succeeded. Fortunately, the White Monarch had been waiting for him to appear for 30,000 years. If it weren't for the White Monarch, Han Fei would have been doomed this time. After a while, when everyone arrived, the Monarch-level referee came to the arena. At this moment, there were 132,864 people in this round. Almost 20,000 people had died compared to when they participated in the competition. Han Fei didn't know if the death of these 20,000 people was worth it, just to make them realize the horror of the ominous, so many people had died for nothing. Fortunately, although 20,000 people died, most of the remaining people had obtained a lot of resources. Those who survived the 4th round, as long as they were not in the perfected star transformation realm or above, their strength would generally increase by about 20%. This was the benefit of resources and trials. In this case, the deaths of the 20,000 people were worth it. The referee said, "Today, there are a total of 132,864 participants here. You participated in the conquest of the demon domain. You encountered a tremendous number of demonic creatures, and you saw enough darkness. Today, I have a secret to tell you. Those darkness may appear in our sea realm someday in the future, or maybe not. However, if you rise up, you might understand in the future that those darkness are our lifelong enemies." Hiss. What? Will that thing appear in the sea realm? Someone shivered. They had experienced the battlefield in the demon domain and knew the horror of those demonic creatures and demonic plants. They could control and parasitize people. They had thought that the demonic sources were the mastermind behind the demon domain, but later they learned that behind the demonic source, there was an even stronger demonic monarch. In the next few months, although Han Fei and the others had finished early, the remaining people became more and more concentrated. Naturally, they encountered demonic source true bodies in the wilderness. It could be said that 1/3 of the participants who died were killed by the demonic source true bodies, demon spirits, and other strange existences. Han Fei's heart stirred. Why did this referee announce this matter directly? Wasn't he afraid that this matter would be publicized and cause panic? But on second thought, it didn't seem that it would cause much panic even if this matter was publicized. This was because most people had never experienced the ominous, so they didn't know what kind of existence the ominous was. Furthermore, they would naturally feel that even if the sky collapsed, there were still taller men to hold it up. If even the tallest person couldn't withstand it, let it be. If the strong were all dead, why would the weak like them resist uselessly? The referee said, "I'm just giving all of you a warning. The darkness is called the ominous, and it's the enemy of all races. The ominous you encountered is actually nothing, but in the distant sea of stars there is the ominous that is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, in the world of the strong, there's an iron law, that is, all races and the ominous are mortal enemies and will never cooperate." The referee said this for Zhao Qinglong and the others to hear, but he didn't say their names. He had already given them face. However, now that he had said it, if anyone dared to violate this rule again, they would be taken as traitors. However, most people were puzzled because they didn't think they would cooperate with the ominous. They didn't participate in the battle between the ominous and Dao Domain Sunflower Head, so they didn't know much about what the referee said. However, in the next moment, the referee said, "Today, there are 3 things. The first is to declare the result of the 4th round of qualifiers. The second is to exchange your battle results for merits, which will give you a chance to exchange for prizes. The third thing, it's that some of you have been parasitized by the ominous. Therefore, I'll help you dig that thing out of your bodies." Huh? How is that possible? Hiss, parasitized. In the field, almost 80% of the people shivered. Being parasitized was not a joke. After 3 years of battle, how could they not know the parasitic ability of demonic sources? These things could parasitize everything. The entire demonic source territories had been possessed by them. Now, they could even silently parasitize humans. Then, those who were parasitized would almost unknowingly become their puppets. A moment ago, many people didn't pay much attention to the ominous arrival, but now, they were even a little frightened. Who was parasitized? Did I? Even Han Fei was very surprised. A bright halo bloomed on the tower. At first, the people here were fine. However, under the bright pillar of light, after only 10 seconds, something happened. Ah! Someone knelt on the ground in pain. Black smoke was drifting from his body. Shh! Many people immediately jumped away from that person. Even Feng Xingliu blinked and said, "Holy shite," Xuanhuan added. "If the demonic sources can parasitize humans, they're indeed very difficult to deal with." Han Fei slightly frowned. It's more than that. If they really parasitize countless people, they would spread quickly like a virus. Fortunately, they had come out early, and these people had just finished the 4th round and hadn't had the time to interact with others. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, people who were emitting black smoke appeared frequently, and in the end, there were 2,083 of them. This number shocked everyone. No one knew when or how they were parasitized. However, nearly 3,000 people had been parasitized at once. If this spread, the Divine Capital Dynasty, a place where all races gathered, would probably be plagued soon. Those people who were emitting black smoke screamed miserably, because before this they didn't feel that they had been parasitized. Until this moment, they felt as if 10,000 ants were eroding their hearts and they felt very uncomfortable. The referee said, "The ominous can silently parasitize your bodies, absorb your power, grow, and even infect others. Therefore, I hope you can recognize how terrifying it is." Looking at the suffering hosts, someone finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord Referee, is there anyone parasitized in the current sea realm? We can all enter the Sea of Stars. What if?" The referee shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, the demon domain is special. We got it from a special place in the Sea of Stars. Most of the time, it's impossible for them to leave that place. The reason why it's used for your assessment is that you are the strong masters of the sea realm, and you are already standing at the top of this world. In the future, you may set foot in the Sea of Stars. Believe me, when the time comes, you will fight tooth and nail to leave the sea realm, because that is the path to become a monarch." Huh? Han Fei was puzzled. This referee seemed to be encouraging everyone to leave the sea realm and go to the sea realm and go to the Sea of Stars. However, could the sky-opening realm cultivators really explore in the Sea of Stars for a long time? He was very puzzled about this. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, said to Han Fei telepathically, "You'd better not try it. It's said that the odds of death are as high as 90% if you want to cross that place." Han Fei raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu. This guy seemed to know something. Since Feng Xingliu knew it, it was equivalent to him knowing it. He would ask him later. Chapter 2431, Calculation of Merit. The referee didn't point out the people parasitized until everyone arrived. Obviously, it was to give everyone a warning. These people weren't parasitized too seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unaware of it, so they could be easily purified. It only took less than 30 seconds for all the hosts to stop emitting black smoke, which indicated that the ominous in their bodies had been completely purged. As for the referee, he simply treated it as a trivial matter. Then he said to everyone loudly, "I believe that the relevant rankings have already appeared on your qualification tokens. There are a total of 132,864 people present. Everyone below the 80,000th place will be evaluated as eliminated. The sea-establishing realm demonic creatures and sky-opening realm demonic creatures you kill can be exchanged for points. After the points are calculated, you can exchange for them yourselves. Furthermore, all the resources you obtain in the demon domain will belong to you." Below the 80,000th place, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Many people had thought that half of the people would be eliminated, but now it seemed that it was better than they had expected. At least they had advanced to the next round. However, many people sighed. Although they had long known that they would be eliminated, they couldn't help but sigh when they heard this answer. This didn't just mean that they had been eliminated. It meant that they had lost to more than 80,000 people. Any one of the top 80,000 people might be stronger than them. Those who had made it to this point were all strong masters, but when they were eliminated, they were still full of mixed feelings. Fortunately, the number of kills could be exchanged for merits, which meant that they had some returns. Compared to those who had abandoned the 4th round of qualifiers, these eliminated people felt that they had actually gained a lot. At least, it would make those who had given up jealous. The referee announced, "Next, I will announce the merit algorithm. Every 100 sea establishment realm demonic creatures is worth 1 merit point. Every star transformation demonic creature is worth 10 merit points. Every demonic source is worth 100 merit points. Every demonic source true body is worth 500 merit points. Every demon spirit is worth 100 merit points." The additional credit points are calculated as follows. 1,000 points for those who help the consciousness of the world origin, 10,000 points for those who attack and cause harm to the demonic monarch, and 500 points will be reduced for those who are bewitched by the demonic monarch. When the referee said that those who attack and cause harm to the demonic monarch, he looked at Han Fei. Originally, the last 3 merit points weren't counted, but after understanding the specific situation, they were added at the last minute, especially attacking the demonic monarch and causing damage to him. Even the referee found this unbelievable. He felt that someone might be able to attack the demonic monarch, but he never thought it would be Han Fei. It must be noted that Zhao Qinglong, the powerhouse on the God roll, and Feng Yu, the first place on the heaven roll, was there. However, it was Han Fei who attacked the demonic monarch. This trial in the demon domain attracted the attention of many people in the divine capital dynasty, and many people remembered the name Han Fei. Following the referee's gaze, many people looked at Han Fei. Are you serious? Is this guy so fierce? He even attacked the demonic monarch? Even Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and the others couldn't help taking a breath and then looked at Han Fei in shock. They only knew that Han Fei had long fought side by side with the world origins consciousness. Because they were on Han Fei's side, they were attacked by others and landed on the world origin lake. As a result, they were counted as helping the world origins consciousness and inexplicably obtained 1,000 merit points. But this was nothing compared to Han Fei's 10,000 merit points. In the crowd, someone was dumbfounded. Wait, Han Fei, he dares to attack a monarch? Someone found it unbelievable. How did he do that? He survived after challenging a monarch? Someone was at a loss, huh? Was there a demonic monarch in the demon domain? Many people thought, is Han Fei stronger than Zhao Qinglong and Feng Yu? At this moment, Han Fei was calculating his merits with his head lowered. 82,476 Sea Establisher level demonic creatures, 824.76 merit points. I don't care if the fraction is counted. 19.7 in the sky opening realm, which are 1,930 merit points. That should be a lot. The combat gains are not bad. 42 demonic sources, which are 4,200 merit points. Fortunately, I trained Cao Mengde and the others for years, helping them kill many demonic sources that they couldn't kill. One demonic source, True Body, 500 merit points. This should be the 1,000 demonic beast. That thing alone is worth 500 merit points. I killed many demon spirits. There are 15,023 of them, which are 1,500,300 merit points. Good lord, if I had known earlier, I would have used the void stealing technique to its limit every day. There's also 1,000 merit points for helping Dao Domain Sunflower Head and 10,000 for injuring the demonic monarch. Han Fei calculated silently, but before he could say the number, his merit points were displayed on his qualification token. A total of 1,538,755 points, nearly 1,500,000 points. As soon as Han Fei's result was out, Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and Zhou Run all gathered around. Feng Xingliu, fuck, Zhou Run, Gopte, Cao Mengde said, I don't even have a fraction of Brother Fei's score. With that, Cao Mengde waved the qualification token in his hand, which showed the number 7508. Wu Bufan also sighed. I don't even have a fraction of Brother Fei's points either. I have 7,009 head merit points. Li Chen said, should I cry? I only have 7,031 merit points, Zhou Run said. Fortunately, I have 8,542 merit points. It's almost a fraction of Brother Fei's. Feng Xingliu looked at Cao Mengde and the others in a daze, looked at his score blankly, and then retracted his hand. Why were these bastards' scores so high? He had clearly killed many demonic creatures, but he only had 6,083 merit points. However, he actually had the lowest score among this group of people. Even Munan had 6,996 merit points. Immediately, Feng Xingliu's face turned green. It was really heartbreaking. He had thought that these people were all useless playboys and wouldn't be able to earn as many merits as him, but the result made him completely dumbfounded. Not only that, when he saw that Han Fei had 1,540,000 merit points, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, he glanced at Cao Mengde and the others who kept calling him brother, but in the end, they were all fucking liars. Even a pig would know that these guys had been hiding their strength. Zhou Run was the first to feel that something was wrong with Feng Xingliu. He quickly put his hand on Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, Brother Xingliu, in fact, we have more points just because Brother Fei led us to sweep through dozens of demonic sources. He forced us to hunt and said that it was honing us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had so many merit points. Feng Xingliu's face sank. Go away, I don't talk to liars. Then, Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei aggrievedly and mumbled something that Han Fei didn't understand. He was probably cursing him, but he didn't care. Fortunately, a voice came from the crowd. Someone said, I have 2,102 merit points. I don't know what I can exchange for. Someone exclaimed, What? You have more than 2,000 merit points? How many sky-opening realm experts did you kill? I only have less than 1,200 merit points. The man laughed. I was just looking for some ordinary sky-opening realm demonic creatures to practice with. Who knows how I got so many merit points? Someone said with mixed feelings. Who knew that our kills could be exchanged for merit points? I only have 802 merit points. It seems that I can't exchange for much good stuff. Some people sighed. You and I are in the same situation. I only got 981 merit points, so I'm probably at the bottom, right? Fortunately, I killed 60,000 sea establishing realm demonic creatures. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have had these points. Someone was puzzled. Isn't the mission to kill 10,000? Why did you kill 60,000? The man replied, It's very dangerous to fight demonic sources, so I wanted to start from the weak, but I was repeatedly besieged by demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. I tried many times, but it ended up the same, so in the end, I killed so many sea establishment realm demonic creatures. Hearing this, Feng Xingliu was finally relieved. At this moment, the referee said, I think you've seen your scores. When you return to your residence, a waiter will provide you with an exchange jade slip. There will be many exchangeable items on it. You can exchange them yourselves. Now I'll announce the top 10 contributors and give them different rewards. Everybody pricked up their ears, but Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and the others already knew who the first place was anyway. If anyone had more merits than Han Fei, they would have torn their own heads off and kicked them like balls. Han Fei slightly frowned. Wasn't this making enemies for him? With so many merit points, he would definitely become famous again. As the referee spoke, Han Fei raised his eyes and inadvertently looked at the referee. He seemed to see a trace of mockery in the referee's eyes. Shoot. Is this guy doing this on purpose? Chapter 2432, Luxury Reward. The monarch-level referee glanced at the contestants indifferently and then began to announce to everyone emotionlessly. The first place was the itinerant cultivator Han Fei with 1,538,755 merit points. Puff, how many? Are you kidding me? Hiss, so many credit points? You're telling me that he's an itinerant cultivator? I've heard that he's from the wild ancient race of the West Sea Divine Realm. Even Zhao Qinglong and Feng Yu were dumbfounded. Where did this number come from? Even if Han Fei could fight, he couldn't be so good at fighting. Before Zhao Qinglong said anything, Yi Qin from the Heavenly Clan had asked, Lord Referee, where did he get so many merit points? Even if he attacked the demonic monarch and caused damage to him, it was only 10,000 merit points. How did he get 1 million merit points? A member of the big clan said bluntly, Lord Referee, I suspect that he cheated. How many demonic creatures did he have to kill to obtain so many merits? That's right. Lord Referee, since you've announced it, just say it. Yes, this merit is too much. For a moment, both the top and the bottom ranks complained, because they had an average of about 1,000 points of merit, but this guy had 1,540,000 points of merit. Didn't he alone equal 10,000 people? Cao Mengde immediately shouted, What do you know? My brother Fei's strength is unparalleled in the world. A mere 1 million merit points is nothing for him. Holding his big pipe, Wu Bufan pointed at those who were not convinced and said, Look at you cowards. If you are jealous, just say it. Don't talk behind our backs. Li Chen sneered. Trash, what has it got to do with you? You've only earned hundreds or 1,000 merit points. How do you have the cheek to complain? Does it have anything to do with you? Wu Shuang, Wang Baichen, and the others guessed the reason. Han Fei had been in the ominous barrier for nearly 3 months, and these merits must have been earned in those 3 months. Those peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators actually knew this, but they didn't know how Han Fei could get such terrifying merit points. Qi Tonghai, the 6th lord of the City of Scavengers, felt that it was none of his business, but he secretly clicked his tongue. This guy has earned too many credit points. He didn't know who Han Fei was. Were the people of the West Sea Divine Realm so terrifying? Silence. The referee roared and the noise immediately stopped. Then, the referee said, There's nothing to cheat. Han Fei killed 15,203 demon spirits. Each demon spirit is worth 100 merit points, so that's 1.5 million merit points. Why are you suspicious? The demon domain is personally guarded by Master White Monarch. Do you suspect Master White Monarch? Master White Monarch? Many people didn't know about the White Monarch, but some people didn't know about the White Monarch. Master White Monarch from the 8th palace of the 12 palaces of the Divine Capital. They hadn't heard any news about him for tens of thousands of years. They all thought that the White Monarch had already traveled far away into the Sea of Stars, but they didn't expect him to still be in the Divine Capital dynasty. However, as soon as the name of White Monarch was mentioned, the people who were yelling that Han Fei cheated immediately fell silent. In fact, Yi Chen and the others just didn't want to admit it. They knew that this 100,000-year competition was very authoritative, but they couldn't help but think that Han Fei cheated. After all, in a competition with the average merit of 1,000 points, someone with 1 million merit points suddenly appeared. Who could accept this? Feng Yu turned around and took a deep look at Han Fei. Is little junior brother a demon spirit killer? How can he kill so many demon spirits? The referee continued to announce. The first place is Han Fei, an itinerant cultivator. His merit points are 1,538,755 points. He will be rewarded with an ultra-quality godly weapon and a divine technique. He can comprehend the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital for 3 days. Han Fei had been quite curious about the rewards for the top 10. He had always thought that rewards would only be given after the end of the 10,000-year competition. He didn't expect them to be given before the competition ended. At this moment, when the referee announced the reward, Han Fei was first overjoyed, then puzzled. He was overjoyed that the Divine Capital Dynasty would offer an ultra-quality godly weapon and a divine technique as the reward. After all, the value of a divine technique was actually higher than an ultra-quality godly weapon. What great technique could be called a divine technique? Only the great techniques used by the gods were qualified to be called divine techniques. As for the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital, Han Fei didn't know what it was at all, but it couldn't be bad. What? The reward is to comprehend the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Are you serious? Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others immediately breathed heavily. Han Feng and Feng Xinglu were stunned. Feng Xinglu asked in confusion, "What's that? Is it better than an ultra-quality godly weapon?" Zhou said, "Not necessarily. The Tao Enlightenment Palace is a very magical place. It's above the 12 palaces of the Divine Capital. It's said to be the place closest to gods in the Divine Capital dynasty. Someone once comprehended the Tao and directly proved his Tao there. Someone comprehended a terrifying technique there. Someone comprehended the path of divinity there. And someone comprehended life and death there and broke the barrier of life and death. Anyway, there are only benefits and no disadvantages to comprehending the Tao there. We have never been to the Tao Enlightenment Palace in our entire lives." Hearing that, Han Fei took a breath. That seemed to be a good place, and he could only comprehend the Tao there for 3 days. Since the time was set so strictly, there must be something special about it. Some people were happy, and some were sad. The disciples of the big clans and even the strong masters of the heavenly race were breathing heavily. Han Fei could sense their anger. They seemed to think that if they had known that the rewards would be so generous, they would have squeezed into the top 10 no matter what. The monarch referee continued to read. The second place is Zhao Qinglong, an itinerant cultivator. His merit points are 49,864 points. He will be awarded a divine technique. He can comprehend the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital for 2 days. The third place is the Phoenix Divine Race's Feng Yu. Her merit points are 47,998 points. She will be awarded a divine technique. 1 day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Divine techniques were better than ultra-quality godly weapons, so he was the only one who got both. Also, Zhao Qinglong and Feng Fei could stay in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital for less time than him. This further proved that the time in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital was very precious. The fourth place, Fist Light Mountain, Deng Xingtian, 35,216 merit points. Awarded an ultra-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The fifth place is the capital of terror, Wushuang, merit 35,012 points. Awarded an ultra-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The sixth place is the Ghost Strait, Ruo Yuhei, merit 34,025 points. Awarded an ultra-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The seventh place is Ruo Yoran from the Ghost Strait. Her merit points are 33,864 points. She will be rewarded with a high-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The eighth place is the Gate of Heaven, Yi Kai, merit 30,602 points. Reward, a high-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The ninth place is Cao Bumi from the Tao family of the Divine Capital, merit 32,698 points. A high-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. The 10th place is Zhou Mi from the Zhou family of the Divine Capital. Merit 32,459 points. Reward, a high-quality godly weapon and half a day in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. After the referee announced the top 10 experts, many people cast envious looks at them. After all, they were the top 10. No matter how bad the rewards were, there were still high-quality godly weapons and opportunities to comprehend the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. This was a prize that ordinary people dreamed of. Even if it was a high-quality godly weapon, not everyone could obtain it easily. However, even the 10th place had more than 30,000 merit points. This made many people sigh. They believed that with the difficulty of the demon domain, it was impossible for them to make such merit points. Zhao Qinglong had actually earned 50,000 merit points. If it weren't for the 500-point deduction, he would have earned more than 50,000 points. Feng Yu, the first place on the heaven roll, had shown her strength by obtaining nearly 50,000 points. Han Fei was a little surprised. The fourth place was from the Fist Light Mountain. He had pretended to be from the Fist Light Mountain for so long, but this time he had met someone really from there. Although there was a big gap between that guy and Feng Yu, he was still fourth place. Han Fei had expected Wushuang to be on the list. At the last moment, Wushuang didn't help Dao Domain Sunflower Head or plunder the World Origin, which was already not bad. There was nothing special about the rest. Han Fei knew why the last two places were on the list, because they weren't fighting alone. However, the participants clearly didn't expect that their kills could earn them merit points. Otherwise, these big clans, including the heavenly race, would definitely be ranked second. Even Zhao Qinglong could only be below them. This was because there were many strong masters in the big clans. In order to comprehend the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, they would do anything. Especially, the top 10 had rewards, and the rewards were so generous. Although he hadn't gotten the reward yet, Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that it was better to get first place in the following matches. Fortunately, the third round was a team competition, so there were no rewards. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. Han Fei put on a faint smile and put his arm around Feng Xingliu's shoulder. Ha, Xingliu, let's change our techniques later. Chapter 2433, Merit Exchange. The The idea of exchanging divine techniques had occurred to Han Fei, but he wanted to do it with the Phoenix divine race instead of Feng Xing Liu. Of course, this was just an idea of Han Fei. He guessed that the divine technique he acquired wouldn't be allowed to be taught to others. At least, if he wanted to reward others with a divine technique, he would require this. After all, it was a great technique created by the gods. The referee said, "The top 10 will be led to the warehouse of the divine capital by a waiter tomorrow. So, from tonight to tomorrow, don't enter your origin stars to cultivate." After that, the referee said to everyone, "All those who have advanced will gather on the 28th island in 7 days. The arena competition will officially begin in 7 days. On the way back to his courtyard, Han Fei pulled the unhappy Feng Xing Liu and asked, "What's that place in the Sea of Stars you mentioned last time? The probability of death is as high as 90%. What's it about?" Feng Xing Liu snorted. "It's a special area in the Sea of Stars. Many strong masters have tried to cross it, but less than 10% of them can." Han Fei frowned. "What's the benefit of crossing it? I don't know." "You don't know?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. "So, you don't know what's in the so-called depths of the Sea of Stars. You know that many people go there, right?" Feng Xing Liu nodded. "Yes, no one told me even if I asked, but I know it. Otherwise, why are there so few sky-opening realm cultivators in the Sea realm?" Han Fei was shocked. "So few? Are you serious?" Feng Xing Liu, think about it. The number of peak-level sea establishers can easily reach tens of millions, and this is only in the Eastern Sea Divine Realm. The 4 divine realms and the Central Sea Divine Realm added up would be at least hundreds of millions, right? And this doesn't include the sea establishers in other realms. Han Fei tilted his head and said, "Are you bad at math? Where did you get the calculation result of hundreds of millions?" Feng Xing Liu, in the wilderness, most people are not qualified or dare to participate in the 100,000-year competition. Also, there are too many strong masters on those battlefields. There are so many peak-level sea establishment realm cultivators, and there is also a steady stream of people advancing, so there will naturally be a lot of sky-opening realm experts. No matter how slow the sky-opening realm experts advance, many strong masters will be born every 10,000 years, not just those who come to participate in the competition. Therefore, they must have run to certain dangerous places and never come back. Han Fei, he only knew that Feng Xing Liu wasn't a deep thinker, but for some reason, he knew where those people were gone, on which he probably wasn't interested. After all, cultivating in the Sea of Stars wasn't as comfortable as lying at home. Han Fei thought that it was useless to ask Feng Xing Liu, and he wasn't very interested in this matter either now. The sea realm was so big, and he still had many things to do. The chaotic wasteland alone was enough for him to be busy at. Even if the human race entered the sea realm, it would take a long time for them to gain a foothold. It was also very difficult to get the little vine from the heavenly race. It was not easy to enter the heavenly race territory. Xuanhuan hadn't been found yet, and he didn't even know where she was exactly. In the future, he might have to go to the West Sea Divine Realm. All in all, Han Fei had no time to study the Sea of Stars at this moment, so he didn't think too much about it. For now, he had to complete the 10,000-year competition first. Night. Han Fei was lying on a recliner in the yard, holding the Merit Exchange jade slip that the waiter had sent over. As his perception swept over, even he, who was experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but gasp. He had thought that he had got a lot of rewards, and that the Divine Capital Dynasty wouldn't give him anything more for free. In fact, it was already a great benefit to enter the demon domain. It was probably just a token of reward to give him some merit points. However, when Han Fei saw the Merit Exchange catalog, he realized how rich the Divine Capital Dynasty was. 1 merit point could be exchanged for a piece of mystic yellow soil. As for the size, it was marked as the size of a brick. This was the same size as the one Zhao Hongyang had given him. At that time, the few pieces of mystic yellow soil that Zhao Hongyang rewarded were treated as treasures. But now, he could exchange for 1.5 million pieces. However, no normal person would choose to exchange for mystic yellow soil. This was because back in the demon domain, everyone had obtained a lot of mystic yellow soil. Therefore, they didn't lack mystic yellow soil. In addition to mystic yellow soil, Han Fei also saw body refining pills, such as level 5 body polishing pills, 1 merit point. Level 6 body polishing pills, 5 merit points. Level 7 body polishing pills, 10 merit points. Level 8 body polishing pills, 100 merit points. As for level 9 ones, they were worth as high as 1,000 merit points. However, since he had the star devouring technique, he didn't seem to need to temper his body anymore. As for cultivation techniques, in the sky opening realm, there were only high quality, ultra quality, and divine quality ones. They corresponded to different categories, and the prices of high quality techniques usually fluctuated between 300 and 1,000 merit points. An ultra quality technique cost at least 2,000 merit points, with an average price of about 8,000 merit points. Divine quality techniques or great techniques required at least 50,000 merit points and up to 880,000 merit points. Han Fei saw only 2 ultra quality techniques charging less than 100,000 merit points. One was the visualization painting, and the other was the heart cleansing spell. Then the prices immediately soared. However, the average price was about 300,000 or so, and there were about a dozen kinds of them. In total, there were more than 30 kinds of divine quality techniques. In fact, at Han Fei's level, he could also exchange for resources. 10 merit points could be exchanged for 50,000 kilometers of resources, and the resource exchange upper limit was 10 times. This was equivalent to a free gift. Han Fei felt that only a fool would let go of this almost free resource. As he continued to read, Han Fei's eyes almost bulged out. 1 dead star, 10 merit points. A modified star required from 100 merit points to 100,000 merit points. This depended on the specific situation of the modified star. Han Fei was about to ignore it, but then he remembered that he didn't need to modify the stars, but did Little Black and Little White? Although he still had a lot of origin stars in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, he needed to practice the star-swallowing technique, and Little Black and Little White also needed to practice world devouring. Besides, Little Black and Little White's appetite was getting bigger and bigger, and he didn't know how many more such stars he would need in the future. With a thought, Han Fei immediately summoned the attendant outside the door and asked, "What kind of a star is this 100-point modified star?" The attendant said, "Master Han Fei, a 100-point modified star only has a slight recovery of spiritual energy, so it won't be considered a dead star." He couldn't help but ask, "What's the average value of the kind of modified star that can cover the entire surface of a star?" The attendant said, "My lord, the highest price for that kind of a modified star is 100,000. Han Fei was amused. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it." "Well, it's okay. You can go now." "Yes, Master Han Fei. Call me if you need anything." When Han Fei heard the price of modified stars, he gave up. "I have so many fucking enemies. Of the 3 major factions in the entire chaotic wasteland, 2 are my enemies. 100,000 merit points to buy an ordinary modified star? Is my head hit by an ironhead fish?" However, Han Fei didn't know that many people were exclaiming at the modified stars at this moment, wishing that they could have such a modified star. After flipping the catalog for a long time, Han Fei finally saw the godly weapon column. There were ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures that cost 1,000 merit points each. Low-quality godly weapon, 30,000 merit points each. A 7-piece full-body set, 1,000,000 merit points each. No full-body set. A mid-quality godly weapon, 100,000 merit points each. A full-body set, 500,000 merit points. A high-quality godly weapon, 300,000 merit points each. A full-body set, 1.8 million merit points. Ultra-quality godly weapon, 1,000,000 merit points each, no full-body set. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. So he could exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon now? Unfortunately, there was no exchange for divine techniques in the exchange book. Perhaps divine techniques were too powerful and weren't items that could be exchanged, but an ultra-quality godly weapon was enough. Han Fei didn't expect the value of merit points to be so high. An ultra-quality godly weapon and a high-quality godly weapon were 2 different concepts. Han Fei had never seen other godly weapons as powerful as the God's Prayer Bead. Just the fact that with the God's Prayer Beads one could be immune to all poisons had made it priceless. Also, it could use the heavenly Tao to temper the master's body, keep his soul clear, and increase his luck. When he was in the ominous barrier, the God's Prayer Bead had helped him a lot. Suddenly, when Han Fei flipped to the end of the catalog, he suddenly discovered that the merit points could be exchanged for the time in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. Furthermore, it clearly stated that 100,000 merit points could be exchanged for 1 day. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Good lord, did this mean that the ticket to stay in the Tao Enlightenment Palace for a day was worth a mid-quality godly weapon? Was the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital so special? At the end, it was marked on the merit exchange book that the way to obtain merits was to do something beneficial to the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, one could obtain merit points by accepting and completing missions, or applying to go to the Sky Crater world to fight enemies. With this in mind, Han Fei wondered how many strong masters there were in the Sky Crater world. It didn't seem difficult to mass-produce strong masters with such a resource exchange mechanism. Han Fei thought that after the end of this competition, many people would probably choose to go to the Sky Crater world to fight. Now the Divine Capital Dynasty must have a purpose to show them this merit point exchange mechanism. There was no free lunch in the world. At a previous gathering in the Void Temple, it was said that the army of the undead was marching towards the EC Divine Realm. It seemed that the Divine Capital Dynasty was recruiting soldiers. Han Fei calmed down and made up his mind. First of all, the benefit of exchanging 10 merit points for 50,000 kilometers of resources was definitely not to be missed. It only cost 100 merit points in total. Secondly, Han Fei planned to exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon. It was expensive, but worth it. Where else could he exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon? As for the remaining 500,000 points, Han Fei planned to reserve them first. He could exchange some of the soul refining pills. After all, he needed to find a way to improve his soul. It would take him some time if he only relied on the demon purification pot to consolidate his soul. However, he also needed to see the characteristics of the soul refining pill. If the effect wasn't so strong, it would be meaningless to exchange for it. In the end, Han Fei planned to check if the time to stay in the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital was worth exchanging for. His reason told him that it shouldn't be easy to enter that place. Chapter 2434, Divine Capital Armory, early the next morning. The waiter was already waiting outside Han Fei's yard. Han Fei didn't waste any time. Today was the day to choose treasures. This was the first time he won an award in a competition. Besides, he would be rewarded with an ultra-quality godly weapon. Shouldn't he be more enthusiastic? The Divine Capital Dynasty was essentially a prosperous dynasty. Ordinary people might not be able to see the true appearance of this dynasty in their entire lives. This was because the location of this dynasty was above the 9 heavens, high in the sky above the revolving city of the Divine Capital Dynasty, covered in clouds, surrounded by arrays and barriers, looking like a heavenly palace. Han Fei and the others rode the void-white cranes to cross 3 barriers. Only then did they see a magnificent palace complex hundreds of thousands of kilometers high. Before this, the waiters had already warned him not to release his perception casually in the Divine Capital Dynasty. And Han Fei was not stupid. There were many big shots here, including monarchs. How could he casually release his perception to harass them? Because the Divine Capital Dynasty had a large coverage area and he couldn't release his perception here, Han Fei didn't know what this place was like. In his vision, what finally appeared was a huge palace between clouds. The attendant explained, "Master Han Fei, this is the armory of the Divine Capital Dynasty. It's 14,700 feet high and 153,000 feet wide. In front of the armory is the statue of the former god, the Divine Monarch. On the left and right are the dragon-nurturing pools, in which there are 81 dragon blood divine flood dragons. The armory contains thousands of weapons, cultivation techniques, combat skills, and countless secret treasures. It's also the safest place in the Divine Capital Dynasty." Han Fei looked at the statue that was taller than the armory of the Divine Capital in a daze. This person was wearing a golden battlesuit with his hands behind his back with a long sword at his waist. Was this the former god of the Divine Capital Dynasty? It seemed that the gods no longer needed to absorb the power of faith to strengthen themselves. Han Fei felt that it might be the case because he had never seen such a statue elsewhere in the Divine Capital Dynasty. When Han Fei and the others came to a long white jade bridge and got off from the void-white cranes, the attendant said, "Master Han Fei, the armory is an important place and not for us to enter. I'll go back now." When you choose a godly weapon, a monarch will lead you to the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Thank you." The attendant was a little surprised. Why was a ferocious demon like Han Fei so polite? Yes, because in the 4th round of qualifiers, Han Fei's image of fighting 1,000 alone had already spread out. In the last violent battle, Han Fei was like a ferocious demon, tearing apart the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse with his bare hands and fighting countless great douse alone. This had already been made into a story and sung by the people. Han Fei stepped onto the white jade arch bridge. The slope was not big, only 100 kilometers long. Han Fei arrived at the center of the bridge in one step. He looked down along the railing and saw flowing river water under the bridge. Heavenly River? Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Interesting. At this moment, because Han Fei looked down at the water, he saw that there seemed to be a shallow area on the surface of the water where a red flood dragon was napping. Seeing Han Fei look down, the flood dragon raised its eyes and looked at Han Fei. After the two of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, the flood dragon seemed to be too lazy to play the staring game with Han Fei. Then, its eyelids drooped again, and the red glittering scales on its body slightly opened, and Han Fei immediately felt a large amount of energy being sucked in. Perfected Star Transformation Realm Flood Dragons? There are 81 of them here? Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of a superpower, their heritage was really terrifying. They had raised 81 flood dragon pets that had reached the perfected star transformation realm. This alone made most people in this world give up on the idea of robbing the Divine Capital's armory. Of course, since the Divine Capital's armory was known as the safest place in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it couldn't be guarded only by these flood dragons. There might be several monarchs guarding here in secret. Crossing the long bridge quickly, Han Fei walked to the square in front of the armory. At this moment, Han Fei found that the others had arrived, and he was one of the late ones. Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong looked at each other and could feel the coldness in each other's eyes. If Zhao Qinglong didn't want to kill Han Fei at the beginning, then when Han Fei showed the path of invincibility, he had already made up his mind to kill Han Fei. Besides, he had already been sure that no matter what benefits Han Fei got now, these things would eventually become his spoils of war. He even hoped that Han Fei could get as many good things as possible. Zhao Qinglong didn't think he had any chance to lose. He was absolutely confident. After all, there was still a black dragon lying in his body. Even if a monarch came in person, he would only die under his knife. As for the others, Ye Kai, Sao Bomi, and Zhou Mi looked at Han Fei with hostile eyes. Han Fei had offended these people anyway. Only Wuxuang waved at Han Fei and greeted him. Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. Phew, you're early. Have you had breakfast? Huh? Wuxuang was dumbfounded. What was breakfast? Han Fei took out a plate of crab roe cakes and sea grape juice and handed it over. It's a snack unique to the Divine Capital Dynasty. You can't eat it elsewhere. Wuxuang blushed slightly and took it with a smile. If Han Fei said it was good, it must be good. She had eaten hot pot more than once. Heh, how ignorant. That's just vulgar food. It was Cao Bu Mi who spoke. Han Fei had killed his brother and snatched his brother's ultra-quality godly weapon. This guy hated Han Fei to his guts. Han Fei curled his lips and said casually, yes, you're not vulgar. Your whole family is not vulgar. After all, your brother gave me an ultra-quality godly weapon. How can I say you're vulgar? Han Fei's mocking expression and showing off made Cao Bu Mi explode. Han Fei, you have no idea what you are doing. You will pay an unimaginable price for your actions. Next door, Zhou Mi didn't speak, and Yi Kai was happy to watch the show. The other two should be siblings. One was called Ruo Yuhe, and the other was called Ruo Yuran. They didn't have any special expressions. However, Han Fei had once killed an enemy named Ruo Yuxuan, who was the first person from the Ghost Strait he met. The three's names were so similar that they seemed to be siblings. But Han Fei wasn't sure. What if everyone in the Ghost Strait was surnamed Ruo? The two of them were also watching the show and even made way for Han Fei and Cao Bu Mi as if they really hoped the two of them could start a fight. Tsk, Han Fei shrugged slightly and looked at Cao Bu Mi with disdain. The heavenly race wanted me to pay the price like this too, but look, they almost became my purse. Cao Bu Mi, right? I heard that you are a core disciple of the main branch of the Cao family. It seems that you are worth a lot of money. You, cougher. At this moment, behind them, Feng Yi walked over with a snort. Feng Yi was speechless. Little junior brother sure knows how to cause trouble. Cao Bu Mi snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. In his opinion, Han Fei was already a dead man. No matter how many good things he could obtain during this period of time, they would belong to others sooner or later. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at Han Fei. You don't prepare a portion of breakfast for me? Yes, of course. The identical crab roe cakes and sea grape juice were handed over, and everyone's eyelids trembled slightly. Han Fei and Feng Yu weren't on good terms before, but with Feng Xingliu in the middle, the two seemed to be closer. Don't doubt these people's investigative ability. They knew Han Fei's every move. If Han Fei was on good terms with Feng Yu, it was impossible that they hadn't chatted for so long. Then Han Fei felt the fighting spirit of the burly man next to Wuxuang and smiled. Bro, take it easy. I'm not here to fight you. Deng Xingtian grinned and said, I heard that your boxing skills are unparalleled. Let's have a spar if we have a chance. Han Fei smiled and said, I hope we can meet in the arena. At this moment, the referee from before walked over. Yes, he was the referee who supervised the entire 100,000-year competition. This person was a referee as a monarch. Who dared to disobey him? At this moment, the referee said, I don't care what conflicts you have with each other, but don't quarrel in the armory. There are 2 floors in the armory. The lower floor stores weapons, including all kinds of godly weapons and treasures. The upper floor stores all kinds of techniques. Well, Han Fei, Zhao Qinglong, and Feng Yu, you can enter and pick a divine technique. As for which are divine techniques, you will know when you get there. The choosing time is 4 hours. In the armory, you can use your perception. Alright, enough talking. Go in. Han Fei could feel that next to him, Ruo Yuho's heart pounding. He could obtain an ultra-quality godly weapon, and the people below him in the rankings could only obtain high-quality godly weapons. As for Feng Fei and Zhao Qinglong, because they were qualified to obtain a divine technique, they weren't qualified to obtain an ultra-quality divine weapon. Only he could have all 3 of them. Han Fei was beaming with joy as he followed the referee towards the armory of the divine capital. Chapter 2435, Dazzling Divine Techniques. There was only one door in the divine capital's armory, and all the visible walls were actually not walls. When he got closer, he saw hazy killing array barriers under the golden light. There was only one door that looked like a real door. Different from the bronze door of the Void Temple, this door was golden and dazzling, engraved with Tao patterns similar to tattoos. With just a glance, Han Fei knew that it was a kind of visualization painting. But it wasn't the kind of visualization painting that people could learn something from, but was imprinted on this door and made people feel a terrifying suppressing pressure. Although Han Fei and the others were strong, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, including Zhao Qinglong. The golden door of the Tao pattern slowly opened, leaving a gap enough for Han Fei and the others to walk through side by side. As soon as Han Fei and the others entered this place, they felt how big this so-called armory was. They couldn't see the end of it, but barriers one after another. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his ears. Everyone has 4 hours. From this moment on, you can use your perception here. However, if you want to get what you want, you have to break the barrier in front of you. Han Fei and the others suddenly turned around and saw a long-haired old man who had been sitting cross-legged like a statue in a corner of the void for an unknown period of time. Although they couldn't see through the old man's strength, they thought that he was definitely a monarch. Han Fei's heart stirred. Senior, may I ask if there are any restrictions to looking for weapons? For example, using props or something? The elder slowly said, if you can use it, you can. Hanfei was stunned to hear that. He suddenly realized that he had lost contact with his origin star in the armory. The spatial nodes here didn't allow them to enter their origin stars. Hanfei took out his fishing rod and cast it into the void, trying to catch the vast ocean navigator from time, but time was blocked here. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. This was too much. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the vast ocean navigator with him, but now he couldn't cheat even if he wanted to. Yichai sneered. Idiot. Hanfei looked at Yichai and smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, don't let me meet you in the arena. Because there were only 4 hours left, the Divine Capital's armory was too big, and all the treasures were sealed in one barrier after another, so the next moment after Yichai mocked Hanfei, only Hanfei, Fengfei, and Wuxuang were left. Wuxuang said, I'm leaving too. Hanfei and Feng Yu looked at each other and didn't look at the barriers on the first floor immediately, because the referee had said that the first floor was a treasury of weapons, and the divine techniques were on the second floor. In terms of value, of course, divine techniques were more important than ultra-quality godly weapons. Therefore, Hanfei and Feng Yu directly stepped into the void and appeared in front of a staircase 100,000 kilometers away. At this moment, Zhao Qinglong had already entered the second floor. There weren't many steps, only 32 steps, but it was like a portal. Above his head, it was completely empty. There was no telling where these steps led to, but Hanfei didn't care and went straight to the second floor with Feng Yu. What he saw was also countless barriers. These barriers were composed of white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and black. When Hanfei and the others entered, the voice of an old man came from the void. The voice said, divine techniques are only red and black. Red is easy to learn, and black is mostly inherited techniques. Only those who are fated can obtain them. This was another elder whose face couldn't be seen clearly. The divine techniques were enveloped by a faint white light. In other words, there were monarchs separately guarding the upper and lower floors of the divine capital's armory. The old man directly told them which ones were divine techniques. When Hanfei looked again, there were a total of 72 red barriers and 308 black barriers. Hanfei was lost for words. If black was stronger than red, shouldn't there be fewer of them? Feng Yu gave an answer. The easy-to-learn divine technique can be called a universal divine technique. Its effect is equally powerful. Or rather, someone has cracked the cultivation method of such a divine technique in history. For ordinary people, mastering a divine technique that's easy to learn is far better than some divine techniques that they don't know how to get started or what inheritance is required. Besides, black divine techniques are not necessarily stronger than red ones. After hearing what Feng Yu said, Hanfei understood. In terms of identity, Feng Yu must be much more knowledgeable than Zhao Qinglong. Therefore, after Feng Yu said that, the two of them came to the range of those red barriers in a few steps. The coverage of a spiritual barrier was not large, only about 1,000 meters, and the first thing Hanfei saw was a glowing red ball floating in midair. Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes, which delighted him. With the demon purification pot, it didn't matter if he used the vast ocean navigator or not. Information popped up in his eyes. Purification Divine Light, Ultra Quality, Monarch Level, Introduction. This is a divine technique that can purify the ominous. In the starry sky, there is a power of purification that can purify the darkness in the world. The gods found this power and simulated it with their divine power. It can purify all evil, eliminate the darkness, and destroy the ominous. When this technique is used, it can purify the darkness. The moment it bursts out, it can cause an extremely powerful all-range soul attack and make the enemy temporarily unconscious. Deduced art can't be deduced note, no power can stop the light of purification. Shuda, this was the first divine technique placed outside. Hanfei glanced at it and was shocked. Isn't this fucking too strong? Purify all evil, eliminate the darkness, and destroy the ominous? He couldn't help but think of the light of purification that the White Monarch released on the demonic monarch. He couldn't help but wonder if it was this divine technique. With this divine technique, wouldn't it be invincible if he killed his way into the ominous? Hanfei was very surprised to see this divine technique. However, he still suppressed his excitement. The Void Temple was one of the 3 superpowers to deal with the ominous. How could they not have a way to deal with the ominous? Besides, he hadn't officially faced the ominous yet, so it would be a waste to cultivate this technique now. Hanfei came back to himself and turned around, only to see that Feng Yu was reading some faint golden words on the barrier. When Hanfei walked over, he was surprised to find that there was an introduction. He read the introduction, which read, Name of the technique, Purification Divine Light. Effect, purifies all evil, eliminates darkness, and eliminates the ominous. It can launch all-range soul attacks and can be used multiple times without side effects. The simple description revealed the power of this divine technique. Feng Yu and Hanfei looked at each other and then moved on to the next divine technique. Hanfei didn't stop, but continued forward. Therefore, various divine techniques appeared in his eyes, such as Technique Name, Sky Strike Effect, By borrowing the infinite power of the world, it can unleash 1 to 5 times the power. The side effect is that every time it's used, the body will collapse. During the repair of the body, others may take advantage of the opportunity. Upon seeing this technique, Han Fei clicked his tongue. If his peak combat power suddenly erupted several times, wouldn't he be able to fight a monarch alone? However, the multiple of increase was not fixed. As his strength increased, the power he could release would decrease. He didn't need this technique. Technique, name, eternal shadow effect, create a shadow of yourself. This shadow is eternal unless the original body dies. You can summon this shadow for a short period of time and unleash the combat power of the original body in its full state. The duration is short. Upon seeing this technique, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Good lord, in a fight between experts, every second counts. With the slightest difference, the outcome might be completely different. This was a trump card divine technique. Han Fei really wanted it. However, what was the use of having one more of him in the face of the ominous? In essence, this technique was inferior to his twin divine technique. Han Fei and Feng Yu walked very fast. It would be a lie to say that they didn't hesitate after reading the 72 divine techniques, because every divine technique was a temptation. After reading these 72 divine arts, it was equivalent to blocking 72 temptations. If Han Fei and Feng Yu hadn't joined the Void Temple and didn't have the desire to become gods, they might have early chosen one divine technique. However, they knew their mission and their future was not limited to the present. What they had to face was beyond the scope of these divine techniques. After Han Fei and Feng Yu walked through the red barriers, they were both relieved. But when they came to the part of the black barriers, there was no explanation about the divine techniques at all. Just as the monarch elder said, everything depended on fate. Only those who were fated could obtain the divine techniques. Feng Yu's heart did a flip. You'd better not waste too much time here. This kind of fate is very strange. Zhao Qinglong and I don't have to choose an ultra-quality godly weapon, so we can spend all our time here. If it doesn't work, we can just choose a red divine technique. Han Fei nodded slightly. To be honest, it would only take him less than 2 hours to read all 308 divine techniques. It was not difficult to finish reading it. What was difficult was to choose. This was because each divine technique had its own characteristics. There was no absolute good or bad. This depended on the power one mastered. At this moment, Han Fei and Feng Yu were thinking the same thing. They certainly didn't want to check them one by one. It didn't make much sense. The best way was to let the divine techniques choose them. As for how to let the divine techniques choose them, naturally it was to activate their great douse and trigger this place to see if there was a divine technique suitable for them that would take the initiative to contact them. Zhao Qinglong, who had arrived earlier, had already begun to do so. As soon as Zhao Qinglong activated his great Tao, the divine techniques in 3 black barriers immediately began to move. Chapter 2436, Star Fist Technique. With Han Fei's current strength, when he chose something, it was a matter of opportunity. Therefore, Han Fei and Feng Yu released their great Tao at the same time, trying to trigger these divine techniques. For a moment, 80% of the 308 barriers were shining. The monarch elder on the second floor, and even the monarch on the first floor, both looked at Han Fei and the other two. To be able to trigger so many divine techniques at once, one of Feng Fei and Han Fei must have unparalleled potential. Zhao Qinglong, on the other hand, was ignored because he had only triggered 3 divine techniques, and one of Han Fei and Feng Yu had triggered many divine techniques. The two monarchs weren't in a hurry. They just needed to wait to see which of Han Fei and Feng Yu would get the divine technique first. If the strange movement of the divine techniques disappeared after one of them got a divine technique, it meant that this person had triggered these divine techniques. Otherwise, it would be the other person. At this moment, Han Fei felt a lot of affinity. Unconsciously, Han Fei seemed to see many great techniques appearing in front of his eyes, shining with a strange light. Han Fei could sense that some techniques were particularly intimate with his soul. Some techniques were particularly intimate with his flesh and blood, and some were especially intimate with his great Tao. Some were even more special. They seemed to be very compatible with him. In any case, Han Fei couldn't make a choice for the time being. As Feng Fei said, choice was the key. He couldn't waste too much time on choices. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. He didn't need the divine technique that was suitable for his body. He had the supreme divine technique, which was known as the #1 physical cultivation technique of the human race. He also gave up on all the techniques that were suitable for his great Taos. He had too many great Taos. It was difficult to say which one he was good at. The rest was what was compatible with his soul and his personality. Han Fei hesitated for a moment. On second thought, he already had the divine technique to cultivate the soul, the heavenly Tao. This was produced by the Void Temple and was definitely not weaker than the techniques of the Divine Capital Dynasty. As a result, there were only 2 divine techniques left, which were both suitable for him. In his perception, one of them seemed to be more like the combat type. It should be a great combat technique, similar to all great Taos in one sword, maybe stronger. The other was relatively gentle and should be a defense type of technique. How should he choose between offense and defense? Han Fei thought that there shouldn't be anyone in the same realm that he couldn't defend against. Even if there was, his defense power wasn't weak. However, considering what he was going to do, the gentle protection power couldn't help him, so Han Fei decisively chose the more offensive divine technique. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei opened his eyes and pressed his power on a black barrier among the 308 barriers. Since it was a gift from the Divine Capital Dynasty, the power of these barriers couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei felt as if he had reached his hand into a swamp. Before the barriers were completely broken, Han Fei sensed that something had entered his body. Then, some strange Dao patterns appeared in his mind. Divine techniques were usually not inherited via record. Whether it was the supreme divine technique taught to him by the god of war or the heavenly Dao taught by the eldest senior brother, they were directly reflected in his mind. A moment later, information about a great technique popped up in Han Fei's head. Star Fist Technique, Monarch Level, Divine Quality. Introduction. This fist technique can also be called the Fist of Destruction. In the past, there was a god who observed the destruction of the stars and created the Fist of Destruction. This fist technique uses the stars as power and the starburst as a fist technique. This fist technique is so powerful that even the gods have to retreat in the face of it. If you cultivate the Destruction Star Fist technique, you have to have the heart of pursuing the extreme Dao. Only when you have the heart of destruction can you use the Fist of Destruction. Therefore, this fist technique has 3 realms. The first realm is Starburst, the second realm is Quietus, and the third realm is Destruction. Deduced art can't be deduced effect. If you practice this fist technique for a long time, there is a chance that your arms will turn into divine bones in advance. Note, in front of this fist technique, it doesn't matter how many enemies there are. Han Fei glanced at it. As he expected, this was a very violent offensive technique. In fact, in terms of effect, it wasn't necessarily as good as an auxiliary technique, nor was it as special as the Light of Purification. However, this fist technique could be described with one word, strong. With Han Fei's current strength, he could actually easily pierce through stars, but Star Explosion was not easy to block. Even Han Fei didn't think he could easily block the Star Explosion without being injured. If it was Star Explosion, even a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator might find it difficult to resist the terrifying power at that moment. For example, when Feng Yu fought Zhao Qinglong, she had unleashed a similar power. At that time, the terrifying power forced Han Fei and the others to dodge. After Han Fei chose this Star Fist technique, a dozen barriers immediately dimmed, but the other barriers were still lit. The 2 monarchs breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they already knew who caused the unusual movement of the divine techniques, which was Feng Yu who was choosing the divine technique. Han Fei left, but nearly 80% of the divine techniques were still shining. This was proof. However, it never occurred to the 2 monarchs that both of them might be able to arouse the unusual movement of the divine techniques. They subconsciously felt that the probability was too low. Few people in history could arouse so many unusual movements of these divine techniques. It was the first time that such a thing had happened. It was impossible for 2 such people to appear at once, right? However, they felt that Han Fei was not bad. They were actually a little shocked by the divine technique Han Fei had obtained. Up to now, it had been chosen by only 3 people in the entire Divine Capital Dynasty. One of them was the current Great Monarch East Marshal. This divine technique required the user to have an extremely crazy fighting personality. However, it was said that this guy fought 1,000 alone and was peerlessly brave. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him obtaining this divine technique. Picking his divine technique, Han Fei came to the exit and said to the monarch, "Senior, may I ask how long it took me?" The elder said, "An hour." Han Fei's heart stirred. The choice he made just now took half an hour? He felt that it was quite short. "Thank you, Senior." Han Fei cupped his hands and immediately went down to the first floor. The types of barriers on the first floor were similar to those on the second floor, except that there were a lot more of them. Compared to divine techniques, as long as one had enough materials, efforts, and time, an ultra-quality godly weapon could always be made. As for the ultra-quality godly weapons, Han Fei didn't think they needed to have particularly strong attacking power. He felt that it would be best if they had particularly strong auxiliary abilities. In Han Fei's view, an ultra-quality godly weapon like the God's Prayer Bead was far more valuable than ordinary killing weapons. Besides, in terms of offensive weapons, Han Fei didn't lack them. He had already snatched several of them. If he wanted, he could make a high-quality godly weapon set for himself. Therefore, Han Fei wanted to choose an auxiliary ultra-quality godly weapon. Ordinary people couldn't see its value, but at critical moments it would have a heaven-defying effect. After a quick scan, Han Fei found that there were more than 20,000 ultra-quality godly weapons in the Divine Capital's armory. This number made Han Fei click his tongue. The Divine Capital dynasty was really rich. With so many ultra-quality godly weapons, if they randomly selected and armed themselves to the teeth, they would probably be invincible in the sky-opening realm, right? Even if they weren't invincible, others definitely wouldn't be able to kill them. After deducting the more than 9,000 weapons, Han Fei discovered that the auxiliary ultra-quality godly weapons included the following categories: soul-subduing, necklace-supporting, shoes and wings, and jade pendant. Among them, the soul-suppressing type could be directly excluded. No matter how good an ultra-quality godly weapon was, it couldn't surpass the demon purification pot. The jade pendants were mostly accumulation and release type godly weapons. Just like the extreme cold pearl, when it gathered a certain amount of power, it could even unleash the power of a monarch's blow. However, since Han Fei used the extreme cold pearl, he knew that although that kind of power was strong, it was actually not enough. At most, it could block a monarch for a while. A monarch in his full state might not be afraid of it at all. Therefore, Han Fei directly excluded the jade pendants. After all, he already had the extreme cold pearl. As for the remaining necklaces, Han Fei searched for a long time and found that none of them were as powerful as his god's prayer bead. Even Han Fei was a little surprised. The god's prayer bead given to him by the one in the ruins of God was too good. He didn't expect that the other party would give him such a good thing so easily. As for shoes, Han Fei thought about it. He had some understanding of speed from the Dao domain sunflower head, but during this period of time he had been busy cultivating the star swallowing technique and didn't study this. However, this kind of godly weapon could be considered. After all, if he encountered someone faster than him, it would be really annoying if he couldn't keep up. If his speed was crushed, there was basically a possibility of being crushed in all aspects. In addition to these items, there were also some miscellaneous items that couldn't be categorized. Those might be the strange ideas of some refiners. This kind of ultra-quality godly weapon was extremely creative, but there were only less than 200 pieces in total. After Han Fei's gaze swept over, he was immediately attracted by a bronze tripod in which lightning arcs were flashing all the time. Chapter 2437, Lightning Drawing Platform, Flame of Life. Han Fei was attracted to the tripod not only because of the terrifying lightning arcs on the tripod, but also because the Dao patterns engraved around the tripod were actually circulating as if they were revolving around the tripod. Out of curiosity, Han Fei leaned over to take a look, and information immediately appeared in his eyes. Name a lightning drawing platform. Introduction. It was once placed in the Eternal Thunder Prison, a divine stone platform used to collect lightning tribulations and gather the lightning tribulation pool water. After being baptized by lightning for 100,000 years, it was taken back after giving birth to a lightning spirit and the thunder god Dao seed. Because the stone platform gathered natural lightning patterns, it was refined into a weapon. The lightning drawing platform can gather the lightning tribulation pool water and give birth to a lightning spirit. When used daily, the speed at which it gives birth to lightning tribulation is relatively slow. When it's used for a sea establishment realm heavenly tribulation, it can gather ordinary lightning tribulation in 5 years and purple lightning tribulation in 10 years. When it's used for a sky-opening realm heavenly tribulation, it can gather ordinary lightning tribulation in 500 years, purple lightning tribulation in 1,000 years, Dao-proving lightning tribulation in 5,000 years, and purple Dao-proving lightning tribulation in 10,000 years. When it's used in a thunder chaotic place, the speed can be increased by 10 times. Quality ultra-quality godly weapon. Attach soul, nunny effect lightning tribulation. Body polishing, thunder god body recastable, RO unrefined, R remarks, REW remarks. Don't put a soul into it easily. The soul can't be fused with it unless it's compatible with it. After reading the information of the lightning drawing platform, Han Fei frowned slightly. One would produce wine, and the other would produce lightning tribulation. More importantly, the Dao-proving lightning tribulation attracted Han Fei's attention. It was undeniable that if he experienced a Dao-proving lightning tribulation in advance and absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, as long as he endured a few more such lightning tribulations, his success rate of Dao-proving would definitely increase. However, the bad thing was that it took too long for the lightning drawing platform to gather the heavenly tribulation. A purple Dao proving lightning tribulation would take 10,000 years. If it was in his origin star, 10,000 years wouldn't be long. However, his origin star didn't have such power of lightning, right? Unless he opened a hole in his origin star so that the lightning in the sea of stars could gather. However, at that time, he didn't know if time would still be accelerated so many times or not. This made Han Fei hesitate for a moment. If his idea could succeed, in the long run, the effect of the lightning drawing platform would far exceed other ultra-quality godly weapons. But if it didn't succeed, the effect of the lightning drawing platform would be greatly reduced. However, Han Fei thought of a place, which was the Eternal Thunder Prison the introduction to the lightning drawing platform mentioned. Wasn't there the Eternal Thunder Prison in the Raging Sea? Although the power of lightning there was very weak, he hadn't reached the deepest part of the Eternal Thunder Prison, right? Han Fei's heart stirred. He couldn't help but look at the monarch on the first floor and ask, "Senior, I would like to ask how long the lightning drawing platform has been here." The monarch didn't keep it a secret and simply said, 13,000 years. The longer this thing is kept, the more valuable it will be. 13,000 years, which meant that there was a purple Dao-proving lightning bolt in the lightning drawing platform at the moment. Han Fei immediately understood. Sure enough, without this purple lightning, the lightning drawing platform would have become a high-quality godly weapon. Han Fei immediately made up his mind. Whatever, this was a good thing. Although it would take a long time to produce a heavenly tribulation, there was already a purple Dao-proving heavenly tribulation in it, so it was indeed worthy of being called an ultra-quality godly weapon. Besides, he had a feeling that the Eternal Thunder Prison must exist in the Sea Realm or the Sea of Stars. This thing seemed to be related to the War of the Gods, and the War of the Gods was related to the ominous. Therefore, no matter what, he would take it first. Anyway, he still had more than 1,000,000 points and could continue to exchange for resources. Han Fei immediately slashed out and cut open the barrier outside the lightning drawing platform without hesitation. Han Fei, did you choose the lightning drawing platform? Wu Shuang was a little surprised to see Han Fei choose so quickly. Han Fei nodded. This thing is not bad, Wu Shuang said, but most of the time, it's of little use. Once the purple Dao proving heavenly tribulation is used up, it's basically useless. Besides, that's Dao proving heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid you can't use it until you reach the peak of the star transformation realm, right? After all, it's a purple heavenly tribulation, not an ordinary one. What Wu Shuang wanted to say was that this thing was not practical, and deep down, Han Fei actually wanted to use this thing to do an experiment. If he succeeded in the experiment, the value of this thing would be much higher than ordinary ultra-quality godly weapons. Han Fei said, I've already chosen. Have you chosen one? Wu Shuang smiled and said, Not yet, I'm still struggling. Han Fei smiled and said, Then take your time to think about it, I'll take a look around. At this moment, Yi Chai sneered. Han Fei, do you know which power the lightning drawing platform used to belong to? Han Fei smiled. Your family? Yi Kai said. You're quite smart. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. There are very few places in the sea realm that attract lightning. If you are patient enough, in another 30 to 50,000 years, you might be able to prove your Tao with this. As she spoke, she put on a mocking smile. No one knew the characteristics of the lightning drawing platform better than her. The purple Tao proving heavenly tribulation that was condensed every 10,000 years was only the first heavenly tribulation. At least 5 such heavenly tribulations had to be absorbed to increase the success rate of Tao proving by 30%. And with what Yi Kai knew of Han Fei, it was probably impossible for him to wait another tens of thousands of years, so this thing was equivalent to junk to him, so she specially came over to mock Han Fei. However, Han Fei grinned and said, It's fine, it's just an ultra-quality godly weapon. Do you think I care about it? Besides, it depends on who uses it. How can a bunch of fools like you understand the essence of this thing? After that, Han Fei ignored Yi Kai and continued to wander around. He casually walked past the creative type of ultra-quality godly weapons, wondering if he should choose a pair of wings or shoes. Suddenly, Han Fei stopped outside the barrier of a certain flame bead. Han Fei thought it was a bead, but at this moment it turned out to be a kind of water. However, this thing clearly looked like a kindling that was burning inside. How could it have the form of water? When Han Fei took a closer look, information popped up. Anama Flame of Life Introduction. This thing can swallow the unusual fires of the heavens and earth and transform an unusual fire into the flame of life. At the moment when the host is about to die or even die, it will give the host the profound meaning of life, allowing the host to be reborn from fire and master the power of this unusual fire. Depending on the intensity and level of the unusual fire it swallowed, it can restore the host's vitality and heal his injuries. Each time it is used, it needs to be replenished with unusual fires. Quality Ultra-Quality Godly Weapon. Chapter 2438, Tao Enlightenment Palace, Heavy Hammer Attack. After exchanging for 2 ultra-quality godly weapons, Han Fei felt his heart was bleeding. He had planned to exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon for himself, but it turned out to be for Feng Yu. Fortunately, his strength had also grown rapidly during this period of time. He was not afraid of Zhao Qinglong even if he fought him head-on, and his identity as Han Fei had completely disappeared from the eyes of the world when he left the Divine Capital Dynasty. After choosing the reward in advance, Han Fei was no longer qualified to choose the third item, so he was directly moved out of the Divine Capital's armory. The monarch didn't give Han Fei a chance to wander around. After a while, Deng Xingtian came out second. Han Fei didn't know him well and didn't know what he chose. This guy looked quite cold, so Han Fei wasn't interested in starting a chat with him. Then, Zhao Qinglong came out, and Han Fei looked even colder. Feng Yu was the 8th to come out, and Wu Shuang was the last to come out. Han Fei was a little speechless. Wu Shuang had been struggling with which one to choose till the end. This girl was really slow in making the choice. Because of the monarch, Han Fei didn't have the time to talk to Feng Yu. When everyone came out, the referee waiting outside said, All right, since the reward has been chosen, go to the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Your time to stay in the Tao Enlightenment Palace needs to be used up once, and you will be automatically sent out when the time is up. Of course, if you have excess merit points, they will automatically be deducted if you exceed the time. When your merit points are not enough, you will be automatically sent out. These words were clearly directed at Han Fei. Only Han Fei could exchange for the time to stay in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The others couldn't even exchange for a day. The referee waved his hand and led Han Fei and the others to break through the void. In this place, Han Fei saw 12 palaces beyond the void. These 12 temples were looming, and he could vaguely see their glorious appearance, but he could see nothing when he wanted to look inside. After all, this was the place where monarchs cultivated. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim that the heritage of the Divine Capital Dynasty couldn't be underestimated. There were 2 monarchs hidden in the armory. The referee was a monarch, the 12 palaces had 12 monarchs, and the great monarch East Marshal. And there might be some hidden monarchs. In terms of number, this faction had a lot more monarchs than the Void Temple did. The place where the Tao Enlightenment Palace was located was above the 12 palaces of the Divine Capital. This surprised Han Fei. The place where 12 monarchs cultivated was not even as important as the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Now he was looking forward to seeing what kind of magical place it was. Buzz. When Han Fei and the others jumped out of the void, what caught their eyes was not a palace, but high walls in the sea of stars. Those huge high walls, like a huge maze, erected in the sea of stars. As soon as Han Fei and the others came back to their senses, they heard the referee say, "In the Tao Enlightenment Palace, what everyone sees and encounters is different. This place hides the ancient divine path, countless insights into the great Tao, various great techniques, and the silent myriad techniques of the past. Treasure your time, especially those who only have half a day. That's all I have to say. Feel free to comprehend the Tao." With that said, an entrance opened in the maze wall. This meant that the time of the Tao Enlightenment Palace had already begun to count down. Swish, 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 swish. Cao Bumi and Zhou Mi were the first to rush out. They only had half a day. If they didn't make good use of this time, their trip would be in vain. At this moment, everyone including Han Fei immediately walked into the maze. After all, the time was short, and they knew nothing about the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Swish! Han Fei came in from the place where the wall was moved away, but he immediately looked back only to find that there was no way back. At this moment, only Han Fei was left in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, and he didn't know where the others had gone. Perhaps because everyone had different opportunities, they appeared in different places. Han Fei stood still and looked up. The surrounding walls seemed endless, and perception was completely ineffective here and couldn't even leave his body. Han Fei could only see with his eyes now. Right in front of Han Fei, there were two paths to choose from, one on the left and one on the right. And on the wall, without a path opposite him, countless knife marks appeared. Han Fei's eyes stung. He guessed that this must be some kind of knife technique inheritance. Compared to other people's time, Han Fei had more time. The first thing he wanted to do was to use the time fishing technique. But as he expected, just like the Divine Capital's armory, the Tao Enlightenment Palace forbade Han Fei from cheating. They might be able to ban the time fishing art, but not the power of the demon purification pot. Han Fei stood here without moving, but had been comprehending and observing the knife marks in front of him. An hour later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Lightspeed / Sky Opening Realm, Divine Quality. Introduction. This is a fast saber technique that can achieve the speed of light explosion. If you master this saber technique, your fastest speed can reach 18 times the speed of light. Few people can beat you in the Sky Opening Realm. Lightspeed / requires the combination of your comprehension of the Great Tao of Space and your own comprehension of speed. If you combine Lightspeed / with the Shadowless Lightsaber, the effect will be doubled. Comprehension degree, 5% effect, an extremely fast knife, difficult to resist. Shortcoming, because the speed is too fast, the power transmission is inevitably insufficient. What a powerful knife technique. Han Fei was definitely tempted, but he had only comprehended 5% in an hour. It would take at least a day and a half to completely comprehend this technique. Ordinary people would definitely be very willing if they could get a Sky-Opening Realm, divine quality technique in half a day. But what was this place? This was the Tao Enlightenment Palace. There was even the inheritance of a god here. It would be outrageous if he could only comprehend a saber technique of the Sky-Opening Realm for such a long time. Furthermore, from the introduction of the Lightspeed /, this was a saber technique that needed to rely on one's speed and the Great Tao of Space to reach the peak. Then, assuming that his speed and mastery of the Great Tao of Space were strong enough, it was not impossible for him to comprehend this Lightspeed / himself. Therefore, with this in mind, Han Fei immediately chose to give up. Han Fei came to the intersection of the left and right roads unhurriedly, thought for a moment, and instinctively wanted to use the Twin Divine Technique. But as soon as the Twin Divine Technique appeared, Han Fei discovered that the knife marks of the Lightspeed / disappeared. Immediately, Han Fei fused the twins. He guessed that he would probably have to use his original body here. After using the Twin Divine Technique, his strength, soul, and other aspects would be greatly weakened. Therefore, some things in the Tao Enlightenment Palace would no longer appear in front of him, and he would miss this opportunity. Therefore, after Han Fei fused the twins, the Lightspeed / saber marks on the wall appeared again. Huh, what's the use of you appearing again? I didn't choose you. Han Fei quickly walked to the right, but it didn't take long. About dozens of kilometers? Han Fei wasn't sure how far he had walked, but he felt that there was something wrong with the distance. This time, Han Fei came to a circular space surrounded by maze walls. There were 6 paths around. In addition to the one he came from, there were 5 other paths. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He should have cheated in this place, but unfortunately, the rules didn't allow it. In the middle of this circular space, there was a small flower bed, and on the flower bed, there was a hammer. Is this a godly weapon? There was no information about the hammer in Han Fei's eyes, but as a normal person, he would definitely go up and pluck the hammer when he saw it. Han Fei's thoughts were the same as ordinary people's, or even greedier. Without a word, he walked forward and held the hammer handle engraved with Tao patterns with one hand. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei held the hammer, light immediately bloomed, and with a swish, Han Fei disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he was suddenly in the unknown starry sky. The hammer was gone, so was the maze. However, in front of Han Fei, a burly figure appeared. This person had long hair and a beard, holding the heavy hammer he had just seen. Han Fei's eyes were cold. Does this guy want to fight him? However, the burly figure shouted, "How long has it been since I've met an heir? Brat, since you're here, take my hammer strike first." Boom. Before the hammer arrived, the void exploded and space collapsed. Han Fei felt an infinite force, crazy and terrifying. However, the strength this person erupted with was in the sky-opening realm. As for what realm he was in, it was unclear. Anyway, Han Fei immediately activated his great Tao and also unleashed his full strength. The terrifying power of more than 50 million waves met this hammer head-on. Dong, ripples appeared in the void crazily, and golden waves of light stirred the void. As for the burly figure, he exclaimed in surprise and laughed. "Take another 10,000 hammer strikes from me. Han Fei, one?" In the next moment, Han Fei saw hammer shadows all over the sky, as if he had been attacked by countless people in an instant, and the bearded man had already disappeared. Knock, 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 clang, clang, clang. God knew how many times he had withstood the hammer strikes. Han Fei was speechless. This person was only in the sky-opening realm. How could he explode with such a frequency of hammer strikes? In terms of strength, these 10,000 hammers were not as powerful as the first hammer, but after this round, Han Fei felt that he couldn't withstand it anymore. After blocking 1,000 hammers, Han Fei was hammered unilaterally. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough. He sat cross-legged in the void and took the hammer strikes head-on. Just when Han Fei thought that he had weathered through this blow, the shadow of a giant hammer seemed to cover the sky and the earth, as if the sky had collapsed. Shoot. Again? Chapter 2439, Speed Inheritance. Faced with this terrifying hammer, Han Fei was shocked and dared not underestimate it. But whether the bearded man was a monarch or a god, the power he showed was only in the sky-opening realm. Since it was in the sky-opening realm, Han Fei should be able to resist it. It was fine if he couldn't beat them in other aspects, but strength was Han Fei's specialty. If he couldn't withstand the blow with his body, Han Fei felt that all the years of body refinement had been wasted. Roar, invincible eye. Pooh, pooh, pooh. For a moment, Han Fei was dripping with blood, his flesh exploded, and his skin cracked. A sacrificing punch rose to the sky. Roar. Boom. The echoes resounded, and the ripples ravaged 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant. The scene was like a huge steel plate descending from the sky, and Han Fei, like an ant, punched the steel plate into a dent with the power of a punch. The power storm dissipated in all directions. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably be surprised. This was not the power of the sky-opening realm. Puffed. The counterforce of the force made Han Fei vomit a mouthful of blood. That was because the power of the hammer was also forcibly beaten back by Han Fei's punch. Shoot. How can a sky-opener have such terrifying power? Han Fei immediately stopped circulating his great Tao. If it weren't for the fact that he had already mastered the void body refining technique and he had started to practice the star devouring technique, he might have been beaten up today. Han Fei felt that he might not have been able to withstand the power just now if it had been a little more. With the help of the invincible eye, his strength had been increased by 6 times and exceeded 70 million waves. This number was not something ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivators could withstand. Whether it was Feng Yu or Zhao Qinglong, with all their trunk cards, their strength couldn't reach 50 million waves. However, Feng Yu was ranked first on the heaven roll, and Zhao Qinglong was ranked 10th on the god roll. Then, what about his strength? Could it be a problem for him to enter the top 10 of the sky-opening realm in the sea realm? Even so, he almost failed to withstand this blow. Extreme Tao, this is Extreme Tao. Han Fei suddenly realized that this brawny man with a hammer was an Extreme Tao body refiner. From the speed of his power transmission to the terrifying force of the last blow, Han Fei realized the path he took. Han Fei had learned a lot from that. He had never met an Extreme Tao expert before, but now that he had experienced it, he had already had a standard in his heart. The only thing he didn't know was the realm the bearded man used in the battle with him. Han Fei looked solemn. Is this the path of an Extreme Tao master? He sacrificed his soul and walked far towards the peak of body refinement. He didn't know if this was the basic power of an Extreme Tao master, but if it was simply terrifying. But Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be. His current basic strength was only less than 13 million waves. In theory, his basic strength couldn't exceed 50 million waves even when he reached the perfected star transformation realm. Huff. When Han Fei was done, he had returned to the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital. At this moment, Han Fei was still holding the hammer in his hand, but his body was dripping with blood. Han Fei saw that on the surface of the hammer, many Tao patterns swooshed into his body. Then, a scene that even Han Fei himself found unbelievable appeared. Some shallow golden Tao patterns appeared on his right bone. Hiss, a Tao bone? Han Fei's heart trembled. One thing he knew was that in order to reach the perfected star transformation realm, one had to first condense Dao bones. What was a Dao bone? It was a bone covered in Dao patterns. The Dao patterns on the hammer ran into Han Fei's body, making Han Fei speechless. Did I inherit the Dao of that senior? But when the Dao patterns slowly settled down, Han Fei found that something was wrong. The Dao patterns on his bones were different from those on the hammer. It seemed that the patterns on the hammer changed after entering his body. Bang! Then the hammer suddenly shattered like a rotten stone. A great technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Ultimate Hammer, Sky Opening Realm, Divine Quality, Introduction. This is a hammer technique created by a monarch-level extreme Dao body refiner. The Ultimate Hammer is divided into the limit of number and the limit of strength. The limit of number is a hammer technique that unleashes the ultimate number of times and power within the limits of the current physique. The limit of strength is a hammer technique that superimposes the power of Dao patterns within the limits of the current physique. Deduced art can't be deduced effect, a terrifying hammer technique that few people can defeat in a one-on-one fight. Shortcoming, it is not suitable for large-scale group battles. After the battle, there will be a short period of exhaustion. Note, the path of the extreme Dao is still too extreme. He had suddenly mastered a great technique. Although it was also divine quality, this ultimate hammer made Han Fei realize the horror of the extreme Dao. This was the power displayed by extreme Dao body refiners. Then, what about the extreme Dao soul refiners? This hammer was not a godly weapon, but it gave him some Dao patterns. Han Fei stuffed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth. When his injuries healed, he moved his arm. He felt that the strength of his arm seemed to have been strengthened. He didn't know if it was because of the Dao patterns. As for how much time had passed, Han Fei thought it shouldn't have been long. He had only fought with a remnant power. Judging from his injuries just now, it would be at most 4 hours, no more. However, it had only been 6 hours since Han Fei came in, but he had already seen 2 sky-opening realm divine quality techniques. There were even Dao patterns on his right arm in advance. The divine capital's Dao Enlightenment Palace deserved its reputation indeed. As for which of the 5 paths to choose, Han Fei didn't care. As the saying went, everything was doomed. Some things couldn't be forced. Therefore, Han Fei casually chose the middle path because he was too lazy to choose it. He didn't know how far he had walked on this road. On the wall beside him, Han Fei passed by a great technique, which should be a movement technique. However, it would definitely take a long time for him to comprehend this technique. Han Fei didn't think it necessary. He should spend the time on special opportunities like the one just now. This time, Han Fei walked through 7 or 8 intersections. After encountering 6 kinds of techniques, he finally encountered a square empty space at the end of an unknown road. Here, a spot of light floated in the air. There was nothing in Han Fei's eyes either, but the light spot was definitely extraordinary. At least, they couldn't be compared to the techniques on the wall, right? Han Fei reached out to pick it up, only to fail. So fast. Han Fei frowned slightly and stepped into this place. As soon as he stepped in, he found himself in a sea star again. Han Fei was delighted. This meant that his opportunity had come again, but he didn't know what it would be this time. The spot of light floated not far away from Han Fei. Of course, Han Fei erupted at an ultralight speed to chase it. However, in the next moment, Han Fei was shocked. This thing ran even faster than him. Even when Han Fei unleashed 8 times the speed of light, he still couldn't catch up with the little thing. When he stopped, the thing stopped. When he chased it, it ran away as if it was teasing him. During the chase, Han Fei clearly felt that he and that thing both used the Great Dao of Space. However, this meant that the other party's Great Dao of Space was stronger than his. Suddenly, Han Fei inadvertently accelerated with the Great Dao of Time. For a moment, his speed was nearly 10 times the speed of light. However, at the moment when Han Fei accelerated, the little thing swooshed and continued to accelerate, and Han Fei didn't even touch its shadow. Han Fei suddenly noticed something different. Back then when he digested the world origin, he had a new understanding of the Great Dao of Space. The little thing in front seemed to be affected by his space force field and had a second ejection. Furthermore, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a force pulling the little thing in the space ahead. With the enhancement of multiple layers of the Great Dao of Space, its speed far exceeded Han Fei. Interesting. Han Fei had already guessed what this opportunity was about. It was speed. It was different from the power inheritance, which only needed to compete in strength, and he wasn't afraid of it at all. However, as for this thing, no matter how he accelerated, he couldn't catch up with it. However, the other party was clearly using the Great Dao of Space, which was the power of space, spatial catapult, spatial suction, and so on that he understood. Han Fei tried the void-stealing technique, but it didn't work at all. Is it useless? Is this the consciousness of a god, or the remnant of a Great Dao? The void-stealing technique didn't work, but Han Fei didn't suffer any backlash. Since none of these worked, he could only try the Great Dao of Space. If he could obtain this speed inheritance on this trip to the Dao Enlightenment Palace, it would be worth it even if he spent the remaining 500,000 merit points on it. Perhaps if Han Fei continued to settle in the sky-opening realm for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, he could also comprehend the mysteries of speed. However, that would take time and opportunities. Now this opportunity was simply like a pie falling from the sky. Once he obtained this inheritance, Han Fei believed that his last shortcoming would be made up. From then on, his physique, soul, and speed would be invincible in the sky-opening realm. Chapter 2440, Technique Comprehension, Void Wings in the Sea of Stars. Han Fei and the light spot had been chasing each other for a long time. After some thought, Han Fei calmed down. He must have missed something. Although this light spot seemed to have used the similar great Tao of space to him, there must be something special about it. Buzz, a brand new chase began again. This time, Han Fei didn't use the great Tao of time but simply chased at 8 times the speed of light. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he was observing the power changes in the surrounding space. Even if he hadn't encountered this speed inheritance, he still needed to study it. Now that he had encountered it, there was no reason not to study it well. Besides, after a round of chase, Han Fei seemed to have some understanding. It seemed that he and this light spot were both accelerating with space gravity and thrust. However, the other party seemed to be able to absorb some inexplicable things while running in this void world. These inexplicable forces were the reason why it was faster. What can I absorb from between the heavens and earth? This power exists between the heavens and earth, exists in the sea of stars, and isn't triggered by it itself. The only explanation should be the power of the Great Tao, but if it involves the absorption of the power of the Great Tao, I should be able to sense it. Furthermore, the power of the Great Tao shouldn't have the ability to directly accelerate. Han Fei was analyzing in his heart. Since he didn't understand it, he might as well learn to do it. When Han Fei activated the Great Tao of space and ran wildly, absorbing the power of the Great Tao, he suddenly felt that as the power of the Great Tao gathered, he saw some Tao patterns hidden outside the Great Tao. Hiss, Han Fei gasped hard. Tao patterns? How could there be Tao patterns? Han Fei's heart trembled. The Tao patterns existed between the heavens and earth, and he could freely condense them. When he learned the Tao Fusion book, Han Fei had already mastered the patterns of the heavenly Tao, but the way Han Fei condensed the Tao patterns was actually based on his own great Tao. He was equivalent to a gravity point, transforming himself into the heavenly Tao and fusing with the heavenly Tao to create Tao patterns. But in reality, Han Fei had never found any natural Tao patterns. Wait a minute, Han Fei suddenly stopped. Damn, he seemed to be a little stupid. There were rules in the world that could define all techniques, nurture great Taos, and carry all living beings. These rules were the Tao that could carry all living beings. Flowers also had veins of rhizomes, and so did plants. All races, including stone carvings, even dust, sand, and ice crystals, had their structures. To be precise, they were Tao patterns condensed on the living beings. For example, the structure of ice crystals is symmetrical, regular hexagonal crystallization, and this structure continues infinitely down. For example, turtles and many crustacean creatures were born with turtle patterns. Now it seemed that they were also a kind of Tao pattern. Therefore, Tao patterns didn't exist depending on the fusion with the heavenly Tao, but that they existed in the first place. He just found them by fusing with the heavenly Tao. In this speed, under the current of speed, the inertia of speed would actually trigger the Tao patterns that were unique to speed. But because the speed was too fast, he didn't have time to look back and discover the existence of these Tao patterns. Ha ha ha. Again, Han Fei suddenly laughed and continued to chase at full speed. At first, he naturally couldn't catch up. However, when Han Fei's speed soared to 8 times the speed of light, he gathered the speed curve, like Tao patterns released by the great Tao of space behind him, and imprinted them on himself. Buzz. It was like a racing car accelerating with nitrogen gas, and his body became part of the speed. Instantly, Han Fei's speed soared by more than 30%. Almost in an instant, for the first time in his life, Han Fei exceeded 10 times the speed of light. In fact, this was a very simple principle, but most people didn't understand it. Even if they understood it, not everyone could absorb the Tao patterns at any time like Han Fei. Han Fei even figured it out immediately. There must be many people who understood this principle, but those who did would not tell others casually. He even realized that the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race weren't very strong, but their speed was very fast, even reaching 8 times the speed of light. At first, Han Fei thought that it was because their realms were high, but in fact, his current realm was not low either. In theory, he was only half a step away from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Those people probably already knew. They might not be able to grasp all the Tao patterns, but those large factions must have some special Tao pattern books about speed or what? Han Fei remembered that when he was at the gathering of the Void Temple, Senior Brother Azure Dragon did ask him something about this, but at that time, he seemed to have asked too many questions, so Senior Brother Azure Dragon didn't ask any more. Now that he thought about it, maybe his Senior Brother Azure Dragon, was trying to tell him this back then. Stach! Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached 8 times the speed of light completely by force. He didn't fully understand the profound features of the great Tao of space until he absorbed those world origins. It turned out that he could have achieved 10 times the speed of light a long time ago. At this moment, Han Fei unleashed a terrifying speed as fast as 11 times the speed of light. In an instant, the speed as high as 11 times the speed of light seemed to distort space, forming a closed superluminal space. This time, Han Fei could almost catch up with the light spot, but he felt that he was still a little bit away from it. However, Han Fei didn't choose to wait. Instead, he used the Great Tao of Time. In an instant, Han Fei's speed skyrocketed again, and he sprinted to nearly 14 times the speed of light. Puffed. This time, the light spot failed to escape and was caught by Han Fei. In an instant, the surrounding world changed, and Han Fei returned to the Tao Enlightenment Palace. And a big technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Void Wings, Sky-Opening Realm, Divine Quality, Introduction. This is a space of speed created with the Void Tao patterns and the Speed Tao patterns. In this space, you can continuously absorb the Void Tao patterns and the Speed Tao patterns to strengthen your speed. When the speed space is finally formed, you will encounter an ultralight barrier. After jumping over the ultralight barrier, you can form Void Wings. The Void Wings can provide up to 10 times the speed of light. Only by reaching at least 18 times the speed of light, the Void Wings can be maintained. Otherwise, it can't be maintained. Deduced Art. Unknown spiritual energy consumed for deduction, 1 million points of immortal chi effect, form Void Wings and gain speed enhancement. Shortcoming, the formation of the Void Wings requires one reaching 18 times the speed of light. Note 1, 18 times the speed of light is an ultralight barrier and is similar to the sound barrier. Beyond this barrier, a light explosion will occur. Note 2, it has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Huff, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This time, he took the chance. Because he had learned the Tao fusing book, he could easily gather Tao patterns. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would have obtained the Void Wings. However, this was the first time Han Fei had heard of an ultralight barrier. He still remembered the first wall he encountered after entering the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The light speed slash left on the wall mentioned that saber techniques could reach 18 times the speed of light at the fastest. At first, Han Fei was intimidated because he certainly couldn't withstand a slash that was 18 times the speed of light. But now, Han Fei knew that his limit speed could already reach 14 times the speed of light. When he reached 18 times the speed of light, the Void Wings would be of great significance. But for now, this technique was not very useful to him, because his fastest speed was only 14 times the speed of light. At this moment, Han Fei was suddenly enlightened. The disadvantage of his insufficient speed was gone now. He didn't have to spend a lot of time trying to comprehend or pursue the limits of speed anymore. At least, from the looks of it, his speed was not something that anyone could catch up with easily. Even if he had reached the perfected star transformation realm, his speed might only be around 9 to 10 times the speed of light. Even someone like Zhao Qinglong, Han Fei believed that his extreme speed should not exceed his own. Han Fei was shocked when Zhao Qinglong demonstrated a speed 10 times the speed of light last time, which was why he admitted that he was no match for Zhao Qinglong at all back then. But now, Han Fei suddenly wanted to meet Zhao Qinglong. He didn't know on which aspect Zhao Qinglong could suppress him now. Han Fei came back to his senses. The light spot here had disappeared, but this shouldn't be a one-time thing. Perhaps there would be others who could encounter this light spot in the future. But whether or not the newcomer could comprehend it depended on themselves. As for Han Fei, he didn't know how much time he had spent, but he estimated that it shouldn't be short. This was because he had chased the light spot several times in the chaotic Star Sea. Plus the time he spent on comprehension and observation, he didn't know how much time he had left, but at least his points hadn't been deducted yet. This meant that he had only been in the Tao Enlightenment Palace for less than 3 days. Han Fei didn't know that at this moment, Zhao Qinglong and the others had already appeared outside, and they were all sitting cross-legged, as if they were digesting what they had obtained. Now that Han Fei's state of mind was perfect, he was no longer in a hurry, because he felt that he had nothing to pursue in the short term. He had gained too many benefits in this competition. He really hoped to have 100 years of spare time for him to digest his gains. Han Fei passed through a dozen intersections, ignoring 7 or 8 techniques engraved on the walls of the maze, and was looking for his next opportunity. This opportunity came quite quickly. It only took Han Fei about an hour to obtain the Void Wings. However, the opportunity this time was a little different. Han Fei saw the phantom of a young man with his back facing him. Why was it confirmed to be a young man? That was a feeling. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that there was another great opportunity. When he approached, he heard the young man say, "There's no way forward." Chapter 2441, Opportunity and Causality, There's No Way Forward. The young man's phantom sighed. What was left behind in the Tao Enlightenment Palace should all be legacies. If it were the current monarchs of the Divine Capital Dynasty, they wouldn't have come here. This was because most of the techniques left here were divine quality techniques of the sky-opening realm. There were also some special opportunities for epiphany. Or, if a sky opener came in, he could only sense the opportunities related to the sky-opening realm. At least, that was what he felt so far. No matter how strong the inherities were, what he could obtain was only in the sky-opening realm. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care about the so-called divine path. How could it be so easy to obtain? Otherwise, someone would have become a god long ago. This was because every turn in the Tao Enlightenment Palace was a choice. If he turned back, the path would be different. In other words, logically speaking, no one should know where he was. Therefore, this person was an inheritee. Recognizing this, Han Fei immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior. Since there's no road ahead, why are you here?" The young man didn't answer Han Fei's question. Instead, he asked leisurely, "Do you believe in cause and effect?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What does this guy mean? But Han Fei still replied sincerely, "Everything has cause and effect, so I believe in cause and effect, so I believe in cause and effect." Hee hee, the young man chuckled. "Then how about I give you a share of cause and effect?" Before Han Fei said anything, the young man waved his hand, and a black brocade sachet floated to Han Fei. Han Fei felt that this inheritance was interesting. Gave him a share of cause and effect? What was the cause? Was it this brocade sachet? Han Fei felt that as long as it was an opportunity, he could just grab it. When Han Fei grabbed the brocade sachet, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his finger. Then he saw that his finger was pierced, and a drop of essence blood melted into the brocade sachet. Han Fei felt that something was imprinted on him. Han Fei hurriedly tried to open the brocade sachet, but it couldn't be opened at all. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his body. Han Fei frowned. "Senior, what do you mean?" The young man still didn't look back, and his voice was indifferent. "Didn't I tell you that I'm just giving you a share of cause and effect? I've given you a power that will trace back to before you were born to kill you. This is the effect." Buzz. Han Fei felt his hair stand on end. This was too much. Going back to before he was born? Han Fei tried to calm himself down and said, "Why before I was born? Isn't it easier to kill me by going back to when I was just born?" The problem Han Fei thought of was that before he was born, if they wanted to kill him, they had to kill his parents. And back then, his parents should have already opened the sky. So, in order to be absolutely safe, why didn't the other party trace it back to when he was just born? The young man said, "Because the one who will go back to the past to kill you in the future will be you." What? Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Brother, what are you talking about? I kill myself? Am I out of my mind?" Han Fei sneered. "Why would I want to kill myself? Besides, this is a time paradox. The current me, whether it goes back to when I was young or when I was not born, can't kill myself. If I kill myself, then I am dead. Since I am dead, I can't go back to kill myself. This is a paradox." Han Fei was suddenly very angry. "Also, which cause made you give me this effect? Senior, do we have a grudge?" The young man smiled casually. "You're here to seek opportunities. I'm just giving you opportunities." Han Fei was lost for words. "Is this an opportunity?" the young man said leisurely. "To be precise, at that moment, the darkness and ominousness in your heart were removed from your body by me. But that's also a part of you. He will go back to the past and kill you. Well, only then can he be truly independent. Because you two are separated at this moment, you are the one who needs to bear the risk of death, not him." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and his face was already dark. "Senior, I don't believe there is any darkness or ominousness in my body. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me." Han Fei was sure that with the demon purification pot in his hand, he couldn't be infected by the ominous. This person was clearly fooling him. The young man said, "Everyone has darkness and ominousness in their bodies. The further you go, the harder it is to get rid of them. Otherwise, why do you think the ominous is terrifying? You should feel lucky that I'm helping you get rid of it now. This is your karma. Well, remember, you only have 800 years. Han Fei was a bit intimidated. He was here for opportunities, but why did he end up getting himself in a risk? At this moment, the phantom shook, and Han Fei saw that it was about to disappear. Immediately, Han Fei asked, "Senior, assuming what you said is true, what is the brocade sachet you gave me for?" The mysterious young expert said, "As for the brocade sachet, if you can survive, it will open, and then you will find out. What if I die?" The young expert said, "If you die, no matter how many lives you have, you will die, and the brocade sachet will disappear." Han Fei realized that what this person said was actually easy to verify. He just needed to ask the eldest senior brother if there was really the ominous in everyone's body as the young man said. Others might not know, but the Three Temple existed to fight against the ominous. It was impossible for eldest senior brother not to know. If eldest senior brother confirmed this, he would have to treat it seriously. Since this young man's phantom said that he gave him an opportunity, it meant that eliminating the ominous was more difficult and important than Han Fei imagined. Ordinary techniques and inheritances couldn't compare to it. After all, this opportunity was at the price of death. The phantom of the young expert disappeared after saying this, leaving behind a stunned Han Fei. However, although the young expert had disappeared, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be something mysterious hidden in this space. Han Fei seemed to be able to see some fragments of the past from this void. The concept of time here seemed to be a little blurry. On the wall, there were faint patterns surfacing, but they quickly disappeared and never appeared again. Huh? There's an inheritance here? Han Fei felt that something was different. There seemed to be some kind of inheritance power here that wanted to manifest, but for some reason, this inheritance didn't completely manifest. It seemed that some power had severed the source of the inheritance at the beginning. Who severed the inheritance? Wait, why can the inheritance be cut off? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This meant that this was an inheritance that shouldn't exist, but it somehow wanted to appear. Han Fei's heart trembled. The great Tao of time burst out around him, but unfortunately he couldn't freeze time or travel through the timeline. Time passed minute by minute. This strange inheritance that appeared and disappeared repeated the same process. Every time, Han Fei could only see extremely short, strange patterns and didn't dare to say that he could comprehend them. After half a day, Han Fei finally pieced together a new technique in his mind bit by bit. If it weren't for the demon purification pot's compulsory recognition ability, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to understand this weird technique. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged: twisted cause and effect, monarch level, ultra quality introduction. This is a causality law monarch technique. It can set up a cause with words, actions, and events in pursuit of a certain effect, causing the enemy to enter a negative twisted cause and effect in an unknown direction. Because it involves the causality law killing technique, this technique is classified as of the monarch level. Therefore, the technique is highly uncertain and can't determine the unknown effect, so it can only be classified as an ultra quality one. Comprehension degree, 10% deduced art, unknown deduction cost, unknown effect. By distorting the cause, distort the effect. Shortcoming, the absolute effect cannot be predicted. Note 1. The cause and effect technique is one of the most difficult non-directional killing techniques to master in the world. Its effect is unknown. Note 2. It has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Hiss? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is there really such a causality killing technique in this world? In a sense, isn't this thing equivalent to the Eye of Disaster of the Emperor Sparrow? Han Fei's face changed slightly. The comprehension degree was only 10%. However, how could he give up this weird technique that was comparable to a divine technique? More importantly, this causality killing technique seemed to be able to be deduced. In the future, the effect of this technique might be unknown, but it might not be the case for the technique deduced from it. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately stood still and continued to observe. When Han Fei's comprehension degree reached 20%, suddenly, the merit points on his qualification token were reduced by 100,000. Han Fei calmed down. There should be enough time. He still had more than 430,000 merit points. Perhaps he could comprehend it a day in advance. In the outside world, when Feng Yu and the others discovered that 3 days had passed, but Han Fei hadn't come out, who wouldn't understand? They all thought that Han Fei was relying on his merits to continue comprehending the Tao in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Seeing this, the referee activated the teleportation array. You can leave first. The official arena matches will start in 4 days. You don't have to wait here. However, people like Yi Kai, Cao Bumi, Zhou Mi, and even Zhao Qinglong all felt a sense of crisis. Zhao Qinglong's plan was to kill Han Fei before he rose. This guy had already had so many opportunities before he even reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. If he was given enough time to grow, he might become another Feng Yu or even an expert on the god roll. Chapter 2442. The 10,000-year competition starts, the 5th day. On the number 188 competition island, experts were everywhere. Almost 1 million sky-opening realm experts had gathered here. This day was the first day of the competition. Anyone who could come to watch the competition had come. At this moment, Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and the others were exclaiming when they saw their opponents in the competition. Cao Mengde said, "Good lord, I'm directly matched with an expert ranked above 21,000. Will I encounter a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm expert?" Wu Bufan said, "I'm even more unlucky. I'm actually matched with someone ranked 19,001-10 end. I'm a little trembling and my legs are soft." Feng Xingliu didn't believe them at all. He sneered. "Why? Are you trembling in excitement? Are you excited that you can finally go on a rampage after enduring all these years?" Although Feng Xingliu was simple-minded, he was not an idiot. In the 4th round of qualifiers, these guys all had more merits than him. He didn't believe that it was all because of Han Fei. He had followed Han Fei from the wilderness all the way to the divine capital dynasty. How could he, Feng Xingliu, not know Han Fei's personality? He didn't believe that Han Fei would work for them. Feng Xingliu felt very embarrassed. He came with the purpose of crushing this competition, but the reality was that this competition was much more terrifying than he imagined. It was the first time he had seen so many strong masters much stronger than him. In particular, Feng Xingliu's opponent was an expert ranked 26,061st. This ranking made Feng Xingliu lose his last bit of face. In any case, in the eyes of others, people like Zhou Run and Cao Mengde were still junk. Although the battle arrangements for the arena matches were mostly based on the results of the 4th round, the results of the first 2 rounds were also important. Otherwise, Wu Bufan and the others would have ranked higher. Zhou Run, on the other hand, didn't care about that. He asked, "Is Brother Fei not back yet?" Feng Xingliu snorted. "He has so many merits. I heard that he has been staying in the Tao Enlightenment Palace for a long time. Don't worry about him. Are there any bets about the arena matches? Let's make some money," Zhou Run said. "I'm afraid not. The previous rounds of the competition were too intense. There are 10 arenas that can accommodate 10 teams of contestants to fight at the same time. And assuming an average fighting frequency of as many as 50 battles in each arena, it will take nearly 3 months to finish the first round. Now everyone is not familiar with the contestants and will not blindly bet." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind everyone. "Don't think about making money now." The reason why there are only 10 arena matches in the sky-opening realm is to let more people gain insights from these competitions. Hearing this voice, everyone quickly turned around. Fengxing Liu asked in surprise, Han Fei, when did you come back? Han Fei grinned and said, I came out at midnight, so I went back to take a nap. Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei's wrist. Needless to say, they had already heard that Han Fei had exchanged for 2 ultra-quality godly weapons alone. Han Fei smiled and said, merit points are meant to be used. Don't look, I'm almost done spending them. As for the opponents, why hasn't my opponent appeared? Zhou said, Brother Fei, you have to go to the referee for a pairing. Because the contestant's strength will be suppressed to the same realm in the competition, the pairings are random, but the gap between the opponents won't be too large, which is usually about 10,000 places. Han Fei nodded slightly. This way of pairing was not a problem. Although some people would definitely encounter absolute strong masters, it was still fair for most people. Of course, a body refiner like Han Fei, who also cultivated the soul, could be considered a bug in this match. Han Fei, Zhou and the others walked through the crowd majestically. Many people erupted with strong fighting intent when they saw Han Fei. Because their realms had been suppressed, no one was afraid of anyone in the arena matches, and Han Fei's name was almost known to everyone recently. If they could defeat him, they would make a name for themselves. Of course, most people knew their limits. There was also a difference in strength in the same realm. Although these people were arrogant and felt that they were heavenly talents, they didn't dare to challenge Han Fei, Zhao Qinglong, and Feng Yu one-on-one to make a name for themselves. When Han Fei came to the referee nodded slightly. You're out? Yes, the referee said. Raise your hands. The referee pointed at the air, and the lines on Han Fei's qualification token spread out, and a number appeared on his wrist. The number was 95227, which meant that Han Fei was going to fight the expert ranked 9527th in the 4th round. Outside the 108th arena, in a sky-opening realm restaurant, Qin Feng was eating the famous crab roe soup of the Divine Capital Dynasty while chatting with his 2 friends. He said, the subsequent rewards in this competition actually have little to do with us, but let me tell you, you still have to think of a way to squeeze into the top 10,000 in this competition. In this way, you might be able to attract the attention of the major factions such as the Fistlight Mountain, the Ghost Strait, the Gate of Heaven, and the Capital of Horror. Once recruited by them, itinerant cultivators like us will have a better future. A person next to him sighed. How can it be easy? The top 10,000. Brother Qin, among us you are the strongest. I'm afraid only you can have a try. As for the 2 of us, we've discussed it and decided to go to the Sky Crater world. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Although the Sky Crater world has always been a battlefield, it's an excellent place for cultivation. Qin Feng frowned and said, Brother Li, Brother Wen, you can't just give up. Clank suddenly, Qin Feng's wristband vibrated, and a golden light flashed on it. Qin Feng grinned and said, Oh, it seems that my opponent is 1 step ahead of me. Let me see his ranking. The 2 people next to him also stuck their heads over. One of them smiled and said, Brother Qin, as long as your opponent is not among the top 5,000, you'll definitely win. That's right. Brother Qin, with your strength, I estimate that you can enter the top 3,000. Buzz. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a number appeared on Qin Feng's qualification token. Yes, it was a fucking number, which was 1 Han Fei. Huh. Well, his smile on Qin Feng's face instantly disappeared and his face turned black. For a moment, the 3 of them were silent. The other 2 looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort Qin Feng, but they didn't know what to say. The probability of this happening is 1 in 80,000. You're really lucky. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Feng slammed the table and changed the topic. Brother Li, Brother Wen, I suddenly feel that the Sky Crater world might be more suitable for me. It's actually not bad to accumulate merits there. Let's go there together. When Han Fei drew the opponent named Qin Feng, he saw a match description which read 8808. This meant that Han Fei would be in the 8th arena, the 808th game. This distribution was random, but there was one advantage. That was, if you didn't want to watch the entire battle, you could instruct your attendant. The attendant would constantly pay attention to the changes in the competition and quickly give feedback to you. However, Han Fei was not arrogant enough to give up watching such an important game. Those who could survive to this day were all the best in their realm. If the physique and soul were at the same level, even someone who had reached the perfected star transformation realm wouldn't be their match. In this 10,000-year competition, there were no rewards except for the top 10. Why did everyone try their best to show their strength? Because even if there were no rewards, there might be opportunities. Similar to the Sea Establishment Realm arenas, there were some special spectator stands set up in the arenas for the Sky Opening Realm. Although it was the first day of the competition, nearly 50 special spectator stands had appeared in every corner or in the sky above the arenas. In the EC Divine Realm, besides powerful forces such as the Fistlight Mountain and the Gate of Heaven, there were also relatively weaker forces that weren't so famous. However, this didn't mean that they were weak. On the contrary, those small forces who could choose talents here actually all had monarchs. In the wilderness, if one was only in the perfected star transformation realm, it wasn't enough to establish a sect and become an absolute power. At most, they could only gather a mobile castle, but it couldn't compare to the top factions. There was an uproar in the field. The referee stood proudly in the air and shouted, "Be quiet." The echoes resounded and the majesty of a monarch enveloped this place. The scene quickly fell silent. Then, the referee said, "Now, as the chief referee of this 100,000-year competition, I'll announce the rules of the arena matches. Please bear it in mind." Chapter 2443, The Significance of Watching the Competition. The Sea Establishment realm had its own rules, so did the Sky Opening realm. The referee said, "The most important rule of the Sky Opening realm competition is that killing is not allowed." The major factions naturally knew this rule. For Han Fei, he had already expected it. The location of the fourth round of qualifiers was in the demon domain. Han Fei knew that this was more like training. The so-called once-in-100,000-year competition was definitely not just a competition. Han Fei thought that the Divine Capital Dynasty was consciously nurturing these relatively strong sky-opening realm experts. Somehow, he felt that this was not a good thing. Otherwise, not only would the resources from the demon domain go into the pockets of the participants, but they would also be given additional merit points. This was worth thinking about. There was no free lunch in the world. Han Fei felt that something big was going to happen, which required the support of manpower, which was why intentional killing was not allowed in the matches. The referee continued, "Each sky-opening realm match will last for at most 2 hours. If any match exceeds this time, it'll be subject to the referee's judgment. During the game, no godly weapons, divine techniques, or powerful auxiliary resources are allowed to be used. There are 8 rounds of regular matches in the arena matches. Every contestant who advances 1 round can obtain 1,000 merit points. All the participants, regardless of your strength, if you can show your unique potential, will have a chance to be recruited by the powers of the East Sea Divine Realm. In this competition, there are a total of 48 factions here to select talents. Therefore, if you win the competition, it may change your fate. Hiss, we'll be rewarded with merits if we advance. So many forces are here to select talents. Anyone who can participate now has a chance of being recruited. Oh gosh, I thought the qualifiers were just a start. I didn't expect the 4th round of qualifiers to be the end. Fuck, I was tricked. If I had known earlier, I would have participated in the 4th round of qualifiers no matter what." For a moment, those who withdrew from the 4th round of qualifiers were all regretful. They had already regretted it once. But this time, they really cried. They had made a choice and directly ruined their bright future. However, the referee suddenly glanced at the spectator seats and said, "All the audience, if anyone is unwilling to give up and really has the heart to become strong, you can go to the Sky Crater world after this 100,000-year competition. The reward of merit in the Sky Crater world will be doubled. The merits are also effective in the Divine Capital Dynasty. This opportunity is rare and comes once in 100,000 years. Of course, I'm just suggesting. It's up to you whether to go or not." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "This is clearly a temptation. It seems that something big is about to happen in the Sea Realm. Do you know what it is?" The battle in the Sky Crater world had to be expanded, and even the merit reward had been doubled. Han Fei's original guess was that the Immortal Temple was going to come to attack, but on second thought, the ultimate goals of the 3 temples were the same. The 4th round involved the ominous. Therefore, this time, they might not be fighting the Immortal Temple in the Sky Crater world. Han Fei was waiting for Zhou Run to answer. As far as he could tell, this guy was smarter than everyone else. Zhou Run said, "My guess is that everything now should be related to the Demon Domain and the Sea of Stars. Therefore, no matter what happens in the near future, my suggestion is not to participate, at least not in the first batch." Huan Fei asked, "Oh, are you so sure?" Zhou Run said, "In the past, in the 10,000-year competition, there has never been such a situation. The rewards in the Sky Crater world are doubled, which has happened many times in history. It's just that, after each time, a large number of strong masters died and a large number of strong masters rose. But in the end, more people died or disappeared than rose. I've studied this matter. From some gossip, there are traces indicating that many people actually didn't die in a battlefield like the Sky Crater world, but in the Sea of Stars." Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Zhou Run hurriedly said, "Don't look at me. I don't know much about this kind of thing. We have no access to our family's core secrets. But in fact, don't panic. No matter what the purpose is, it will slowly be revealed. It's just a matter of time." Han Fei nodded. What Zhou Run said was true. He still had a lot of things to do. After he was done, maybe these secrets were no longer secrets. At this moment, the referee shouted, "Now, I announce that the Sky Opening Realm competition, which happens once every 100,000 years, has officially begun. Now the first 10 teams get on the arena." At this time, Han Fei and the others had already taken their seats, and the first batch of contestants were all ready, waiting for the game to begin. Now, there would be merit points for every round of advancement. Out of everyone's expectations, they had thought that there would be no rewards except for the top 10. It was easiest to gain the merit points in the first round, so all the participants would try their best. At this time, Han Fei saw that while the referee was speaking, more and more people came in, and 700,000 or 800,000 people had already taken their seats. Because the 10 arenas occupied a huge area, there was no such thing as seating arrangement. Everyone came in and sat down randomly. Those who were close would gather in groups. However, Han Fei still felt many perceptions sweep over. He turned around and found that Feng Yu had come, but Feng Yu had come with a princess. The two of them were watching and drinking tea. Also, the disciples of major forces such as Wu Shuang, Wang Baichen, and Deng Xingtian were gathered together. Although there would be conflicts among these forces, as equal forces, they disdained to associate with others, so they also gathered together. At this moment, Han Fei and the others naturally didn't know any of the people in the ring. They were all from various places in the wilderness. Who could recognize them all? Perhaps someone knew them, but it wasn't Han Fei and the others. From the moment the contestants entered the arenas and the game began, there were occasional voices in the auditorium, but not many. As for Han Fei, while recalling and sorting out the synchronized memories of Neza and Zhang Daqian, he extracted the essence from his memories and fed it back to Neza and Zhang Daqian, but this wouldn't distract Han Fei. For example, at this moment, even Feng Xingliu pointed to the field in surprise and said, Han Fei, look, that person can predict the enemy's attack method. It was Arena 4, a female cultivator who used a golden wheel. Golden light appeared in her eyes as she accurately predicted her opponent's movement and technique. Han Fei said casually, she has a pupil spell. It's a rare talent. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the golden wheel in the woman's hand turned into thousands of golden mirrors, and the golden light shining out of the mirrors formed a golden cage. His opponent, a middle-aged man, suddenly took out a pair of large scissors and turned into a rotating blade, which could actually cut off the light. In an instant, the two of them fought hundreds of times. This female cultivator was agile and precise. Han Fei looked at her opponent, who seemed to be a lobster man, because the woman was accidentally brushed by 2 long whiskers and sent flying into the barrier. Feng Xingliu, Han Fei, who do you think will win? Han Fei said. Let them fight for now. If I've guessed right, this female cultivator will win. Although the big lobster's strength and destructive power far exceed this female cultivator's, his combat methods are relatively ordinary and he doesn't have any special techniques. If this situation continues, he will be defeated in about half an hour. Oh, is that so? I've learned it. Feng Xingliu nodded slightly. He felt that the female cultivator's attack power was too weak. As long as the lobsterman seized the opportunity, he might be able to beat her. However, Han Fei's explanation was reasonable. This lobster's combat skills were not good indeed. Then, Han Fei turned his eyes to the 6th arena next door. It was a man covered in black crystal armor who seemed to be from a mineral race. His opponent was also a female cultivator who practiced body-refining fist techniques. The black crystal man wanted to attack, but he was affected by the overlapping airflow around him. Swish. Suddenly, a lightning hook that was at least 8 times the speed of light shot out at the female boxer. The latter didn't have time to react. She clenched her fists and the great Tao of wind gathered around her, turning her into wind. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with a strong wind. Knock, 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 knock. The woman no longer appeared and attacked crazily. Fist marks erupted from all directions. Puff, huff. Damn, what violent fists. Wu Bufan took a deep breath of his pipe and exclaimed, this female boxer is too strong. Feng Xingliu, I think I can beat her. Han Fei smiled. Really? Take a closer look. Everyone looked over in confusion, only to see that some crystal sand appeared inexplicably in the arena. Under the storm, it erupted with superluminal speed and swept across the entire arena. However, a force field distortion appeared in a space in the arena. In the next moment, a fist light burst out in the distorted space, and the void distorted all the way down until the distorted space surrounded the black crystal-armored man. His power was about to collapse in this distorted space. Xuanhuan said, it's the Tao of strength. This female cultivator has comprehended the great Tao of strength to an extremely high level. Although the great Tao of strength is rare, it's a very strong great Tao. It's enough to suppress too many special great Taos. Cao Mengde was surprised. Is the great Tao of strength so strong? Han Fei said. Yes, strength seems ordinary, but it's what everyone pursues. It's only natural to be strong if you can comprehend what others can't. This is why we watch these competitions. In the void, in the camp of the Fistlight Mountain, someone said, we, the Fistlight Mountain, want the girl in the 6th arena. After the first round is over, contact her directly. There's no need to wait. Chapter 2444, Trash of the Cao Family. The competition went on one round after another. In fact, every round had something remarkable. Those strange fighting methods and various great Taos made the nearly million sky-opening realm experts present constantly amazed. Even Han Fei had learned a lot, let alone others. Among them, Han Fei had seen outstanding people. For example, he noticed an elegant man in the 8th round of Arena 1. Every time he attacked, it was a trap. His calculating ability was one of the best among the people Han Fei had seen. For example, he would bury a tricky technique in several seconds. After a few seconds, his opponent would inexplicably fall into the attack range of this technique. Every time this happened, the audience exclaimed. Feng Xingliu, Cao Mengde, and the others all exclaimed. Even Han Fei was stunned. Later, in order not to look inexperienced, they each held a large pipe in their mouths. Puff, huff, the golden brilliance coming out of their mouths attracted the attention of many people. Because of this, Feng Xinglu was suddenly hit by a teacup. He looked back, only to see Feng Yu glaring at him. He was lost for words. Han Fei was smoking a pipe too. Why did you only hit me? They were so absorbed in the matches that even Han Fei didn't feel that time was passing. In fact, most people had the same feeling. After watching for 3 days in a row, Han Fei and the others felt that this competition seemed to have always been quite exciting, so they imposed a seal on their area. Then, barbecue and hot pot were served. They ate, drank, and ate skewers, which attracted many people's attention. At first, no one paid attention to it, but later, Xuanhuan couldn't help but come over to greet them and join the gathering. Then, Feng Yu couldn't help but drag Princess Lanxin along. However, because Princess Lanxin didn't put on any airs and rarely appeared in the past, no one felt awkward or uneasy at her visit. In the distance, Deng Xingqian looked at the scene on Han Fei's side and asked suspiciously, "What's that?" "Is it really so delicious that even Feng Yu can't resist its temptation?" Wang Baishan said. "That thing is called hot pot. Because it's too delicious, I never look at it when they eat. If I don't see it or smell it, I won't be distracted by it. Brother Deng, I advise you not to try it." "Huh, Brother Deng?" Looking at Deng Xingtian, who had reached Han Fei's side, Wang Baishan was speechless. Then, he shook his head slightly, sat cross-legged, put a sword over his knee, and watched the battle while cultivating. On this side, Deng Xingtian came to Han Fei's side and asked, "Well, can I join?" "Sure. Welcome, Brother Deng." Deng Xingtian grinned. Although he usually looked arrogant, he was very curious. This was a common problem for pure-body cultivators. Therefore, Deng Xingtian came. However, because many people joined, a new round of hot pot was being cooked. As soon as Deng Xingtian entered the array, he smelled a rich fragrance that went straight to his taste buds and made him drool. Wuxuang handed a garlic clam to Deng Xingtian and said gently, "Brother Deng, the hot pot will take a while. Have some barbecue first." Gulper Deng Xingtian was really curious when he smelled the fragrance. When he took a bite, his eyes widened. The garlic fragrance that exploded in his mouth was a magical delicacy that he had never experienced in his life. At this moment, many people were secretly watching Deng Xingtian. Even Princess Lanxin couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Thinking of the first barbecue she had in her life yesterday, she felt no different from Deng Xingtian now. Gulp, gulp. Gulp after a few bites, Deng Xingtian swallowed a palm-sized piece of clam meat and even licked the wooden skewer. As if realizing what a stupid thing he had done, Deng Xingtian put on a straight face and said stiffly, this thing is quite delicious." Puffer Wuxuang smiled and her eyes curved into crescent moons. At this moment, high in the void, on the capital of horror, on the Fistlight Mountain, and even on the royal family's side, many people were attracted by this scene. An expert of the Fistlight Mountain clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. Idiot, he was a real monarch. Behind him, there were several strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm. One of them was on very good terms with Deng Xingtian. At this moment, the man felt a chill down his spine. "Patriarch, don't be angry. I guess Xingtian is just curious." The patriarch snorted. "How can I not know? When he comes out, inform him to bring 2 skewers of that thing over? Well, no, let him learn how to cook it. Let's have a try when we go back to the Fistlight Mountain. Ah, well, on the royal family side." Wasn't that the third prince he had seen on Dragon Fighting Street? At this moment, he was frowning. He knew that Lan Xin and Feng Yu were close, but why was she with Han Fei now? Didn't she know that Zhou Run and the others had all defected from their families? On the side of the capital of horror, a beautiful woman giggled. "Wuxuang, she should make more friends. In the capital of horror, she doesn't have many friends. Isn't it good now? By the way, does she have a good impression of Han Fei or Feng Xingliu?" Beside the beautiful woman, a woman smiled and said, "That's hard to say. However, I've asked around. Feng Xingliu is a little silly, but his talent is astonishing. He's also a heavenly talent of the main branch of the Phoenix divine race. In terms of his family background, he is completely worthy of Wuxuang, and he's not a bad person. As for Han Fei, it's not easy to ask about the matters in the Western Desert. However, I'm afraid I don't have to ask about Han Fei's personality. This person's talent is probably comparable to the real top 10 of the heaven roll, but he's a little crazy and wild. But this is just suitable for our capital of horror, so it's not bad." The beautiful woman smiled and shook her head. "I'm just afraid that Wuxuang doesn't approach them sincerely. This girl is scheming, smart, and ruthless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called the Demoness. Nowadays, who dares to provoke her in the capital of horror? Seriously, tell her not to have any ill intentions. It's time for her to make a few true friends." "Yes, my queen." On Han Fei's side, just as the hot pot was about to be cooked, the match on the 8th arena had ended and the referee's voice came. The 67th round on the 8th arena, Sao Mengde versus Lu Mengde versus Lu Mengde. The contestants from both sides, please get on the arena. Buzz. Instantly, Wu Bufan, Li Chen, and the others were refreshed, and then they grinned slightly. Was it finally their turn to fight? They finally didn't have to act anymore today. Feng Yu looked at Han Fei curiously and then continued eating. Wu Shuang pretended not to see it, but in fact the others present all felt something strange in the air. Deng Xingtian frowned slightly. He seemed to realize that he shouldn't have come to Han Fei's place to eat hot pot now. However, forget it. Although he felt that Han Fei and the others were targeted by many people, he didn't care so much. He was just here for a meal. Besides, his seniors were here. He wasn't afraid of being targeted. Kamengde grinned. He was the first to fight in the arena, so he had to make a good start. Thinking of the miserable days he had suffered for thousands of years when he could only eat and wait for death on the dragon fighting street all day long, his eyes were wet. Therefore, his body was even trembling slightly. They were both strong masters in the sky-opening realm, so the two sides only took 1 or 2 steps to reach the arena. Lu Mu glanced at Cao Mengde casually and chuckled. I've investigated you. I heard that you're just a playboy of the Cao family who idles all day long. What's the point of you sneaking into this arena with Han Fei's help? Lu Mu didn't take Cao Mengde seriously at all. He didn't even consider Cao Mengde an opponent at all. He didn't even need to investigate this opponent. When he was matched with Cao Mengde, countless people cast envious gazes at him. That was 1,000 merit points. Many people who returned alive from the demon domain didn't even get 1,000 merit points. Cao Mengde didn't seem to hear what Lu Mu said at all. Instead, he looked at a corner in the void where the Cao family of the Divine Capital Dynasty was located. At this moment, there was a monarch patriarch guarding the family, and countless strong masters of the family were standing proudly. These people should all know that he was hiding his strength now, right? They should all realize that he was about to betray the Cao family, right? The smile on Cao Mengde's face grew wider and wider. In the end, he put on a creepy smile in the direction of the Cao family. On the Cao family's side, someone snorted coldly. Bastard, Bookie's death is definitely related to him. The family raised him and pampered him. We didn't expect him to be an ingrate, someone echoed. He hasn't returned to the Cao family since the end of the 4th round of qualifiers. I don't know how many more such traitors the 3rd branch has, someone sneered. I'd like to see what these pieces of junk can do. Outside the field, many people exclaimed enviously. Lu Mu is really lucky. He picked up 1,000 merit points for free. Alas, I don't know when we'll be so lucky. It's a pity that I can't gamble in such a place. Otherwise, I would definitely make a fortune. Lu Mu and I once formed a team. He has already embarked on the star path and has already walked half of it. It's definitely impossible for Cao Mengde, this piece of trash, to stop him. Lu Mu, who was in the arena, was a little angry when he saw that Cao Mengde ignored him. He thought to himself, are all popinjays like this? Therefore, when the referee shouted, begin, he unleashed a god-slaying saber, a great technique that could kill one's body and soul. A saber beam nearly 6 times the speed of light was very fast for ordinary experts in the late-stage star transformation realm. Clang. Suddenly, Lu Mu, the audience, and the strong masters of the major factions in the void were all shocked, puzzled, and surprised. Cao Mengde stood where he was and didn't move at all. He clasped the blade half a foot in front of him with his left hand and let the power pour past him. In Cao Mengde's hands, a purple demonic fire was burning. Then Cao Mengde said softly, suppress, splash. In the auditorium, many people suddenly stood up and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Yes, the disciple of the Cao family, whom they regarded as trash, unleashed a light seal from his mouth. The light seal instantly turned into a huge divine seal and slapped Lu Mu. Bang! Lu Mu's body exploded in an instant, and the remains of his body burst into a spray of blood. If Cao Mengde had targeted his soul, he wouldn't even have had a chance to be resurrected. At this moment, the spectator seats fell into a dead silence. Chapter 2445. Admit defeat. Cao Mengde's victory was too simple and overbearing. He killed the enemy with one blow as if it were a piece of cake for him. At this moment, even an idiot wouldn't dare to underestimate Cao Mengde, but someone was still puzzled. Did this guy cheat? Did someone give him the small seal that spewed out of his mouth? Someone sneered. Are you stupid? Even if the small seal was a cheat, he grabbed Lu Mu's full-strength attack so easily. Do you think that the legendary useless Cao Mengde can do that? To be honest, even I had to avoid that attack he launched just now. Someone was horrified. Was Cao Mengde hiding his strength? Someone sighed. A playboy hides his real strength, accumulates his strength, and soars to the sky when there is a chance for him, which sounds like a story. On the Cao family's side, the patriarch of the Cao family said, this boy has mastered the purple demon divine fire and the mystic sky seal technique. His physique is worlds apart from what I saw in the past. I think he must have sealed his strength in the past. His overall strength is currently between the star path and the peak level late stage star transformation realm. However, because of his good foundation, he is much stronger than ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. With such talent, I'm afraid it won't be long before he advances to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. These words were rather ear-piercing to many people, but they didn't care about a mere peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. What they cared about was that since they had guessed Cao Mengde's plan, if these people were left to their own devices, one day they would suffer backlash. Not only the Cao family, but the Wu family, Li family, and Zhou family also realized the problem. Since Cao Mengde had hidden his strength, what about the others? They couldn't help but think that these people must have already been prepared to betray them. Normally, these superclans wouldn't care at all. It was just a useless disciple of their clan. However, these people were now together with Han Fei, this lawless guy. Although these big clans looked down upon Han Fei too and thought that Han Fei was almost certain to die, they didn't want to take any risk. In the fourth round of qualifiers, how many strong masters of their clans had died? Of course, Cao Mengde and the others were no match for them. Then who would help them? The answer was obvious at a glance. At this moment, on Han Fei's side, Feng Xinglu shouted angrily, "Sure enough, all of you hid your strength." "Humph, you liars. If you hadn't hidden your strength, why did you suddenly become so strong?" Wu Bufan chuckled and said, "Brother Xingliu, don't be angry. We had no choice in the past, but now we don't have to hide anything. You can watch as much as you want in this round." Han Fei suddenly said, "Hey, Miss Wushuang, I heard that the capital of horror is short of talents. What do you think of Cao Mengde and the others?" How could Wushuang not understand his meaning? But even if she understood, she couldn't make any promises now. The relationship between the capital of horror and the divine capital dynasty was indeed mediocre, and even more so with the gate of heaven. However, this didn't mean that the capital of horror would offend the big clans in the divine capital dynasty for the sake of Cao Mengde and the others. If they were ordinary itinerant cultivators, she would have accepted them now, but now she wasn't sure. Under the gaze of Zhou Run and the others, she said, "Not bad. If you all hide your strength, it should be a matter of time for you to break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The capital of horror is naturally short of talents. I'll ask my queen when I'm free." Han Fei nodded slightly, but he already had a rough idea in his heart. If she could accept them, Wushuang wouldn't bother to ask. Since she was going to ask, it was hard to say if she would accept them. The best place Zhou Run and the others had thought to go was the capital of horror. This was because the capital of horror didn't have a good relationship with the divine capital dynasty, and the people in the capital of horror were lawless. Once their true strength was unleashed, it meant that many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm experts wanted to join them. Although the capital of horror was huge and powerful, they certainly wouldn't reject any peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who took the initiative to submit. However, even Zhou Run had neglected one thing. That was it worth it? If it was a real competition, even if they were descendants of big clans, the capital of horror might accept them. However, they collectively defected from their families now, so the result was hard to say. However, Han Fei added, "Well, I was thinking that if they could go there, maybe I could go to the capital of horror someday." Zhou Run's pupils were constricted slightly. Han Fei's words implied their relationship. If the capital of horror accepted them, then Han Fei might also go to the capital of horror. As he expected, Wushuang's tone changed. "Men's friendship is indeed strange. Then remember to come to the City of Horrors more often in the future. We can discuss cultivation experiences. Don't just talk about it." "Ha ha ha, I will. To be honest, I've been meaning to go there for a long time, but I've been busy with something. When I'm done, I should be able to take the time to wander around." Feng Yu listened by the side and thought to herself, what is little junior brother up to? Wushuang is a heavenly talent of the capital of horror, but little junior brother was definitely not hitting on her. But it didn't matter. This was his own path. He could take it however he wanted. Cao Mengde wins. Cao Mengde only used one move the whole time. This was the battle that ended most quickly so far. In the same realm, under the careful screening of the 4 rounds of the qualifiers, he could still kill his enemy in one go. It could be said that even most peak-level late-stage star transformation realm experts couldn't do it. However, Cao Mengde did it. He caught the attention of many people. Unfortunately, none of the main powers expressed whether they would accept Cao Mengde or not. The strong could have personalities, but it didn't mean that they didn't know the ways of the world. Except for a few powers in the East Sea Divine Realm, no other forces dared to accept Cao Mengde. These major powers knew very well that they might be able to take Cao Mengde alone, but they couldn't take all those defected playboys. Of course, if Han Fei was willing to choose a power, these people would definitely scramble for him. In their opinion, it would be enough if they could recruit Han Fei in this round of the 100,000-year competition. The only headache was that if they accepted Han Fei, they would have to face the pressure of the Gate of Heaven and many big clans. Therefore, until the last moment, there were still variables. When most of the powers didn't take action, the beautiful woman from the capital of horror said, "If he's willing to come to the capital of horror, we can help him solve his conflict with the Gate of Heaven and the big clans of the divine capital dynasty." The 6th day. It was finally Zhou Run's turn. Unlike Cao Mengde, Zhou Run was a controller. He didn't defeat the enemy with one move like Cao Mengde, but his opponent lay on the ground without even touching the corner of Zhou Run's clothes. In comparison, Wu Bufan's battle on the 8th day was much fiercer. Cao Mengde's battle style was powerful, while Wu Bufan's battle style was fierce and insidious. He seemed to draw on the strengths of Cao Mengde and Zhou Run. This guy only used 3 moves and laid a trap that cut his opponent into pieces. Following that, Luo Dafei, Li Chen, and Mu Nan continued Cao Mengde's fighting style. They had been holding back for years and had a lot of trump cards, so it was easy for them to catch their opponents off guard. and the ultimate moves they had been holding back were definitely not ordinary techniques. Therefore, their performance in the first round was too eye-catching. Except for Zhou Run, the others all ended their battles very quickly. Han Fei's game was the 808th game in the 8th arena. While Han Fei was waiting to fight, Feng Yu, Wu Shuang, and the others had all finished their battles. Only Feng Xinglu would fight later than him. On the 40th day, it was finally Han Fei's turn. The referee shouted, "The 8th arena, the 808th round. Participants Han Fei and Qin Feng, please enter the arena quickly." At this moment, Han Fei and the others stopped eating hot pot, mainly because they had eaten too much. They had taken turns cooking many times, and the essence of hot pot and barbecue had long been learned. At this moment, only Han Fei, Feng Xinglu, and Zhou Run were still gathered together. At this moment, it was finally his turn. Han Fei grinned and said, "It's finally my turn." Sure enough, this competition that happens once every 100,000 years can't be finished without a few years. Feng Xinglu said with a black face, "I'm in the second arena, the 998th battle. I'm afraid I still have to wait for a long time." Han Fei patted Feng Xinglu's shoulder and said, "This is only the first round. What's the rush? There are still 7 rounds to go." Hearing the words 7 rounds, Han Fei's mouth twitched, not to mention Feng Xinglu. Although watching others fight could absorb a lot of things, he couldn't stand watching them all the time. It was finally Han Fei's turn to fight. In the arena, the young man opposite Han Fei looked solemn. He said, "Han Fei, I know you are very powerful. I have a very strong technique. Do you dare to take this move of mine?" Han Fei smiled. "Okay, the stronger the better." Qin Feng smiled creepily. Starlight. Qin Feng pointed a finger at the air. Many people who were watching the game were lost for words. Someone was sweating. "Wait, what are you doing? You're only pointing a finger at Han Fei?" Someone was lost for words. "I'm not bragging, but I bet Qin Feng will be beaten up in the next second." Someone shook his head. "I can't bear to watch." Han Fei, on the other hand, felt that this move of Qin Feng was a bit like all great Daos in one sword. However, it was a kind of energy compressed to the extreme. If that was all, Qin Feng was too weak. However, in the next moment, with a crack, Qin Feng actually severed one of his fingers. That finger burned his flesh and blood and turned into a sword, suddenly bursting out with a terrifying speed nearly 9 times the speed of light. Clank. Because the space of the arena was limited, no one noticed anything yet. They only saw that Han Fei was holding a terrifying sword light that was like a starlight with one hand and seemed to be observing its essence. Han Fei nodded slightly. "This strike can't be said to be strong, but it's already not weak. It's a pity that you haven't incorporated enough Dao runes and your understanding of the great Dao is not enough yet. Otherwise, this strike would be even stronger. Next, I admit defeat." Han Fei was about to speak when his opponent directly admitted defeat. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I waited for 40 days to fight you, and you admit defeat so quickly? Did you beat me for nothing?" More importantly, the referee raised his hand and said matter-of-factly, "The 8th arena, the 808th battle, Han Fei wins." Han Fei wins. Chapter 2446, Terrifying Star Devouring Technique. Chapter 2446, Terrifying Star Devouring Technique. Han Fei had just praised Qin Feng, but who knew that the other party would directly admit defeat? He hadn't even moved yet. Unfortunately, the referee agreed with Qin Feng's admission of defeat. His full-strength attack was easily crushed by Yu. There was indeed no need to fight again. What Han Fei didn't know was that although Qin Feng admitted defeat, some forces immediately took a fancy to him. No matter how easily Han Fei took this blow, it was undeniable that this blow was powerful. Furthermore, many people took a fancy to Qin Feng's personality. This guy took the initiative and asked Han Fei to give him a chance to show his power. At the same time, he avoided fighting Han Fei to avoid being beaten too badly. This little scheme of his made many people admire. Depressed, Han Fei could only return to the auditorium without any sense of achievement. He would have to wait at least another 4 months. In theory, in each arena, there would be about 3,000 rounds before the first round of the arena matches ended. It was different from the Sea Establishment Realm arena matches, where the participants were almost all at the peak of Sea Establishment. Therefore, in a Sea Establishment Realm arena matches, there could be more than 100 battles a day in one arena. However, the arena matches of the Sky Opening Realm were different. There were too many small realms in the Sky Opening Realm. None of the participants who could survive until now were simple. By suppressing their strength to the early Star Transformation Realm, everyone's understanding of combat skills, understanding of the Great Dao, and use of combat techniques might be in the same realm. This made the battles between Sky Openers much slower than those between Sea Establishers. On average, more than 20 fights were completed in each arena every day. Therefore, theoretically speaking, there was still some time before the first round of the competition ended. The third round of the Sea Establishment Realm competition was already coming to an end. In 2 days, the third round would be over, and then in 2 days, the fourth round would begin. As for the Sea Establishment Realm competition, its fourth round would only last about a month and a half, and the participants would be around 120,000. Han Fei estimated that by the time the first round of the Sky Opening Realm was over, it would probably already be the 8th round in the Sea Establishment Realm arena matches. Han Fei felt that it would take more than a year for the 8 rounds of the Sky Opening Realm to finish. Han Fei was still very interested in the first month of the game. After watching it for 2 months, however, he found that the audience had been reduced by nearly 20%. It was estimated that in another month, the spectators would be reduced by another 10%. The main reason was that it took some time for them to organize their thoughts and comprehend everything they had seen. The 20% who had left probably went back to sort out their thoughts. Otherwise, they would miss the best time to comprehend. Finally, at the end of the second month, Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu, who was still watching the battle attentively, and said, "You wait here. I'm going back to rest for a few days." Feng Xingliu said in surprise, "Rest? Why? You're tired of watching the battles?" Even Zhou Run, Cao Mengde, and the others were a little surprised. Although sometimes they were a little tired, how could they bear to give up such rare sky-opening realm arena matches? Han Fei said, "As the saying goes, a balance between work and rest. You can't try to remember everything you see. Taking occasional rest and reminiscing might be more efficient than watching here all the time." With that, Han Fei slipped away. For Han Fei, he had fought too many melees. But to be honest, Feng Xingliu and Zhou Run had too few actual combat experiences. Otherwise, they would understand Han Fei's feelings. In fact, Han Fei had thought or even tried about 80% of the combat methods, techniques, and ideas that had appeared in the arena matches. What he mainly absorbed was the remaining 20%. However, for people like Feng Xingliu and Zhou Run, what they might absorb was 80% of it. Therefore, they even forced themselves to be patient and watch the battles that would last for a year or two. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Recently, Han Fei felt that his physique seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. He needed to go back and study it. Is the star-swallowing technique so unbelievable? I didn't even take the initiative to cultivate it. In Han Fei's origin star, Little Black and Little White fell into evolution again. He didn't let them continue to practice the world devouring because the arena matches were about to begin, and they had already advanced consecutively. But now it seemed that Little Black and Little White's growth wasn't specially affected because they were growing too fast. Han Fei even felt that they might be able to advance again before the end of the arena matches. Little Black and Little White might have to sleep for decades or even 100 years for this advancement. This was because, theoretically speaking, the current stage they were in was actually equivalent to the star transformation stage. Now, the growth speed of Little Black and Little White had completely surpassed that of the Emperor Sparrow. He wondered why the Emperor Sparrow stopped growing now. Was it because he didn't have a good environment? It seemed that he had to find a place full of fiendish chi to nurture the Emperor Sparrow in the future. During this period, Han Fei replaced a star core seed. He was a little confused about his current state of growth. In the past, he felt that his growth was too slow, and Han Fei would try his best to improve his strength. But now, he was a little suspicious of his thoughts. And today, Han Fei even took the initiative to remove the energy gathering array in the area of the star core. This array could boost the gathering speed of energy by 10 times. But now, Han Fei had discovered a problem after practicing the star-swallowing technique for only less than a year. The most intuitive thing was his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 107, Sky Opening Extreme Dao, Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10,016th Evolving, 967, 6torn, 13,064 years, Immortal Chi, 3060,000 Soul, 12.89 Origins, 1,028.9, 618 20 points, Perception Range, 13 million kilometers, Strength, 1326 Star Powers, 1326 2026 2 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Sky Swallowing Fish, X189, 62089, 620 620 29, 628 points, 622 Miners, Strength, 1326 20,000, Strength 1326 Star Powers, Level 105, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 102, Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality. Han Fei still remembered that before he practiced the Star Swallowing Technique, his strength was 12.76 Star Powers. In less than a year, his strength had increased by 500,000 waves. Originally, because of the infusion of the world origin and ownerless souls of Dao Domain Sunflower Head, even if Han Fei had mastered the Void Body Refining Technique, the strength of his soul was still higher than his strength. But now, his soul power was overtaken in only 1 year. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. This meant that his physique had grown too fast after he practiced the star-swallowing technique. Han Fei had never thought that he would grow so fast. Therefore, Han Fei took the initiative to remove the energy-gathering array. However, even so, it wasn't slow. At this speed, his strength would probably increase by another 500,000 waves in 10 years. However, how much could the power of his soul grow in 10 years? No matter how much it could grow, Han Fei thought it would at most reach 13 origins, and the gap between his strength would only grow larger and larger. This kind of thing certainly couldn't go on like this. Since practicing the star-swallowing technique, Han Fei had known that this was the strongest body-refining technique of the human race. It would definitely cause an imbalance between his strength and his soul. However, this imbalance came too quickly. At this time, Han Fei had to try the transformation between strength and soul. After a day in Forge the Universe, Han Fei was surprised. This conversion speed went from 8 points to 50 points now. These 50 points seemed to be the current limit. It seemed that the world origin that the Dao Domain Sunflower Head had injected into him was really a lot. 1 month later, Han Fei forcibly reversed the relationship between his strength and his soul. In a month, his soul power had increased by 380,000 points, and his strength had decreased by nearly 380,000 points. The values of both sides had almost reversed. There was a price to be paid for this transformation. In about 10 years, the imbalance between the two sides would be even. As for the slight loosening of the foundation caused by the forceful reverse, it should be able to be smoothed out in about 10 years. After all, he hadn't transformed much forcibly. However, Han Fei knew that he couldn't forcefully reverse the values between the two sides like this every time. He could only do this during his stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty. After leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, he would have to think of a way to cultivate the Heavenly Tao and frantically increase the power of his soul. Buzz, he disappeared for a month. When Han Fei came out again, he put on a smile. If nothing went wrong, his strength would reach a short peak in 10 years. Chapter 2447, Join the Gate of Heaven. Chapter 2447, Join the Gate of Heaven half a year later. The middle of the second round of the Sky-Opening Realm Arena matches. On this day, Han Fei suddenly received synchronized information that the arena matches of the Sea Establishment Realm were over. As for the arena matches of the Sea Establishment Realm, there were as many as 12 rounds. After so many rounds, there were only 500 people left in the final circle. Now a battle for talents had already begun in the Sea Establishment Realm arenas. During the arena matches, there were Sea Establishers breaking through to the Sky-Opening Realm every day. The Divine Capital Dynasty even set up a place for them to have breakthroughs. If anyone was about to make a breakthrough, they would contact the attendants who would report it and find a suitable place for them to make the breakthrough in a short time. Of course, not all breakthroughs could be successful. Even though there was a lot of information about the Sky-Opening Realm and countless explanations and ways to deal with the tribulation, the casualty rate was still above 50%. This 50% meant that half of the people failed to pass the tribulation. If anyone who had just reached the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm felt that they could transcend the tribulation, the probability of death would be as high as 90%. But no one would be so stupid. After this competition, Neza, Zhang Daqian, and Zhang Xuanyu would probably all undergo tribulations. But now, they were all in the final circle. Han Fei didn't go to them but synchronized his mind with Neza and Zhang Daqian. In the arenas of the Sea Establishment Realm, they had just entered the final circle and had 3 days of rest, during which they received the message synchronized from their original body. On Neza's side, he immediately found Zhang Xuanyu and went straight to the point. I suggest you choose a power to join in. Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. Why? I made an appointment with Xiaobai and the others to gather in the Sky Crater world. I don't have much time left now. I have to find a way to grow in the wilderness. Han Fei shook his head. Trust me, the opportunities obtained in the wilderness are definitely not as many as those obtained in the major powers. Among them, I suggest you go to the Go Straight. Your soul has been extremely powerful since you were young. After this competition, you will definitely transcend the tribulation immediately, right? At that time, no matter what, learn the technique of the Yang Soul from the Go Straight first. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Yang Soul? What is that? Han Fei secretly explained to Zhang Xuanyu for a while, and Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. An indestructible soul? No one under the same realm can kill it? Han Fei said. It's not that it's indestructible, but at least 90% of the people can't do anything about it. Because your soul power is high enough, it's not easy for the real top experts to discover your star bead. It's almost impossible for them to penetrate your star bead and kill you. Anyway, you still have 600 years. When you reach the Go Straight, you will definitely be listed as one of the top heavenly talents. When the time comes, you just need to find a reason to go to the Sky Crater world. I don't believe you can't do it. Zhang Xuanyu's heart stirred. If that's the case, I can give it a try. However, it seems that Xiaobai and Kuang didn't come this time. Han Fei nodded. No, they didn't come. I can't find them either. I've also searched for them among the participants of the Sky-Opening Realm. However, since you've promised them, you can go to the Sky Crater world first. Zhang Xuanyu asked. What about you? By the way, there must be a reason for you to put an avatar here, right? Logically speaking, you should have a lot of resources. But why do you still make your avatar enter the final circle? Han Fei smiled. Me? I want to enter the Gate of Heaven. Zhang Xuanyu knew that Han Fei was up to no good. If the Gate of Heaven knew that you were Han Fei's avatar, they would pull out your soul and make you unable to reincarnate. Zhang Xuanyu was interested and couldn't help but click his tongue. I can enter the Gate of Heaven too. Don't you need someone to cooperate with you? Han Fei curled his lips and thought to himself, cooperate my ass. What I am going to do will make the heavenly race chase me to death. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You'd better not. I'm afraid you will be killed. Join in the Gate of Heaven? When Han Fei bade farewell to Zhang Xuanyu and told this information to Duan Qingxi, the latter was greatly puzzled. She didn't expect that Han Fei would join another power. Duan Qingxi frowned and said, the reason. Han Fei said, the heavenly race has something I need. In the short term, I need to lurk in. They have already sent someone to contact me. I've already expressed my intentions. Duan Qingxi's eyes widened. She suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Is your original body here? Why do you want to sneak into the gate of heaven?" Han Fei said indifferently. "This is my own business. It has nothing to do with the chaotic wasteland or the gate of heaven itself. In the future, perhaps my original body will go to the city of wanderers, but when he goes there, it might be time for a change in the chaotic wasteland." Also, Han Fei took a deep look at Duan Qingxi and said, "I hope you can help me put on a show." Put on a show? After a while, Duan Qingxi looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression, but she didn't ask too much. She knew that Neza was just an avatar. However, even if he was an avatar, he could still enter the deciding circle. It could be seen that his original body couldn't be simple, and Master said that they should cooperate with Han Fei in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Duan Qingxi naturally thought that Neza's original body must be planning something, but whatever the plan was, it shouldn't do any harm to the City of Wanderers, because she knew that this guy was going to compete with her master for the position of human emperor. Such a person couldn't be underestimated no matter what. After Neza told Duan Qingxi what he was going to do, a strong master from the heavenly race had already visited the team of the City of Scavengers. To be honest, the visitor was beyond both Han Fei's and Pan Liqian's expectations. They didn't expect that the other party was actually a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. Han Fei was very familiar with this powerhouse. Wasn't this Yi Kai? Clearly, Pan Liqian knew her very well. In terms of strength alone, Yi Kai was no match for him, but the other party had a noble status. She was giving him enough face by coming personally. In this 100,000-year competition, 2 people from the City of Scavengers successfully entered the deciding circle. One was Bai Ranran, and the other was Ye Fengliu. These 2 people were both very promising. Being able to enter the deciding circle meant that it was certain that they would break through to the sky-opening realm. As long as they were given time, it was a matter of course for them to enter the star transformation realm. Besides, these 2 people were still young. Even if they couldn't prove the Tao, they had a high chance of reaching the perfected star transformation realm. Now that Pan Liqian knew why she was here, how could he be polite? He said, "Miss Yi, what's the matter?" Yi Kai smiled sweetly. "Senior, why are you so cold to me?" Pan Liqian said, "Miss Yi, I'm afraid you've forgotten that, although the chaotic wasteland is remote, it's not a small force. It's not easy for us to have 2 heavenly talents. And you, Gate of Heaven, wants to snatch them?" Yi Kai smiled and said, "Senior, don't say that. Cultivators should gather the advantages of various powers. The Gate of Heaven can also send some disciples to the chaotic wasteland to communicate with you. Besides, this matter depends on their own will. If they don't want to, the Gate of Heaven won't force them." Pan Liqian snorted coldly, but there was nothing he could do. In fact, he would also snatch talents. If he rejected the heavenly race, it would be infinitely difficult for him to snatch talents later. Those who were already prepared to join them could be taken away by other forces at any time. Having no choice, Pan Liqian could only call Bai Ranran and Ye Fengliu over. After Pan Liqian spoke to them via voice transmission, Bai Ranran and Han Fei both pretended to be surprised, as if they didn't expect the heavenly clans to take a fancy to them. But in fact, many powers came to visit them today. For ordinary Sea Establishment realm cultivators, these large powers naturally didn't care. However, for those who could enter the finals, they would fight tooth and nail for them. Any one of these people, as long as nothing went wrong, was very likely to cultivate to the perfected star transformation realm if not prove their douse. Superpowers weren't superpowers in the beginning. They became more and more powerful because some outstanding members of theirs proved their douse and even became gods. Therefore, it was not surprising that Yi Kai came personally. Yi Kai said, "Are the 2 of you willing to join the Gate of Heaven? I think you know how powerful the Gate of Heaven is. I won't elaborate on this. I only tell you that even if you join the Gate of Heaven, you can leave at any time as long as you don't leak any information about the Gate of Heaven. Perhaps the Gate of Heaven will establish a friendly relationship with your City of Scavengers." Bai Ranran bowed to Yi Chai and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I was born in the City of Scavengers and am determined to walk my own path, so I'm sorry I can't accept your kind offer." The corners of Pan Liqian's mouth curled up slightly. What Yi Kai said was all fucking nonsense. If they really entered the Gate of Heaven, they could leave at any time? Did Yi Kai believe her own words? As for establishing a friendly relationship with the City of Scavengers, it was only possible if Bai Ranran and Ye Fengliu had at least reached the perfected star transformation realm or even proven their douse. Otherwise, it was just empty talk. Therefore, Bai Ranran's decisive refusal made him feel much better. However, at this time, Ye Fengliu said something different. "Senior, I heard that you contacted Neza too. In fact, the people from the Gate of Heaven not only contacted Neza, but also invited all the people in the final circle." However, Han Fei needed to expose this matter. This was because so far, no perfected star transformation realm cultivator had gone to talk to Neza. Perhaps they felt that Neza's potential was relatively poor. Yi Kai's eyes lit up slightly when she heard that. Yes, If nothing goes wrong, after the competition, he will become a part of the Gate of Heaven. I know that your chaotic wasteland has various forces. Perhaps you can achieve peaceful unification of the chaotic wasteland in the future if you join the Gate of Heaven. Ye Kai's heart stirred. She didn't go to Neza personally because she felt that Neza's potential wasn't as high as Yifeng Liu's. However, she knew Neza. In terms of an all-rounded warrior, Neza could definitely be considered a genius among geniuses. The Gate of Heaven had contacted Neza twice before he finally agreed to join them. Now she remembered that the chaotic wasteland was in a mess, and the relationship between the City of Wanderers and the City of Scavengers was extremely bad, and they were even mortal enemies. However, she definitely didn't want to give up on Yifeng Liu. Ye Kai even decided to visit Neza in person later to agitate the City of Scavengers. They wouldn't just watch the people from the City of Wanderers join the Gate of Heaven and do nothing, right? Aren't they afraid of the Gate of Heaven joining forces with the City of Wanderers? Ye Kai smiled sweetly and continued. In the finals, there aren't many people that the Gate of Heaven takes a fancy to. Neza and you are both among the people we want to recruit. Furthermore, for people with potential like you, the Gate of Heaven will spare no effort to nurture you. I dare not say that you can prove your Tao, but as long as you don't die, I believe there won't be a problem for you to reach the perfected star transformation realm. At this time, Han Fei pretended to look at Pan Litian, only to see that Pan Litian was frowning. He was probably thinking that it was not good news for the City of Scavengers that Neza was going to enter the Gate of Heaven. However, he also saw that Pan Lishan seemed to be struggling. Pan Lishan was still thinking about whether or not to let Yifeng Liu enter the Gate of Heaven too. But Han Fei quickly responded, Senior, forgive me, but I'm afraid I can't obey you. Because of Neza. Ye Kai took a deep look at Han Fei, thinking, shouldn't you be restraining each other at this time? Han Fei replied, everyone has their own fate. No matter how good the Gate of Heaven is, it's not my home. However, since you've sincerely invited me, I'd like to recommend someone else to you. Although she hasn't entered the finals, her ranking is in the top 10,000, and she's the biological granddaughter of Master Litian. Buzz. Pan Litian suddenly looked at Han Fei, but then many thoughts flashed through his mind. He suddenly felt that this was not a bad choice. The power of the Gate of Heaven was beyond doubt. He was hesitating whether to let Yifeng Liu in to restrain Neza. However, it could also be a double-edged sword. If Yifeng Liu completely belonged to the Gate of Heaven, they would lose such a talent for nothing. However, Pan Ying was his biological granddaughter, and her talent and bloodline weren't weak. He didn't have to worry that his granddaughter wasn't close to him. Similarly, with this relationship, Pan Ying should have some status even in the Gate of Heaven. She couldn't be worse than Neza. Besides, if his granddaughter could enter the Gate of Heaven, her future would definitely be brighter than in the chaotic wasteland. Pan Litian couldn't help but look at Ye Kai to see her reaction. Ye Kai was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect this. If she agreed to accept Pan Ying's comprehensive potential was definitely not as good as those in the finals. She wouldn't bother to take her seriously. But if she said no, wouldn't it be a slap in Pan Litian's face? Although Ye Kai was conceited, she knew that Pan Litian was the first lord of the City of Scavengers. His strength had long been in the perfected star transformation realm. If it weren't for his age, he might have already proven his Tao. Furthermore, he represented the 10,000 scale monarch in the City of Scavengers, so she couldn't neglect him. If she rejected it on the spot, not only would she offend a power, but the City of Scavengers would also never have any interaction with the heavenly race in the future. Thinking for a moment, Ye Kai took a deep look at Han Fei and said with a smile, if she's Senior Litian's biological granddaughter, she's worthy of the attention of our heavenly clan. I'm just afraid that Senior Litian can't bear to part with her. Pan Litian smiled faintly. It's all right. However, Miss Ye Kai, the reason why my granddaughter didn't enter the finals is that she's still inexperienced, and her bloodline and potential haven't been stimulated yet. I dare not say that she will become a peerless heavenly talent in the future, but I'm sure she won't disgrace the Gate of Heaven. Chapter 2448, Final Circle of the Sea Establishment Realm. Chapter 2448, Final Circle of the Sea Establishment Realm. After seeing Ye Kai off, Pan Litian took a deep look at Han Fei, then patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, not bad, you're very flexible. After this competition is over, I'll transfer you to my city and nurture you personally. It could be seen that Pan Litian was in a good mood. He didn't expect that he could send his granddaughter to the Gate of Heaven. Not only could it restrain Neza, but it also gave his granddaughter a bright future. It was really killing two birds with one stone. As for Bai Ranran, she didn't feel anything special about it. After all, she didn't know Pan Ying well. In her mind, it was only natural that Han Fei refused Ye Kai. She felt that she had seen through Han Fei's personality. Although he felt even colder than her, he was still a principled person. Therefore, everyone was happy now. What Pan Litian didn't know was that after Han Fei reminded Neza, Ye Kai went straight to the City of Wanderers. A moment later, after Ye Kai got Han Fei's approval, she left with a smile. Even the heavenly race couldn't make all the people in the final circle join their camp. However, even if she couldn't get Yifeng Liu and Bai Ranran, she could still get Neza. Although Neza's potential might not be as good as Yifeng Liu's, there were many ways for the heavenly race to increase his potential. They could even help Neza awaken his bloodline. Of course, Neza had to show his worth first. In fact, Ye Kai didn't know that Han Fei had already achieved his goal. Neza had successfully entered the gate of heaven, and Zhang Daqian had won Pan Litian's trust. He had also killed 2 birds with 1 stone, gaining even more than Pan Litian. During this period of time, the number of people in the arenas for the sky-opening realm had decreased a lot, probably by as much as 40%, and most of the people had come to the arenas of the Sea Establishment realm. The sky-opening realm powerhouses weren't interested in the regular matches, but now it was the finals. To be honest, most of the sky-opening realm powerhouses couldn't even enter the finals of the Venerables, let alone the Sea Establisher realm final circle. In every realm, there were peerless geniuses. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the vast wilderness, countless strong masters had finally obtained their qualification tokens and entered the finals. How could they be simple? In the entire chaotic wasteland, only 4 people had entered the final circle, 2 from the City of Scavengers, 1 from the City of Origin, and 1 from the City of Wanderers. Among these 4 people, 2 were Han Fei's avatars. If others knew this, God knew how they would react. At this moment, Han Fei and the others finally shifted their position and came to watch the Sea Establishing Realm finals. Han Fei came because many people had come. With so many sky openers here, no one would suspect him. After the regular competition, now it was the elimination round. Considering that they were all strong masters in the final circle, the elimination round might be more exhausting and they might be injured, so there would be a round of matches, and half of the winning team would fight each other, which was equivalent to a quarter of the people in the final circle advancing. The eliminated would have a resurrection competition. After a round of matches, the losers would be eliminated again. The quarter who temporarily won and the quarter who lost in the winning team would be rematched, and the losers would be eliminated. In other words, at least 1 round and at most 3 rounds of elimination matches would be played a day. In the end, half of the contestants would win and enter the next round of elimination rounds. The number of arenas was reduced from 100 to 5. The number of arenas decreased by 20 times. Therefore, according to the official schedule, the first round of the elimination competition would take about 10 days, the second round would take about 5 days, and the third round would take about 3 days. In the 3 elimination rounds, each participant had to fight almost 6 rounds before they could advance. In the end, there were only 63 people left. After a free challenge competition, the top 32 would be decided. After that, it would be a wheel battle. There would be a long wheel battle and the final ranking would be decided according to credit points. In the competition system, the further the competition went, the more time it would take. But this was also the most exciting part because those who could still fight at this time were all very strong. Feng Xinglu and the others formed a circle, and Wu Bufan said, I heard that a few almost invincible powerhouses appeared in the Sea Establishment Realm Final Circle. One of them is called Ye Feng Liu from the Chaotic Wasteland. One is called Zhang Xunyu, who is said to be an itinerant cultivator. One is called xuanhuan, who is said to be immortal. And what's the name of the last one again? Oh, yes, Neza. He's very good at fighting. It's said that he's proficient in various combat skills. Feng Xingliu put on a straight face. And my sister, Feng Qingcheng, is also in the finals. Feng Qingcheng was sitting with Han Fei and the others at the moment, but she didn't expect Feng Xingliu to suddenly mention her. Feng Qingchen immediately glared at Feng Xingliu and said, Shut up and watch the battle. Cao Mengde immediately smiled and said, Brother Xingliu, Qingcheng is definitely the best. Ye Feng Liu and Zhang Xuanyu are nothing in front of our sister. Li Chen nodded. Yes, Qingcheng will definitely be the first place. Feng Xingliu said proudly, she may not get first place, but I'm sure she can get into the top 10. Han Fei glanced at Feng Xingliu contemptuously. This guy was just showing off. But what he said was right. Feng Qingcheng indeed couldn't get first place, because the first place belonged to Zhang Daqian. If Zhang Xuanyu could reach second place, he might consider giving in. The problem was that Zhang Xuanyu might not be able to reach second place. Now, on the first day of the finals, in the 5 arenas of the first round, Neza was fighting. Roar! The audience in the arenas of the Sea Establishment Realm couldn't be compared to those in the arenas of the Sky Opening Realm. There were only 1 million people there. But here, there were more than 10 million people watching the battles. More than 10 times the number. At this moment, when these people saw Neza appear, they all went crazy. Neza, Neza, Neza or Neza, I want to have a baby with you. Neza is invincible, number 1 in the Sea Establishment Realm. Wow, hearing the surging waves of cheers, Han Fei was lost for words. Was Neza's popularity already so high? Wow, are cultivators interested in idols too? Of course, there were also people who retorted, who said Neza would get first place. Nonsense, my goddess Qingcheng is the first place. Goddess Qingcheng, number 1 in the Sea Establishment Realm. Someone argued, and then someone burst out. My brother Feng Liu is number 1. Someone said, Brother Yu is the most handsome. Brother Yu ranks first. The others are all useless. The audience was almost fighting. You could say whatever you wanted, but you couldn't say your idol would be first place. Seeing this scene, Han Fei and the others were all stunned. Feng Xinglu looked at Feng Qingcheng in shock and said, The audience here is much more enthusiastic than ours. Feng Qingcheng said, Of course. How many people can there be in the Sky Opening Realm? Look how many people are here. Besides, this is the final circle. Everyone has fought their way out with great difficulty. There are many people who like them, Feng Xingliu snorted. But let me tell you, xuanhuan is really not suitable for you. I warn you, this person is just a little punk with a pretty face. You can't play with him. Feng Qingcheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shut up, I know what he's like. Forget it. Let's just watch the game. In the field, most of the audience was watching Neza's battle. Han Fei felt really tired. When he watched his own battle, it felt no different from when he was in the arena himself. Han Fei's opponent was a mysterious humanoid race called the Shadow Clan. They could transform into shadows and alternate between illusion and reality. This person's name was Tianzong. His weapon was a shadow blade, and he activated it on the spot. As the sun shone, the audience saw Tianzong gradually disappear into the light, leaving Han Fei standing alone in the ring. But as the referee shouted and the game began, Neza held the fire-pointed spear in his hand, brandished it, and a storm of spearlight erupted on the battlefield. Just at the beginning, there were endless clanking sounds. The shadow blade cut through the void, and the fire-pointed spear burned the barrier. One black and one red. Two lights flickered in the barrier. Many sea establishers couldn't see the battle between the two clearly, but Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "Fuck, so exciting? These two people are fighting in the void gap." Cao Mengde exclaimed, "Wow, the shadow sword is broken. Why can it still extend 1,000 kilometers? What kind of sword is this?" Wu Bufan's eyes widened. Are all sea establishment realm finalists so strong? Neza's red silk is simply ever-changing. It actually locked down the void. Zhou Run said, "Look at his spearlight. Every blow of his is accompanied by multiple waves. I'm afraid the inside of their barrier has already been turned upside down." Only Han Fei knew that this shadow expert's greatest means was speed, and he was not afraid of physical combat. In terms of speed, Neza had synchronized with Han Fei and had a fast understanding of speed from Han Fei. Furthermore, Neza was good at movement techniques, so the Shadow Clan couldn't get an upper hand over him at all. As for the other party's shadow transformation, this was a soul suppression. The wave produced by the fire-pointed spear was a soul attack. When his speed and soul power were no weaker than this member of the Shadow Clan, Han Fei finally pierced through this person's soul and tied him up with the chaotic sky silk. The entire process took more than 30 seconds. Aha, Neza, Neza, Neza. Many people were screaming crazily, which made Han Fei bare his teeth. Even Feng Xingliu clenched their fists and waved them. Then Feng Xingliu grabbed Han Fei and said, "This guy is really smart." He turned his soul into ripples and used the red ribbon as a wave to restrict and slow down the shadow's actions. He won easily. However, Han Fei said indifferently, "No, you're wrong. The reason why Neza won is not just this, but that he has a great soul technique." Chapter 2449, King's Competition 1. Chapter 2449, King's Competition 1. The elimination rounds of the Sea Establishment realm went very fast. It was already good enough that they weren't eliminated in one go. If they lost once, they still had a chance to go back, but if they lost twice in a row, it meant that they weren't qualified to advance. In the past few days, some familiar names had emerged in the Sea Establishment realm. Among them, there were Neza, Yifeng Liu, Zhang Xuanyu, Feng Qingcheng, Bai Ranran, Huang Chuan, Butcher An, Shui Dongzhe, Jia Tian, Hua Lingye, and other people who had a lot of fans. Feng Qingcheng didn't meet any particularly popular contestants in her competition, so it was only natural that she won. Zhang Daqian hadn't appeared yet. Butcher An had also advanced. But then Han Fei remembered that he and Bai Ranran were on the same level. When this guy went crazy, few people could beat him under the wings of the heavenly cicada. On the 5th day, it was Zhang Xuanyu and Jia Tian's turn to fight, and these two people were both very popular among the top 10 contestants. Jia Tian was known to be invincible in shield armor. His original body was a golden armored conch. Perhaps the heavens had given him extraordinary potential. This guy had strange cracks all over his body. Logically speaking, this was one of the Dao patterns. The reason why Dao patterns appeared on the surface of his body was that Jia Tian wasn't qualified to imprint these Dao patterns on his bones. Otherwise, wouldn't this guy have innate Dao bones? Sky openers might not even be able to break through his defense, let alone sea establishers. Now, these Dao patterns appeared on the surface of his body, which meant that although his defense power might be very strong, there was a limit, if Zhang Xuanyu could break this limit. At this moment, the auditorium was in an uproar. One kind of voice said that Zhang Xuanyu's combat power was unparalleled and he would definitely win. The other kind of voice was that Jia Tian's defense was invincible, and Zhang Xuanyu couldn't break his defense at all. In the end, Jia Tian would definitely win. There were also a few voices that said they would be drawn in a tie. Naturally, these voices were drowned by the army of saliva. However, at this moment, the casino was open. This was not forbidden by the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was an official casino. Everyone was arguing vehemently. As soon as the casino opened, countless people swarmed over to buy. Some bet on Jia Tian winning, and some bet on Zhang Xuanyu winning. Zhang Xuanyu's odds against Jia Tian were 111. It couldn't be helped. The contestants who were selected as hot favorites had been examined by countless people. Besides, this was the first round of hot favorites, so no one knew who would win, so there were such strange odds. To be honest, the sky openers who came to watch the battle didn't know which was stronger. This was because they could only see their realms, not their true strength and potential. However, Han Fei would certainly support Zhang Xuanyu. If he didn't support his brother, who would he support? When Han Fei waved his hand and threw out 1,000,000 kilometers of resources, countless people were shocked. Under normal circumstances, even perfected star transformation realm cultivators wouldn't place such a terrifying bet. For a moment, even the officials were considering the reason for Han Fei's bet. According to their statistics, Zhang Xuanyu could at most draw a tie with Jia Tian in this game, and Han Fei directly bet 1,000,000 kilometers of resources on Zhang Xuanyu. Did he see through something? But no matter how many times they studied it, they didn't find any problems. Therefore, they accepted Han Fei's bet. Anyway, their odds were the same. Even if Jia Tian lost, Han Fei could at most earn 1,000,000 kilometers of resources. But there were more than 10 million people here, and 1,000,000 kilometers of resources couldn't even make a splash. This was bet by Han Fei's original body. As for Neza, he ran over and bet all his current assets. Unfortunately, the casino didn't accept weapons. Otherwise, he might have bet all his ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. On the field, Zhang Xuanyu looked at the crazy audience and smiled. To be honest, he wasn't absolutely confident. Since Jia Tian started fighting, no one had been able to break his defense. However, Zhang Xuanyu had already embarked on the armor-breaking Dao back in the ideal palace. Over the years, it could be said that he had experienced countless battles and opportunities. Armor-breaking had long been carved into his bones. He also wanted to know if he could break Jia Tian's defense now. If he could, it meant that he might have the power to kill a sky opener. In the noisy wave of voices, the referee shouted stiffly, "Zhang Xuanyu versus Jia Tian, the game begins." Buzz, clang. The long stick in Zhang Xuanyu's hand vibrated, and the terrifying power almost materialized and surged into the stick visibly. As for Jia Tian, weird patterns appeared on his body with a clang, forming a protective barrier. His body glowed with golden light, making him look like a god of war. On Jia Tian's fists, a pair of rings were also trembling. Not only was he strong in defense, but his combat power was also not bad. With natural Dao patterns, a great body-refining technique, and the great Dao of strength, this was not a matter of 1+1. Therefore, one was good at attacking, and the other was good at defending. The audience had been silent at the beginning of the game. Suddenly, the two of them attacked at the same time. Zhang Xuanyu raised his rod and brandished it before he struck out. In Jia Tian's hands, there were endless rings, which were actually infinite divine power manifested by streams of power. Clang, bam, bam, bam. This first blow almost made countless people's blood boil. Zhang Xuanyu's spear made the entire arena dim. Although it was just a spear, the audience felt that infinite stick shadows were bursting out. Jia Tian's infinite bracelets were shattered in an instant. However, when Zhang Xuanyu's rod landed half a foot in front of Jia Tian, an invisible shield appeared. Bang! Like sharp arrows, the two of them retreated tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. But how could Zhang Xuanyu stop? He pushed forward for 100,000 kilometers and finally hit the barrier. Wow, Brother Yu is so handsome. Brother Yu is so strong. I really like Brother Yu. Zhang Xuanyu is fucking fierce. In terms of combat power alone, Jia Tian is no match for him. However, someone also sighed. Although Jia Tian was no match for him in combat power, look, Jia Tian's shield barrier hasn't been broken at all. Alas, I knew it. Although Zhang Xuanyu is powerful, Jia Tian's defense is invincible. It's not something a sea establisher can break through. I think even a sky opener might not be able to break through Jia Tian's defense. It's a pity that he was born with it. I wonder what blessings Jia Tian had in his previous life. Next to Han Fei, Feng Xinglu heaved a long sigh of relief and said, I knew it. This kind of guy with a shell is very difficult to beat. God knows why the shell is so hard. Han Fei, I'm afraid your 1,000,000 resources are wasted. How much can you give me? Han Fei said. This is just the beginning. Feng Xinglu was speechless. But Zhang Xuanyu's strongest blow didn't work. Will it work later? Fortunately, I bet 100,000 kilometers of resources on Jia Tian. The reason why Feng Xinglu only bet 100,000 kilometers was that Han Fei bet 1,000,000 on Zhang Xuanyu. He had planned to bet 500,000 kilometers in order to stop Feng Xingsheng from having a crush on Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei didn't know why Feng Xinglu thought the two things were even related. Besides, Zhang Xuanyu had a wife. However, even Feng Xinglu became nervous, feeling that he couldn't let Zhang Xuanyu abduct Feng Xingcheng. It could be seen how heavy a blow Zhang Xuanyu had dealt to the male cultivators. On the other hand, Zhang Xuanyu, I know you're tough, and you walk the Tao of armor breaking. But armor breaking depends on what kind of armor you encounter. Fuse, Jia Tian's associated spirit, was a huge crystal-like flood dragon. As the associated spirit attached to him, a transparent crystal covered Jia Tian's body. To be honest, this kind of person was the most troublesome because he was like an iron block and no one in the same realm could beat him. After the probing attacks, Jia Tian found that he was indeed no match for Zhang Xuanyu in terms of combat power. So he used another combat technique, a sprint technique similar to Savage Charge. Bang! The moment Zhang Xuanyu was sent flying, the long rod in his hand blasted out thousands of times in an instant at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and every blow caused the arena to shake. However, after 1,000 attacks, everyone only saw a crack on Jie Tian's shield barrier, but this crack was repaired the moment Zhang Xuanyu stopped attacking. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and retreated 30,000 kilometers away. Then, he began to wave the long stick in his hand, and many dragon phantoms surrounded him, dragon breaking all. At that moment, everyone saw the center of Zhang Xuanyu's eyebrows flash as a soul spear landed on his spear. Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu threw out the rod in his hand and the 9 dragons pushed forward. The rod spun at an unbelievable speed and all the surrounding energy gathered on it. Faced with such an attack, countless people held their breath. Even Jia Tian looked solemn. Golden waves of light were bursting out of his body one after another, which was a sign that he was accumulating strength. However, when Zhang Xuanyu's rod approached, he didn't retreat but attacked head-on. However, in front of him, an ice crystal wall was gathering, trying to block Zhang Xuanyu's blow. Clang, ripples spread out non-stop. Crack, crack, crack. On the ice wall, cracks appeared inch by inch, but in the end, it failed to block the spinning stick. When Zhang Xuanyu's armor and shield wall were broken, Zhang Xuanyu's ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level rod completely exploded with a bang. Puff a hole appeared in Jia Tian's chest, and Zhang Xuanyu suffered the backlash of the weapon. Booma. The audience immediately got excited. Brother Yu is invincible. Ha ha ha. Like I said, offense is far stronger than defense. Did you see that blow just now? Zhang Xuanyu definitely exerted the power of the sky-opening realm. Even if a sky-opener was in front of him, he would still be shattered by Zhang Xuanyu's spear. Someone retorted, sky-openers are not fools. How can they wait for him to attack them? Someone sneered. It's not over yet. Zhang Xuanyu's weapon has exploded. Hiss, he took out another one? Under everyone's shocked gaze, another purple spearhead appeared on Zhang Xuanyu's body, a spear that emitted lavender flames. Someone exclaimed, and then countless people gasped. A Godly Weapon, Chapter 2450, King's Competition, 2450, King's Competition, 2450, King's Competition 20. The Godly Weapon itself was not shocking. What was shocking was that it was very difficult for a sea establisher to make a godly weapon acknowledge him as its master, even if it was a low-quality godly weapon. All of this required opportunities. Without enough chi and blood and conditions, just a godly weapon could suck a sea establisher to death. Of course, what shocked the audience was not only that Zhang Xuanyu had a godly weapon, but also that the godly weapon was a spear. Furthermore, the spearhead in Zhang Xuanyu's hand was strange. If Zhang Xuanyu had just pierced through Jia Tian's shield with an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, could Jia Tian still resist if he used such a godly weapon? At this moment, Jia Tian shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll fight you in the wheel battle of the top 32. I'll just let you win this game." Jia Tian quickly got up and stretched his limbs as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xuanyu carried his spear and said, "It's not that you let me win, but that I can win. You may have more moves, but I can still fight and become stronger. If you want to fight me again in the wheel battle, pray that you won't be eliminated." Jia Tian chuckled and left without responding. The referee shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu wins." Aha! Countless people began to wail. Someone almost cried. "I placed a bet. Can you guys not be so casual?" Someone sighed. "My money. I bet a lot on it." Someone sneered. "How much can you bet?" "All right, the odds of this battle are 50-50. Who can say for sure?" On Han Fei's side, Feng Xingliu's face turned green. He bared his teeth and scolded, "What the hell? He just said he wouldn't fight? His skin is not even broken. I want to report him. This is cheating. Give my money back." Han Fei didn't want this guy to do anything embarrassing, so he immediately grabbed Feng Xingliu. Hey, stop it. I earned some money from this game. I'll give you some." Cao Mingde also said, "Brother Xingliu, it's okay. I made some money too. I'll give you some too." Wu Bufan said, "You're my brother. You just lost 10,000 kilometers of resources. I'll give you some too." Feng Xingliu was lost for words. "Did you all bet on Zhang Xinyu?" Puff. Huff. Wu Bufan took a puff of his big pipe and said, "What are you talking about? Brother Fei has already placed his bet, so we have to follow him." "Don't be angry. You can still earn your money back in the next game." Feng Xingcheng glanced at Feng Xingliu contemptuously and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter how many resources you win. What matters is that this is Zhang Xuanyu's killer move. You use a spear too. Learn from him." Immediately, Feng Xingliu exploded. "I'm a dignified late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Why would I learn from him? Is he even as good-looking as me?" Everyone, seeing that Feng Xingliu was infuriated, Han Fei shrugged speechlessly. He didn't expect this guy to be jealous that Zhang Xuanyu was more handsome than him. Why did he have to compare with Zhang Xuanyu in handsomeness? Come on, I never compete with him in that. Otherwise, when you see the men of the Waterwood world in the future, you will probably cry. However, Han Fei was a little curious. Zhang Xuanyu also had a godly weapon. It seemed that he had indeed experienced a lot during this period of time. Otherwise, even a low-quality godly weapon was not something an itinerant cultivator could obtain. Even Feng Qingcheng only had one godly weapon, and he gave her another one. Did the Phoenix Divine race not have any godly weapons? Of course not, but godly weapons seriously affected one's real combat power. Therefore, in a real fight, only an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure could fully showcase their combat power. As soon as Zhang Xuanyu got off the arena, he heard Neza say, "Come here, I'll give you an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure." Zhang Xuanyu was not afraid of being overheard. Anyway, he was talking to Neza via voice transmission, and no one knew that he was talking to Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu responded, "Look at you, aren't you stingy? Only gave me an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure," Han Fei said. "Then I'll give you two. Why do you need so many? Will you break them?" But in fact, Han Fei certainly wouldn't just give Zhang Xuanyu two ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Now that he had finally met his buddy, how could he care about such little things? Through Neza, Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu a soul-suppressing godly weapon. He gave this because this thing could only protect the soul. Although Zhang Xuanyu's soul sea was not weak, with the soul-suppressing godly weapon in hand, it was a guarantee. As for the other godly weapons, Han Fei wouldn't give them to him for the time being. He might give Zhang Xuanyu some if they could meet again. But by then, Zhang Xuanyu would probably be able to get them on his own. On the same day, it was finally Zhang Daqian's turn to fight. This was only the first round of the elimination round. Zhang Daqian was ranked last. His opponent was not a popular contestant, but a man-fish of the Thunder Clan. This Thunder Clan man-fish's soul power was abnormally powerful. They weren't good-looking. It was said that their bellies could be used as drums to amplify their soul power. This was the Thunder Clan man-fish's innate divine ability. However, no one thought the Thunder Clan man-fish would win in this battle because Ye Fengliu had opponents with powerful souls before. However, their soul power was useless against Ye Fengliu. Many people even speculated that Ye Fengliu had a soul-suppressing godly weapon. But only Han Fei knew that Zhang Daqian's spell and physical resistance were both extremely high. Even a peak-level sea establisher, if his power or soul attack couldn't be more than twice as strong as Zhang Daqian's, it would be swallowed by Zhang Daqian and transformed into his own power. It seemed that Zhang Daqian's performance was declining, but that was because in the past he could resist 90% of the attacks and all the soul power within 10 levels. But when he reached the peak of the sea establishment realm, the gap was too great, so the evaluation on him was declining. However, this situation was actually easy to change. As long as Zhang Daqian could die once and underwent nirvana once, his all-round attributes and comprehensive strength would directly double. Zhang Daqian had extremely high potential but hadn't died once, which made Han Fei feel quite regretful. At this moment, the man-fish named Lei Howl said in a booming voice, "No member of the Thunder Clan will admit defeat without being really defeated. Great Tao Thunder rumbling." Rumble. Lei Howl patted his belly crazily. Lightning surrounded him as the great Tao appeared. In the lightning, a phantom seemed to appear, like a god. In an instant, deafening lightning erupted in the barrier of the arena. Unfortunately, outsiders couldn't hear it through the barrier. They could only see sound waves sweeping across Han Fei's body like a raging storm. Outsiders couldn't sense it, but Han Fei could sense that Lei How's soul power was 30% stronger than his own. This meant that if it were an ordinary person, the rumbling sound alone could kill them. However, the sound waves that surged over from Han Fei's body transformed into soul power. They twisted on the surface of his body and dissipated. The saber in Han Fei's hand was also gathering the soul power, and he drew the saber as usual, clank to puff thur. After the slash, everything seemed to be cut in half. The surging sound waves, tides, and sonic waves were cut into two at the same time. Lei Howl didn't even have the time to launch a stronger ultimate move before he was killed. For a moment, exclamations were everywhere. Someone said in surprise, "How many times has it been?" It seems that no one has been able to block this guy's attack since he drew his saber. Could it be that even the strong masters in the final circle can't resist his attack? Zhang Xuanyu, on the other hand, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait, why does this look like the draw technique? Oh, no, this was the drawing technique, but it was a drawing technique of a different level. The will condensed in this knife, the true interpretation, and the power were very different from the drawing technique that Han Fei had used before. However, Zhang Xuanyu hadn't seen many people use knives like this. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask Neza, "Hey, he looks like Han Fei, doesn't he? This person is quite ferocious. He condensed absolute will and saber intent and fully demonstrated the power of his saber. He's a terrifying opponent." Neza only grunted. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but say, "What are you grunting about? I'm telling the truth. This one is stronger than you." Zhang Xuanyu wasn't afraid that others would hear them. Others probably just thought that he and Neza were chatting and their conversation didn't involve any secrets. However, there were some things that only they knew, so he said it ambiguously, but Neza understood. Han Fei chuckled and said, "He's from the City of Scavengers. So what? The City of Scavengers can't have anyone good at using knives?" It didn't occur to Zhang Xuanyu that Yi Fengliu was also Han Fei's avatar because he knew that Neza was his avatar. Han Fei never said that he had another avatar. The first round of the elimination round ended quickly. Among them, Shui Dongzhe's Water God Dao and Hua Lingyu's Control Dao were astonishing. Among the popular contestants in the Sea Establishment realm, only Jia Tian was defeated by Zhang Xuanyu, but then he was resurrected in the resurrection round, and he made it especially easily. His opponent couldn't even make a crack in his defense.